Chapter 1121, Cooperation. Just as Song Jian and others were on full alert, a large group of bats flew out of the town shrouded in fog. The wings of these bats were at least 1 meter long, with scarlet eyes and sharp fangs, looking extremely ferocious. Abyss Bat Demon. This is a level 58 monster. Everyone be careful, Song Ya behind him exclaimed. Song Jian's heart moved. Song Ya's level was only 46. But she could see through the strength of the Abyss Bat Demon, which was 12 levels higher than her level. Obviously, Song Ya should also have a reconnaissance skill similar to the Eye of Insight. Just in time, Yu Rui held the staff and advanced instead of retreating. While chanting the spell, he took a few steps forward. Lightning burst out from his staff and entangled with each other in the air, quickly forming a huge lightning net, flying towards the Abyss Bat Demon that was rushing over. Song Jian originally wanted to use the 10,000 swords technique to kill the 20 or 30 Abyss Bat Demons in front of him. But when he saw that Yu Rui had already started, he suddenly had an idea and just ordered the Stone Man Gulu to rush forward. And he stopped and retreated to the side. Song Ya glanced at Song Jian and immediately understood that Song Jian should want to see the strength of his people. So she turned her head and winked at Guijiqiang. Guijiqiang raised his sword and shield and roared, and his body burned with a flame-like fighting spirit, and rushed towards the fastest Abyss Bat Demon. He was extremely fast, and used a skill similar to the warrior profession's charge. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the monster more than 10 meters away, and slapped the shield in his hand fiercely, knocking the Abyss Bat Demon that had already swooped down and was ready to attack to the ground. At the same time, a dizziness symbol appeared on the monster's head. Before the other Abyss Bats could react, a light blue lightning net flashing with electric light covered most of the Abyss Bats. Even if there were a few fish that escaped the net, they were hit by the lightning flashing by the lightning net and rushed towards the lightning net involuntarily. A series of damage floated up from the heads of these Abyss Bats. The lightning net not only had a strong attack, but also had a paralysis effect, which could control these Abyss Bats for at least 6 seconds. At this moment, Song Ya suddenly laughed and stood up. The 2 guns in her hands kept emitting flames. The strong recoil made the 2 guns swing greatly, and it looked like a burst of shooting. But in front of Song Ya, a cone-shaped barrage of bullets was released. Every second, 50 or 60 bullets were ejected from the barrel and shot forward, covering all the Abyss Bat Demons in the barrage. -850. -986. -1018. -985. A series of damage numbers floated up from the top of the Abyss Bat Demon's head, and the blood value dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 5 or 6 seconds, the light of the lightning net gradually dimmed, and the paralysis effect disappeared. All the hatred of the Abyss Bat Demons was also attracted to Song Ya. A large group of monsters roared, like a dark cloud, rushing towards Song Ya, completely ignoring Guijiqiang, who was surrounded by them. "Sun Thief!" Guijiqiang suddenly roared, and the flames of his fighting spirit exploded instantly, sweeping around like a hurricane. This is a group taunt skill of Guijiqiang as a follower of the God of War. It is similar to an enhanced version of taunting, while forcing monsters within a 5-meter range to taunt. It can also cause a lot of damage, and this taunt skill has domain priority, even if the enemy has a skill to resist taunting. If the grade is not as good as this skill, it will not work. The skills of the followers of the God of War often have domain priority, which is actually a manifestation of divine power, but not real divine power, but a weakened divine power. However, even so, it can allow the defeated followers to gain a great advantage in dealing with other professions. The Abyss Bat Demon that originally pounced on Song Ya pounced on Guijiqiang again. However, after he released this group taunt skill, an adverse effect of damage reduction appeared on the top of all the Abyss Bat wings. The duration of this effect was 10 seconds. At the same time, Guijiqiang's body surface was condensed by Do Qi to form a pale yellow light curtain-like armor, which greatly improved his defense. Song Ya's skills continued to harvest the blood value of the Abyss Bat Demon, and Yu Rui on the other side was also preparing for the next large-scale skill. Song Jian carefully observed from the side. The damage of the Stone Man Gulu was not weak, and he kept releasing earth magic. However, in front of the tacit cooperation of the 3 people, the Stone Man Gulu could only play a role of icing on the cake. The tacit cooperation of Song Ya and the other 2 played an absolute role in this battle. These Abyss Bat Demons had almost no power to fight back. All the battle rhythm was controlled by Song Ya, and the other 2. In just 30 seconds, these monsters, which were more than 10 levels higher than Songya and the others, fell from the sky and turned into corpses. Song Jian stood aside and nodded. Songya and the other 2 seemed to know each other's skills very well. There was almost no flaw in the connection of control skills. The control time was the maximum theoretical value. When one person used the control skill, the other 2 used a large-scale attack skill. This kind of tacit cooperation was definitely not formed in 3 or 5 days. However, Song Jian also discovered a weakness of the 3 of them. That is, there is no healing profession. Once the battle process drags on for too long, the final result may be reversed. When the last Abyss Bad Demon fell from the sky, Guo Jiqiang's health value was less than 1/3. He grinned at Song Jian, took out a bottle of high-level healing potion from the package column, and poured it into his mouth. The battle is over. Just eat the food directly. Why waste the high-level healing potion? I told you so many times. But you just don't listen. Songya complained while walking towards the corpse of the Abyss Bad Demon. The drop rate has really increased a lot. Yu Rui, who was standing next to him, stared at the corpse of the Abyss Bad Demon, his eyes shining. Among the spoils, there were 6 or 7 pieces that were shining with golden light, and 7 or 8 pieces of silver quality equipment. The rest were all blue, green and white items. 18, 19, 20. Songya stared at the spoils and counted them, with a happy smile on her face, and turned to Song Jian and said, "There are a total of 46 items here. City Lord, let's divide them equally." Song Jian smiled and shook his head, put away the stone man golem, and said to Songya, "I didn't do much, so I don't want these spoils. You 3 can divide them." Seeing that Songya was about to speak, Song Jian waved his hand and said, "These things are useless to me. You can all collect them." Seeing Song Jian say this, Songya happily collected all the spoils, and then picked out a few pieces of equipment suitable for herself and her teammates, and wore them directly. The other 2 saw Songya collect all the spoils, and did not say anything. It seems that the 3 of them had their own way of distributing the spoils. Song Jian nodded slightly in his heart, and when the 3 of them recovered, they continued to walk forward along the cobblestone road of the town. Chapter 1122 Leaving. For Song Jian, this sudden battle was just a test for the 3 of them. If they couldn't even withstand such a battle intensity, they would have to go deeper. At that time, Song Jian would suggest that the 3 of them wait outside the town. However, after watching the performance of the 3, Song Jian found that unless there were more than 100 monsters with a level of more than 60 that surrounded them, it would be impossible to pose a threat to Songya and the other 2. He felt relieved that they continued to explore the town with him. Song Jian believed that there would definitely not be only these monsters in this town. There must be a large number of abyss monsters, and even a large number of bosses. As expected, when the 4 of them walked less than 10 meters, a large number of monsters suddenly rushed out of the houses on both sides of the stone road. These monsters looked strange, but most of them were humanoid creatures, and their levels were about level 60. At this time, Song Jian did not stand idly by. After summoning the Stone Man Guru and the Moon Spirit Wheel, he swung his sword to join the battle. With his current strength, even if he did not use the 10,000 swords technique, the speed of destroying these ordinary monsters was faster than that of Songya and the other 2. Sword shadows flew. Sword energy was everywhere, and Song Jian quickly harvested the lives of the surrounding monsters. But as the 4 of them went deeper, the number of monsters pouring out of the town increased, and almost every step they took left dozens of monster corpses. Although the battle was fierce, the spoils were also very rich, which made Songya and the other 2 happy and sad. If they had not followed Song Jian, they would not have been able to get deep into here with their strength. Half an hour ago, they would have retreated due to exhaustion due to too many monsters. Just after Song Jian killed several monsters around him, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear, and a small square with an area of no more than 300 square meters appeared in front of him. There was a fountain in the center of the square, which kept spraying crystal spring water. The ground was covered with white granite slabs, and there was no monster around. Song Jian turned around, dodged the claw attack of a monster, and stabbed the sky-breaking sword in his hand into the chest of the monster fiercely. A crescent-like light and shadow quickly drew an arc in the air and cut into the back of the monster's head, harvesting the last trace of blood from the monster that was already left with residual blood, and then slowly flew to Song Jian's side circling continuously around Song Jian. There were dozens of monster corpses of different sizes. Some of them were thin and less than 1 meter tall, while others were burly and over 3 meters tall, looking like giants. Who? I can't do it anymore. I need to take a break. My mana is all gone. Yurui panted and used his staff to support his body, shouting loudly. Songya's face was also covered in sweat. Her body was trembling slightly, and she was holding a spear with both hands to support the ground. She almost leaned her whole body on the spear that was more than 2 meters long. It seemed that she could hardly even stand, let alone pick up the spoils dropped by the monsters around her. Guijiqiang sat on the corpse of a monster without any image, threw the long sword and shielded his hands aside, and gasped for breath. Looking back, the whole stone road was full of monster corpses, many of which were even piled up together, with at least hundreds of them. Song Jian also felt a little tired, since he learned the 10,000 swords technique. He rarely fought with the enemy in close combat like this. This high-intensity battle that lasted for nearly 2 hours made Song Jian feel that his swordsmanship seemed to have improved slightly. This improvement was not an improvement in data, but a self-feeling, invisible and intangible. But Song Jian believed it in his heart. City Lord. We can't hold on any longer. Songya looked at Song Jian pitifully with a sad face. City Lord. Some of my equipment has been seriously damaged and turned yellow. Guijiqiang wiped the sweat off his face and said, my mana potion has all been used up. Yurui couldn't hold on any longer and sat down directly on the ground. Song Jian smiled and said, pack up the spoils and leave. Leave the rest to me. City Lord. We have only explored one street in the town, which is less than 1/10 of the entire town. Monsters above level 60 have appeared now. If we continue to go deeper, I'm afraid there will be more powerful monsters. Songya said with a worried look on her face. Why don't you leave with us? Wait until we gather the brothers in the War Alliance, and then come together to push this place over. This is safe and efficient. Yes, City Lord. We have gained a lot this time. If we go deeper, the danger will increase exponentially, and the cost effectiveness is not high. Yurui also advised. Anyway, I can't go deeper without the attribute bonus of equipment. My strength is declining too fast. If I go deeper, I will only be a drag. Guijiqiang had almost rested, picked up the shield and long sword again, and stood up shakily. These spoils belong to you. You go first, and leave the rest to me. Song Jian waved to the 3 people, said with a smile, then turned around and walked alone towards the small square in front. Yurui was a little anxious and was about to persuade him again, but Songya shook her head at him and whispered, the City Lord must have his own plans. He can't take the initiative to die. That's right. Didn't you notice that the City Lord has been holding back? The 3 of us are almost exhausted, but he just has a little sweat on his forehead. Guijiqiang came over and curled his lips at Yurui and said, maybe without the 3 of us, the City Lord's exploration efficiency will be higher. Okay. This is the only way. Let's go back to the War Alliance first. Yurui shook his head and said, let's go. We're going to make a fortune this time. There are 56 pieces of gold quality equipment alone. Songya said happily, if we continue to fight, I can't even fit the parcel bar. Hey, use the scroll to return to the city. I'm too tired to walk. Let's call more people after we rest. Maybe the City Lord will need us. Guijiqiang said. Okay. This town is really weird. There must be a boss. Maybe 1 or 2 epic equipment will be dropped. As the 3 of them spoke, they took out a scroll to return to the city from the package. After tearing it open, a white light appeared in front of them. However, after the white light dissipated, the 3 of them still stayed in the same place. What's going on? The teleportation scroll has obviously taken effect. Why are you still here? Guijiqiang shouted in amazement, looking at the scroll fragments in his hand that were still slowly dissipating. Strange. Even if the teleportation fails, there will be a prompt in advance. This shouldn't happen again after using the teleportation scroll? Songya frowned. Forget it. Maybe it's because of this town. Let's leave this town first, and then use the teleportation scroll. Yurui shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. The 3 of them looked at each other hostilely, then looked at Song Jian's back, and returned along the street. After a while, the figures of the 3 disappeared in the rolling black fog. At this time, Song Jian was standing in front of the fountain in the center of the small square, his eyes flickering. And he used the Eye of Insight to check the surrounding scene. Chapter 1123 Tree Spirits. This square is too weird. There is no monster. And there are no signs of fighting around. Especially after a hard battle. It feels like a specially set resting place. Song Jian's Eyes of Insight continued. But he did not notice anything unusual. Just when he was slightly relaxed and ready to rest near the fountain, an old voice suddenly came from behind him, making his hair stand on end. Young man, welcome to the bloody town. Song Jian immediately clenched the sky-breaking sword, turned around, and looked behind him with a vigilant look. Even the speed of the moon spirit wheel increased a bit, but it did not attack any target. Who are you? Song Jian asked vigilantly. In front of him, a translucent figure appeared, looking like an old woman wrapped in a black cloak. I'm just a poor soul imprisoned here. The old woman seemed to be a little afraid of the cold. Holding the lapels of the cloak tightly with both hands, raised her head and looked at Song Jian. The two blood-red eyes made Song Jian's heart tighten. The person in front of him might not be an ordinary human when he was alive. The old woman continued, It's great that you can come here. Your strength has been recognized. So I will appear in front of you. You can buy any item from here. After the purchase, you can choose to continue forward or return the same way. What will I encounter if I continue to go deeper? Song Jian asked. He wanted to get some information about this town from the soul of this mysterious woman in front of him. What will I encounter? The old woman stared at Song Jian with a sinister smile on her face, looking like a poisonous snake staring at a frog, thinking about which part of the frog's body to bite. You will encounter great terror. You will be like a weak lamb, being torn apart by a group of hungry wolves. The old woman laughed and said viciously, sounding like the most vicious curse. Song Jian frowned. He found that the soul of the woman in front of him seemed a little crazy. She was talking nonsense and could not get any useful information. What can I get from you? Song Jian interrupted the other party and asked directly. The old woman's vicious curse stopped abruptly, and her originally turbid eyes became clear again. With a wave of her hand, a translucent light curtain appeared in front of Song Jian, with all kinds of strange goods on it. You can only choose one to buy. This is a reward for you to get here. The old woman seemed to return to her normal appearance only when trading. Song Jian ignored this strange soul because he found that he could not sense and lock the soul of the woman in front of him. She looked like an illusion. As long as he closed his eyes, he could not feel her existence. Song Jian even believed that if he attacked her now, he would only chop into the air, and there would be no physical contact with him. The soul of the woman in front of him was like a special NPC merchant. After giving Song Jian a list of shops, she stood aside with a dull face, as if she was a different person from the one who cursed and yelled before. Strong human soul. Song Jian was stunned when he saw the first product. How could there be human souls for sale here? And the upper limit of the number of sales was 100,000. Looking down, Song Jian was speechless about this weird list of goods. Young embryos of half-orcs bear tribe. 500 for sale. Fresh livers of thunderbirds. 30 for sale. This list of goods is 3 or 4 pages long, with dozens of goods on each page. But each of them does not look like a legitimate product in the game. Either embryos, internal organs, or some limbs that can be grafted onto a person. This is simply a list of crazy biological experiments. Song Jian couldn't help but complain in his heart. Such goods, for him, have no appeal at all. Just when he was a little disappointed and was about to close the list of goods in front of him, the expression on the old woman's face seemed to become hideous and twisted again. And she said in a cold voice, as a reward, you must buy a product. Song Jian looked up at the old woman. To be honest, he really wanted to see if the old woman in front of him would become a boss and fight him if he refused to buy the goods on it. However, this bloody town was full of weirdness, and Song Jian didn't want to cause trouble. He frowned and pulled the list of goods to the last page. 1,000 tree elves? Song Jian saw the last item on the list, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Tree elves are a kind of wood-attributed elves, belonging to the immortal species. They have no attack power, and are one of the weakest elves. They are good at planting trees. They usually survive by absorbing the weak wood-attributed elemental breath emitted by plants, and can also attach to any plant. Not only will they not cause damage to any plants, but they will accelerate the growth of plants. Even in the desert, if there is a living plant, as long as a tree elf is placed on this plant, It can keep this plant alive forever, which is very magical. In fact, it is an inaccurate description to say that tree elves have no attack power. They themselves do not have any attack power. But as long as they attach to an ancient tree that is more than 1,000 years old, they can merge with this ancient tree and become a similar war ancient tree, bursting out with powerful combat power. However, once it chooses to possess this ancient tree, the tree spirit will lose the characteristics of possessing other plants, and its life will also change. It is no longer an immortal species, but has the same lifespan as the ancient tree it possesses. Once the ancient tree dies for some reason, the tree spirit will also die. I didn't expect there would be such a good thing here. Song Jian showed a satisfied smile on his face. Although his broken kingdom of God has been repaired by the power of the soul, most of the place is desert, with only a small forest. It seems that the ground veins in the kingdom of God have been damaged, and it is difficult to develop. Song Jian can't plant more trees. If there are these tree spirits, at least the environment in the kingdom of God can be made better. After taking a look at the price behind the tree elves, each tree elf only costs 10,000 Doomsday coins, which is just like giving it away for free. As long as he buys it from here, Song Jian can sell it for 10 times the price. In fact, every city needs this kind of tree elves that are not threatening at all, but can play a huge role in the development of the city. After Song Jian bought all 1,000 tree elves and paid 10 million Doomsday coins, the figure of the old woman in front of him began to slowly disappear, as if she had never appeared. Chapter 1124 Suppression. Song Jian sent all 1,000 tree elves into the broken kingdom of God. Suddenly, a strong wood-attributed aura spread in the kingdom of God. Even the air was filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. He could even faintly hear bursts of cheerful singing and laughter. After staying in the kingdom of God for only a moment, Song Jian left the kingdom of God and focused his attention back on the town in front of him that was shrouded in black fog. Song Jian did not get any useful information from the strange old woman's soul before, so he could only continue to explore deeper into the town. He can now be sure that the town in front of him is not transformed from the Abyss Fortress. But there is a mysterious unknown force lingering here. But there must be an Abyss Fortress here. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why there are so many Abyss monsters here. Find the Abyss Fortress, destroy it, and leave here as soon as possible. Song Jian stood next to the fountain, always feeling that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him. They just stared at Song Jian nakedly, without any concealment, which made Song Jian's heart always alarmed. Song Jian stood in the square and hesitated for a long time before deciding to go deeper into the town. As he continued to walk forward, his figure walked into the rolling black fog, and no trace could be seen anymore. Shortly after Song Jian left, cracks appeared on the ground of the square. It seemed that it had experienced thousands of years of vicissitudes in an instant. The hard stone slabs had been weathered beyond recognition, revealing the dark brown soil underneath. The clear spring water in the fountain also turned into dirty blood in an instant, emitting a strong bloody smell. On the other side, Song Ya's group of 3, who were returning along the original route and preparing to leave the town, walked for more than half an hour, but still could not find a way out, which made the 3 of them suddenly fall into an inexplicable panic. According to our speed, we should have left this town 10 minutes ago. Song Ya's face turned ugly. In the game, you are not afraid of encountering a powerful boss, but you are most afraid of such a weird thing. If you encounter a boss, you may still escape, but if you encounter such a weird thing, 9 out of 10 players will end up dead. Have we encountered a ghost wall? Yurui said nervously, and the staff in his hand continued to emit lightning, illuminating the surrounding roads. At the same time, Yurui kept taking out some palm-sized mechanical beetles from the package column and scattered them around. It seems that Yurui is not only an arcane master, but also a mechanic, with the ability to create and control mechanical creatures. Guijiqiang tightly grasped the shield and long sword in his hand, protecting the 2 of them. He is the strongest shield in the entire team. As long as he does not fall, no one in the entire team will die. At this time, above his head, there is a light green light elf floating. Every few seconds, the light elf will release a spiritual light falling from his head, which can not only restore his lost blood value, but also add a buff effect. At this time, Guijiqiang's status bar already has more than a dozen buff effects. Originally, Song Jian thought that the lack of a healing profession was the biggest weakness of this 3-person team. But now it seems that they have already made up for this weakness. But they just didn't show it in front of Song Jian before. But now, since they found that the three of them were in this strange state, they have played all their trump cards. Otherwise, in this environment, it is easy to die without even using the trump cards. In this case, it would be too frustrating to die. The three people explored slowly forward vigilantly, always paying attention to the surroundings, fearing that there would be any danger, but they did not notice that strange black shadows had emerged on the ground, which looked like the tentacles of some creature. These black shadow tentacles had already wrapped around the ankles of Sonya and the other two, but the three people did not notice it at all. As time went by, the black shadow began to slowly spread upward along their legs. Without noticing, the calves of Sonya and the other three had all turned black. Song Jian continued to walk forward. The black fog was getting thicker and thicker. He could see 4 or 5 meters ahead, but now his detection range had shrunk to about 1 meter. His perception was also suppressed. Song Jian was like a blind man. Song Jian's mind was stretched to the limit. Once he noticed anything unusual, he would immediately enter the Broken Kingdom to hide. In this strange environment, saving his life was the first priority. But along the way, no monsters appeared to attack Song Jian. It was just the undisguised observation that made Song Jian more and more irritated. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly saw a towering building in front of him. In the rolling black fog, Song Jian could only see the general outline of the building. But this outline alone surprised Song Jian. This building is at least 30 meters high, which is somewhat out of tune with the architectural style of the surrounding town. Most of the buildings in the town are thatched houses. The tallest building is a 3-story building built with rocks, which is no more than 10 meters high. This building in the town immediately gives people a feeling of standing out from the crowd. Continuing to walk forward, the figure of the building became clearer and clearer. Song Jian suddenly discovered that this was actually an abyss fortress. The original black pyramid has now become a castle built of huge black rocks. The castle is full of sharp spikes, with a rough style. It looks like a hideous monster lying on the ground, ready to attack at any time. It was hard to believe that the rock fortress in front of him was evolved from the black pyramid that was full of high-tech style before. What surprised Song Jian was that on the surface of the abyss fortress, strange black auras bound the fortress tightly like ropes. On the surface of the fortress, huge black tumors condensed, and these tumors kept beating, like the hearts of giants. From the abyss castle, there were constantly strong abyss auras being extracted and integrated into these tumors. Countless black tentacles were constantly eroding the fortress from the ground. And at this time, they had spread to 1/3 of the fortress. What on earth is going on here? Song Jian looked at the huge building in front of him with a surprised expression on his face. The abyss fortress that was originally terrifying was actually suppressed, and it seemed to be slowly merging with the entire town. Even the bridgehead of the abyss hell invasion can be suppressed. What kind of power is hidden in this town? Song Jian suddenly felt his skin tighten all over his body, and a huge fear enveloped him. Chapter 1125 Hatred. Can I pretend I've never been here and turn around and leave? Song Jian glanced at the sky-breaking sword in his hand. The 3-inch-long sword light was constantly emitting from the blade, but it didn't give him any sense of security at all. Although Song Jian cleared the level 5 abyss dungeon of real difficulty alone, he also knew what the level 5 abyss dungeon meant and how powerful the domination level boss inside was. Now the abyss dungeon has evolved into a bridgehead for the abyss hell to invade the game world. The monsters in the abyss hell will rush into the game world through this bridgehead, and the danger has almost increased tenfold. But even so, the abyss fortress in front of him seemed to be suppressed by a mysterious force in this town, and it was constantly drawing abyss energy through it, giving people the feeling that it was as comfortable as planting a potted plant in their own garden. With such a powerful existence, Song Jian had no way to resist it with his current strength. Don't say that I have just stepped into the 2nd level combat power. Even if I pass the 3rd level combat power assessment, I don't think I can deal with this situation, Song Jian said in his heart. And he had already had the idea of retreating in his heart, and wanted to turn around and leave here immediately. Just as he moved his feet, the gate of the abyss castle suddenly opened slowly, and the 2 gates were also covered with black tentacles, which looked like protruding thick blood vessels. And on the surface of the gate, there were also large and small black tumors, which were connected to these black tentacles. The tumor was beating constantly, and the tentacles, like blood vessels, were also trembling slightly. There seemed to be a stream of energy flowing inside, which was constantly transmitted from the tumor to any corner of the entire castle. Didn't you come here to completely destroy this abyss fortress? Why don't you go in after you come? A charming voice sounded in Song Jian's ears, as if someone was lying on his neck and whispering in his ear. This voice sounded more tempting than the words of the abyss. But fortunately Song Jian's will attribute was not weak, and the thick-skin skill also took effect at this time. Song Jian, who had already revealed a confused look in his eyes, suddenly became alert, as if he had been poured with a basin of cold water in the winter. And he was completely awake. Who? Song Jian raised the sky-breaking sword to his chest nervously, and looked around vigilantly. It's so boring. I woke up so quickly. So boring. A strong wind suddenly blew around, and a stream of black mist swept over, 3 or 4 meters away from Song Jian. It condensed into a 5 or 6 meter high black tornado. After a while, the black tornado gradually dissipated, and a woman in black armor slowly walked out of the mist. The woman had long black hair and ruby-like eyes, although they also exuded red. They were obviously different from the scarlet eyes of those monsters who had lost their minds. The monster's scarlet eyes were full of tyranny and bloodlust, while the woman's red eyes were as clear and transparent as rubies. The woman was wearing a black armor, which was a gorgeous battle armor. On the left shoulder of the battle armor, there was a terrifying dragon head with a big mouth and a ferocious appearance. Song Jian looked at the woman's head and saw only a series of question marks. Seeing the smile on the corner of the woman's mouth, Song Jian's heart sank, and he quickly used the Eye of Insight. As soon as he used it, Song Jian felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if he was pricked by a needle, and tears could not help flowing from his eyes. It hurts? This? How is this possible? Song Jian stepped back and rubbed his eyes. At this time, he found that the woman who had been smiling all the time suddenly turned cold and said to Song Jian word by word, "You are so rude." Damn. It triggered the effect of attracting hatred. Song Jian was shocked. The Eye of Insight can't always force hatred, but the stronger the opponent is, the easier it is for the opponent to notice that he is being observed, and the easier it is to attract hatred. Obviously, the strength of the woman in front of him must be far beyond Song Jian's insight limit. Go in by yourself. Life and death are determined by fate. Humph! The woman snorted coldly, stretched out her right hand towards Song Jian, and then swung it upwards. Song Jian was directly swept up by a strong force and flew towards the open door of the Abyss Fortress. Song Jian's face changed drastically. At this time, he found that he had lost control of his body. Even the broken kingdom of God was cut off from him in an instant, and he could not hide in the kingdom of God at all. Even the moon essence wheel was directly crushed by a mysterious force, and a crystal track was scattered in the air. All the skills in the skill bar turned gray, and only the passive skill enemy of death emitted a faint light, which seemed to be still working. Before Song Jian could react, he was thrown into the Abyss Castle and fell heavily on the floor of the castle. Boom! Just as Song Jian got up, the gate of the Abyss Castle behind him slowly closed. The strange woman stood outside the castle and stared at Song Jian and snorted, "If you can come out alive, then I will forgive you for offending me just now. If not, then you can die." Boom! The castle gate closed, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Song Jian's mind still flashed with the woman's sneer. The opponent is too strong. I am not her opponent at all. Song Jian's face was gloomy. For a moment just now, he really thought he was going to die. Even when facing half-legendary king-level bosses, like Titan Worm Mother and Flame King, Song Jian never had such thoughts in his mind. But the sudden appearance of the woman before made Song Jian feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Who is she? Is she the ruler of this strange town? Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but shudder, and regretted his rash use of the Eye of Insight before. Originally, the woman's attitude towards him was pretty good. If he hadn't angered her, he might have been able to get some useful information from her. But now, although it was dark all around, Song Jian's eye between his eyebrows had been opened. With the Eye of Darkness vision, the dark environment around him naturally did not cause him any trouble. Just as Song Jian was thinking about the identity of the woman, a low panting sound suddenly came from behind him, as if a hungry beast had found its prey and was slowly approaching. Song Jian's mind moved, and his figure turned. The sky-breaking sword in his hand drew an arc in the air, and the dazzling sword light instantly surged to 3 or 4 feet long. Puff! A burst of blood spurted out, and a huge monster let out a shrill scream. The body that was originally on all fours suddenly stood up and rushed towards Song Jian. Chapter 1126 Demonic Shadow. This monster was covered with thick black hair, and was over 3 meters tall. It looked like a giant bear. But its face was no different from that of an ordinary human. Man-bear? Or bear-man? Song Jian didn't bother to check the monster's attributes. He stepped wrong and retreated quickly. This huge monster swung its 2 front paws, and slammed hard on the place where Song Jian had stood before. With a loud boom. Even the ground trembled slightly. And the ground suddenly sank into a big pit. This blow was enough to have a force of more than 1,000 pounds. At this time, Song Jian took his time to check the monster's attributes. Abyss Bear Demon Parasitic. Elite Level. Level 80. HP 480000/480000. A Level 80 Elite Boss. With a HP of 480,000. Such a monster, even in the Abyss Dungeon, is considered a small boss. It requires at least 30 players above level 60 to kill it. But what does the parasitic state mean? It was the first time that Song Jian saw a monster with a state, and he became a little cautious for a while. However, for Song Jian, this monster did not pose any threat at all. If he had not focused all his attention on the woman before, it would not have been possible for it to be discovered so close to him. Song Jian rushed forward and fought with this level 80 elite boss. Facing the huge monster more than 3 meters high, Song Jian was as flexible as a monkey, his figure flying up and down, and the sword energy from the sky-breaking sword in his hand drew a series of brilliant lights in the darkness, like a light belt, flying up and down around the Abyss Bear Demon. The 480,000 blood value dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, until Song Jian killed it. The Abyss Bear Demon did not touch Song Jian at all. The body of the Abyss Bear Demon fell heavily to the ground, and Song Jian fell from midair. His knees softened, and he could not help but rush forward 2 steps before he stabilized his body and gasped heavily. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Song Jian was in a state of full burst. While attacking the monster, he also had to avoid the monster's attack. From beginning to end, he did not let the monster touch him. It is conceivable how much energy he consumed. After the boss died, a pile of trophies fell beside the corpse. Among them, a helmet shining with dark gold light caught Song Jian's attention. He walked forward and picked up the helmet. It turned out to be a level 60 equipment for the general profession. The equipment of dark gold quality has excellent attributes. For a general, every attribute is precious. Good luck. Song Jian smiled. He was about to pick up all the trophies into the parcel column, but suddenly felt a chill on his neck, as if the fangs of a giant beast touched the skin of his neck. The feeling of death instantly enveloped Song Jian. Moon Essence Wheel. Song Jian condensed the Moon Essence Wheel in an instant, and was ready to hide in the broken kingdom of God at any time. You know, after the woman with a strange name threw him into the Abyss Castle, she cancelled her control over him. At this time, he was able to contact the kingdom of God. The half-gold and half-silver Moon Essence Wheel made a sharp sound of breaking through the air as it condensed, and quickly spun towards the corpse of the Abyss Bear Demon. Puff! A 5 or 6 foot long wound suddenly appeared on the chest of the Abyss Bear Demon, and the bones inside were broken, and the muscles were all torn into cotton wool. A pair of black, blood-stained hands stretched out from the wound, grabbed the 2 sides of the wound on the corpse, and pulled hard. A black figure jumped out of the corpse of the Bear Demon and jumped high into the air. This figure looked like a gibbon, with a skinny body and 2 arms twice as long as his body. A thin tail behind him whipped the Moon Essence Wheel fiercely. With a bang, the Moon Essence Wheel was whipped out and pierced into the hard wall of the Abyss Fortress. It kept shaking violently and wanted to get out of the rock wall, but it was obvious that the Moon Essence Wheel was embedded too deep, and it was afraid that it would not be able to get out of the rock wall for a while. What kind of monster is this? Song Jian stared at the black monster in front of him, and his heart was full of vigilance. At this time, he suddenly remembered that the name of the Abyss Bear Demon had the word parasitic after it. At that time, I didn't understand what this parasitic state was. But now I finally understand that the Abyss Bear Demon was parasitized by the dark monster in front of me. MOing. Level. Can't be checked. Lord level boss. Blood value. Damn. Blood value can't be checked either. Song Jian's face turned ugly. The effect of the Eye of Insight was not as good as he imagined. As soon as this monster named MOing emerged from the corpse of the Abyss Bear Demon, it roared threateningly at Song Jian, staring at Song Jian up and down, as if observing Song Jian's strength. Soon, Moing slowly retreated and wanted to escape into the darkness. But at this moment, Song Jian cast the Eye of Insight on him, wanting to check its properties. At this time, the side effects of the Eye of Insight also began to take effect, with a certain chance of angering the opponent and forcibly attracting the opponent's hatred. The demon shadow let out an angry roar and pounced towards Song Jian. It was so fast that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. Even Song Jian could not catch the opponent's trace. Bang! Song Jian felt a sharp pain on his cheek, and a strong force came, as if he was slapped hard by someone. Song Jian couldn't help but retreat. Before he could stand firm, he felt a strong force coming from his back, like a heavy hammer, hitting it hard. This guy's speed is too terrifying. His agility attribute is at least over 300 points. Song Jian was surprised. At this time, he finally experienced what it means to know martial arts in the world are invincible. Only speed is invincible. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of the demon shadow is very fast. Song Jian can only barely resist it by waving the sky-breaking sword. He retreats step by step, and hundreds of points of damage float above his head. The speed of the demon shadow is very fast, and the damage is not low. Moreover, it is a Lord-level boss. In Song Jian's opinion, its strength can be compared with a command-level boss. Bang! Song Jian was hit hard in the stomach again, and he was directly knocked out. His body hit the gate of the Abyss Fortress, making a dull loud noise. Just as Song Jian fell to the ground, his figure suddenly became blurred, which made the demon shadow, who had already rushed forward, suddenly alert and retreated repeatedly, looking alert. After a while, two identical Song Jians appeared in front of the demon shadow. One of them pounced on the demon shadow, while the other waved the sky-breaking sword and slashed at the demon shadow fiercely. Chapter 1127 Soul Shadow Orb. The speed of the demon shadow was too fast, and Song Jian had no way to lock it, so he couldn't use the skill of 10,000 swords, which could play a decisive role. Now that the demon shadow was attracted by the sword shadow clone, Song Jian finally had a few seconds to breathe, and also gave him the opportunity to lock the demon shadow. In an instant, hundreds of spirit swords burning with dark red flames floated beside Song Jian. Originally a Lord-level boss, even if it did not trigger the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation, the damage of hundreds of spirit swords could kill it. But Song Jian was in a tense state, and all the sword energy poured into the sky-breaking sword. And suddenly a red lotus burning with flames appeared around the shadow demon. Just as the shadow demon tore the sword shadow clone into pieces, it suddenly found that it had been trapped in the red lotus sword formation. It immediately let out a sharp hiss at Song Jian, and a murderous look appeared on its ferocious face. But soon, hundreds of spirit swords quickly scratched its body. Even if it used super speed, it had no way to avoid attacks in a closed sword formation. Painful howls continued to sound in the sword formation. After fighting with the flying spirit swords for a while, the shadow demon finally found that if it didn't break the sword formation, it would be exhausted to death. So, the shadow demon changed its target and began to desperately attack the red lotus sword formation, trying to get out of it. But the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation is not so easy to break. It has reached the legendary level. The Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation triggered by the 11th level of the 10,000 Swords art is difficult to break free from even if a king-level boss is trapped in the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. Not to mention that the Shadow Demon is only a Lord-level boss. Before the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword evolved, the Shadow Demon was already dying, lying on the ground and letting the Spirit Sword continue to chop at it. Black mist emanated from its wounds, just like blood splattering, giving people the feeling that the Shadow Demon did not seem to be a flesh and blood creature, but a ball of mist condensed. At the moment when the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword appeared, the Shadow Demon suddenly let out a sharp roar, turned his head towards the direction where Song Jian was, revealed a ferocious and cruel look, and with a bang, his whole body exploded and turned into a ball of black mist. This ball of black mist seemed to have its own consciousness, constantly breaking through the Red Lotus sword formation. But every time it touched the sword energy of the sword formation, it seemed to be hurt and shrank back in fear. It's really a ball of black mist condensed? Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face, and suddenly thought of the black mist covering the entire town, and also thought of the terrifying girl he met before, who was condensed from countless black mists. It seems that the Shadow Demon in front of him seems to be no different from them. Just when Song Jian was a little worried that the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword could not restrain the shadow demon, the long sword hanging in the air suddenly burst into a pale golden light. This light was extremely sharp, and was completely condensed by the sword energy. The light was like the sun, covering the black fog that wanted to escape. Suddenly, a shrill scream sounded in the black fog. The black fog was like ice and snow encountering the sun, and it melted quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Song Jian received a system prompt that he had killed the 80th level Lord level boss Shadow Demon, while gaining a lot of combat experience. The spoils that exploded after the Shadow Demon died actually flew directly into Song Jian's parcel column. What is this? Why does it look so much like the Abyss Pearl? Song Jian looked at a new black bead in the parcel column, and felt a little nervous. This bead and the Abyss Pearl he had obtained before looked exactly the same in appearance. At this time, the properties of this bead were all question marks. Even if Song Jian used the Eye of Insight, he only found out the name of this bead, Soul Shadow Pearl. But other properties could not be found out at all. Soul Shadow Pearl, Abyss Pearl. What is the connection between the two? Song Jian stared at the Soul Shadow Pearl in the parcel column, and felt that there should be some connection between the two. He couldn't help but want to take the Abyss Pearl out of the Kingdom of God, and put it together with the Soul Shadow Pearl to see if there was any change. But just when he was about to take out the Abyss Pearl, he suddenly stopped, hesitated for a moment, and gave up the idea. Now they were already in a very dangerous situation. If the two met and encountered a more dangerous situation, Song Jian was afraid that he would not be able to take care of it. Let's wait until we leave here. Song Jian glanced at the dark surroundings and sighed slightly in his heart. The Abyss Fortress at this time was no longer the same as it was in the previous Abyss dungeon. In addition, the Abyss monsters here were possessed by a similar existence as the Shadow Demon, making it even more dangerous. At this time, increasing the difficulty for yourself is definitely courting death. Thinking of this, Song Jian closed the parcel bar and continued to explore forward. At this time, he was in a vast dark hall, without a trace of light around. But with the help of his vertical eyes, Song Jian could still see the surroundings very clearly. Continuing to walk forward through the hall, Song Jian came to a narrow passage corridor. He found that there were quite a few shadow demons he had seen before in the corridor. These shadow demons were like a ball of black fog, sometimes condensed into human form, sometimes turned into fog, and some even adhered to the walls on both sides of the corridor, slowly seeping out from the wall, looking like a black water stain, slowly moving on the wall. There is no way to pass through here safely. Even if you use the stealth technique, you can't pass through here without them noticing. Song Jian stood at the entrance of the passage, frowning. It's not easy to pass through here. The strength of these shadow demons is stronger than the shadow demons that possessed before. A strange female voice suddenly sounded in Song Jian's ears, scaring him. Who? Song Jian clenched the sky-breaking sword and looked around. The vertical eye between his eyebrows glowed, and the Eye of Insight was also used. The perception was like mercury pouring on the ground, spreading around. But after a long time, Song Jian didn't find anything. He had heard this female voice before entering this suppressed Abyss Fortress. It was the voice of the girl who could easily throw him here. Haven't we just met before? Haha, the female voice sounded again, and a ball of translucent light and shadow appeared beside Song Jian, revealing the figure of the girl from before. Who are you? And what is your purpose in throwing me in? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at the light and shadow and whispered, Want to know who I am? Haha. Let's go through this corridor first. The girl in the light and shadow looked at Song Jian with a look of disdain on her face, and then said, If you can't even deal with these shadow demons, you are not qualified to know my name. So you'd better die here and become the parasitic food of these shadow demons. As soon as the words fell, the group of light and shadow suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. But the girl's disdainful expression before was deeply imprinted in Song Jian's mind. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. The girl's slightly gloomy voice rang in Song Jian's ears again, making his heart sink. Chapter 1128 Demonic Dragon. When you stare into the abyss is also staring into you. The girl used the language of the abyss, which is also called the language of seduction. Even if it is just a meaningless murmur, it can make an unsuspecting person fall into an illusion, or even be directly lured and controlled to become an abyss creature. This is also one of the reasons why all races are extremely wary of the abyss race, and want to get rid of it as soon as possible. The previous conversation between the girl and Song Jian did not use the language of the abyss. But the last sentence shows that there is an inextricable connection between the girl and the abyss hell. Song Jian felt that his every move seemed to be under the surveillance of this girl. It was as if a big stone was pressing on his heart, and he could hardly breathe. Opening the parcel column. The teleportation scroll and any space-related items were all sealed and could not be used. Otherwise, Song Jian really didn't want to stay in this abyss fortress anymore and wanted to leave directly. At this time, the demon shadow in the corridor seemed to have noticed something and began to slowly move towards the entrance of the passage where Song Jian was. Although he didn't notice Song Jian's existence, he obviously felt something strange, as if he smelled something. Song Jian took a deep breath and swung the sky-breaking sword towards the passage. At this time, his sword energy value had only recovered 80%. Although the probability of triggering the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation was very low. The hundreds of spirit swords in the narrow passage also exerted a power that was no less powerful than the first stage of the sword formation. The injured demon shadows let out a series of shrill roars, and their speed suddenly increased. They rushed towards Song Jian. Groups of demon shadows rushed towards the entrance of the corridor at a very fast speed, looking like a black cloud sweeping in. However, hundreds of spirit swords had already blocked the corridor. It was almost as easy for the demon shadows to rush out as for the soldiers to rush forward in the passage with heavy machine guns. Almost every meter they moved forward, dozens of demon shadows were bombarded into pieces. However, these black mists were fearless and large numbers of damage floated in the passage. Song Jian's mind moved, and he immediately used the sword shadow clone again. A figure exactly like him just appeared and released the 10,000 swords art again into the corridor. This time, the sword shadows in the corridor became more and more numerous, overlapping and constantly slashing and cutting the demon shadows. Some spirit swords even burst directly. The strong impact could even affect dozens of demon shadows, blocking them in the passage. After releasing the 10,000 swords art, the sword shadow clone rushed directly into the corridor, the sword light flashing, just like a person facing a raging flood, constantly killing the demon shadows. After a moment, the sword shadow clone was surrounded by the demon shadows. After a few seconds, Song Jian lost contact with the sword shadow clone. Song Jian's hand holding the sky-breaking sword trembled slightly, and he had the urge to rush forward and swing the sword. But at this moment, all the demon shadows stopped rushing forward. Even though they were less than 5 meters away from Song Jian, all these demon shadows turned into a ball of black mist, and then condensed together. All the spirit swords kept bombarding the surface of the black mist, making bursts of explosions and sparks flying. But the bombarded black mist recovered in less than a few seconds after dissipating, and seemed to have not suffered any damage. What surprised Song Jian the most was that the patches of damage that had originally floated in the passage had all disappeared at this time. Even if the spirit swords bombarded the condensed black mist, no damage numbers floated. Song Jian immediately understood that this should be a skill similar to Invincible, which can be immune to any damage for a short period of time. Song Jian, who was a little excited at first, calmed down and slowly retreated. There were constant roars in the rolling black fog. These roars seemed to be the same, but if you listen carefully, you can still find subtle differences, as if there were thousands of people arguing together. When Song Jian retreated to the dark hall, the black fog suddenly erupted with a strong shock wave. The visible shock wave instantly rushed out from the corridor, and the air wave rolled, forming a thick air column. Song Jian was startled, but luckily he retreated in time and easily avoided the air column. If he had stayed in the corridor, he would have been seriously injured. Boom! After a loud noise, the demon shadow condensed into a black dragon. Even though the dragon was curled up, its back was against the ceiling of the corridor. It was more than 10 meters long. With a slight swing of its spindle-shaped tail, it directly smashed big holes in the hard rock wall of the corridor. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and used the Eye of Insight. Suddenly, the attribute information of the black dragon appeared on its head. Demon Shadow Dragon State. Command Level Boss. Level 100. HP. 7580000/7580000. A level 100 command level boss? Song Jian stepped on his feet, and his figure immediately floated back more than 10 meters. With Song Jian's current strength, a level 100 command level boss is only a little tricky. Not invincible, But a level 100 command level boss has the strength to threaten Song Jian. And it is likely that Song Jian will be seriously injured with one blow. So Song Jian must keep a safe distance from it. At this time, the 10,000 Swords art is still in the cooling time. Seeing the demon shadow in the dragon state roaring and struggling to get out of the corridor, Song Jian suddenly felt a heavy pressure. Haha. I told you. This corridor is not so easy to pass through. The girl's voice rang in Song Jian's ears again, her tone full of gloating and ridicule. You again? Song Jian's face was terribly gloomy. He turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, but he could not see anything. At this moment, an angry roar sounded, and the black dragon opened its ferocious mouth towards Song Jian, spewing out a stream of hot black flames. Song Jian could not dodge in time, and immediately used the Soul Walk skill. His figure turned translucent, and his speed instantly increased to the limit. The black flame almost chased Song Jian's buttocks and crossed the entire hall. It lasted for 5 seconds before slowly extinguishing. At this time, Song Jian found that although he was not hit head-on, his health value had dropped by more than 3,000 points. And even in the status bar, there was an adverse effect of deepening shadow damage. At this time, the cooldown of the 10,000 Swords art ended, and Song Jian immediately used the 10,000 Swords art on the huge black dragon. However, at the moment when all the sword energy poured into the sky-breaking sword and the spirit swords were flying all over the sky, the black dragon, which was originally aggressive, suddenly collapsed again and turned into a black mist all over the sky, rolling again in the air, as if it was gestating something again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of spirit swords flew towards the black mist and chopped it fiercely. But what shocked Song Jian was that the previous situation was repeated again. The spirit swords kept bombarding and exploding on the surface of the black mist. But no damage numbers floated from the black mist, as if it had entered the invincible state again. Damn it. How can I fight this? Song Jian couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking at the rolling black mist in front of him with a gloomy face. And his mind was turning rapidly, looking for a way to solve it. Chapter 1129, Cave. The cooldown time of the 10,000 Swords technique is very fast, but the cooldown time of this domination level demon shadow boss, which is similar to the invincible skill, seems to be very fast. After disintegrating into black mist, all damage will be immune. This really gives Song Jian a headache. After all, if you want to use the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, you have to consume all the sword energy. Although the sword energy speed recovers quickly, Song Jian's sword energy value limit is too high. It takes at least 40 seconds from consumption to full recovery. The real Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation has a total of 4 stages. I don't believe that your state can last so long. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at the rolling black mist in the distance. Countless spirit swords were constantly slashing around it. At the same time, a huge Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation slowly emerged and wrapped the black mist. After turning into black mist, although it was immune to all damage, it had no way to attack, which gave Song Jian the opportunity to observe it and discover its weaknesses. Soon, the first and second stages of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation had passed, and more than 10 seconds had passed. When the sword energy palm print appeared, the rolling black mist suddenly stagnated, as if it was affected by something. At this moment, the sword energy palm print, which covered a radius of dozens of meters, pressed down at an extremely fast speed, instantly suppressing the black mist to the ground. However, not long after, wisps of black aura slowly floated out from the fingers of the sword energy palm print, and condensed into a ball in the air again. Although this attack still did not cause him any harm, the rolling movement of the black fog was obviously slow, and even the naked eye could see it clearly. It still has some effect on it, Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, the sword energy stone tower had also condensed quickly. When the black fog just condensed, the stone tower fell heavily. A shrill scream came from under the stone tower. The 7-story stone tower. Each tower door suddenly opened. The light inside the tower bloomed. A strong suction force came from each floor of the stone tower door. A sharp whistle came from the surroundings, and the wind swept. And the black fog that just overflowed from the bottom of the tower was instantly divided into 7 streams, rushing towards the 7 tower doors respectively. The black mist was quickly sucked into each layer of the sword chi stone tower. The 7 black mists kept changing into various shapes in the air. There were phoenixes, giant bears, black turtles, tigers. Each shape only existed for less than a second before it disintegrated into black mist, and was sucked into the Sword Chi Stone Tower. The black mist behind it continued to condense into mountain foxes, wild wolves, and even elves and humans. In just a few dozen seconds, Song Jian could recognize dozens of shapes. Could this guy change into a new shape every time he used a skill similar to invincibility? Or could he use a skill similar to invincibility every time he changed into a new shape? Song Jian thought of this, and couldn't help wiping away the cold sweat. If his guess was correct, in order to kill this command-level boss formed by countless demon shadows, it must be consumed and changed into every form before it can be killed. If this is true, then fighting it will be a nightmare for everyone. Not long after, all the black mist was suppressed by the Sword Stone Tower, and each floor of the 7-story stone tower was lit up. It can be seen that groups of black mist are constantly changing into the shapes of various creatures on each floor of the stone tower, constantly roaring and colliding with the tower gate and walls of the stone tower. But every collision will stimulate countless sword chi, which will move freely in the tower and crush the creatures condensed by the black mist into pieces again. The Sword Chi Stone Tower only existed for less than 10 seconds. After confirming that it could suppress the black fog, the stone tower began to slowly disappear. At this moment, it meant that the domination level boss had been suppressed by the stone tower. As long as it waited for a while, it would be swallowed by the Sword Chi Stone Tower and turned into the proficiency of the 10,000 swords technique. This is simply equivalent to suppressing the temperament domination level boss at the same time. This proficiency is enough to raise the level of the 10,000 swords technique to another level. Song Jian showed a surprised smile on his face. Now if you want to raise the level of the 10,000 swords technique, you need at least an epic skill book. Therefore, using a skill book to raise the level of the 10,000 swords technique has become very cost-effective. It is better to use the method of suppressing the boss to improve the proficiency. However, this method also has great limitations. The selected boss must have a certain strength. It cannot be killed by the 10,000 swords before the 4th stage. The Sword Chi Stone Tower is triggered. It cannot be too strong. If it cannot even suppress the Sword Chi Stone Tower, it obviously cannot be swallowed. This time, being able to eat 7 monsters with 1 monster has far exceeded Song Jian's expectations. Even though this boss is a bit tricky, the ending is not bad. After the Sword Chi Stone Tower completely disappeared, Song Jian waited quietly for a while. After a long time, the girl's voice did not appear. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders, pretended to be indifferent, and walked towards the passage. Not long after he left, the girl's translucent voice appeared where Song Jian had stood before. Looking at Song Jian's disappearing back, an inexplicable look appeared in her eyes. I didn't expect that this guy would be even stronger than I imagined. The girl whispered to herself. His sword technique made me feel the breath of the sword sect. Could it be that this guy is a disciple of the sword sect? How is this possible? At this time, Song Jian, full of joy, quickly passed through this long passage. At the end of the passage, a dazzling red light bloomed, as if there was a pile of blazing flames in front. After approaching, Song Jian found that this place was actually a fiery hell. The environment was similar to the Abyss Hell, almost exactly the same as the previous level 5 Abyss dungeon. Looking around, there were a total of 9 volcanoes, each of which was an active volcano, with thick smoke billowing, magma constantly pouring out of the crater, gullies all over the ground, and large and small magma rivers that divided the entire land into pieces. How is this possible? Song Jian was stunned. Although he had never entered the Abyss Fortress, he also knew that the Abyss Fortress evolved from the Abyss Dungeon was just a bridgehead for the invasion of the Abyss. The entire castle was divided into 3 floors. The bottom floor was the Abyss Passage, connecting to the Abyss Hell. After a period of time, a large number of Abyss creatures would pour out. This period of time was long or short, according to the level of the Abyss Fortress. The higher the level of the fortress, the shorter the interval time, and the lower the level, the longer the interval time. The top layer is the Guardian Crystal. If you want to completely destroy the Abyss Fortress, you must enter the top layer and break the Guardian Crystal. However, when you enter the top layer and destroy the crystal, the deep passage at the bottom will immediately open the restrictions, and endless Abyss creatures will swarm in to prevent the enemy from destroying the Guardian Crystal. You must know that even the lowest level 3 Abyss Fortress has a defense of 30 million points of Guardian Crystal. If you want to stop abyss creatures and destroy the Guardian Crystal at the same time, you will never be able to complete the task of destroying the Abyss Fortress without a strong elite team. But no matter what, such a scene would not appear in the Abyss Fortress. Song Jian wondered if he was accidentally teleported to another place when he passed through the passage. Just when Song Jian was wondering, 9 volcanoes erupted at the same time. After a deafening roar, the ground cracked, revealing a huge hole with a diameter of more than 100 meters. A strong breath of the abyss emanated from this hole, accompanied by countless roars similar to those of wild beasts, as if there were endless monsters swarming out of the hole. Song Jian's face suddenly changed. Chapter 1133 Arms. This is the Abyss Passage. Song Jian clenched the sky-breaking sword in his hand. No matter how confident he was, he could not think that he alone could stop the monsters from pouring out of an Abyss Passage. If it was just to destroy the Guardian Crystal, Song Jian would still have some confidence. But to face thousands of Abyss monsters, Song Jian would have some confidence unless his sword energy value would never be exhausted and the 10,000 swords technique could be used instantly. Thinking of this, Song Jian suddenly realized that he must have taken the wrong path. He was supposed to go to the top floor of the Abyss Fortress, but now he came to the bottom floor of the Abyss Fortress, the entrance to the Abyss Passage. At this point, even if he wanted to quit, there was no time. Song Jian immediately used the invisibility technique and hid to one side. He didn't know if the power of this epic necklace could hide from the monsters of the Abyss Hell. After a while, countless Abyss monsters with bat wings and burning black flames emerged from the cave. There were at least thousands of them, and they looked like a black tide. Song Jian looked at the seemingly endless army of Abyss monsters, and his heart sank. If such an army of monsters besieges the City of Hope, I don't know if the City of Hope can withstand it. There were too many monsters, and none of them were at level 50. Among the large number of ordinary monsters, there must be many elite and lord-level bosses. Fortunately, Song Jian had not seen a command-level boss emerge from the cave so far. The monsters that swarmed out began to search around as soon as they left the cave. They wanted to find a passage to leave here, but in the entire space, only Song Jian had just entered this passage. The monsters who found this passage could not wait to rush in. Soon, dozens of Abyss creatures rushed towards this passage. But this passage was too narrow to accommodate all the monsters at the same time. As a result, the entire space was soon filled with Abyss monsters, and some were even squeezed and fell into the magma. At this moment, the 9 volcanoes erupted again, and the rolling magma rushed up to the sky, soaring hundreds of feet. Countless boulders burning with blazing flames flew out of the magma and smashed towards the Abyss monsters. Like a Doomsday meteor shower, countless Abyss monsters were hit by boulders. Before they could react, the magma in the sky attacked them again. The 9 volcanoes erupted at the same time. The power was definitely hundreds and thousands of times more powerful than any forbidden spell of a great magician. In an instant, countless Abyss monsters were killed, and their bodies fell into the magma. Song Jian squinted his eyes and observed carefully. He found that the bodies of these Abyss creatures killed by the magma all turned into wisps of black mist and were absorbed by the surrounding environment. At the same time, thick bulges like blood vessels slowly emerged on the surrounding rock walls. At the same time, fist-sized, tumor-like stones also condensed at the end of these blood vessels. Wisps of black abyss breath were absorbed by these blood vessels, and then all merged into the tumor. The rock tumor, which was originally only the size of a fist, expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye and soon became the size of a football. Countless lava fell into the cave, and some monsters were killed just after they emerged. But just as the bodies of these monsters were about to fall back into the cave, tentacles burning with flames popped out from the lava, rolled up these bodies, and pulled them out of the cave. This scene in front of him gave Song Jian a very familiar feeling. It was exactly the same as what he saw on the outer wall of the castle in the town outside, where the blood vessels and tumors absorbed the black abyss breath. Those outside the castle are just passively absorbing some of the abyss breath. But these are simply an organized siege, Song Jian thought to himself. This situation lasted for more than 10 minutes. The number of abyss creatures that emerged alone was probably more than 100,000. But the number that could escape from the passage was probably less than 100. The others were all killed and turned into nutrients, absorbed by the surrounding environment, and merged into the thick rock tumors. After a while, perhaps because the time was up, the number of abyss monsters that emerged from the cave became fewer and fewer. It seemed that this hunt was about to end. The surrounding rock walls were covered with rock tumors as big as basketballs, each of which was trembling and shaking gently, as if it would explode directly with a slight touch. Song Jian looked at it for a while. The protrusions on the rock wall that looked like blood vessels began to wither and fall at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rock tumors the size of basketballs also fell to the ground like stone balls. Many of them rolled into the magma and slowly sank. The huge hole on the ground with a diameter of more than 100 meters began to close slowly. When the hole closed to 30 meters, a huge palm suddenly stretched out from the hole. This palm had 7 fingers, and the nails of each finger were nearly 1 meter long, looking like 7 sharp blades. The surface of the palm was covered with a layer of fine blue-brown scales, shining with a metallic luster under the firelight. Soon, another arm stretched out. Just 2 arms almost filled the entire cave. Just when Song Jian thought a big guy would appear, a third arm squeezed out. Finally, 3 arms that looked almost identical directly tore the cave apart again, and a huge figure emerged from the cave. This is... Song Jian narrowed his eyes. Even from a distance, he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from this boss. The rich power of the abyss condensed into a flame-like shape on the surface of the boss's body. Although it looked a bit like the abyss demon flame, Song Jian knew that it was still a certain distance from the real abyss demon flame. The level of this boss is a skeleton. Song Jian hesitated for a long time, and finally gave up using the Eye of Insight to check the attributes of this monster. Although it can be judged that this boss has at least the strength of the command level just by the breath. But its specific level and grade still need the Eye of Insight to obtain. Song Jian thought with some regret. Although the Eye of Insight is magical, the higher the level of the monster, the greater the chance of triggering the enragement effect. Although Song Jian is not afraid of the huge boss in front of him, the mysterious power around that can suppress the level 5 Abyss Fortress makes Song Jian feel deeply afraid. He doesn't know if he will fight with this boss. Will the other party think that he is competing with it for this boss? After all Abyss creatures are food that can be devoured by this mysterious power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless flame tentacles popped out from the lava and whipped towards the giant boss. The giant boss with 3 arms looked down on these flame tentacles that were not even as thick as one of its fingers. It did not even dodge and just stood there, letting hundreds of flame tentacles whip at it, splashing sparks. Chapter 1131 Abyss Multi-Armed Demon. The flame tentacles that strangled abyssal creatures at will before could not even break the opponent's defense in front of this huge 3-armed boss, which surprised Song Jian. Soon, countless magmas gathered towards this terrifying boss. The magma that was enough to burn ordinary creatures to ashes was like bath water in front of this boss. It was seen that it kept scooping up the magma with its palms and splashing it on its body, and a happy expression appeared on its face. One by one, rocks burning with flames erupted from the crater, and then smashed towards this terrifying boss like meteorites. Looking at the flints that were like meteors in the sky, the boss's eyes revealed a mocking look. He stood there without dodging, allowing dozens of millstone-sized flints to hit him. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds were continuous, and some flints directly exploded when they hit the boss, which might not be much weaker than a rocket. But the flint rain like a forbidden spell hit the boss, and the boss did not even take a step back. He stood in the magma that was over his knees like a mountain and laughed loudly. Although the flint rain also caused some damage to it, it can be clearly seen that the scales on the boss's body where it was hit by the flint had obvious signs of damage and burnt curling. But this injury was not even a minor injury for it, but instead aroused the boss's ferocity, and the ferocious look on his face became more and more intense. Song Jian, who was hiding aside, did not dare to use the Eye of Insight at this time. Otherwise, he would easily be targeted by the boss as the first target. With his current strength, once he was attacked by this boss, he might be killed by the other party before he could use the 10,000 swords technique. The 3-armed boss did not seem to be in a hurry to leave here. Instead, he walked towards the cave that had begun to shrink. The cave that was originally designed for it to get out had shrunk again at this time, with a diameter of less than 5 meters. And the speed of shrinkage was still accelerating. Just when the cave was about to disappear, a palm reached in, followed by the second, the third, and the 3 arms grabbed the edge of the cave tightly. With a roar, the 3 arms exerted their strength at the same time, desperately grabbing the edge of the cave and pulling it out. This boss actually wants to stabilize the Abyss passage by itself, so that the Abyss army can continuously come out of the Abyss hell. Is this all the strength? The power that can suppress a level 5 abyss fortress is only this little strength? Song Jian was puzzled. You know, even the girl who was seen at the entrance of the abyss fortress before could easily suppress the three-armed boss in front of him. But why did she give up suppressing this boss after just a few simple attacks? And let it stabilize the abyss passage instead? Are you interested in killing this annoying guy? The girl's voice sounded in Song Jian's ears again. Can't you kill it? Song Jian gradually got used to this mysterious voice, and even whispered to her, this should be an easy thing for you. Right? Hee hee. Of course. I only need one hand to tear it into pieces. The girl said disdainfully, such garbage is not even qualified to be my enemy. Why don't you just kill it? If you don't hurry up, the abyss passage will be stabilized. Song Jian shrugged and said, this town is more than 100 kilometers away from the City of Hope. Even if there is a stable deep passage, it will not pose a threat to the abyss city for a while. Instead, this strange town will bear the brunt and be the first to be hit by the swarming abyss creatures. I'm just a little bored and want to watch a fierce battle. The girl's voice revealed a strange tone, of course. There will be some rewards. Such as, your 3 companions? Hee hee. Song Jian was startled and turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. A ball of light slowly emerged. In the light curtain was a strange cave. Songya and the other 2 were tied up by dark mist chains and fell on the rock wall of the cave. They all seemed to be in a coma. Song Jian's face suddenly became ugly. He thought Songya and the other 2 had already left the town, but he didn't expect that they had been captured without knowing it. Why do you do this? Song Jian asked, suppressing his anger. Why? The girl sneered. They are just 3 little bugs. Do you need a reason to crush them to death? If it weren't for the strength you showed, the 3 of them would have turned into shadow demons long ago. Song Jian fell silent immediately. At this time, the people were already in the hands of the other party, and there was no point in saying anything. What exactly do I need to do to let them go? Song Jian asked. The girl's strength was too strong, and he had no ability to resist her. Song Jian estimated that the other party might have already broken through the 3rd level combat power and reached the legendary level. Legendary level, in the eyes of ordinary players, is probably no different from a god. I've already said it before. If you kill this big guy, the reward is your 3 companions. The girl laughed. Okay. Song Jian nodded fiercely, came out of the hidden form directly, and used the Eye of Insight skill on the 3-armed boss. Abyss multi-armed demon. Domination level boss. Level 120. HP 2758000/28000000. Song Jian took a deep breath. Although he had already sensed the power of this boss, he still didn't expect that this was actually a 120 level domination level boss. With such a powerful strength, the gap between him and the king level boss he had encountered before was probably limited. If there were some opportunities, this abyss multi-armed demon might have the opportunity to be promoted to a king level boss. With an angry roar, the abyss multi-armed demon, which was originally tearing the abyss passage and trying to stabilize it, suddenly had a scarlet light in its eyes. Its ferocious face revealed an angry look, and it roared and turned to rush towards Song Jian. The deep passage, which had been torn to a diameter of 10 meters, shrank rapidly again. A Lord-level boss had already shown its head, but the passage shrank rapidly when it had just rushed out halfway. Its body suddenly became lighter, and the upper half of its body flew out, while the lower half of its body fell back into the abyss hell. The abyss boss, which only had half of its body, had extremely strong vitality. If it was given some time, it might not be unable to survive. However, just as it fell towards the magma on the ground, several flame tentacles rolled towards it, instantly tearing it into pieces and scattering it into the magma. The enraged multi-armed demon rushed towards Song Jian, waving his arms, constantly picking up clumps of magma from the ground and throwing them at Song Jian. The whistling flames quickly turned from red to dark during the flight, and clumps of fireballs filled with the power of the abyss flew towards Song Jian like meteors. Song Jian, who was originally accumulating strength to perform the 10,000 swords technique, had to give up the process of condensing sword energy and directly perform the soul walk skill to hide to the side. Boom boom boom. Countless black fireballs hit the place where Song Jian stood before, and suddenly it was like several missiles exploding. There was a deafening explosion. The powerful explosion made the whole cave shake slightly. The magma rolled, and a volcano next to it erupted with hot flames again. Looking around, there was a scene of doomsday destruction everywhere. Chapter 1132 Sword Sect. Song Jian was extremely fast and turned into a soul state, so the multi-armed demon could not catch his trace for a while. Standing in the magma, a confused look appeared in his eyes. At this moment, hundreds of spiritual swords burning with dark red flames suddenly appeared on the left side of the boss. After a short pause of a few seconds, these spiritual swords flew towards the multi-armed demon in an overwhelming manner, drawing dark red tracks in the air. The multi-armed demon opened his mouth and showed a mocking smile. These translucent spiritual swords, which looked like small toothpicks in his eyes, were not taken seriously by him at all. However, the dark red flames attached to them made him feel a little disgusted. Facing the overwhelming number of spiritual swords, the multi-armed demon stretched out its two arms and slapped the ground fiercely. With a boom, the ground shook and the magma under its feet suddenly splashed several meters high. At the same time, an invisible air wave rushed forward and hit the magma. The magma that was flying in the air suddenly flew forward like a burning bullet, and bursts of sharp air-breaking sounds broke out in the air. Ding ding dang dang. Dozens of spiritual swords collided with these magmas, and a series of crisp collision sounds suddenly broke out. At the same time, several spiritual swords were directly shattered and suddenly exploded in the air. For a time, the sword energy was rampant, filling the area dozens of meters in front of the abyss multi-armed demon. More spirit swords seemed to be controlled by someone, drawing an arc in the air, avoiding the magma that was impacting from the front, and stabbed towards the abyss multi-armed demon. A series of chopping sounds were heard, and a series of crisp sounds and sparks erupted from the surface of the abyss multi-armed demon's body, and the whole person was wrapped in countless dazzling sparks. A burst of wild laughter sounded in the sparks. Obviously, the attack of the spirit sword did not have much effect on the multi-armed demon, but in fact, the blazing red lotus fire alone made the abyss multi-armed demon feel a wave of throbbing from the origin of the soul. And the strength of the scales on the surface of the body was not as hard as it thought. Under the continuous slashing of hundreds of spirit swords, many scales have begun to crack and shatter. It has felt intense pain in more and more parts of its body. These are all because the spirit swords have hurt its body after slashing its scales. The laughter became weaker and weaker, and the abyss multi-armed demon began to wave its three arms and smash the flying spirit swords. It looked like a giant elephant fighting with ants crawling all over its body. Song Jian was panting, holding the hot rock wall in the cave with one hand, holding the sky-breaking sword tightly with the other hand. But his eyes were fixed on the multi-armed demon in front of him, waving his fists and fighting with the spirit swords in the sky. The soul state has been withdrawn. If it weren't for the soul state, Song Jian would have been seriously injured by the move of the multi-armed demon slapping the ground with both hands. The air waves released by the previous move not only had 3 layers, one wave after another, but also 2 waves in the air and on the ground spread in all directions at the same time. The air waves in the air almost broke the 10,000 swords technique, and the air waves on the ground once again raised the magma on the ground, throwing it into the air, forming a magma rain and falling again. Even in the soul state, Song Jian was hit hard on the rock wall because of the impact of the air waves on the ground, and then fell heavily. The easiest stage to break the 10,000 swords art is when the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation has not yet formed. Although the sky full of spiritual swords looks very imposing, as long as more than 1/3 of them are destroyed, the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation cannot be formed, and the subsequent stages will not be able to evolve. However, at this time, the multi-armed demon only destroyed more than 10 spiritual swords. In the end, a dazzling lotus sword formation was slowly formed, wrapping the multi-armed demon. At this time, Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief, found a slightly higher rock to sit down, and waited patiently. "What is this move? Where did you learn it from?" The girl's voice sounded in Song Jian's ears again. She seemed to have no interest in killing the multi-armed demon, but instead focused all her attention on Song Jian. Song Jian pursed his lips tightly, turning a deaf ear to the girl's words, and just stared at the sword formation in front of him that kept roaring. "Tell me, I can give you some benefits." The girl's tempting voice sounded again. Song Jian's heart moved, and he pretended to be indifferent and asked, "What reward? Tell me first what skill you have, and where you learned it. And then, I will tell you what reward you have," said the girl. Before, she acted like she was not interested in anything, But now she is so interested in the 10,000 swords technique. Is there any reason I don't know? Song Jian thought to himself. This move is called the 10,000 swords technique. I learned it from my mentor. Master, Song Jian said. 10,000 swords technique. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. The girl muttered to herself and fell into silence. Although Song Jian's move is called the 10,000 swords technique, it has already undergone a mutation. The Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 swords technique is probably the only sword move in this game world. Others simply cannot learn the same move. Have you heard of the sword sect? The girl suddenly asked. The sword sect? Song Jian's eyes lit up, hearing the name. It seems to be a sword school. I haven't heard of it. I think so. It was a super sect 3,000 years ago. It no longer exists. The girl sighed, but her tone revealed a look of joy, as if she was very happy about the demise of the sword sect. Now the sword sect has split into dozens of small sections. Among them, there is a sect called the sword control sect, which seems to have a sword technique similar to yours. The girl asked curiously, are you interested in going to this sect to see it? Sword control sect? Song Jian shook his head and said, I have never heard of this sect. And I am not interested. Song Jian's profession is sword control. Judging from the name alone, he is probably inextricably linked to the so-called sword control sect. Maybe the professional mentor Duan Jian is from this sword control sect. Song Jian is naturally very curious, but he does not want to show it in front of the girl. The girl was silent for a while and said, aren't you worried about your three companions? Song Jian was furious and roared in a low voice. You said that as long as I kill this guy, you will let my companions go. The girl suddenly giggled and said, I regret it. Not only do you have to kill this guy, but you also have to go to the Yujian sect and steal something from it for me. Otherwise, of course, I will keep my promise and let your three companions go. But they can only live for 3 months. After 3 months, their bodies will be gradually replaced by black fog and eventually become shadow demons. Song Jian's anger suddenly burned. His face was livid, but his eyes became sharper. Tell me, what do you want me to steal? Song Jian took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and asked word by word. Chapter 1133, Snatch. Seeing Song Jian surrender, a trace of mockery flashed across the girl's face, and she continued, you should kill this big guy first. As for the Yujian sect, do you think you can enter it just because you want to? After saying that, the light curtain in front of him disappeared, and the girl's figure slowly faded away. Only the mocking smile remained in Song Jian's heart. The opponent is too strong. I have no room to resist it all. Song Jian felt as if a big stone was pressing on his heart, and even breathing became a little difficult, even if I use the 10,000 swords art and the Red Lotus sword formation. I'm afraid I can't suppress the girl. Legendary level is an insurmountable mountain for Song Jian. Even if he is at the peak of level 3 combat power, there is only a thin line between him and legendary level. But this thin line is like a deep ravine. Even with the qualifications of a king-level boss like the Flame King, he has spent hundreds of years and still cannot cross it. What's more, Song Jian only has level 2 combat power now. In front of the legendary level, he is probably not even an ant. Song Jian glanced at the multi-armed demon still struggling in the sword formation, and thought to himself, no matter what, save Songya and the other two first. With the girl's strength, she should not lie to me. Thinking of the girl's sudden price increase, Song Jian also had a question mark in his heart about whether the girl would break her promise. Boom. Even though the multi-armed demon was surrounded by the sword formation, it did not give up the fight. The sound of explosions continued. The dark red lotus leaves on the surface of the sword formation kept trembling. Some lotus leaves at the edge even broke and disintegrated. Each broken lotus leaf was equivalent to the disappearance of a spiritual sword. Once the number of spiritual swords dropped to a certain level, the entire sword formation could not be maintained. Fortunately, the 10,000 swords art had been upgraded to level 11, and the legendary 10,000 swords art was not something that the multi-armed demon, a dominant boss, could break through. After a period of stalemate, the sword formation automatically evolved to the second stage. The red lotus sword fell instantly and slashed fiercely at the neck of the multi-armed demon. The multi-armed demon roared, waving 3 arms and clenching fists to smash the red lotus sword. The red lotus sword in midair seemed to be enraged by the multi-armed demon's resistance, and it actually spun twice in the air, as if a skilled swordsman was controlling it, and slashed at one of the multi-armed demon's arms from a strange angle in the air. Puff. Blood flashed. And an arm under the multi-armed demon's ribs was chopped off and instantly crushed to pieces by the sword energy. The multi-armed demon let out a shrill scream. And the tall figure took 2 steps back, collapsed, and sat down. The sword energy around him was crisscrossing, constantly slashing at the multi-armed demon. The multi-armed demon, who had lost an arm, suddenly had a greatly reduced defense, and wounds were cut on his body by the sword energy, and blood kept spurting out. The red lotus sword in the air spun and continued to fall towards the neck of the multi-armed demon. This time, the multi-armed demon's 2 arms were supporting his body. Seeing the long sword falling, he showed a trace of helplessness in his eyes, and could only barely turn his body. The red lotus sword that was supposed to cut his neck did not change direction this time, and slashed his shoulder fiercely. The severely injured multi-armed demon seemed to feel the threat of death. He half knelt on the ground, holding the red lotus sword tightly with both hands, not caring that his palms were cut by the sharp blade, and continued to ooze blood. "This sword is mine!" The multi-armed demon screamed loudly in the unclear abyssal language. "That's not a real sword," Song Jian whispered. It was the first time he saw someone trying to snatch the red lotus sword. Just when Song Jian thought the multi-armed demon was dreaming, the multi-armed demon suddenly spit out blood at the red lotus sword and began to chant a strange spell. This spell was all in the language of the abyss. Song Jian felt dizzy after hearing a few syllables, and 2 bloodstains slowly seeped out of his nostrils. Song Jian wiped the blood from his nose and glanced at his blood value. The spell chanted by the multi-armed demon actually caused him to lose blood continuously, losing 150 blood points per second. But this was not the most surprising and unexpected thing for him. The most surprising thing was that he actually found that the multi-armed demon seemed to be really trying to seize the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword. And the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword at this time really seemed to be restrained. A dark breath was floating on the surface of the blade and slowly seeping into the depths of the blade. How is this possible? Song Jian's face was full of horror. You know, the Karma Fire Red Lotus Swordsman is not a real long sword, but the second stage of the evolution of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation. If it can be taken away, then can the sword energy palm print and sword energy stone tower behind it also be taken away? If it is really taken away, then when he performs the 10,000 swords art again, will the power decrease? Or will the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword evolve again? Thinking of this, Song Jian suddenly became a little impatient. Just as he was about to rush forward, a huge palm suddenly appeared on the head of the multi-armed demon. The third stage actually evolved in an instant. In just a few seconds, the sword energy palm print pressed down on the multi-armed demon who was chanting the spell. At this time, the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword had been mostly eroded by the breath of the abyss, and the resistance was getting weaker and weaker. The multi-armed demon was even able to hold the Red Lotus Sword in his hand. When the sword energy palm print pressed down, the multi-armed demon didn't even react and was directly pressed into the magma. The huge body was covered by the palm print, leaving only an arm holding the Red Lotus Sword exposed. The spell was interrupted, and the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword suddenly burst into flames. The raging Karma Fire burned the breath of the abyss to ashes, and turned into a sharp blade shining with metallic light again. Swoosh! With a slight sound, the Red Lotus Sword suddenly broke free from the multi-armed demon's restraints, spun in the air, and chopped towards its exposed arm. A stream of blood spurted out, and the multi-armed demon's other arm was also chopped off by the Red Lotus Sword and fell at Song Jian's feet. The Red Lotus Sword slowly disappeared, and Song Jian's heart finally settled down, looking at the arm in front of him that was longer and thicker than his entire body. Song Jian suddenly pressed his hand on it and put the arm into the broken kingdom of God. No! An angry roar came from under the palm print. The sword energy palm print only lasted for a while, and then slowly dissipated. Countless sword energies crisscrossed and began to dissipate from the skin on the back of the palm. After a while, the scarred body of the multi-armed demon was exposed. The multi-armed demon, with only one arm left, looked embarrassed and bloodstained, but it still stood up and roared at Song Jian. "You can't beat me. I am." Before the multi-armed demon finished speaking, a 7-story stone tower pressed down on its head. At this time, each floor of the 7-story stone tower was shining. It can be seen that each floor of the stone tower sealed a black fog that kept changing its shape. It takes more than 100 hours to suppress this black fog. Song Jian can still wait for this time. However, each floor of the 7-story stone tower is full. Even if the multi-armed demon is seriously injured, it cannot be imprisoned, which makes Song Jian feel a little worried. The multi-armed demon still had more than half of its health left. With the power of the Sword Chi Stone Tower, it was impossible to kill it with one strike. Under normal circumstances, it could still suppress it in the tower. But now, even if the 10,000 swords technique cannot kill it in one strike, it is just a severely injured and low-health command-level boss. I can definitely kill it here. Song Jian clenched the sky-breaking sword and thought to himself. Only then did Song Jian realize that the 10,000 swords technique seemed to be his only means of attack against a powerful boss. Once the 10,000 swords technique lost its effect, his means of attack would be very scarce. Chapter 1134 Evolution. Just when Song Jian was ready to fight to the death, the stone tower fell down and once again pressed down the multi-armed demon who had just struggled to stand up. This time, the tall stone tower directly pressed the multi-armed demon to the bottom of the tower. A critical hit of millions of damage floated up from the top of the tower. This hit directly killed more than 1/3 of the multi-armed demon's health. Because the 7 floors of the stone tower were occupied, there was no way to suppress it. After only a few seconds of stalemate, the multi-armed demon actually lifted the stone tower with one arm. The sword energy stone tower hit the rock wall of the cave hard, and then slowly collapsed. What a pity. At this time, the multi-armed demon was standing on the spot, shaky, as if it was very difficult for him to stand. But the fierce aura emanating from it did not weaken at all, but burned like a flame. Its scarlet eyes stared at Song Jian, and murderous intent filled every corner of the cave. Your sword moves are not complete. Otherwise, I would not be able to stand in front of you now. While speaking, the multi-armed demon walked towards Song Jian. With every step, its aura expanded. It had no way to resist the sword energy stone tower before, and had already touched the skirt of the goddess of death. But for some reason, such a powerful blow did not kill it. It could even feel that this move was unfinished, as if the subsequent moves were suddenly interrupted. The multi-armed demon was extremely grateful, but this made it more determined to kill Song Jian. In fact, it felt that there were subsequent moves that were not released, and it was precisely because the 7 floors of the Sword Chi Stone Tower were all occupied. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to escape this final blow. Song Jian took a deep breath and looked at the skill bar. There was a legendary skill called Moon Shattering Light Slash, which he had never used. This skill was extremely powerful, but the sequelae were also extremely severe. If the opponent could not be killed, then Song Jian would become extremely weak. At that time, there would be no need for the multi-armed demon to take action. Even the surrounding magma environment might be able to kill him. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian still didn't dare to use this move. With a thought, the Sword Shadow Clone skill was immediately used. Just as the clone appeared and rushed towards the multi-armed demon, countless sword chi suddenly appeared out of thin air above the multi-armed demon's head and began to condense and swirl around each other. What's going on? Song Jian looked up in surprise. At this time, the sword chi above the multi-armed demon's head gathered more and more, gradually forming a swirling air mass. In the center of the air mass, there was lightning and thunder, exuding a terrifying power. The multi-armed demon also stopped and let the long sword in the hands of the Sword Shadow Clone chop at him. A look of horror appeared on his face. How is this possible? In just a few seconds, a huge eye appeared in the center of the air mass. This one eye was like the eye of a god, staring at the multi-armed demon. The multi-armed demon trembled all over, stiffened, and dared not move. It felt like a newborn, powerless, encountering a beast from the abyss, which looked at it like food. The multi-armed demon's mind was blank, and the energy of the whole body had been locked by the one eye on the top of its head. There was no possibility of dodging or escaping. A bright white light burst out from the one eye, like a laser, shooting towards the multi-armed demon. This brilliant white light illuminated the entire cave. Song Jian even had to close his eyes and cover it with his arms to make his eyes feel better. After a few seconds, Song Jian finally felt the white light disappear, so he put down his arms and opened his eyes. Although the one-eyed creature had not looked at him before, Song Jian was still a little frightened in front of the white light full of murderous intent. Is this the 5th stage of the 10,000 swords technique? The Sword Chi Sky Eye? Song Jian suddenly had an epiphany, as if he knew the origin of the one-eyed creature. What kind of Sword Chi Sky Eye is this? It's simply the eye of a god. Who can withstand such a blow? Song Jian stared at a huge deep pit in front of him in amazement. The abyss multi-armed demon could no longer be found, as if it had never appeared. At this time, the magma on the ground was gurgling towards the position where the multi-armed demon was before. It would not be long before this place would become a magma lake again. Around this huge deep hole, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, there are more than a dozen items of different colors scattered around. Among them, a purple-red quality light attracted Song Jian's attention. An epic item. At this time, Song Jian turned a blind eye to this epic item, and was still immersed in the previous terrifying attack. If it weren't for the fact that the 7 floors of the Sword Chi Stone Tower were all occupied, and it was impossible to cause a fatal blow to the multi-armed demon, the subsequent terrifying Sword Chi Sky, I would probably not have evolved at all. Song Jian thought to himself. Originally thought that the Sword Chi Stone Tower was already the final evolution stage of the 10,000 Swords art. But now Song Jian felt that he knew nothing about this legendary skill of the 10,000 Swords art. However, at this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt that the light of the Sword Chi Stone Tower, which was devouring the Shadow Demon and transforming into upgrade experience, suddenly went out, leaving only the 3rd floor of the stone tower still shining. After pondering for a moment, Song Jian finally understood that with his current level of 10,000 swords, he could not catalyze the 5th evolutionary stage of the Sword Chi Sky Eye. This move was evolved completely by consuming the energy of the 4th floor boss in the Sword Chi Stone Tower. If Song Jian wants to use the Sword Chi Sky Eye move at will in the future, he must continue to improve the level of the 10,000 swords. Feeling that the time of the Sword Chi Stone Tower swallowing was shortened by half, Song Jian shook his head slightly. No matter what, this wave was not a loss. Not only did Song Jian know the next stage of the evolution of the 10,000 swords technique in advance, but he also directly killed a 120 level command level boss. Not to mention the epic item. The combat experience alone directly improved Song Jian by a large margin. At this time, Song Jian's experience value had reached 97% of level 60, and he was almost able to directly upgrade a level. It is conceivable how much combat experience this abyss multi-armed demon provided him. Can I let my companion go first? Song Jian shouted loudly into the void. A light laugh came from the cave, and not far away, an elliptical portal more than 2 meters high suddenly appeared, and the girl's voice rang out, "Come out. I am very satisfied with your performance." "Uh-huh. I am now more and more looking forward to your performance in the Yujian sect." Song Jian snorted coldly, picked up all the spoils, and walked towards the portal. Chapter 11:35 Double-Barreled Shotgun. After passing through the portal, Song Jian appeared at the entrance of the town. The black fog in the town became thicker and thicker, and even the buildings near the entrance could only be seen in a rough shape. What happened to me? Why did I fall asleep here? Ouch. My head hurts. It feels like I was hit by an axe. I remember we got lost in the town. How did we get out? Why am I weak? My attributes are weakened by 80%, and it lasts for 3 months. I'm dizzy. What happened? I am also weak. What's going on? Sonya and the other 2 slowly woke up, their eyes still showing confusion. Their memories seemed to be stuck in the time before they were caught. City Lord, why did you come out too? Sonya looked at Song Jian, who was holding the sky-breaking sword and had a heavy expression on his face, and couldn't help asking. Nothing. Let's go back first. Song Jian looked at the 3 of them, looking as if he wanted to say something but stopped, shook his head, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Sonya and the other 2 seemed to understand something. Their faces became ugly, and they were silent all the way until they were about to reach the City of Hope. And Sonya asked faintly, "City Lord, did we almost die?" Song Jian glanced at the 3 people, hesitated for a moment, and said, "There is a very terrifying existence in that town, and I am not her opponent. Stay away from that place in the future. Don't get close to it before you reach the legendary level." Legendary level? Gu Jiqiang showed a look of horror in his eyes. The 3 people looked at each other and clasped their fists to Song Jian at the same time and said, "Thank you, Lord of the City, for saving my life." Song Jian waved his hand. He wanted to tell them about the restrictions on them, but he swallowed the words back. It's better not to tell them about this. Anyway, they are now in a weak state for 3 months, and their attributes have been weakened by 80%. I'm afraid they can't go out for adventure for the next 3 months. They should just stay in the city honestly. After parting with the three people, Song Jian returned to the city lord's mansion and prepared to look for information about the sword sect and the sword-controlling sect. It is not easy to find information about a sect thousands of years ago. In fact, the quickest way is to ask the professional mentor Duan Jian directly. He should know some information about this. Unfortunately, Duan Jian disappeared again after the last mission was issued. No one knows where he went. Even the room Song Jian prepared for him was clean, and nothing was left. Let's go to the library to check it out. Song Jian looked at the clean room and couldn't help sighing. City Lord. Just as Song Jian was about to go to the library, Wang Qi walked over quickly. What's wrong? Song Jian asked. Under normal circumstances, Wang Qi would not come to him unless something serious happened. If Wang Qi took the initiative to come to him, it would indicate that something very difficult had happened. A level 3 abyss fortress was suddenly discovered in the Valley of the Dead. Wang Qi said with a serious face. How could there be an abyss fortress in the Valley of the Dead? There shouldn't be an abyss dungeon there. Song Jian asked in confusion. The Valley of the Dead is actually a demi-plane. After it was occupied, only people from the City of Hope could enter there. In addition, when the Valley of the Dead was developed before, almost all places in this demi-plane of the Valley of the Dead had been explored. How could such a big flaw be left? It's at the source of the Shadow River. There is a lake that is 100 feet deep. It is difficult to explore the bottom of the lake. It was ignored at that time. But now many abyss creatures have emerged from the Shadow River, which has attracted our attention. Wang Qi said with a grim face. This matter should be counted as his mistake. If he could persist at that time, he could enter the bottom of the lake to explore. But the time and cost were too high. Therefore, Wang Qi hesitated for a moment and gave up. After all, no one would have thought that in that lake with almost no light and full of rich shadow energy, there was actually a third-level abyss copy. Can we organize people to destroy this abyss fortress now? Song Jian asked. It's very difficult. Hua Qi's face was terribly gloomy. If he had entered the bottom of Shadow Lake to explore and found the abyss dungeon before, and destroyed it with a difficulty of 1, then entering the bottom of Shadow River to destroy the abyss fortress now would be at least 10. Or even higher. We discovered it a little too late. Now the abyss lake is full of abyss creatures above level 60. And there are also Lord-level bosses. Now, let alone going deep into the bottom of the lake. Even approaching the lake is a very dangerous thing. Wang Qi said. Some abyss creatures have even come ashore along the Shadow River. Now, whether it is collecting gems or cutting down shadow trees, it has been affected. What about the scourge poison? Can it kill them? Song Jian asked. The scourge poison can have some effect on these abyss monsters. But it is not easy to kill them. And once they hide in the Shadow River, they will not be affected by the scourge poison. Wang Qi said. First organize people to try to eliminate them. And be prepared to close the Valley of the Dead at any time. Song Jian's face was heavy. You know, the resources in the Valley of the Dead account for 1/3 of the income of the City of Hope. If you give it up so easily, it will be too heartbreaking. I know. City Lord. Wang Qi naturally knew the importance of the Valley of the Dead. Although Song Jian had said that the Valley of the Dead could be abandoned, deep in Wang Qi's heart, he was still unwilling to give it up so easily. Just as Wang Qi turned to leave, Song Jian suddenly stopped him, took out a weapon emitting purple-red light from the parcel column, and handed it to him. This weapon is for you. The game is getting more and more dangerous now. With it, you will be safer, Song Jian said. This is... Wang Qi showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He took the weapon handed to him by Song Jian and examined it carefully. This is a double-barreled shotgun. Epic quality. The only epic equipment dropped by the Abyss multi-armed demon. Wang Qi's profession is a musketeer, so he can use this weapon. Looking at this double-barreled shotgun named the Roar of the Multi-Armed Devil, Wang Qi wanted to hug it and give it a kiss. The musketeer profession does not require very high equipment. But if there is no good weapon, the musketeer profession is very useless. Even worse than the ordinary professional archer. Now with this epic double-barreled shotgun, Wang Qi's attack power has been improved by several levels. Song Jian looked at Wang Qi's surprised expression, smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, turned around and left, and went to the library. Wang Qi glanced at Song Jian's back, then glanced at the double-barreled shotgun in his hand, and a look of difficulty in making a decision suddenly appeared on his face. At this time, Wang Qi was at the crossroads of career advancement. There were several options for the musketeer's advanced career. Wang Qi had originally decided to choose the Hawkeye gunner, which was similar to the sniper profession. But now, looking at the double-barreled shotgun in his hand, Wang Qi sighed and fell into the pain of choice again. However, now he was in pain and happiness. No matter what choice he made, his strength would be greatly improved. The only difference was whether he could exert the full power of this epic weapon in his hand. Chapter 1136 Encounter. Song Jian didn't know that giving Wang Qi an epic weapon would make him so embarrassed. If he had known earlier, he might not have given him this weapon. Of course, this was just a joke. As the manager of the City of Hope, Wang Qi is actually equivalent to the executive director of a listed company. He has great power. It may be difficult to get a set of epic equipment, but if it is just an epic weapon, it is not a particularly difficult thing for Wang Qi. But until now, Wang Qi's weapon is only a level 45 gold rifle. If he is an ordinary player, such a weapon is already a weapon worth showing off. But for the Deputy City Lord of the City of Hope, a level 45 gold weapon is really too shabby. This is why when Song Jian got this epic double-barreled shotgun, the first person he thought of was Wang Qi. The epic weapon dropped by the 120 level domination level boss requires 280 points of agility. For other players, this requirement is too high, and they may not be able to use it for a long time. But for Wang Qi, it is nothing more than borrowing some high attribute equipment to make up for it, which is not a particularly difficult thing. Moreover, this double-barreled shotgun not only has super high damage, but the most important thing is that it can open an epic professional task. If you can complete it, you can get an epic hidden profession. This is one of the reasons why Wang Qi was so hesitant. He had almost completed most of the promotion tasks for the Hawkeye gunner he wanted to work for. If he wanted to use this epic weapon and obtain the epic hidden profession that matched this epic weapon, he had to give up the previous promotion tasks and start over. Moreover, the promotion tasks for this epic hidden profession must be more difficult than those for the Hawkeye gunner. Wang Qi hesitated in the city lord's mansion, while Song Jian had come to the library in the center of the city. Song Jian had been to this new media library before. There was a doctor named Kong Lin in it, who once told him that when his strength reached the first level combat power, he would get a task about this profession when he came here. But Song Jian never came. Today, he took the opportunity to check the information of Jianzong and Yu Jianzong to see what kind of professional tasks Dr. Kong Lin prepared for him. Dr. Kong Lin resigned 2 months ago and left the library. It is said that he went out to travel. As for where he went, sorry, we don't know. After asking Dr. Kong Lin at the reception desk, the lady at the reception desk said to Song Jian with an apologetic look, "What? He has left?" Song Jian was a little surprised. You know, a few months ago, the City of Hope had not been established yet, and it had to face monster attacks at any time, and was in danger of being destroyed at any time. At that time, Dr. Kong Lin was willing to stay in the City of Hope. Why did Dr. Kong Lin leave here when the City of Hope unified the City of Doomsday and the living conditions improved? Hey, our Lord Mayor, how come you have time to come here today? A voice sounded behind Song Jian. Song Jian turned his head and saw that it was Priest Cecilia. She was wearing a white robe, holding 2 books in her hands, and looking at him with interest. It turned out to be Priest Cecilia. Hello. May the Goddess of Dawn protect you forever. Song Jian saluted Cecilia and said with a smile, "It's nice to see you here. At this time, shouldn't you be in the Temple of the Goddess of Dawn? Why are you here? I don't need to stay in the Temple of the Goddess all the time. I came here to check some information." Cecilia, who was not wearing the priest's clothes, looked like an ordinary NPC girl, and seemed much more lively. She shook the 2 books in her hands towards Song Jian, and said with a smile on her face, "Same. I'm here to check some information. By the way, I heard that Dr. Kong Lin left here. Do you know about this?" Song Jian asked. "Of course. I heard that a friend of Dr. Kong Lin found an ancient relic in the wild, involving the ancient war god Tornas, and invited him to excavate the relic. At that time, he also invited me to go with him. But I refused." Cecilia shrugged and said, "I am the priestess of the Goddess of Dawn. How can I go back to excavate the relics of other gods?" Ancient war god? Song Jian's heart moved. Could it be that Kong Lin asked him to find him after reaching the first level combat power just for this ancient war god relic? Tonus is the most miserable ancient god of war. What's so good about digging up his remains? I really don't know what Con Lin is thinking. Cecilia curled her lips and said, for tens of thousands of years, there have been more than a dozen gods who have obtained the position of god of war. Some of them are weak. Some are strong. But only Tonus can be slain by mortals. It's really embarrassing for the gods. My god has told me more than once that Tonus has tarnished the title of god of war. More than a dozen gods of war? Song Jian was surprised and said, how can there be so many? Isn't it said that there will only be one god in each position of god? There is no way. The god of war is the most special existence among all the positions of gods. Anyone who obtains this position will fall very quickly. This seems to have become a curse. Cecilia shrugged her shoulders, looking indifferent, and even with a hint of sarcasm on her face. It seems that Cecilia always holds an indifferent attitude towards the jokes of other gods, without any respect. Song Jian shook his head and said casually, who is so powerful that he killed a god with a mortal body? And a god who mastered the godhood of battle? It is said that it is a super sect that has existed for tens of thousands of years. It seems to be called the Sword Sect. Yes, it is the Sword Sect. The leader of the Sword Sect killed it. TSK. This incident caused a great sensation in the gods and the human world at that time. For this reason, a star meeting was even held. All the gods gathered together to discuss this matter. Cecilia said, what? Sword Sect? Song Jian trembled all over. The purpose of his coming to the library this time was to learn about the Sword Sect. Song Jian asked quickly, can you tell me about this Sword Sect? Cecilia looked at Song Jian with some surprise and said, this is thousands of years of history. I only saw this information in the books of the Temple of Dawn. The Sword Sect was destroyed by the joint attack of the gods and has been annihilated for thousands of years. Why are you so interested in it? There is a task involving this aspect, Song Jian said vaguely. Are you also coming to the library to find information about this? Cecilia asked. Yes. Song Jian nodded and said, the library cannot have information about this aspect. Even if there is, it is vague or just mentioned in passing. Cecilia said, come with me to the temple of the goddess of dawn. With your identity, you can read some rumored divine books, so you can understand it in more detail. Chapter 1137 Check. The City of Hope has a special area for building temples. Here, there is not only the temple of the goddess of dawn, but also several other temples of other gods, such as the sun god, the god of light, the goddess of the forest, etc. Cecilia was promised that the temple of the goddess of dawn would cover an area of 300 acres. So the standard for other temples would also be the same, each covering an area of 300 acres, which made the land in the City of Hope a little tight. Fortunately, Song Jian and Wang Qi had anticipated this situation before, and divided the temple area into the suburban area. Although a road leading to the temple area was specially built, many infrastructure and supporting facilities have not yet been built in the temple area. Sitting in the carriage, Song Jian looked at the slightly desolate land on both sides of the road, and couldn't help touching his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. You know, every time I go to buy food, I have to drive the carriage for more than 20 kilometers. Cecilia glanced at Song Jian and said, there is no way. There are too many gods in this world. If they are all arranged in the city center, there is no place that big. Song Jian couldn't help but argue, although it is a bit desolate here, the environment is very good, and the air is also fresh. Cecilia rolled her eyes at him, ignored Song Jian, and lowered her head to read a book in her hand. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He finally knew why he saw Cecilia in the library. Even the most devout priests would probably get bored with such a desolate place, and would often go to the city center to relax. Don't worry. The population of the City of Hope will grow. One day it will develop here. By then, it may become the most prosperous place in the whole city. Song Jian comforted. I look forward to that day. Cecilia looked up at Song Jian and said with a smile. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly noticed that not far to the left, there was a construction site, where a group of construction workers were digging the foundation. Black boulders 2 or 3 meters long and more than 1 meter wide were being pulled from a distance by carriages. There were also many stone statues piled on the construction site. Each statue was 5 or 6 meters high and looked very majestic. What is that? Is it another temple of some god? Song Jian asked curiously, pointing at the construction site in the distance. Cecilia looked up and glanced at it, and said indifferently, it is the temple of the goddess of night. Nix. Your place is covered by dark clouds all day long. And it is dark all day long. It is quite suitable for this goddess. Ha ha. Song Jian smiled bitterly. He naturally heard the teasing in Cecilia's words. But he could not do anything about the weather, since he had the first-level combat power. Song Jian has been to many places in the game world, such as the City of Sin, the City of Hymns, and even Fengming City, which is closest to the Hot Canyon. These cities are almost the same as the real world. The sun is shining during the day, and the moon is high at night, with stars shining. In the City of Hope, a thick layer of dark clouds block the sky most of the time, day and night, making the people living here feel very depressed. Just then, Song Jian suddenly found that on the construction site of the Temple of the Goddess of Night, a woman in a black robe was looking over here. Although she was like a statue, just standing quietly without saying a word, she made Song Jian feel a little pressured. It seemed that she was also a strong person. Dorothor. Cecilia also found this woman. Her face suddenly became ugly, snorted coldly, and pulled down the car window curtain. Doratoel? She is the priest of the Goddess of Night. Right? Song Jian said with a smile. Why? Do you have a problem with her? I think the location of the Temple of the Goddess of Night is very close to the Temple of the Goddess of Dawn. I think the priests of the two gods should have a good relationship. The first light before dawn heralds the end of the night. Do you think I have a good relationship with the priest of the Goddess of Night? Cecilia rolled her eyes and said, That woman is a powerful character. Stay away from her in the future. Be careful of being tricked by her. Song Jian smiled and didn't care. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of a temple. This temple was built entirely of white granite. The whole building was magnificent and full of artistic sense. A group of warriors in silver armor guarded both sides of the temple gate, motionless, like statues. Seeing Cecilia, the group of warriors simultaneously extended their right hands and hit their chest armor hard, making a bang sound. Dozens of warriors saluted at the same time, but only one sound was made, which surprised Song Jian. Can you share your methods of training Dawn warriors? I think these warriors are quite strong. And most importantly, their discipline is simply shocking. Song Jian couldn't help but say, because they are all devout believers. Cecilia glanced at Song Jian and said, If you don't mind your city guards becoming believers of the Dawn Goddess, then I can even send a few Dawn Knights to train the army specifically for you. Song Jian was speechless. In the game, almost all the rulers of the cities have a love-hate relationship with the gods. They hope to gain the favor and help of the gods. But they are also afraid that the gods will take away everything from them. At the very least, they will firmly grasp the control of the army, and not allow the city guards to have any beliefs. Even though most city lords know that such an approach is ridiculous and useless. As long as they think about the city guards who protect them every day, they will immediately turn against them without hesitation at the call of a certain god's priest. And no city lord will have a fluke mentality. Song Jian was no exception. Most of the city guards he recruited were NPC warriors. But there were also many alliance players. These players would not believe in any god unless it was necessary for their profession. Even if they believed, they were only shallow believers. Similar to a transaction. Passing through the temple, under the leadership of Cecilia, they bypassed the temple training area and came to a white stone tower. You can only check the information on the first floor of the Temple of Knowledge. And you can't go to the second floor. After Cecilia led Song Jian in, she said seriously, You are a person valued by my God, so you have this privilege. But if you violate the will of God, then you will incur the wrath of God. I understand. Song Jian nodded. This place should be similar to the Sutra Library of Shaolin Temple. There must be many skills and spells, and even powerful magic bestowed by the Goddess of Dawn. Ordinary people must be strictly prohibited from entering here. Although there was no one around, Song Jian believed that his every move here was under surveillance. But his purpose of coming here was only to check the information about the sword sect. And he would not covet other things. Cecilia nodded, pointed to a row of bookshelves on the left side of the first floor, and said, The information you want is on the third row of bookshelves. By the way, you can only be here for 2 hours. Please hurry up. Song Jian nodded and walked towards the bookshelf. Cecilia looked at him for a while, and then turned and left the stone tower. There was no need for her protection here. This was one of the most important buildings in the temple, and also one of the most heavily guarded buildings. Cecilia believed that with Song Jian's wisdom, he would not come up with any bad ideas here. Chapter 1138 Deinonychus. Song Jian stayed in this stone tower for a whole morning before he walked out of it with a shocked look on his face. From the outside, this stone tower looks like only a few hundred square meters. But the interior uses a magic similar to space magic. The first floor of the stone tower alone is filled with some unimportant information, which takes up a full 10 acres of space. There are more than 10,000 books placed there. And the history books cover the period that can be traced back to 100,000 years ago. This is simply unimaginable in the real world. Outside the stone tower, Cecilia has been waiting, seeing Song Jian come out. She seemed to guess what he was thinking at this time. She said calmly but with a hint of pride, "My God is one of the ancient gods with the longest existence. His divine power is as vast as the universe. The knowledge you said you saw is less than 1/1,000,000th of what my God has recorded. If you are willing to believe in my God and have the status of a son of God, you can freely enter and exit my God's kingdom. There, you can experience what is small and what is great." Song Jian rubbed his swollen temples, smiled bitterly, and shook his head slightly, saying, "I can understand the greatness of the goddess of dawn without going to the kingdom of God. But I still have to thank you, Cecilia. The knowledge here is really helpful to me." In fact, Song Jian not only looked up information about the sword sect, but also found a lot of interesting knowledge. Because he read enough books, he even accidentally got an attribute prompt of knowledge +1. The knowledge attribute is a secondary attribute similar to the will attribute. If it is not turned on, it cannot be viewed in the attribute interface. Now that a little knowledge attribute has been added, at the bottom of the attribute interface, in the secondary attribute column, after the will attribute, the words knowledge 7 appear. Willpower can increase the chance of resisting charm skills, and also improve resistance to a certain extent. In harsh environments, it can reduce the speed of blood loss, etc. Although it seems insignificant, it can play a key role in many cases. The same is true for knowledge attributes. It can improve the effect of detection skills, increase the power of skills, and even analyze the opponent's skills and moves in battle. There is a certain chance to see through the flaws of the opponent's moves and achieve the effect of breaking the moves. How is it? Did you get the knowledge you expected? Cecilia asked Song Jian with a smile. "Thank you again for your help, Cecilia." Song Jian bowed gratefully and said, "I already know what I want. Even more than I expected." "That's good." Cecilia nodded and said, "You are so interested in the sword sect. You don't want to join a similar sect? If so, then I have to remind you first. Although after several wars of the gods, many gods have fallen. But now is still the age of the gods. Even the powerful sword sect 10,000 years ago was eventually destroyed under the glory of the gods. So even if you want to pursue a more powerful power, you still have to have awe of the gods in your heart." Song Jian's heart trembled, and he nodded slowly. In the whole world, the existence standing at the top of the power is still the gods like the goddess of dawn, who have existed for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. The power of these gods is unfathomable. In the eyes of these gods, Song Jian is probably not even an ant. If he did not have the identity of the city lord and could let the gods harvest the power of faith, I am afraid that even the gods like Cecilia would not look at him straight. Just as Song Jian was about to say goodbye to Cecilia and return to the city lord's mansion, a shrill siren suddenly sounded over the entire city. Song Jian frowned slightly and looked into the distance. Many NPC city guards were heading towards the edge of the city. In the distant sky, a large group of monsters were looming in the sheltering black fog. They were flying quickly towards the City of Hope. "It's those abyss monsters again." Cecilia slapped her forehead and whispered, "Every few days, these guys come to harass us. It's really a headache." "Cecilia, I'm going to go to the city wall and leave first." Song Jian nodded to Cecilia, and the iron wings behind him spread out and flew away. Cecilia stared at Song Jian's back for a while, then suddenly sighed, shook her head slightly, and turned back to the temple. She could clearly feel that Song Jian had no awe of the gods, but was more cautious and vigilant. This was a complex psychology of the weak towards the strong, which was obviously different from the awe of mortals towards the gods. "I hope we won't become enemies in the future." Cecilia stared at Song Jian's back and whispered to herself. At this time, Song Jian had already arrived at the edge of the City of Hope, where several battle fortresses were built. On the tall city walls, siege crossbows were slowly pulling the bowstrings. The crossbows, more than 5 meters long and as thick as arms, were aimed at the abyss demons that broke through the defense of the black fog. These abyss demons have dark red skin, a pair of ram-like horns on their heads, and a pair of bat-like flesh wings behind them. With their breathing, puffs of sparks and black smoke kept pouring out of their mouths and noses. The hands of this group of abyss demons are a pair of terrifying claws, which are almost larger than their bodies. They look like a pair of three-bladed halberds, flashing with cold metallic light. Song Jian found that the appearance of this group of abyss demons is about 70% similar to the sheep-faced demons he encountered in the abyss hell, except that they have a pair of flesh wings and a pair of claws more than the sheep-faced demons. Abyss Terror Claw Beast, a level 60 monster. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, cast the Eye of Insight, and checked the attributes of these monsters. Damn. These are all monsters around level 60. My attack will be weakened by at least 20%. A player held an item similar to a monocular telescope, observing these fast-approaching monsters while muttering in a low voice. Song Jian took a look and found that most of the players guarding the battle fortress were above level 45, and the highest was only level 48. Facing monsters that were more than 10 levels higher than them, they would definitely feel a lot of pressure. Seeing a trace of fear on the faces of the players around him, Song Jian frowned slightly, and with a wave of his right hand, he held the sky-breaking sword in his hand. With a fierce swing forward, a sharp sword energy broke through the air, and instantly 1 turned into 2. 2 turned into 4. 4 turned into 8. After a while, densely packed spirit swords, more than 300 in total, floated above the battle fortress. After a short stay, these spirit swords were like flying birds, drawing graceful arcs in the air, and flew towards the group of abyss terror claws in front. Chapter 1139 History. The flying swords in the sky, with dark red flames burning on the blades, collided with the flying abyss terror claws like a rainstorm. For a while, there were explosions and screams. Terror claws fell from the sky like rain. Some were killed instantly, while others were still struggling. After one wave, the number of surviving terror claws was less than 20, and each of them was injured. Although the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation was not triggered, the more than 300 spiritual swords alone were not something that these ordinary level 60 monsters could withstand. The NPC guardians were fine, but the players looked at Song Jian with incredible eyes. They couldn't believe their eyes. They probably had never seen such a terrifying skill before. How is this possible? A player whispered. A ray of light emerged from Song Jian's body. These Deinonychus had high experience, which directly upgraded him to a higher level. However, he had already found a little combat experience that could be upgraded, which was expected by him. Song Jian, who was at level 61, had already saved 5 skill points. Now he had no skills to upgrade, so he could only save more. This was partly because Song Jian had fewer skills, and partly because Song Jian's current skill level was too high, so it was not easy to improve his proficiency. What are you doing? Attack! Song Jian looked at the other players and shouted. At this time, the NPC guards had already started to attack, but the players looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Now the devil claws are all low on health. It is time to harvest heads and gain experience. We can't let the NPC city guards get away with it. This shouting made the players wake up from their dreams and began to use long-range attack skills to beat the fallen dogs. The devil claws under the battle fortress were beaten into a pool of meat before they even approached. Seeing that the danger had been resolved, Song Jian couldn't help but ask a player next to him, "Are the invasions of the abyss monsters frequent recently?" Next to Song Jian was an archer wearing scale armor. The silver longbow in his hand was shining brightly, and the arrows he shot out exuded various energy auras, including hot flames, ice, lightning, etc. He looked like a magic archer. It's okay. There are about 2 or 3 times a day, but not many. About the same as today. About 50 or 60. The magic archer scratched his head and recalled carefully, but the level of these monsters is getting higher and higher. The monsters that came before were all level 40 or 50. Today is the first time that a level 60 monster has come. Has a boss appeared? Song Jian asked. He looked at it and found that there were only 60 to 70 players guarding the battle fortress today. If a level 60 boss appeared this time, I'm afraid these people would not be able to defend it at all. Not yet, the magic archer replied, but even if there is a boss, it doesn't matter. If we find a monster that we can't deal with, we will send a signal, And there will be several elite teams in the Battle Alliance to support us. Song Jian nodded. The Black Fog is the first layer of defense. And the battle fortresses on the edge of the city are the second layer of defense. If there is a large-scale invasion, people will be allowed to enter the main city in advance. And then, they can rely on the tall city walls and terrifying city defense equipment to deal with these invading monsters. The Abyss invasion is a feast for the Abyss Hell. But for the players in the game, it is also a shortcut to quickly improve their level and strength. The Abyss monsters are very rich in both combat experience and loot. The most important thing is that you don't need to look for them everywhere in the wild to kill them. As long as you stay here, the Abyss monsters will continue to appear. The Abyss Devil Claws were killed one by one, and Song Jian stopped attacking. After a while, all the Devil Claws turned into corpses. 2 or 3 players in the battle fortress were upgraded because of this, and there were bursts of exclamations around. After the Abyss invasion, the upgrade speed of players in the City of Hope increased greatly. On average, the efficiency was more than double compared to before. This also made more players unwilling to leave the city, and they stayed in the battle fortresses on the edge of the city, waiting for the arrival of the Abyss monsters. This was also thanks to the fact that all the Abyss copies around the City of Hope were flattened before, which greatly reduced the number of Abyss monsters that came to attack. Otherwise, if there were 2 or 3 Abyss fortresses evolved from Abyss copies around the City of Hope, the City of Hope would not be so comfortable now. Song Jian and Wang Qi would have a headache every day about how to destroy the Abyss fortress. You know, the Abyss fortress is opened every day, and at least tens of thousands of Abyss monsters can enter the game world every day. Moreover, as time goes by, the Abyss channel becomes more and more stable, and the grade and level of the monsters coming out of it will become higher and higher. One day, there will be a big scene of hundreds of thousands or millions of Abyss monsters attacking the city. Song Jian quickly returned to the City Lord's mansion. This trip to the Temple of the Dawn Goddess was very helpful to him. He learned a lot about the history of the game world and many secrets that ordinary people could hardly get to know. He also got to know more about the Sword Sect. Now recalling the records about the Sword Sect in the Temple of Dawn, Song Jian was still overwhelmed. At that time, the Sword Sect was a super sect. There were more than 10 legendary masters, more than 1 million sect members, and the territory controlled was unimaginable. There were even 2 countries with a land area of more than 10,000 square kilometers, and hundreds of scattered states of varying sizes. The Sword Sect and the God of War at that time had a conflict. The cause is no longer known. After the followers of the God of War surrounded and killed several elite disciples of the Sword Sect, the Sword Sect was immediately enraged and sent a legendary elder to completely destroy dozens of temples of the God of War, and finally let out the God of War at that time. After the God of War's was sent down 3 times in succession, but all of them were killed by this legendary Sword Sect elder. The God of War at that time was completely withered and shrank in the Starry Sky Kingdom and dared not come out. However, this legendary elder was still relentless. He directly broke through the void with a sword and rushed into the God of War's kingdom. In the God of War's kingdom, he killed the God of War at that time, destroyed his kingdom, and even snatched all of his godhood and divine fire, and placed them in the Sword Sect Hall for people to watch. This was the first feat in history of killing gods with mortal bodies, which caused a great sensation and made the gods panic and furious. In the planning for the next few hundred years, almost all the gods united, summoned all the believers, and sent down their own divine will to carry out a war to exterminate the clan. This war lasted for more than 100 years, and finally broke through the Sword Sect. The 9 legendary elders, and the head of the Sword Sect all fell. But the gods were not feeling well either. Each god sent down the divine will at least 3 times. After the war, almost more than 80% of the gods fell into eternal sleep, and the number of believers dropped sharply to less than 3 layers before. Until now, many gods are still in deep sleep, which also led to the fact that the power of the gods could not be restored for a long time in the future. Some new gods gradually rose. In order to obtain the godhood and divine power, the new gods attacked these gods whose power was greatly damaged again and again. Some new gods failed, but there were also examples of successfully killing the old gods and seizing the other party's godhood and divine power. This period of nearly 10,000 years is called the limit of divine power. It was the time when the gods were at their weakest, and their control over the human world was also at its weakest. Humans took advantage of this period to continuously develop and create a brilliant civilization. But unfortunately, Song Jian sighed, standing in the city lord's mansion, looking at the rolling dark clouds above his head, with an inexplicable emotion surging in his heart. Chapter 1140 Flying Sword. In fact, under the control of the gods, the human world is not so miserable. And in the War of Gods, the human world is not so beautiful. Although they have developed their own civilization, and some technological forces can even threaten the gods, the previous legendary killing of gods has never happened. In the most recent Doomsday destruction, almost all human civilization suffered a devastating blow. The re-emerging human civilization has regressed at least thousands of years. Races other than humans have also taken advantage of this period to rise and compete with humans for control of the entire world. If no players flocked into this world, it is doubtful whether humans would still dominate the world in a few hundred years. The records about the Sword Sect in the Temple of Dawn are very detailed. But there are almost no records about the destruction of the Sword Sect, and its split into dozens of small sects in the next few hundred years. This is probably related to the fact that these small sects were greatly weakened and had no strength to challenge the gods. Moreover, in the past thousands of years, none of these dozens of small sects that split from the Sword Sect have produced a legendary strongman. Obviously, they should have lost the most important inheritance, which is one of the reasons why the gods did not care about them and did not kill them all. The sword-controlling sect is the sect that has preserved the most Sword Sect heritage. But why have I never heard of this sect? Song Jian stood by the window and muttered to himself. The sword-controlling sect? Where did you hear the name of the sword-controlling sect? A man's voice suddenly came from behind. Song Jian's heart trembled, and the sky-breaking sword appeared in his right palm in an instant. The 10,000 swords are gushed out more and more. Just as he turned around and prepared to chop out the 10,000 swords art, his body froze and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Teacher, when did you come back? Looking at Duan Jian, who was dressed in black and looked like a thief walking at night, Song Jian sighed slightly. I went out to do something. Duan Jian said indifferently. You haven't answered my question yet. How did you know about the sword-controlling sect? In the Temple of Dawn. I was originally going there to do a mission, and I accidentally came across information about the sword-controlling sect. The name should have something to do with the sword control skills I mastered, so I paid attention to it, Song Jian explained. He didn't dare to tell Duan Jian about the woman in the strange town, saying that he was going to the sword-controlling sect to steal something for her. If he really told Duan Jian, Song Jian was afraid that Duan Jian would slap him to death. The sword-controlling sect ceased to exist 100 years ago, Duan Jian said with a complicated look on his face and a long sigh. Song Jian was shocked. If he was gone, how could he complete the mission? Teacher, how could he be gone? Song Jian asked hurriedly. There is no record of the destruction of the Yujian sect in the Temple of Dawn. Which sect dares to exist in the main world with the crazy encirclement of the gods? They all hid in the demiplane. Duan Jian sighed and said. Song Jian also breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was not destroyed, but hid in the demiplane, not in the main world. Although it was more difficult to enter, it finally had a direction. Teacher, do you think I can join the Yujian sect? Song Jian asked expectantly. You? What level have you reached in sword control? Duan Jian asked Song Jian with his eyes slanted. You don't even have a flying sword. How can you be a disciple of the sword control sect? Song Jian was a little depressed. Although he could passively improve his sword control proficiency when performing the 10,000 swords technique, the best way to quickly improve his sword control was to fly with a sword. As long as he flew tens of thousands of kilometers, he could almost improve his sword control by one level. But until now, Song Jian did not have a flying sword suitable for sword control. He could only use the sky-breaking sword instead. However, using other long swords to perform sword control actually increased his proficiency in controlling objects, which did not improve his sword control much. Teacher, I also want a flying sword. But I have never had the chance to get one, Song Jian said with a bitter face. As for the flying sword, Song Jian even asked people to buy it, whether it was a flying sword or the blueprint for forging a flying sword. But there was no information about it, as if there was no such item as a flying sword in the entire game world. Oh, that's because you didn't find the right place, Duan Jian said, throwing a palm-sized token to Song Jian. Song Jian reached out and took it, checking its properties. Tianqin order? What is this? Song Jian looked at the three small words on the front of the token and asked with some confusion. Even if the Eye of Insight was used, The attribute of this token was just a token with unknown effect. Without Duan Jian's explanation of the function of this token, Song Jian had no idea what it was used for. The ESC Mirage City will be open in 7 days. This token is the pass to enter there. Take it, and go to the ESC Mirage City. If you are lucky, you may be able to buy a flying sword. Duan Jian glanced at Song Jian and said, "Don't say that the minter doesn't take care of you. This token is not so easy to get. It is worth at least 100 million Doomsday coins." 100 million? Song Jian was stunned. What could be so expensive? It's just a pass, not a treasure. You'll know when you get there. Duan Jian said impatiently. There's a map on the back of the token. Just follow the map to the designated place. With your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to go there. Just remember, don't provoke the sea creatures there. Thank you, teacher. Song Jian turned the token over. On the back of the token, there was a complex map with fine lines, like a spider web. Song Jian took a look and had no idea at all. Drop a drop of blood on it, Duan Jian reminded him. Song Jian stretched out his finger, forced out a drop of blood, and dripped it on the back of the token. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the back of the token, just like the surface of water, sucking the drop of blood in. Soon, the water pattern on the back of the token gradually faded, and an arrow similar to a compass appeared. As Song Jian swung it, it always pointed in one direction. The entrance to the East China Sea Mirage City is different every time, but the general range is in the East China Sea. You go to the East China Sea first, and then follow the instructions above to find the entrance. Duan Jian said, by the way, when you go to the Mirage City, buy me a bottle of Chalcedony wine. It's in a store called Donghai Wafangju in the Mirage City. Don't mention my name when you buy it. The wine is not expensive. This token will be used as the wine money. Song Jian, why do I feel like I've been cheated? Chapter 1141 Invitation. Song Jian looked at Duan Jian in silence. The reason why the other party gave him this token was probably because he wanted Song Jian to go to the ESC Mirage City to buy him this bottle of Chalcedony wine. Actually, I don't really need a flying sword now. Song Jian hesitated. No, you have to go. I've already given you the token. Don't delay. There's only a quarter of an hour before the entrance to the Mirage City appears in 7 days. Duan Jian glared, and his figure jumped out of the window of the room like lightning and disappeared. Hey, mentor, I want to ask more about the Yujin sect. Song Jian saw the mentor leave, and he was immediately anxious. He chased to the window, but he couldn't find Duan Jian's trace. When you buy a flying sword from the ESC Mirage Market, I will take you to the Sword Control sect. Duan Jian's voice came from afar, which made Song Jian feel relieved. Song Jian did not leave the City of Hope and go to the ESC immediately. Instead, he stayed in the City Lord's mansion for a day. On the one hand, he dealt with some things that had accumulated in the city, and on the other hand, he collected some rare items and prepared to sell them in the ESC Mirage Market. Song Jian believed that there must not be many players who could go to the ESC Mirage Market. This time, it is estimated that it is very likely to deal with NPCs. Now, most of the owners of some high-level items and NPCs are not interested in Doomsday coins. Instead, they are more accustomed to bartering and using the treasures in their hands to exchange for the treasures they want. If they don't have the treasures they want, no matter how many Doomsday coins they offer, the other party will not sell them. This time Song Jian went to the ESC Mirage City for 2 purposes. One was to buy a flying sword suitable for himself, and the other was to buy a pot of Chalcedony wine for his mentor Duan Jian. The flying sword has not been dropped in the entire game world for such a long time. It is only available in the ESC Mirage City. You can imagine how precious it is. And the Chalcedony wine that mentor Duan Jian wants is probably not as simple as he said. If he enters the ESC Mirage City and fails to buy these 2 items, wouldn't it be a waste of money? What's more, this also involves another task of Song Jian, entering the Yujin sect. Damn it. What on earth did that girl want me to steal from the Yujin sect? Song Jian's face was gloomy. A large sect that could be an enemy of the gods was not something that a small player like him could resist. When he was stealing things, if he was accidentally discovered, he might not even be able to protect himself from his mentor Duan Jian. Songya and the other 2 are just in a weak state now. They don't know that they will lose their lives in 3 months. They just think that after the 3 months of weakness, they will return to their original state. Song Jian brought these 3 people into the strange town. Naturally, He couldn't let these 3 people lose their lives because of him. After packing up, Song Jian came to Dongwon City, the city closest to the East China Sea, through the teleportation array. Like the City of Hope, this city was also built by players. But the city area is only 1/3 of the City of Hope, and it faces the sea. Almost every day, groups of abyss monsters come out of the ocean and besiege the city. Fortunately, the level of the abyss fortress in the sea should not be high. The abyss monsters that appear every day are not more than level 50. For the players in this city, this is simply a welfare delivered to the door. Therefore, this town, which could only accommodate 300,000 people, actually gathered nearly 1 million players. Some radical players would even leave the town and take the initiative to hunt abyss monsters. After Song Jian arrived in Dongwon City, he did not stop, but summoned his spider mount and ran towards the city gate near the East China Sea. The people here did not know Song Jian, but when they saw his mount, they all showed surprise on their faces and hurriedly made way. Seeing Song Jian heading straight to the East China Sea, many players thought he was going to the East China Sea to hunt abyss monsters, and they couldn't help but show envy in their eyes. But there were also kind people who looked at Song Jian's youth and shouted to him, "Little brother, there are too many abyss monsters outside the city. If you are not careful, you will be besieged. It will be dangerous at that time. It is better to stay in the city. There is at most 1 hour before those monsters come to attack the city. Standing on the city wall to attack them is safe and efficient. Isn't it fun?" Song Jian sat on the spider mount, bowed to the man and said with a smile, "Thanks for the reminder, but I'm going to do the mission. Not hunting monsters to level up." Squeak! With a sharp cry, the spider mount actually took off into the air and jumped onto the roof of the house beside the street. It kept jumping between the high and low houses. After a while, it disappeared from the city gate and ran quickly towards the East China Sea. Another strong man dared to go to the East China Sea to do the mission at this time. Hee hee. A player in his 40s looked at Song Jian's back, and a sneer appeared on his face. Now the East China Sea is full of abyss monsters. If you provoke one, you will welcome a group. Unless there is a tacit team. Going to the East China Sea alone is like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. There is no return. Hey! Didn't you see his mount? I've never seen a mount of such high quality. The level of that person is even more like a skeleton. You scum are still worrying about him. You don't know what you are talking about. That's right. That's right. You work like selling cabbages and worry about selling cocaine every day. Aren't you tired? After leaving Dongwon City, Song Jian walked eastward for dozens of kilometers and finally saw a line of coast in front. The waves kept hitting the reefs, making a booming sound. The dense abyss monsters on the coast made Song Jian feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. There were too many of them. These monsters did not stay away from the coast, but only wandered around the coastline. Some even went into the sea to prey on fish and shrimp. Song Jian saw that there were a lot of remains of marine life on the coastline, and even the skeletons of huge marine life with a height of more than 7 or 8 meters, lying quietly on the seashore. Song Jian did not approach the coast, but took out the token, shook it left and right, and after determining the direction, he put away the spider mount, summoned the steel wings, and flew in the direction indicated by the token. Song Jian followed the instructions of the token and flew over the sea for 2 days and 2 nights, but still did not find the shadow of the entrance to the East China Sea mirage. He couldn't help but murmured about the instructions of the token in his heart, and looked at it repeatedly in his hand, wondering if this thing was broken. Surrounded by endless seawater, the steel wings can only last for an hour. At this time, Song Jian has changed into flame wings. The wings are like flowing light, constantly scattering tiny gold flakes, and look extremely luxurious. Just as Song Jian was pondering the token in his hand, a voice suddenly came from afar. "This little brother. Are you also going to the East Sea Mirage City? How about traveling together?" Chapter 1142 Traveling Together. Song Jian flew over the sea for 2 days and 2 nights, almost without sleep, although his physical strength was not greatly consumed. Flying over the vast sea without any sense of direction made him mentally exhausted. While he was hesitating, he suddenly heard someone calling him to go to the East Sea Mirage City together, and he was overjoyed. Turning his head, Song Jian's eyes lit up. He found that not far behind him, there were actually more than a dozen people riding different flying props, rushing towards the side. Some of these people rode flying mounts such as white cranes, Some rode wooden boats, gourds and other flying props. And some actually controlled aircraft and fighters full of modern technology. This group of people were traveling together. Not only did they not feel out of place, but they were talking and laughing, and seemed very comfortable. With a flick of his flame wings, Song Jian flew towards them. The leader rode on a 5 or 6 meter long red gourd and looked at Song Jian with a smile. Song Jian bowed to him and said, "I am Song Jian, and I am also going to the East Sea Mirage City. It's just my first time there, and I lost my way for a while. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Ha ha ha. I am Guoming, a disciple of the Hanhai sect. These are all my fellow brothers. This time the East Sea Mirage City is open. Let's go together to join in the fun." Guoming returned the greeting and smiled. "I saw you hesitating here alone with the Tianqing order, and I guessed that you might have lost your way. So I invited you. Brother Song, this is your first time in the East China Sea. Why are you not accompanied by an elder?" A young man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, sitting on a big white crane, looked at Song Jian with curiosity and asked, "By the way, my name is Qi Ge. Nice to meet you, Brother Song. I have no sect or school. I just learned a few farming skills. Sorry to make you laugh." Song Jian smiled and said, "My mentor gave me this token and asked me to see the world. He has something important to do and can't accompany me. Otherwise I wouldn't be lost here. No sect or school." Guoming's eyes lit up. Song Jian was already level 61, higher than the others, and the aura of a strong man emanating from Song Jian also made Guoming's heart palpitate. This was why Guoming stopped to say hello. If he could make a good relationship with Song Jian, he could also strengthen his own network. Hearing that Song Jian had no sect, Guoming immediately wanted to make friends with him. Maybe we can introduce him to the sect. With his strength, he will definitely become an elite disciple of Hanhai sect. No, if the elders of the sect take a fancy to him, it is not impossible for him to be a direct disciple. Thinking of this, Guoming's smile became even brighter, and he warmly invited Song Jian to go with him. The two hit it off, and Song Jian soon joined this group of Hanhai sect disciples. Along the way, Song Jian discovered that there was a player among this group of Hanhai sect disciples, and he was very surprised. This player is called Lin Tianhai, and his level is 55. Among players, this level should be considered not low. On the Hope City level honor list, he can at least be ranked in the top 100. Tianhai, how did you join the Hanhai sect? Song Jian couldn't help but ask curiously. You know, now players learn skills by looking for skill instructors. Every city has a profession hall. Skill instructors for ordinary professions can be found in almost all profession halls, while professions above rare level rely on luck. For people like Song Jian, who rarely see instructors, it is much more difficult to learn skills than ordinary professions. But if you join a sect, it is different. It is equivalent to gaining another level of identity, or even a second profession. After joining the sect, by completing the sect tasks and gaining the sect contribution, you can step-by-step upgrade your status in the sect and learn the martial arts of the sect. The skills learned in the sect will not conflict with your professional skills, and can even complement each other. The effect is definitely greater than the sum of the two. When I was on a mission, I saved an inner disciple of the Hanhai sect. He gave me a token of the Hanhai sect, and then I passed the assessment and became an outer disciple of the Hanhai sect. Lin Tianhai rubbed his nose and smiled, but I joined the Hanhai sect relatively early, when I was in my 20s, and now I am an inner disciple. With another 3,000 contributions to the sect, I can be promoted to an elite disciple, and then I can learn gold quality skills. For ordinary players, gold quality skills are absolutely out of reach. In the auction house, a gold quality skill can be sold for at least millions. In the sect, you only need a certain amount of sect contribution to exchange it, which is definitely a pleasant surprise for ordinary players. It seems that many players will join similar sects in the future. Song Jian thought to himself, Brother Song, I see that the senior brother is very concerned about you. It seems that he wants to invite you to join the Hanhai sect. Lin Tianhai whispered, if you have the recommendation of the senior brother, maybe you can directly become an inner disciple of the Hanhai sect. Being able to become an inner disciple, in Lin Tianhai's opinion, is like ascending to heaven in one step. You know, it took him more than a year to be promoted from an outer disciple to an inner disciple. When Lin Tianhai thought of the tedious outer sect tasks he did every day, he couldn't help but shudder. It was much more tiring than killing monsters to level up, But the rewards were also great. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 55 so quickly, which was a mixture of pain and happiness. Song Jian smiled slightly and shook his head. He would not join the Hanhai sect, not to mention completing the task. The scale of the Hanhai sect alone could not be compared with the Yujian sect. The Hanhai sect only occupied a few peaks near the East China Sea, while the Yujian sect occupied an entire half-plane. The two were not of the same size, and could not be compared together. Moreover, if he joined the Hanhai sect, Song Jian would not be able to complete the subsequent mission to enter the Yujian sect. It was impossible for him to join two sects at the same time in the game. Under the guidance of the Hanhai sect disciples, Song Jian avoided many unnecessary detours. 2 days later, he and the Hanhai sect arrived at a deserted island. This island is not big, only about a dozen square kilometers. There is a small tropical forest in the center of the island, surrounded by towering rock walls and reefs. There is only a beach in the southeast. That's it. Let's rest here for a few days. Although the entrance to the Mirage City is not fixed every time, it will not deviate too far from this island. We will have enough time to go there. Guanming showed obvious fatigue on his face. After giving a few instructions, he meditated and recovered behind a reef near the beach. Others also began to take out tents and build temporary residences. Song Jian looked around and saw that many people had already arrived on the beach of this deserted island. They were sitting together in groups of 3 or 4, talking quietly. Those are disciples from other sects. Lin Tianhai whispered beside Song Jian, "Look at those wearing yellow clothes over there. They are disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect. They are good at controlling beasts to attack. Those around the bonfire over there are disciples of the Burning Sky sect. And over there, those carrying long swords on their backs are disciples of the Dangjin sect. It is said that the Dangjin sect is a branch of the ancient sword sect. But I don't know if it's true or not." Dangjin sect? Song Jian's heart moved, and he couldn't help but look towards the position where the Dangjin sect disciples were. Chapter 1143. Only 3 disciples from the sword sect came, occupying a shelter behind a rock, sitting around a bonfire, whispering about something. As if noticing Song Jian's observation, one of the middle-aged men, who looked to be in his 40s, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Song Jian. Song Jian was shocked. He had only stared at the other person for a while, but he had already aroused his perception. It seemed that the strength of this middle-aged man had exceeded his expectations. At least, he had the strength of a commanding-level boss. Song Jian smiled and nodded to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at Song Jian, then glanced at the Hanhai sect disciples around him, thinking that Song Jian was one of them, and didn't care. He slightly pulled the corner of his mouth and turned his head away. Sure enough, this sword sect, which inherited the ancient sword sect, is not an easy sect to deal with. Song Jian thought to himself. By the way, have you heard of the sword-controlling sect? Song Jian couldn't help asking. Guanming frowned slightly, thought for a while, shook his head slowly and said, "I haven't heard of it." Then he added, "The Hanhai sect is just a third-rate small sect. Most of the sects within a radius of 3,000 kilometers know a little. But beyond this range, they know very little." Song Jian nodded. Compared with the Hanhai sect, the sword-controlling sect is a behemoth. But it is very mysterious. Perhaps in order not to attract the attention of the gods. It is particularly low-key. Otherwise it is impossible to directly use a half-plane as the sect's residence. After Song Jian looked around, he saw dozens of sects of all sizes on the beach. However, apart from the middle-aged man from the sword sect, there were 2 other sects with more than 15 people who had people he was afraid of. The strength of the others was about the same as those elite members of the Hope City Alliance. And Song Jian did not take them seriously. Guanming was still explaining to his allies the precautions for entering the East Sea Mirage City. Song Jian was a little bored. But the island was not large. Standing on a high place, he could almost see the whole thing at a glance. There was nothing to visit, and it was surrounded by the sea, which made Song Jian feel a little bored. At this moment, a thin voice suddenly came to Song Jian's ears, and his heart was immediately startled. This young friend seems to be interested in the Yujian sect. Can you come out to meet him? Song Jian turned his head and looked at the disciples of the Hanhai sect around him. They were all listening to Guanming's explanation seriously. Even the person sitting next to him didn't seem to hear the voice, and there was no strange expression on his face. Is this transmitting sound into secret? Song Jian's heart moved. This is a skill that can only be seen in martial arts novels. I didn't expect to see it today. If you agree, please come to the woods behind to meet me later. I am Qin Zhong, the elder of the Dangjin sect. The voice sounded in Song Jian's ears again. Song Jian looked towards the location of the sword sect in surprise. The middle-aged man who noticed him before turned his head and looked at him. A smile appeared on his face, and he nodded to Song Jian. Soon, the sky gradually darkened. Although the people around were all disciples of the sect, they were a little tired after flying over the sea for several days. Some people sat cross-legged to meditate and recover, and some people went directly into the tent to sleep. Song Jian looked around and saw that no one noticed him. So he got up and walked towards the grove behind him. As soon as he entered the grove, Song Jian saw a figure standing under a tree. It was the elder of the sword sect. You are a trustworthy person indeed. Qin Zhong's eyes lit up when he saw Song Jian, and he said with a smile on his face, Hello, senior. Song Jian imitated the appearance of a disciple of Hanhai sect, bowed to Qin Zhong, and said okay. Qin Zhong had a kind expression on his face, waved his hand, and said, No need to be polite. I just heard you talk about Yujian's sect occasionally, and I was curious, so I invited you to meet. I wonder where you heard about Yujian's sect. Senior, I think you can see that I am a person favored by God, Song Jian said with a smile. He didn't even tell the truth to his professional mentor, so it was impossible for him to tell the truth to the elder of Dangjin sect in front of him. Song Jian continued, I accidentally got a task that allowed me to enter the Yujian sect. If I'm lucky, I might become a disciple of the Yujian sect. That's why I asked around for information about the Yujian sect. Oh, that's it. Qin Zhong, the elder of the Dangjin sect, looked at Song Jian with brighter eyes, as if he saw a rare treasure. Your luck is so good. Qin Zhong couldn't help but sighed, his eyes full of envy, and even a little jealousy in his heart. But he didn't show it. Speaking of which, our Dangjin sect and Yujian sect belong to the ancient sword sect. They were originally one family tens of thousands of years ago. But unfortunately, the two sects lost contact hundreds of years ago. Qin Zhong showed a regretful look on his face, looked at Song Jian and said, Your luck is so good. You will definitely become a disciple of the Yujian sect in the future. If you really become a disciple of the Yujian sect, our two families must visit each other frequently in the future. By the way, I have a liquid here. It's not a good thing, but it can regulate the body and improve physical fitness. Just give it to you as a gift. Qin Zhong took out a 3-inch high porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it to Song Jian. In my sword sect, there is also a third-level secret realm that opens once every 100 years. There are many treasures in it, and this liquid is one of them. If you become a disciple of the sword sect, you can come to my sword sect. The next opening time is still 10 years. I will fight for a place for you to enter, Qin Zhong said with a smile on his face. Ah, how can I be so embarrassed? Besides, I don't even have the slightest confidence whether I can become a disciple of the sword sect. I have no clue now. How can I rashly accept such a precious treasure? Song Jian pretended to be flustered and waved his hands repeatedly. In fact, when Qin Zhong took out the liquid, Song Jian quietly used his inside eyes to check the properties of the liquid. This liquid is simply a treasure that is countless times better than the attribute fruit. Song Jian took a look and immediately became jealous. Liquid gold. Treasure. Use effect, after use. All attributes are increased by 3 points. Toughness is increased by 5 points. And life is increased by 10 years. Use requirements, none. Instructions for use. This item can only be used once per person. This is a treasure that a person can only use once in his life, and it must not be missed. Song Jian thought to himself. This is the first time he has seen a treasure that can increase life. Although he is only in his 20s and has a long time to live. Who would think that his life is too long? 10 years of life is precious. Chapter 1144 EC Mirage. Qin Zhong looked at Song Jian, who clearly wanted it very much. He couldn't help laughing and stuffed the liquid into Song Jian's hand and said with a smile, This liquid is not a great treasure. There are many similar treasures in the secret realm of the sect, and there are countless treasures better than this one. As long as you are lucky, you can find it. In fact, when Qin Zhong took out the liquid, his heart was bleeding. Such a treasure is very precious even for him as an elder of the sword sect. Although he looks only in his 40s, he is actually over 60. Although he has achieved success in cultivation and does not have a lifespan of only 100 years like ordinary people. As mentioned before, who would think that his life is too long? He had finally exchanged for such a portion of the essence. Although there were many treasures in the secret realm of the sect, there were also many dangers. Just this portion of essence had cost 3 inner disciples of the sword sect. Now that he had taken it out as a gift, Qin Zhong was naturally very reluctant to give it up. However, for a person who was about to become a disciple of the sword-controlling sect, Qin Zhong would naturally give up everything and establish a good relationship with the other party. Once he could get in touch with the sword-controlling sect through him, what kind of treasure would he not be able to obtain? Although both the sword-controlling sect and the sword-controlling sect inherited the ancient sword sect, Qin Zhong naturally knew how big the gap between the two was. It was like one was just an ordinary martial arts sect, while the other was a sect that could cultivate immortals and become gods. The two were not at the same level at all. In that case, thank you, Elder Qin. If I can really become a disciple of the sword-controlling sect, I will definitely go to the sword-dangling sect to meet the elder. Song Jian took the liquid respectfully and said, Okay. Okay. Qin Zhong stroked his long beard, looked at Song Jian as if he was looking at his own junior and said, If you encounter any troubles in the EC Mirage City this time, you can report my name. In the Mirage City, I still have some face. Thank you, Elder. Song Jian thanked. After the two chatted for a while, they separated. Qin Zhong returned to the camp where the sword-dangling sect was, while Song Jian was a little impatient to pour the liquid into his mouth. All attributes increased by 3 points, equivalent to more than a dozen attribute fruits. Even now, the price of attribute fruits is still high, and ordinary players cannot enjoy them at will. Now Song Jian has directly increased all attributes by 3 points. If other players knew about it, they would probably be envious. A faint bitter taste spread in the mouth, a bit like the taste of bitter almonds. The cool liquid, as soon as it entered the mouth, seemed to have self-awareness and flowed into the esophagus. Not a bit was wasted, and entered the stomach. Song Jian could feel a gentle warmth spreading from the stomach and flowing to the limbs of the body. After a while, the whole person became energetic. The fatigue caused by continuous flying on the sea was swept away, and the attributes also slowly increased. Resilience is a secondary attribute like will and knowledge. It can enhance physical fitness in all aspects and reduce the chance of critical damage. It is the most effective secondary attribute for combat. The higher the attribute, the better. As for lifespan, it goes without saying that Song Jian is not the kind of immortal who can live for thousands or tens of thousands of years. The pursuit of lifespan is engraved in every cell. The warm feeling lasted for a quarter of an hour before slowly disappearing. I didn't expect that the medicinal properties of the liquid were so peaceful that there was no discomfort at all, Song Jian said in surprise. You know, even if it is an attribute fruit, there will be a heart-wrenching pain when taking it, as if all cells were torn apart and reorganized. But after taking the liquid, he felt very peaceful and did not feel any discomfort. After taking it, Song Jian returned to the camp of Han Hai sect disciples. At this time, more and more people came to this island. In just 2 days, the number of people on the island exceeded 300. Song Jian even saw several large ships appearing around. Some people in luxurious clothes were sitting on the big ships chatting and laughing, looking like they were out for fun. Another day later, at noon, a piece of music suddenly sounded in the sky. The soothing music made people feel like they were floating in the air. Everyone stood up excitedly and looked in the direction where the music came from. Soon, a city looming in the mist above the sea appeared before people's eyes, and it looked exactly like a mirage in the real world. Guiming stood up and said to the others, My fellow disciples, take out the Heavenly Heart Order and hold it in your hands. Without the Heavenly Heart Order, you cannot enter the Mirage City. Soon, Song Jian saw people flying towards the city in the mist on the big ship in the sea and on the small island where he was. Elder Qin Zhong of the Sword Sect bowed to Song Jian, raised his right hand, and a palm-sized jade boat appeared in his palm. He threw it into the air, and it instantly turned into a small boat more than 5 meters long, which stopped in the air. The 3 people from the Sword Sect jumped on the boat, and the jade boat quickly flew into the air. My fellow apprentices, Brother Song, let's go too. We only have a quarter of an hour, so hurry up, Guiming said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Gua, for taking care of us along the way. Song Jian bowed and smiled. Guoming laughed and nodded to Song Jian, and took the lead to fly towards the East Sea Mirage City. The other apprentices of Han Hai sect also saluted to Song Jian, and followed closely behind Guoming. Song Jian did not dare to delay, took out the Tianqi order, and held it in his hand. With a thought, the iron wings spread out, and the wings fluttered. His figure flew towards the East Sea Mirage City in the distant clouds like lightning. After a while, Song Jian flew into the thin clouds. The Mirage City in front was a little blurry, as if separated by a layer of gauze mist. At this time, the Tianqi order in his hand suddenly burst into light, and Song Jian felt that his body was like being sucked forward by a suction force. Song Jian let go of the control, and let the suction force carry his body forward. After a while, Song Jian felt that he had passed through a layer of wet film and instantly arrived at another place. When Song Jian stepped on the ground, he found that he was standing on a street more than 5 meters wide, with all kinds of shops on both sides. Is this the East China Sea Mirage City? Song Jian looked at the prosperous scene in front of him and muttered to himself. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a throbbing in the parcel column. He opened the parcel column and saw that the sharp stone that could sense the sword fairy suit suddenly trembled violently. Chapter 1145 Jadeite Wine. Sword Immortal Set? Song Jian's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect that there would be a Sword Immortal set in this East China Sea Mirage City, which made him feel overjoyed. It's just a pity that the sharp stone can't sense a specific point, but can only sense an approximate range. So if you want to find the Sword Immortal set in this Mirage City, it will probably take some effort. This East China Sea Mirage City looks like a huge town, with 4 straight and 5-meter wide streets dividing the town into several areas, and the items sold in each area are different. The most valuable item for sale is the 9-story building in the center of the town. On the last day of the opening of the East Sea Mirage City, an auction will be held, where a large number of precious treasures will be auctioned. By then, no matter how rich a person is, he will feel poor when he enters the auction site. Song Jian spent a day in the East Sea Mirage City, but he did not visit all the shops. Although he saw some good things, he still did not find a shop selling flying swords, which made him a little depressed. As for the Sword Immortal set, there is no trace of it. There is no clue. He can only rely on the vibration amplitude of the sharp stone to judge that the Sword Immortal set should be in the central area of the Mirage City. Song Jian looked at the 9-story building. It was not open yet, and seemed a little quiet. I'm afraid that the Sword Immortal set, a top-grade equipment, will only appear at the auction on the last day. Song Jian thought to himself, forget it. Let's go buy the Chalcedony wine that the instructor needs first. The East Sea Mirage City is open for a week, and there is enough time to choose the items you like here. Song Jian followed the route guided by his instructor Duan Jian, and came to a remote alley in the southwest corner of the East Sea Mirage City. The alley was very deep, and almost no one could be seen. There were only walls around, and no shops could be seen. Who would open a shop here? What a fool. Song Jian walked along the alley, and walked more than 100 meters, before he saw a shabby signboard at the end of the alley with the words Donghai Wafangzhi written on it. There was actually a shop here. The door of the shop was ajar, and it was very quiet inside. Song Jian pushed the door open, and the shabby door made a harsh friction sound. A translucent figure suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. Welcome. The phantom floating in the air saluted Song Jian, and said with a smile on his face, looking at the slightly pale ghost in front of him. Song Jian was startled and couldn't help but want to summon the sky-breaking sword. But after hearing the other party's welcome, he still resisted. The shop is in such a remote place, and a ghost is used as a waiter. The owner of this shop is definitely not normal. Song Jian couldn't help but complain in his heart. Even if someone accidentally discovered this shop, they would probably be scared away by this ghost waiter as soon as they entered the door. I want to buy a bottle of Chalcedony wine, Song Jian said expressionlessly. He didn't even have the interest to visit the shop. He just wanted to buy Chalcedony wine quickly and leave here. Chalcedony wine? The ghost was stunned and looked Song Jian up and down. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help asking, my guest, are you buying Chalcedony wine for yourself? Song Jian frowned and asked, I come here to buy something. Do you care if I use it myself or give it to others? Do you know how to do business? Sorry, guest, if it's other items. But for Chalcedony wine. The ghost waiter showed an embarrassment on his face. Who wants to buy Chalcedony wine? Is that bastard here? How dare he come here? Where's my 40-meter-long machete? An irritable female voice came down from the second floor of the store, followed by a thump 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 sound of going down the stairs. And a woman in flowered clothes rushed down from upstairs. Damn it. I didn't know it wouldn't be so easy. Song Jian's face suddenly became ugly, and he looked up at the woman. The woman looked to be about 30 years old, with an oval face, a pair of big eyes full of anger, a black mole at the corner of her mouth, and a long ponytail that swung as she walked. Song Jian even saw a flash of metal in the ponytail. She wore a flowered shirt on her upper body, and a pair of coarse cloth pants on her lower body. She looked like a village woman, but the temperament she exuded was definitely not something a village woman could have. Seeing Song Jian, the woman was stunned, seemed a little surprised, stared at Song Jian and asked, "Do you want to buy chalcedony wine?" "Yes." Song Jian nodded. "Uh-huh. Why doesn't Duan Jian come by himself?" The woman sneered. Song Jian didn't know how to answer immediately, and muttered in his heart, could it be that this chalcedony wine is specially prepared for the instructor? Otherwise, why did she know that the instructor wanted to buy it when I asked about the chalcedony wine? What Duan Jian? Song Jian's face showed a puzzled look, and he shook his head and said, "I just heard that chalcedony wine is a treasure, and drinking it can improve physical fitness. So I want to buy a bottle to try." The woman looked impatient, waved her hand at Song Jian and said, "I don't care where you heard about chalcedony wine from. It's not something you can drink. It is more poisonous than strong poison for ordinary people. Not to mention drinking a sip. Even if you get a drop of it, your intestines will be ruptured. Go quickly. Don't delay my business." Song Jian looked around and thought to himself, "Do you have any room to delay your business?" Seeing the woman turn around with some disappointment and prepare to go upstairs, Song Jian hurriedly shouted, "Even if it is poison, I will buy a bottle. Boss, at worst I won't drink it after buying it." "Right?" The woman stopped, turned around, with a smile on her lips, stared at Song Jian and asked, "Even if it is poison, you still want to buy it?" Song Jian gritted his teeth and said, "I will buy it." "Who did you hear about this thing?" the woman asked. "It's a rumor in the market. I forgot who said it." Song Jian shook his head. "This wine is expensive." The woman slowly walked towards Song Jian. "How expensive? There must be a price." Song Jian asked. "Uh-huh. You can't afford it." The woman sneered. "But as long as you complete a task for me, I can give you this bottle of chalcedony wine as a task reward. For a person favored by God, isn't this the most cost-effective task?" "What task?" Song Jian was not surprised that the woman saw his identity as a person favored by God. From this woman, he felt the vast aura of a strong man, at least a person with the peak combat power of the 3rd level. "Go and kill a guy named Duan Jian for me. Bring me his head, and this bottle of chalcedony wine will be given to you." The woman walked up to Song Jian and said with gritted teeth. Song Jian's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the woman in front of him, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1146 Flying Sword. "Boss, to be honest, Duan Jian is my mentor, and it was he who asked me to come here to buy chalcedony wine." Song Jian sighed and said, "Since the other party has already guessed it, there is no need to force it. If the wine cannot be bought at that time, it is not Song Jian's fault." "Humph. I knew it was that bastard. Coward. Liar. Scum." A series of curses came out of the woman's mouth. The woman's face was also full of anger. The breath on her body was like a deep sea, spreading outward in waves. Even Song Jian couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This breath had almost turned into a substance, making Song Jian, who was standing next to the woman, feel suffocated. After a while, the woman finally stopped, venting all her anger, and slapped the counter with a panting hand. Suddenly, a clear palm print appeared on the hard surface of the counter, and the edge of the palm print was smooth, as if it was engraved by a mold. "Who are you to him?" The woman's eyes were like knives, shooting at Song Jian's face. I learned from him, and learned some skills. I can be considered my skill mentor," Song Jian said cautiously. He suddenly found that after the woman's aura was fully opened, she was even more terrifying than the king-level boss he had encountered before. "In other words, you are his disciple?" The woman stared at Song Jian and sneered. "Have you heard a saying, called the son owes the father?" "No. It's the master and the apprentice are like the father." "No. It's the debt to pay the debt." "God." Bang. The woman was furious and slammed the counter again, saying to Song Jian, "That bastard owed me a debt. And now it's your fault. Kid, don't worry. Talk slowly. If I can do it, I will definitely help you." Song Jian quickly comforted, "As long as you can sell me the chalcedony wine." "Humph. Do you know what chalcedony wine is used for?" "It is used to temper sword energy." The woman looked at Song Jian unhappily and said, "This bottle of wine. This bottle of wine." The woman seemed to think of something sad. Her eyes suddenly turned red. After a moment of silence, the woman took out a small jade bottle from her arms, handed it to Song Jian, sighed, and walked towards the stairs with a lonely face. "How much is this?" Song Jian asked, staring at the woman's back. "Go back and tell that bastard that my mother Yufeng doesn't want to see him again." The woman gritted her teeth and said. Song Jian watched Yufeng disappear on the second floor, and then looked at the chalcedony wine in his hand, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Holding the chalcedony wine, Song Jian turned and left the store. The item was in hand, and he didn't spend a penny. For Song Jian, it was a good thing. But for his mentor Duan Jian, the sequelae would probably be very serious. However, what happened in the future had nothing to do with Song Jian. After getting the chalcedony wine, the remaining things were the flying sword and the sword fairy set. But the area of the EC Mirage Market was too large. After a day of shopping, Song Jian didn't finish shopping in all the shops. Moreover, for items that were not sold in their own shops, people in the Mirage Market would not reveal any information at all, which made Song Jian feel very helpless. Song Jian walked along the street towards a hotel he had passed by before. On the way, a group of people came towards him excitedly, talking and laughing loudly as they walked. Brother is worthy of being a brother. He won 3 games in a row. If he hadn't run out of spiritual power, he could have won at least one more game. Not only that, if that bastard hadn't sneak attacked and used hidden weapons in the 3rd game, brother wouldn't have been able to perform the trick of screen to block the moon. At least 1/3 of his spiritual energy would have remained. Humph. The demon cubs from the Abyss Hell are of despicable character. Aren't sneak attacks their best moves? However, the reward for winning 10 games in a row is indeed eye-catching. But the epic long sword in it is a bit strange. Why doesn't it have a hilt? Stupid. That's a flying sword. Do you know what a flying sword is? You can step on it and fly in the air. Flying sword? There really is such a thing. I thought it was just a legend. Song Jian was stunned. The 2 words flying sword, as if with magic, entered his ears. Moreover, after the Abyss invasion plot began, he was particularly sensitive to the term Abyss Hell. Hearing this group of people actually discussing Abyss Hell and flying swords, he couldn't help but be curious. Stepped forward, stopped a few people, and bowed. "Everyone, I am Song Jian." Polite. A middle-aged man in a tight suit and carrying a long sword looked Song Jian up and down, bowed and returned the greeting, and said, "I wonder what this little brother wants to do by stopping our brothers. Just now I heard you say that the demons from the Abyss Hell. I wonder what you mean." Song Jian said sincerely, "The city where I live is being invaded by the monsters from the Abyss. So I hate them very much. I wonder where you have seen the creatures from the Abyss Hell." After hearing what Song Jian said, the faces of several people suddenly became much kinder. The leader laughed and said, "It seems that this is also the first time for the little brother to come to the EC Mirage. Walk along this street for about 500 meters. Turn left. There is a large courtyard, which is actually a fighting arena. Anyone can play in the fighting arena. If you can win 10 games in a row, you will get a very generous reward. If you want to cause trouble for the demons from the Abyss Hell, you might as well go there and have a look." "Thanks for telling me." Song Jian thanked him. He was about to go to the arena to take a look, but he saw a hesitant look on the face of the leader. He then said, "Brother, that arena is said to have the background of the Abyss Hell, and there is an Abyss Demon King behind it. When you go there, you'd better follow the rules and don't make trouble. Anyway, the Abyss Demons are guarding the ring in every game. If you have the ability, you can kill them on the ring." "Abyss Demon King?" Song Jian was stunned and quickly bowed his hands to thank him. "Thank you for reminding me. I know." Looking at Song Jian's back, Li Qi touched his chin and stood there with a thoughtful look. A disciple nearby pushed Li Qi and said, "Brother, why don't you leave?" "My fellow disciples. Although that person looks young, he is quite powerful. It seems that he is going to the arena to cause trouble. Anyway, We have nothing to do. Why don't we go and join in the fun? Lychee said with a smile. Big brother. That person looks only in his 20s. And is only a second-level combat force. How can he be so powerful? A disciple nearby said unconvincedly. Any one of us is better than him. Right, senior brother. Are you trying to boost others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige? Humph. If I were to ask you. Your eyes are just for venting. Lychee snorted coldly. That person's aura is condensed. Like steel and iron. And the whole person is like a sword that has just been unsheathed. Standing next to him. I can feel the sharp sword intent emanating from him. He is not as simple as you think. In that case, let's go with our senior brother to see the excitement. We can also cheer for that little brother. Anyway, I don't like those abyss demons. It would be more satisfying if this little brother kills more of them. Let's go. Let's go together. Lychee laughed loudly, and with a few brothers, he turned around and walked towards the arena they had left before. Chapter 1147 Arena. Song Jian soon arrived at the entrance of a manor. This manor covers a large area, at least not smaller than the temples of the gods in the City of Hope. The gate of the manor was open, and it seemed that anyone could enter. Song Jian only stood at the door for a short while, and saw two groups of people entering and leaving the manor. Sir, welcome to the Flame Manor. A man in a tuxedo, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looking gentle and refined, bowed slightly to Song Jian and smiled. The man looked a little thin, and whether it was his standing posture or the tilted angle when he saluted, it showed that he was an excellent manor steward. No matter who it was, they all had a good impression of the housekeeper who had been standing at the door to greet guests. Every person who came in and out would smile politely in return. But Song Jian felt a strong breath of the abyss from this man. In Song Jian's eyes, he was simply an abyss demon in human skin, exuding the smell of flames and sulfur. Smiling at this man, Song Jian walked towards the manor. Looking at Song Jian's back, the housekeeper's face gradually darkened. He pressed the wireless headset in his ear with his right hand, whispered a few words, sneered, and retracted his gaze. Although Song Jian did not look back, he also noticed the piercing gaze behind him, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It seems that he has noticed his reputation value in the Abyss Hell Camp. After coming out of the Abyss Hell, Song Jian's reputation in the Abyss Hell Camp has been permanently locked as hatred. Any rational Abyss creature will take the initiative to attack Song Jian when they see him. This also caused the housekeeper with Abyss blood standing at the door to feel a strong disgust for Song Jian. But due to his duties, he could not attack the guests entering the manor at the door. So he contacted the people in the manor and asked them to pay attention to Song Jian. Crossing a stone road. On both sides are very uniquely trimmed green garden plants, which look a bit strange. But in Song Jian's eyes, these garden plants are like burning flames, gushing magma and lava rivers across the entire Abyss Hell. But now they are all expressed by green garden plants, without the slightest breath of the abyss. Dear guest, are you here to challenge the arena, or to relax and have fun? Song Jian followed the flow of people, and came to a manor castle. Immediately, a petite girl with horns on her head came up to greet him. Song Jian looked at the others, and no one greeted them. It seemed that he was a rather special existence. Of course I'm here to challenge the arena. Song Jian laughed. He came here for the flying sword. And on the other hand, he also came to cause trouble for the Abyss Hell. It would be best if he could provoke the Abyss Demon King behind it. The 8 Abyss Demon Kings have long fallen, but the plot of the Abyss invasion has already unfolded. So there must be new Abyss Demon Kings in the Abyss Hell. But I don't know how many Abyss Demon Kings there are at this time. Human warrior, please follow me. We will arrange for you to go on stage as soon as possible. Your appearance will surely make the arena resound with cheers and screams. The girl with the blood of the Abyss succubus giggled, looking at Song Jian's eyes. A trace of sinister look flashed. In her mind, the scene of Song Jian being torn to pieces by the Abyss Demon in the arena and wailing to death appeared. In the monitoring room of the manor castle, a group of people exuding the abyss of black breath stared at Song Jian's figure on the screen, with a look of cat playing with mouse on their faces. He is just a guy who has just entered level 60. He is so ignorant. Let the Skull Crusher play in the first game. Tell him that if he lets this kid die too quickly, he will have no meat to eat at night. A middle-aged man, with a dark red face, licked his sharp fangs and laughed. Level doesn't mean anything. Look carefully at his equipment. It's very good. There are even several epic equipment. This human is not as simple as he appears. Another man wearing glasses pushed the frame on his nose and whispered. From the front of the glasses, you can see that the man has a pair of blue eyes. But in fact, behind the glasses is a pair of eyes full of dark red bloodthirsty light. You mean, the Skull Crusher can't kill this guy? The dark red-faced man next to him turned his head, with a gloomy face, and stared at him, and asked, Lord Mar, I don't mean to offend you. The man with glasses quickly bowing to the other party and said, I am just analyzing the strength of the enemy in front of me. The Abyss enemies who dare to break into the Flame Manor alone are not simple characters. Mar is a steward of this manor. He stared at the man with glasses for 10 seconds, and then snorted from his nose. Humph. You are right. But let the Skull Crusher go in the first game. Even if he fails, we can test the quality of this guy. This time, the man with glasses did not speak, but bowed slightly to show his agreement. But when he lowered his head, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Let this human play in the next game. I can't wait to see the moment when his head is smashed by the Skull Crusher. Manager Mal's eyes showed a bloodthirsty look, licked his lips, and looked excited. A man next to him showed a hesitant look on his face, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just nodded and whispered to the headset. Soon, Song Jian was taken to an underground square in the castle. In the center of the square, there was a huge arena with a length and width of more than 30 meters. The arena was built entirely of hard obsidian, and there were solid protections around it. Above the arena, there was a rusty iron cage hanging high, which could be lowered at any time. Dozens of people stood quietly around the ring. They looked at the fight on the ring with expressionless faces, and only occasionally whispered to their companions. There was no scene of excitement in the arena. Isn't it a little too quiet here? Song Jian laughed. The girl with the blood of the Abyss succubus had an awkward smile on her face and whispered, These spectators are actually potential contestants. They come here for the rich winning streak rewards, not for fun. If guests want to relax and have fun, our Flame Manor has many good places. There is a hot spring in the manor. Soaking in the sulfur hot spring will definitely make guests relax their whole body and mind. Oh, really? If so, then, Song Jian showed an interested look on his face, as if he wanted to change his mind and go to the hot spring to enjoy it first. At this moment, the girl's face suddenly changed, and the loud scolding of the manager mayor came from the wireless headset. After a moment, the girl's whole body trembled slightly, and she quickly grabbed Song Jian's arm, forcing a smile on her face. My guest, you can go to the hot spring at any time, but the winning streak reward in the arena will change every day. Today's winning streak reward is definitely the most generous in recent times. There are 5 epic items alone. As long as you win 10 games in a row, you can choose any one of these items to take away. Chapter 1148 Skull Crusher. Song Jian smiled, nodded to the girl, and said, In that case, it won't be too late to go to the hot spring after I win 10 games in a row. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, finally putting her heart back in her stomach. If Song Jian insisted on going to the hot spring, her fate would definitely be very miserable. At this moment, an abyss demon holding a microphone and burning with black flame stood in the center of the ring. At its feet, there was a corpse. This was a challenger who wanted to get the winning streak reward. Unfortunately, he only lasted 2 rounds before his opponent smashed half of his body. At this time, the ring was filled with a strong smell of blood. But the abyss demon, who came up, seemed to enjoy the smell. Standing in front of the corpse, he took a deep breath, with an intoxicated look on his face. Its expression made the audience around the ring very dissatisfied, and their faces were gloomy and terrible. Fortunately, this abyss demon still had some rationality, and did not continue to provoke the psychological bottom line of the surrounding audience. Dear audience, dear challengers, next time, we will usher in a new battle. The abyss demon glanced at the people watching at the ring, and a cold smile appeared on his ferocious face. In the next battle, there will be another new challenger, and his opponent will be a warrior of the Abyss Hell, the Skull Crusher. The abyss demon roared, looking very excited. Skull Crusher? Is the Skull Crusher going to play in the first match? Some audience members were surprised and whispered. It seems that this is another challenger targeted by the Abyss Demons. A warrior of the Abyss Hell is enough to be the gatekeeper of the 5th level, or even the 6th level. Humph. The last time the Skull Crusher was the gatekeeper of the 7th level. Its flame hammer skill is enough to burst out the power of a medium-sized missile. Dear guest, You can go on stage. The following is a battle for you," said the succubus girl with a smile on her face. Song Jian smiled slightly, without saying anything, but kicked his feet, and his figure flew towards the center of the ring like an arrow, and stood steadily on the ring. At this time, Li Qi and several junior brothers had entered the arena. Seeing Song Jian jump onto the ring, Li Qi showed a puzzled look at his eyes. "Hey, strange. Why is he arranged to fight as soon as he came? Generally speaking, newcomers have to wait for at least 3 battles before they can be arranged." Li Qi muttered in a low voice. "Brother, look. His opponent is actually the Skull Crusher." A fellow student beside him pulled Li Qi's sleeve and shouted in surprise. "What? Skull Crusher? How is this possible? This is his first battle." Li Qi stared at a huge figure in amazement as he appeared on the ring. This was an abyss demon that was over 3 meters tall. It was covered with dark red scales and looked like a humanoid lizard walking upright. It was wearing heavy mail armor, and even the thick tail behind it was tied with a chain ball full of barbs. Every step it took, the ground trembled slightly. The whole body plus the mail armor weighed more than 10 tons, and it looked like a moving steel fortress. In the right hand of this abyss demon, there was a 3-meter-long steel flail. When it was swung, a series of low sonic booms sounded in the air. If an ordinary person was hit by it, it would be a luxury to leave a complete corpse. Human. Fresh food. The abyss demon Skull Crusher rushed to the center of the ring, grabbed the human corpse left in the previous battle, and stuffed it into his bloody mouth. Seeing this abyss demon devouring the corpse of the defeated in front of so many people, this action immediately angered the people watching around the ring, and they all cursed. Song Jian's face also turned very ugly. He knew that the other party was adding psychological pressure to him. Seeing the body of the defeated being eaten by the other party, he would naturally think of himself. Once he was defeated, his fate would probably be the same as this body. Seeing this scene in front of him, and thinking of himself, I am afraid that 9 out of 10 people will be afraid and will be timid in the battle. But Song Jian had no other emotions except anger at this time. Without waiting for the so-called referee to shout start, Song Jian raised his right hand and directly summoned the sky-breaking sword and rushed towards the Skull Crusher on the opposite side. In the monitoring room, seeing that Song Jian actually summoned a long sword from his body, the man wearing glasses suddenly changed his face. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but stopped for a few seconds, and his eyes turned to the body of the steward mayor. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The man touched his chin and his face regained calmness. Seeing Song Jian rushing towards him, a cunning look flashed in the eyes of the Skull Crusher, and he threw the broken body in his hand towards Song Jian. As a fellow, Song Jian would definitely not swing his sword to split the broken body, but could only dodge. So the initiative would return to the Skull Crusher. With the steel flail in his hand, the Skull Crusher was confident that he could make the opponent unable to fight back in a violent storm of attacks, and finally smash his head. However, just as the Skull Crusher was swinging the flail and preparing to give Song Jian a hard blow, Song Jian's body suddenly passed through the entity and turned into a translucent soul state. Song Jian could pass through any obstacles 3 seconds before activating the skill. In order to gain the initiative, Song Jian used the Soul Walk skill right away. The Skull Crusher was stunned, with a confused look in his eyes. Obviously, he had never seen such a skill before, but his fighting instinct made him not retreat, but roared and swung the steel flail, smashing towards Song Jian fiercely. Song Jian did not dodge, and the sky-breaking sword in his hand pierced into the chest of the Skull Crusher like lightning. The steel flail passed through Song Jian's translucent body, and the Skull Crusher felt like he was smashing into a ball of air, without any feeling of force. Just when the Skull Crusher felt strange, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that the sharp sword had pierced through the heavy scales and even his heart, with half of the sword tip exposed on his back. Song Jian pierced the heart of the Skull Crusher, but he did not stop. His whole body passed through the Skull Crusher's body as the sky-breaking sword pierced through it. At this time, 3 seconds had just passed. Although Song Jian was still in the soul state, the effect of passing through obstacles had disappeared. Even so, Song Jian in the soul state was immune to all other damage except soul attacks. At this time, the Skull Crusher did not have the ability to attack the soul. He could only swing the steel flail wildly and uselessly, smashing it towards Song Jian. However, Song Jian was like a flash of lightning. waving the sky-breaking sword in his hand and surrounding the Skull Crusher. Critical damages floated up from the head of the Skull Crusher, and the health value dropped rapidly like a flood. Song Jian's attack was like a violent storm, leaving the Skull Crusher with no chance to fight back. The time of the Soul Walk skill was over, and Song Jian's figure recovered and stood quietly on the ring. At this time, the huge body of the Skull Crusher knelt in front of him, and the steel flails were thrown aside. At this time, the Skull Crusher had turned into a cold corpse. Song Jian swung his right hand fiercely, and an arc passed through the neck of the Skull Crusher. The huge head flew up, and the bloodless face still had an incredible expression. The whole arena was silent, and everyone stared at Song Jian in amazement, and his violent attack scenes were constantly replayed in their minds. Chapter 1149 Soul. 10 seconds. Song Jian only took 10 seconds to kill the level 60 elite boss, Skull Crusher, without even using the 10,000 swords technique. You know, in the eyes of most game NPCs, a god-favored boss of the same level is no match for a boss of the same level. A level 60 Skull Crusher against a level 61 god-favored boss has a very high chance of winning. Even the NPCs watching did not believe that Song Jian could defeat the Skull Crusher, and they shouted about the inside story. As a result, before they finished speaking, Song Jian killed the Skull Crusher with a violent attack. A spectator under the ring couldn't help but spit, "Damn! It's too fast." The mood hasn't changed yet. In the monitoring room, everyone was stunned. They didn't even dare to look at Manager Mal, but they guessed that the expression on Manager Mal's face at this time must be very exciting. A moment later, Manager Mal was furious, and a series of roars and curses sounded throughout the monitoring room. "Damn it! Let the Destroyer go on stage! Kill him! Kill this smash! The maggots in the abyss hell! The disgusting dung ant!" Fox's eyes flashed with contempt, and he gently supported the frame of the glasses on his nose and said softly, "My lord, maybe this is the publicity opportunity we need?" "Fox, what's in your head?" Mal turned around and yelled at the man with glasses. But before he finished speaking, Fox suddenly said, "Butler, there are fewer and fewer human souls available to the adults recently. If this continues, the adults will probably be angry." Mal's body stiffened, as if he thought of something, and his whole body trembled slightly, and a layer of fine cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. "Fox, tell me what you think." Mal threw his body heavily into the recliner, closed his eyes, and pretended to think about something. In fact, his mind was full of a terrifying figure burning with black flames. "Butler, we need to provide human souls for the adults, so we must attract more and more humans to challenge our gatekeepers." "But," Fox pushed his glasses and said, "but there are fewer and fewer challengers recently, mainly because our gatekeepers are too strong, and not many people are willing to challenge them. Even if we increase the winning streak reward, it still has no effect. Then what do you say we should do?" Mal suddenly opened his eyes and sneered. "Is it our fault that those challengers are weak?" "No, Butler." Fox shook his head and said, "We should let them see hope. For so long, almost no one has been able to challenge the 5th level. Most of them fell at the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level. This is the most important reason for the decreasing number of challengers. My suggestion," Fox smiled and said, "I suggest that in the future, we should let the challengers win at least 5 or even 6 games. For a strong challenger like today, we should proceed step by step and not arrange 2 strong opponents at the beginning. On the one hand, it will consume his physical strength. On the other hand, it will also give him and others hope and create an illusion of winning 10 games in a row. It will have unexpected benefits for our future harvest. The most important thing is," Fox looked at the steward Mal and said, "Sir, the soul of such a powerful human will definitely be very satisfied with you." Mal's eyes lit up and he laughed, "Ha ha ha. Good, good. The stronger the human, the more valuable his soul is, and the happier the adults will be. Ha ha ha. Let's do it this way. You can arrange the next one. Fox, this one is up to you. But don't mess it up in the end. If you can't harvest this human soul in the end, I think the adults will definitely be unhappy. Then, all the consequences will be borne by you." Fox stared at Mal. His face became a little gloomy, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart, "What an old fox. Ha. What does this have to do with me?" Fox suddenly laughed and said, "I just made a suggestion. Whether it is adopted or not is of course decided by Mal, the manager. How can I be qualified to arrange things in the arena? If it was someone else, Fox might have agreed right away. But the human on the surveillance screen gave Fox a feeling of being unfathomable. He killed a level 60 elite boss in 10 seconds. And it seemed that he didn't use his full strength. So he must have a lot of trump cards. Such a person is definitely likely to win 10 games. Even the real Abyss Demon in the arena, the Destroyer, Fox felt that he might not be the opponent of the human in front of him. This is a hot potato. And the old Fox wants me to take over. Humph. How is it possible? Fox mocked in his heart. If you don't want to, I'll have to do it. However, if this thing is done, I won't give you any credit. Manager Mal sneered, turned around, and began to arrange the next battle on the intercom. Fox's face was livid. It turned out that Mal was waiting for him here. But he was not willing to give him any credit. The colleagues around him looked at Fox with sympathy. But Fox's eyes were fixed on the figure standing on the ring on the monitoring screen. Human, the road has been paved for you. But don't let me down, Fukashi said in his heart. At this time, after a silence of more than 10 seconds, the fighting arena suddenly erupted with earth-shattering cheers. There were only a few dozen people. But the cheers and applause gave people a feeling that the roof was about to be blown off. It's simply great. Great. 10 seconds. It only took 10 seconds to kill the Skull Crusher. Brother, your vision is really the best. You can see at a glance that this person is extraordinary. Li Qi's eyes were also full of shock. Hearing the praises from his junior brothers, Li Qi showed an inexplicably embarrassed smile on his face. Oh. Haha. Yes. Yes. I can see at a glance that he is powerful. It's really good. Good. Li Qi clapped his hands and made an "I'm rooting for you" expression to Song Jian on the ring. But his laughter and expression were a little exaggerated. Song Jian stood on the ring, and he could clearly feel that the soul of the Abyss Demon in front of him seemed to be sucked away by something, which felt very similar to the feeling of the Broken Kingdom absorbing the soul of the domination-level boss, and converting it into soul energy to repair itself. They are deliberately killing people to obtain high-quality souls. Song Jian's face was terribly gloomy, and he couldn't help but clench the sky-breaking sword in his hand. Chapter 1150 Abyss Players. Although the EC Mirage City is only open for 7 days, it has already existed. Just like the Doomsday supermarket, it will randomly appear in any place in the game. Therefore, the fighting arena in the Fiery Manor has caused countless human lives to die. If you have not been exposed to soul energy, you will not be able to detect that the souls of those who died in the fighting arena have disappeared inexplicably. The soul is scattered. The body is dead. This is probably the cruelest thing in the world. At this time, the second gatekeeper appeared. Song Jian looked up and saw that the one who appeared this time was a level 70 elite boss level Abyss Demon. This Abyss Demon was not big, only about 1 meter tall, and looked like an enlarged version of an insect, covered with a hard shell, and its 2 front claws were like scimitars, shining with a metallic luster. Its 2 hind legs were strong and powerful, and its muscles were like gnarled old tree roots, full of strength. With a light jump, it jumped to the center of the ring. Human. Food. The expression of this Abyss Demon was ferocious and slightly mocking. It gently swung its 2 front claws and said to Song Jian in a very unskilled common language, "Kill it! Kill it!" A spectator under the ring suddenly shouted loudly, with an angry look on his face. His friend, the human who was killed before, was still lying on the edge of the ring. A pair of dull eyes were wide open looking at the ring, and there was still a look of fear on his face. Under his leadership, many NPCs who were watching also started to yell, "Cowardly! Food!" The Abyss Demon looked down at the ring with contempt, and suddenly moved. Only a shadow was left. But the real body rushed to Song Jian in an instant. Almost like teleportation, Song Jian just became alert, and he felt a strong force coming from his chest, and the whole person flew out. In the air, dazzling white light surrounded Song Jian's body, and there was a slight buzzing vibration from all around. At this time, the Abyss Demon was waving 2 front claws like scimitars, slashing around Song Jian frantically, at a very fast speed, making it almost impossible to see its movements with the naked eye. A series of defensive light curtains of different colors rose from the surface of Song Jian's body, blocking the attack of the Abyss Demon. In just a few seconds in the air, the Abyss Demon swung dozens of swords to attack, and the layers of defensive light curtains were damaged. When Song Jian fell to the ground, his defensive means were finally exhausted. The right claw of the Abyss Demon fiercely pierced into his chest, and a burst of blood spurted out. The cheers around the ring suddenly stopped, and everyone's eyes showed surprise and disappointment. Looking at the Abyss Demon again, a crack appeared on its back carapace, and two pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings were constantly shaking, making a buzzing sound. These two pairs of wings increased its speed by at least 120%. When moving at high speed, it only left a blurred afterimage on the surface of the human eyeball, and its movements could not be seen clearly at all. Food. Die! The Abyss Demon stared at Song Jian, revealing a cruel smile on his thin face. Song Jian's left hand tightly grasped the wrist of the Abyss Demon, like an iron clamp, preventing it from moving forward, and the sky-breaking sword in his right hand chopped at it fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. Another burst of rapid metal collision sounded, and the figure of the Abyss Demon danced again, like a spitting top, constantly spitting in front of Song Jian's eyes, and his two front claws kept slashing at the sky-breaking sword. And a wave of great force came, shaking Song Jian's right hand and feeling a soreness and numbness. Puff. Another claw left two deep scratches on Song Jian's right arm. The Abyss Demon retreated quickly, leaving a deep mark on the hard floor of the ring. It supported itself with its left claw, leaned forward, stretched its right claw to its mouthparts, and stretched out several tentacle-like whiskers, licking the blood remaining on the claw tip. With a satisfied look on its face, Song Jian's face sank, and his mind moved. Azure Dragon Sword Body. Rise! With a light shout, a virtual shadow of a blue dragon emerged from Song Jian's body. A dragon roar sounded on the ring. The virtual shadow of the blue dragon flew into the air, then plunged back and wrapped around the surface of Song Jian's body. From a distance, it looked like a blue dragon, protecting Song Jian. The shadow of the Azure Dragon slowly disappeared, but the effect of the sword body still existed. Song Jian locked his eyes on the Abyss Demon, raised his left hand, and suddenly a stream of gray energy flew towards the Abyss Demon. Withering Power. This is the special ability possessed by the Azure Dragon Sword Body after it is used. The Abyss Demon instinctively felt the threat, and its wings trembled behind it, and its body suddenly became blurred, and the whole person quickly retreated to the back. But the gray breath, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, chased it closely, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In just a few seconds, the speed increased to a level that was difficult for people to dodge. The Abyss Demon felt as if it was entangled by a ball of mist. This ball of mist seemed to have life and kept drilling into its flesh and blood, but it did not cause any harm to it. Just when it felt strange, Song Jian had already rushed towards it, waving the sky-breaking sword. The Abyss Demon sneered and waved his front paws to meet it, but he found that his body seemed to become heavy and his speed obviously decreased. Clang, 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 clang. Another series of collisions. This time, Song Jian was no longer suppressed by the opponent's speed. In the battle of more than 10 rounds, Song Jian actually had the upper hand. Hiss! 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 The Abyss Demon suddenly became impatient, and its attacks became scattered. As to why it suddenly slowed down, its mind was full of question marks. The sky-breaking sword easily cut through its hard shell, and more than 5,000 points of damage floated up from the top of the Abyss Demon's head. Song Jian seemed to be unaware of the damage it caused to Song Jian, and the two fell into a crazy attack. At this moment, the door of the arena opened, and several players with black auras came in from outside and looked towards the arena. Hey, someone can actually enter the EC Mirage City. It seems that there are many capable people in the game. A player with a 3-inch horn on his forehead looked at Song Jian and shouted in surprise. This guy looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. He must be a big shot. Are you interested in killing him? A player with strange tattoos around his eyes smiled sinisterly, and whispered to several other companions around him. Hee hee. Let's wait until he can get off the ring. I think he's about to die. Ha ha ha. A sturdy man holding a long axe, his arms and neck exposed to the skin, are covered with a layer of purple-black scales the size of a fingernail. Why do I feel that his opponent is about to die? An abyss player with a long lizard-like tail said, stroking his chin and swinging his tail. At this moment, Song Jian on the ring suddenly roared, and the sky-breaking sword burst into a dazzling golden sword light, slashing towards the Abyss Demon that had been trembling with him. Chapter 1151 The Controller of the Blazing Flame. After fighting with the Abyss Demon in front of him for a while, Song Jian found that once the opponent's movement speed slowed down, It was not as scary as he imagined. The sky-breaking sword could easily break through the opponent's scale defense. Even ordinary attacks made the opponent feel unbearable. In Song Jian's opinion, the opponent's attack was too simple. It was just waving two scimitars randomly. Even without using the 10,000 swords technique, Song Jian was fighting with the opponent in a crushing posture. After testing the opponent's strength, Song Jian was unwilling to waste time. After all, the withering power could only last for 60 seconds. The shining golden sword energy burst out from the sky-breaking sword, and the azure dragon phantom surrounding Song Jian roared. The abyss demon was directly hit by the violent sword energy, and its body was instantly split into pieces and scattered in various corners of the ring. Song Jian's chest rose and fell slightly, and he turned his head and shouted to the monitoring room, "Next!" The several abyss players, who were originally discussing Song Jian in a playful tone under the ring, were also stunned by this move, and looked at Song Jian in disbelief. What was that move just now? I feel something. Linton grasped the battle axe in his hand, looking eager to try. I don't know, but I know that the energy is too violent and too sharp. If I don't have any defense, I will be torn to pieces even if I go up. Kaya shrugged his shoulders, touched the horn on his forehead, and showed a look of fear in his eyes. Humph. No matter how powerful he is just a level 60 player. Can't we kill him? The player with strange purple-black tattoos around his eye sockets snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Except for these abyss players who whispered. The other human NCPs around cheered and stood on the stage to encourage Song Jian. Although he only passed 2 levels, Song Jian passed them in a crushing manner, which made the human NPCs around him feel that they shared a common hatred for the enemy. Soon, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th abyss demons came on stage one after another. But none of them was Song Jian's opponent. Each of them died tragically on the stage. And Song Jian never used the 10,000 swords technique to deal with these abyss demons. Every time he killed an abyss demon, Song Jian could feel that the opponent's soul was inexplicably sucked out of the body, and then floated above the stage and suddenly disappeared, as if there was an invisible void entrance above his head, which directly sucked away the soul of the dead abyss demon. If I die here, my soul will probably be sucked away. I wonder if the skill of Death's enemy can be triggered by then. Song Jian thought to himself. It's already the 7th level. I think we can arrange some powerful characters to play. Manager Mal glanced at Fox, wanting to see if he had any suggestions. But Fox had a smiling expression on his face. He didn't seem to notice Manager Mal's gaze at all, just staring at the monitor screen quietly. Seeing that Fox didn't react, Manager Mal snorted coldly and directly ordered an abyss demon whose strength was no less than that of the abyss destroyer to play. Soon, a black flame appeared on the stage, burning fiercely out of thin air. Seeing this scene, several human NPCs burst into exclamations. The Flame Master has the ability to control the 5th level abyssal flame. It's over. This God-favored one is in danger. Hey, brother, be careful. His flame is very powerful. Don't be burned by it. Otherwise you will be in big trouble. That is the abyssal flame that is said to never go out. Someone shouted loudly under the stage. 5-level abyssal flame. Song Jian looked at the black flame on the stage, which condensed into a humanoid abyssal demon with huge bat wings behind him, and felt a little funny. He thought of the days when he had the Book of Abyss. At that time, he also controlled the ability of Abyss Blaze, and spent a lot of combat experience to light up the skill tree in Abyss Blaze. But unfortunately, he is not an Abyss creature after all. In the Abyss Guardian Temple, the Book of Abyss was also robbed. The holy objects of the Abyss cannot be completely controlled by people outside the Abyss Hell. Otherwise, the monster in front of him, who only controls the 5th level of Abyss Blaze, is probably not qualified to stand in front of him and use Abyss Blaze. Human, I admire you very much. The controller of Abyss Blaze opened his fong-filled mouth and smiled at Song Jian. His originally terrifying face became even more ferocious. Being able to defeat those trash in front of you shows that you still have some strength. You have won my respect. The Abyss Fiery Controller raised his right hand, and a ball of black flames burned in his palm. He looked Song Jian up and down and continued, I will burn your body to ashes, and then sacrifice your soul to the great Abyss Demon King. As he spoke, a black fireball as big as a millstone condensed from his hand and flew towards Song Jian. Instant Abyss Fireball. Song Jian had seen this move in the Abyss Hell. It seemed that all the magic professions in the Abyss Hell knew this move. But there were not many people who could use it instantly. Song Jian stepped on the ground, dodged the fireball like lightning, and rushed towards the Abyss Fiery Flame Master. Song Jian has rich combat experience against magic professions. As long as they fight in close combat, the power of these magic professions will be greatly reduced. At this moment, 6 flames suddenly appeared out of thin air beside the Abyss Fiery Flame Master, and kept spinning. Seeing this scene, Song Jian's eyes narrowed immediately. His Bone Shield skill and Moon Essence Wheel skill have the same effect as the opponent's move, both of which have automatic counterattacks against enemies that enter the attack range. Boom! There was a huge roar behind him, and a layer of light curtain composed of countless 6 grids appeared on the surface of the entire arena. Obviously, the previous move of the Abyss Fiery Flame Master hit the defensive light curtain of the arena. Seeing 6 groups of defensive flames appearing around the opponent's body, Song Jian stopped moving and slashed a sword towards the opponent. The Abyss Fiery Flame Master grinned and swung his right hand violently. Suddenly, a long sword burning with black flames appeared in his palm. Instead of retreating, the Abyss Fiery Flame Master roared and rushed towards Song Jian like a warrior. The 6 groups of Abyss Flames that were constantly rotating around it also began to slowly change their state and turned into 3-foot-long black long swords. Bang! One of the long swords seemed to have its own consciousness. It flew out from the Abyss Fiery Flame Master and rushed towards the sword energy slashed by Song Jian, and collided fiercely. The long sword was slashed by the sword energy and flew 7 or 8 meters away. It seemed to be weaker, but the long sword condensed by the Abyss Flames was not damaged at all. Instead, it destroyed the sword energy that Song Jian casually slashed. The controller of the Abyss Blazing Flames did not even look at the long sword that was slashed away. Instead, he soared into the air, holding the flaming long sword with both hands, and slashed at Song Jian fiercely. For a moment, the air around Song Jian became hot, and the whole person seemed to be in a huge steamer. Chapter 1152 Hidden Mission. Looking at the Abyss Fiery Flame Master, who had transformed into a close combat demon warrior, Song Jian sneered, "Even if you have close combat ability, so what? It's just a level 65 Lord level boss." Song Jian stepped forward. The sky-breaking sword in his hand shone with golden sword light, like the fangs of a beast, and stabbed at the Abyss Fiery Flame Master at a weird angle. Bang! The 2 long swords collided fiercely, and a great force came. Song Jian took 2 steps back, while the Abyss Fiery Flame Master flew out directly. However, the 6 black swords around the body of the Abyss Fiery Controller in the air suddenly flew towards Song Jian, looking like 6 black meteors. For a moment, looking at the 6 black swords flying towards him, Song Jian suddenly felt that the scene in front of him seemed familiar. This way of fighting with more people against fewer people seemed to be what he liked to use before. With a shake of his right hand, 5 phantoms of long swords of different colors suddenly appeared around the sky-breaking sword. The phantom slowly solidified and turned into 5 long swords with different attributes. The 5 long swords that had merged with the sword spirits had their grades upgraded. Under Song Jian's control, the 5 long swords soared into the air, as if they were attached to the sky-breaking sword. As the sky-breaking sword was swung, the 5 5-element long swords kept changing their postures and fought with the 6 black long swords. The 5 5-element swords sometimes separated and fought against the black swords separately, and sometimes gathered together to form a sword formation to block the 6 black swords. In an instant, the entire ring was constantly flashing with sparks. All the swords in the battle were extremely fast, constantly making sharp sounds of breaking through the air. Every corner of the ring seemed to be ready to break out at any time. Song Jian had already rushed to the front of the Abyss Fiery Flame Controller, and in a moment, he exchanged more than a dozen moves with the opponent. Bang! With another sword, the Abyss Fiery Flame Controller was chopped away. But as his body was chopped away, dark red clouds suddenly began to condense above the ring. Your swordsmanship is really too bad. Don't play with swords anymore. Play with other weapons, Song Jian said indifferently. After a fight, the Abyss Controller's neck, chest and other vital parts were stabbed by Song Jian. His body was covered in blood. There were more than a dozen wounds more than a foot long, and blood was constantly oozing out. If an ordinary person had been injured so badly, he would have been lying on the ground. But the Abyss Fiery Flame Controller was still alive and kicking, as if these injuries were fake. My body has long been integrated with the Abyss Fiery Flame. You can't kill me! The Abyss Fiery Flame Controller waved his hand. and 6 black swords flew towards it, turning into 6 balls of black flames around its body. As long as you are happy, Song Jian sneered. And with a thought, he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the Abyss Fiery Flame Master. Xian Yu Liu Guang's sword. The Abyss Fiery Flame Master's face changed drastically. At this time, he was casting a move similar to a forbidden spell. Once the dark red cloud above his head condensed, it would form a doomsday meteor that covered the entire arena. No matter who it was, it would be impossible to survive under such an attack of a full 3 minutes of flaming meteor bombardment. However, this move took too long to cast, and it could not be attacked during the casting process. Otherwise it would easily fail. Originally, it wanted to use words to delay time, but now it seems that the opponent does not seem to be fooled at all, and directly uses skills to rush towards it. Can't let him get close. The Abyss Fiery Controller gritted his teeth, controlled the 6 flames around him to gather into one, and then whispered, "Explode?" As if touching the light, the 6 abyss flames that merged together exploded. Half of the arena burst into a roar, and the entire arena trembled violently. All the onlookers covered their eyes with their arms. Although the light curtain protective shield on the arena can defend against energy shocks, there is no way to block this dazzling white light. The Abyssal Flame Master heaved a sigh of relief. This move was also one of its killer moves. The power of the 6 groups of Abyssal Flame fused together was no weaker than any single forbidden spell of a fire mage. On the ground of the ring, spiderweb-like cracks appeared. These cracks almost covered the entire ring. In the cracks, purple-black flames bloomed, as if the purple-black flames were about to erupt from the ground in the next moment. However, soon, these cracks on the ring healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire ring released a magic similar to the repair technique. No matter how horrible the attack was, it only took a while for the damage to the ring to heal slowly. The bursting flame slowly dissipated, and Song Jian's figure disappeared in front of the Abyss Fiery Flame Master. Is he dead? A smile appeared on the corner of the Abyss Fiery Flame Master's mouth. Everything it had done before was actually a trap, which was to make Song Jian think that this was the best time to attack it. And then when he got close, he would bear its most violent blow. For a moment, the Abyss Fiery Flame Master even wanted to stop the flame meteor forbidden spell it was casting. But at this moment, a long sword suddenly pierced its body from its back, and a section of the sword tip appeared on its chest. Blood gushed out, and the blood value suddenly dropped a lot. Song Jian's figure appeared behind it at some point. Impossible. I didn't sense any of his presence just now. How could he suddenly appear? Unless he knows space magic. The Abyss Fiery Flame Master let out an angry roar, thoughts racing in his mind. In fact, Song Jian just hid in the broken kingdom of God, and then came out of the kingdom of God after the skills were released. This gave the Abyss Fiery Flame Master an illusion that Song Jian had hidden in another dimension before. You can actually know space magic. The Abyss Fiery Flame Master turned his head with all his strength and looked at Song Jian behind him. The fire cloud above his head began to slowly dissipate, and the backlash force surged in the body of the Abyss Fiery Flame Master. Looking at the Abyss Flame Controller, who turned his head 180 degrees, Song Jian just showed a cruel smile, kicked forward fiercely with his right leg, drew out his long sword, and then swung it violently. The head of the Abyss Flame Controller flew up, and the whole body turned into ashes in an instant. At this moment, several Abyss players, who were originally standing under the ring and watching Song Jian with a mentality of watching a play, their faces changed at the same time. At the moment when the Abyss Flame Controller turned into ashes, several people received a system prompt at the same time. System, you have obtained a hidden task. Kill. Task content, on the arena. Openly kill the winner at this time. Song Jian, the Lord of the City of Hope. Task reward. Get corresponding rewards based on your performance in the encirclement and suppression battle. Task failure penalty, none. Chapter 1153 Final Battle. In the monitoring room, everyone fell silent as they watched Song Jian kill the Abyss Blaze Controller. In their opinion, although there were 2 gatekeepers, including the Abyss Destroyer, who were slightly stronger than the Abyss Blaze Controller, they were probably no match for Song Jian in this situation. What should we do now? Huh? What do you think we should do now? Manager Mao's roar echoed in the monitoring room, and everyone looked at Fox. In this situation, Fox was probably the only one who could come up with a solution. Fox frowned, seemingly thinking of a solution. But in fact, He was already very happy in his heart. This situation was the best result he had expected. The Abyss demons were killed one by one. But the soul of the human being could not be harvested, which would make the Abyss demon king behind them very angry. In fact, the Abyss demons who came here to guard the gate were sent here because they made mistakes. No one cared about their lives. But the human soul that was so excellent in front of them could not be harvested. This was the biggest reason that aroused the anger of the Abyss demon king. Even their superiors could not bear such anger, let alone them. Manager, is it too late to apply for a few command-level demon lords to come and support us? A person with the blood of the Abyss demon clan asked cautiously. Idiot. Command level? You have to apply for command level at least 3 days in advance. Manager Mal yelled loudly, with an angry expression. Just as Mal was about to continue yelling, his face suddenly froze, as if he had received some information, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He regained his solemn expression, looked around at the other people in the monitoring room, especially after staring at Fox for a few glances, snorted coldly, and then sat back in his seat, as if he had regained control of everything, agreed to the request of those God-favored ones, appropriately increased the final reward, and let that human agree to the final battle. Mal pressed the switch of the communicator and began to issue orders. Obviously, he was also prompted by the system. The combined strength of these God-favored ones is much stronger than that of the Abyss Destroyer, and their presence on the stage can make the challenge more entertaining. The only difficulty now is how to get that human to accept the siege challenge of several Abyss players. At this time, Song Jian was standing on the ring with a calm face. As long as he defeated 2 more gatekeepers of the Abyss Demon, he could choose one of the 10 reward items as a winning streak reward. Among these 10 reward items, 5 are epic level, and the others are dark gold level. This is not to say that the dark gold level ones are not good, but the remaining 5 dark gold level reward items are all top grade treasures that are not inferior to the epic level ones. Song Jian's eyes fell on one of the long swords emitting purple-red light. This long sword is much smaller than an ordinary long sword. The overall length is only a little more than 1 foot. And there is no hilt. It looks like a piece of sword blade, as if it is unfinished. This is the flying sword, a secondary weapon that can only be used by those who have mastered the skill of controlling objects, such as the sword control technique. It is usually used as a flying object, and sometimes it can be used as a weapon using the skill of controlling objects. However, when using it as a weapon, no skills can be used, and all attacks are ordinary attacks. As long as I can get this flying sword, I will have the opportunity to enter the sword control sect. Song Jian's mouth showed a hint of joy. So far, he has not used the 10,000 swords technique, and there are only 2 challengers left. So far, the most who have appeared on the stage are Lord-level bosses. Even if there are command-level bosses on the stage, he is not afraid. So he is very confident that he can get the final reward. At this moment, a big demon wearing a black robe and holding a crescent sickle suddenly appeared on the stage. Song Jian looked at it intently. It turned out to be one of the 8 races of the Abyss Hell. The big demons have a talent for space movement similar to teleportation, and their attacks have a certain chance of fatality. Among the 8 races of the Abyss Hell, they are also considered to be a relatively strong race. Song Jian thought this was his 9th opponent. He held the sky-breaking sword and made a gesture to prepare for attack. But the big demon slowly took off his hood, revealing a ferocious face. He opened his mouth towards Song Jian, revealing the dark red gums and sharp fangs inside. Human, you are the one who is closest to success among all the challengers so far. The big devil continued in a low and hoarse voice. Next, you have a choice. Continue the next 2 battles, or designate a 5-man team from the scene to fight with you. If you continue the next 2 battles, the rewards will remain unchanged. If you choose the latter, then this battle will be the final battle. If you win, you can not only get the previous rewards, but also get an extra promotion stone. As he said, the big devil took out a crystal with a purple gold glow from his arms. This crystal turned out to be a treasure of legendary quality. The onlookers explained immediately. You know, no matter where you are, legendary quality items are very rare. Song Jian's eyes flashed, and he immediately used the Eye of Insight to observe the properties of this crystal. Can it upgrade items below legendary quality by 1 grade? Up to legendary level? Song Jian took a breath of cold air. Such a treasure. Let alone he had never seen it. He had never even heard of it. You know, it is very difficult to upgrade the quality of items. Unless those growth items have the potential for promotion, there is no way to improve the quality. However, this treasure called the Stone of Promotion broke this restriction and could upgrade any item by 1 grade. Of course, if you want to maximize the effect, it is better to upgrade an epic equipment to a legendary one. Song Jian sneered and looked at the onlookers around the ring. Soon, his eyes were locked on the several Abyss players who had entered before. Several Abyss players looked at him unceremoniously. The Abyss player with a huge lizard tail even showed a provocative look and made a throat-cutting gesture towards him. It should be you, Song Jian whispered to himself. These Abyss players were higher in level than Song Jian, but not too much higher, and their equipment was good. When they saw Song Jian looking at them, they all turned on the light of equipment quality. They didn't have any equipment below silver quality. All of them were gold and dark gold quality equipment, and some of them had epic equipment emitting purple-red light. How about it, human? Are you willing to accept the challenge of this final battle? The big devil stared at Song Jian. The other party exuded a disgusting aura, which made it have the urge to swing the crescent sickle and split the other party in two. So it gradually became a little impatient. Except, Song Jian's mouth showed a hint of coldness. And then he turned his head to look at the several Abyss players under the ring, and hooked his finger at the same time, making a provocative gesture. Come, baby, Song Jian whispered. The appearance of these 5 Abyss players made him feel very uneasy. The beginning of the Abyss invasion plot made him know that it was only a matter of time before the Abyss players appeared in the game world. But he did not expect to meet them here. In that case, let me kill a few first. There is no need to continue living after betraying my own race, Song Jian said in his heart. Chapter 1154 Fighting. After Song Jian chose to accept the final battle, the entire arena was shrouded in a faint light. This place has been completely taken over by the system. Even the people in the Flame Manor can't control everything here for the time being. 5 Abyss players came to the ring aggressively, with arrogant expressions. But as soon as they stepped onto the ring, they took a standard combat team posture with warriors in front and ranged professions in the back. Obviously, they were treating Song Jian as a boss. Very good. The Abyss Demon King Didalagu is watching you. The big demon glanced at the 5 Abyss players. A smile appeared on his face, and after saying that, his figure turned into a puff of black flames and disappeared on the ring. Fight! The leading Abyss player holding a battle axe roared and rushed towards Song Jian. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly stiffened. His eyes turned red, and he looked angry with hatred. He swung the sky-breaking sword regardless of anything and prepared to rush towards the Abyss player holding a battle axe. Forced hatred? The crowd watching under the ring exclaimed, and a smug smile appeared on the faces of several Abyss players. The player holding the battle axe used the forced hatred skill, which could control the opponent for 10 seconds. 10 seconds was enough for them to focus their fire and kill the human in front of them. However, what they didn't expect was that in less than a second, Song Jian's eyes, which had been red, immediately regained clarity, and at the same time, numerous translucent energy swords appeared around his body. How is this possible? The Abyss player with a giant lizard tail exclaimed. But his movements did not stop at all. A huge Abyss giant lizard phantom appeared above his head, and the phantom roared. As the Abyss player pulled the longbow, a long arrow shining with black light shot towards Song Jian. And the Abyss giant lizard phantom also pounced towards Song Jian as the long arrow was shot. Sulu. Control skills. The Abyss player with a horn on his forehead roared and retreated quickly. The Abyss player with strange tattoos around his eyes stared at Song Jian and began to chant the words of the Abyss. The melodious sound rang throughout the arena. This move was actually a large-scale attack, affecting the people watching under the ring. At this time, the people watching under the ring were all strong. While taking defensive measures, they cursed at several Abyss players. If it weren't for the light curtain defense around the ring, I'm afraid someone would rush to the ring and beat these Abyss players up. The Abyss word is the best carrier of charm skills. No matter what kind of charm skill it is, as long as it is performed with the Abyss word, the effect will be greatly improved. However, the Abyss word is a double-edged sword. Players who are not from the Abyss Hell race will also be in danger of sinking and falling if they use the Abyss word. So few ordinary players will specifically master the Abyss word. However, the Abyss Hell race will not have this sequelae. Many magic professions will use the Abyss word to perform charm skills. But what these Abyss players did not expect was that Song Jian's talent skill Thick Skin was also extremely resistant to the Abyss word. In addition, Song Jian himself mastered the Abyss word. So the effect of this charm skill was not even as good as the forced hatred skill performed by the warrior holding a long axe before. Song Jian showed a sneer of disdain on his face. He waved the sky-breaking sword in his right hand forward, and countless spirit swords flew towards the 5 people. The spirit swords burning with dark red flames made the 5 Abyss players feel threatened. The Red Lotus Karma Fire is also called the Purification Fire. It has a strong restraining effect on the Abyss Hell race, coupled with the power of the 10,000 Swords art itself. For a moment, the 5 Abyss Hell players suddenly felt like they were covered and hit by countless rockets. You know, hundreds of spirit swords burning with Red Lotus Karma Fire are much more powerful than ordinary rockets. Even if the arena is big, it makes the 5 Abyss players feel like they have nowhere to escape. Chaos Light Curtain. The Abyss player standing at the end of the team waved the bone staff in his hand. And suddenly a layer of gray light curtain appeared on the surface of the 5 Abyss players' bodies. Stand behind me. The Abyss player holding the battle axe roared and pressed a mechanism on the battle axe. Immediately, the 2-meter-long two-handed battle axe immediately changed its shape and eventually turned into a heavy shield more than 1 person tall. Standing in front of the player, wall of size, the muscles in both hands bulged, and the Abyss player let out a low roar from his throat, and stabbed the sharp corners under the shield into the hard stone slab of the arena. At the same time, a light curtain with a height of more than 3 meters and a width of more than 10 meters appeared in front of everyone. The light curtain gradually became solid from translucent, and it looked like a wall built of rocks. The mottled traces on it were full of the vicissitudes and heaviness of history. Seeing this light curtain, several Abyss players were relieved. This was the most powerful defensive skill in the team. It had resisted the ultimate move of a command-level boss. In their opinion, using this move against Song Jian's 10,000 swords technique even felt like a waste of talent. How many of those energy swords do you think are harmful? The archer with a thick lizard tail asked in a mocking tone. With so many, it's good if only 1/10 of them can do damage. It feels a bit of a waste to use the wall of size, which has a cooldown of more than an hour. The Abyss mage at the end of the team said with some regret, I think my chaos shield is enough to resist this move. In their opinion, it is impossible for all of these hundreds of spirit swords to do damage. And there should be a lot of phantoms. Boom! The first spirit sword hit the energy defense of the wall of size skill, and a roar suddenly broke out. This roar made the hearts of the 5 Abyss players jump at the same time. The defense of the wall of size dropped a little, almost equivalent to 1% of the defense. It can only resist the attack of about 100 energy swords. The Abyss player holding the battle shield shouted loudly, Pray. Pray that the number of real energy swords is less than 1/5, and we will be fine. However, what no one expected was that the roar of the explosion was endless, and the defense of the wall of size was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? How is it possible? Every energy sword is real. No! The Abyss player with strange patterns around his eye sockets showed a look of despair in his eyes. He seemed to have smelled the breath of death, getting closer and closer to them. At this moment, a bright red flame lotus rose up from the feet of the 5 people, wrapping the 5 of them in the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation. Chapter 1155 Lord of Hell. When Song Jian saw the condensation of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, a smile appeared on his face. Even a command-level boss could not escape from the formed Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, let alone these Abyss players of more than level 60. The moment the sword formation appeared, the death of these 5 Abyss players was doomed. If you want to destroy the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, you must destroy the spirit swords at the fastest speed before the sword formation is formed. As long as the number of spirit swords drops to 1/3, the formation of the sword formation cannot be maintained. And then, there is no way to condense the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation. This should be the only weakness of the 10,000 swords technique. Unfortunately, with the current strength of the players, even if they are told about this weakness, they cannot destroy the spirit swords in such a short time. The previous eye wall skill destroyed at most 110 spirit swords before the defense was broken. To completely resist this move, the 5 Abyss players must master and use similar skills. As for the Chaos Light Curtain on the surface of the 5 Abyss players' bodies, at the moment when the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation rose, this defense light curtain similar to the forbidden spell was no longer different. In the monitoring room, There was a crack sound of shattering, and the glass in the hands of Manager Mal was crushed to pieces. His face was ashen, and the dark aura all over his body rolled up involuntarily. An illusory shadow of the Abyss Demon appeared behind him and roared silently at the monitoring screen. "I want him dead," Manager Mal roared. But in the next moment, his body suddenly stiffened, and the black abyss aura that was rolling seemed to have encountered something terrible, and all of it quickly retracted back into his body. "Mal, you found a very interesting human soul," a grand voice sounded throughout the monitoring room, and everyone in the monitoring room knelt on one knee and lowered their heads. "Master, I'm sorry," Manager Mal whispered in horror. Fear made him tremble all over, and cold sweat kept coming out. This voice was an existence that he could not resist. In front of him, Mal was not even an ant. If the other party wanted, he could even let Mal's soul burn in the flames of hell for tens of thousands of years. "You found this soul, but you don't have the ability to obtain it. I am very disappointed," the voice continued. When he heard the word disappointment, Manager Mal's body trembled violently like a sieve, and all his strength seemed to be drained away. He looked like he was about to fall to the ground. Behind him, Fox narrowed his eyes and smiled involuntarily, although there were some minor problems in the process. The current situation was exactly what he hoped for. However, the next moment, Fox's face became ugly, while Mal's face showed a look of relief after surviving the disaster. The grand voice continued to say in the entire monitoring room, "Mal, you must obtain this soul. No matter what means, no matter where. As long as you can contribute this human soul to me, then you will obtain the complete Abyss Hell Demon bloodline. And then you will become a true Abyss Hell Lord. You must know that every Abyss Hell Lord is a noble. If Mal can really be promoted from a small steward to an Abyss Hell Lord, it is tantamount to ascending to heaven in one step. And it is a reward that no one expects but cannot get. Master, I will definitely follow your instructions and dedicate this human soul to you." Mal's face showed a fanatical expression. Everyone knelt on the ground for a long time, and the voice never appeared again. A quarter of an hour later, everyone stood up and looked at Mayor, the steward, with envy and jealousy, and a bit of flattery. "Master Steward, what do you think we should do next?" a man in the monitoring room asked respectfully. Mayor clearly felt that everyone's attitude towards him became more respectful. You know, even as the direct superior of these people, he usually doesn't enjoy this kind of respect. "Humph. Next. Of course, we will do our best to kill this human. Do you still need to ask?" Mayor snorted coldly and began to order, "Let the Abyss Destroyer and Strangler prepare, and at the same time reward other Abyss Demons in the manner. Whoever can kill this human will be free in the EC Mirage. In addition, invite Lord Demon Dumar to join the battle. I promise that once I kill this human man, obtain his soul, and become the Lord of the Abyss Hell, I will grant him the title of Lord of the Family Knight. At the same time, I will grant him a manor of 500 acres as his territory." At this time, Mar had an arrogant look, as if he was already a Lord of the Abyss Hell. Fox frowned and couldn't help but say, "Sir, do you mean to violate the rules set by the Flame Manor and forcibly kill this human in front of you?" "Yes, Fox. Can't you tell which one is more important? This manor or a Lord of the Abyss?" Mal looked at Fox coldly and snorted, seeing that there were still a few people around who showed hesitation. Mal immediately said, "Once I become the Lord of the Source Hell, then all of you will become my staff and retainers. And everyone will have the opportunity to obtain the real Abyss Demon bloodline." Hearing what Mal said, those who were originally a little hesitant immediately stood on Mal's side. Only he followed. "You know, almost all the people standing here have a thin Abyss Demon bloodline. They want to obtain the complete Abyss Demon bloodline and become a real Abyss Demon. This is what they have always longed for. The most important thing is that if they can really become a retainer of the Lord of the Abyss Hell, for these half-bloods, it is something that can make the whole family feel extremely honored." Seeing that everyone stood on Mal's side, Fox sighed slightly in his heart. This situation was something he could not contend with at all. He had originally planned very well, but the master only needed to throw out a small bait to disrupt his plan. At this time, Fox was not only frustrated, but also had a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. Looking at the burning red lotus of karma on the monitoring screen and the 5 Abyss players struggling painfully in the sword formation, Fox's face was gloomy and his eyes flickered. Finally, his eyes fell on Song Jian, staring at the figure holding the sky-breaking sword on the screen. Fox couldn't help but smile. Chapter 1156 Siege. The blazing fire red lotus sword formation lasted less than 10 seconds before slowly disappearing. On the stage, the 5 Abyss players had disappeared, leaving only 5 pieces of equipment shining with golden light. These Abyss players did not belong to the Flame Manor, nor were they the original gatekeepers on the stage. Therefore, killing them not only dropped their equipment, but also allowed Song Jian to gain a lot of war merits. You know, the game is now in the Abyss Hell Invasion stage. Players from the 2 camps fight each other and gain twice as much war merits as usual. Most importantly, Song Jian also gained a lot of combat experience, which was even more than the experience gained by killing 5 Lord-level bosses. Picking up the 5 pieces of gold equipment and taking a look, Song Jian was a little disappointed. All of these equipment were actually only available to players in the Abyss camp. Although such equipment was of good quality, it could only be decomposed to obtain some materials, and its value would probably shrink by 90%. However, Song Jian also made a lot of money in this battle. In addition to earning a legendary quality promotion stone for free, he also got the epic quality flying sword he wanted. It can be said that he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. When the time comes, he can use the promotion stone to upgrade the flying sword to the legendary level, and his secondary equipment crossbow can retire gloriously. Just as Song Jian was looking at the flying sword shining with purple-red light on the podium with expectation, the big iron cage above the ring suddenly fell down and hit the ring with a boom. This iron cage was not made of ordinary steel, but of abyssal magic iron, and it was engraved with dense abyssal runes. At the moment the iron cage came down, it divided the ring and the arena into 2 different areas. The audience who were cheering stopped when they saw this scene and looked at the ring in surprise. After a while, several figures of abyssal demons appeared in the 4 corners of the ring. One of the abyssal demons was more than 5 meters tall, and its burly body was covered with a thick layer of keratin exoskeleton. It looked like a giant lizard below the waist, and above the waist, it was a humanoid figure, holding a giant sickle in his hand. There was only a hideous mouth full of fangs on his face, and only a huge eye, and no other organs. Seeing this abyss demon, several onlookers suddenly exclaimed, "Destruction! Destroyer! Abyss Destroyer! Damn it! This is an 80th level command level boss." When the onlookers heard the words command level boss, they immediately became in an uproar. In addition to this abyss monster, abyss demons also appeared in other corners, including fallen angels, sheep-faced demons, and almost all demons from the 8 major races of the abyss appeared on this stage. "They want to break the rules and kill him," Li Qi shouted angrily, pointing at the stage and yelling. Others also saw it, yelled, and some of them started to run quickly towards the outside of the arena. At this time, heavy stone doors fell at the entrances and exits of the entire square, sealing everyone in the square. At this time, the figure of Manager Mao slowly appeared above the arena. This huge projection, which was more than 10 meters tall, looked down at the entire arena and said, "Everyone, this human god-favored person has offended the majesty of the Abyss Hell, so he must be killed here. You can serve as witnesses. Once you kill him, you can leave freely." At this time, a large number of Abyss demons appeared around the arena. Looking around, there were at least hundreds of Abyss demons. These Abyss demons seemed to be low-level soldiers of the Abyss Hell, only level 60 or 70. But with so many of them, it was completely impossible for the people present to deal with them. The dozens of people watching were not all human. Most of them fell silent. A few human NPCs showed a look of shame and anger on their faces. Boom! A black flame suddenly rose from the center of the ring. The flame dissipated, and the big demon appeared on the ring. He took off his hood and revealed his hideous face. The big demon smiled and said, "Human, your soul has been honored to be valued by the Abyss Demon King Didalagu. He needs an excellent soul like you. The Abyss Demon is the Abyss Demon. He is untrustworthy and shameless." Song Jian sneered. "Human, give up struggling." The big demon sneered, raised the crescent sickle in his hand high, and rushed towards Song Jian in a flash. The other Abyss demons on the ring also launched an attack and rushed towards Song Jian. At this time, Song Jian's sword energy had not yet recovered completely, and he could not use the fire red lotus sword formation. Seeing the big demon rushing towards him, Song Jian snorted coldly, and his mind moved, and he immediately split a sword shadow clone, and the 2 figures rushed towards the big demon at the same time. in the previous trip to the Abyss Hill. In Song Jian's opinion, among all the 8 demon races, the Big Demon race is the most difficult Abyss Demon race. The innate instinct of incarnating the Abyss Flame and moving briefly in the different dimension space allows the Big Demon race to have the capital to attack and defend. If he encountered a big demon in an open area, if he did not take the initiative, Song Jian would often not fight to the death with the Big Demon race, because such a fight would only waste time. But now, on this ring, the iron cage not only locked Song Jian inside, but also limited the range of the Big Demon's instant movement. Swish! A white light flashed past, and Song Jian's figure retreated quickly. At this time, another sword shadow clone performed the 10,000 swords technique. The densely packed spirit sword swam across the ring like fish, flying towards the Abyss Demons coming from all around. For a moment, dozens of Abyss Demons waved their weapons to resist, and the Big Demon hit the air with one move, but grinned at Song Jian's body, poked the crescent sickle in his hand towards the ground of the ring, and his figure turned into a puff of black flames again and disappeared. At this time, the Abyss Demons on the stage were at least elite level boss, and most were Lord level boss. Only 3 Abyss Demons had the strength of the commander level. The level of the Sword Shadow clone's 10,000 swords art was very low, and hundreds of spirit swords only temporarily entangled other Abyss Demons. However, just after releasing the 10,000 swords art, the Sword Shadow clone immediately performed a sword technique that Song Jian had almost never used since he mastered it. The moon-shattering light slash. A huge crescent-shaped sword energy flew towards the largest Abyss Destroyer, and a huge crack more than 1 meter wide appeared on the ground of the stage, extending all the way to the feet of the Abyss Destroyer. Boom! With a loud noise, the body of the Abyss Destroyer actually soared into the air, and the huge shadow enveloped more than a dozen Abyss Demons. Blood gushed out, and all the Abyss Demons were surprised to see that there was a scar of more than 3 meters long on the body of the Abyss Destroyer, almost splitting it in half. This was an 80-level domination level boss, and it was seriously injured by one of the opponent's clones. This scene surprised not only the Abyss Demons on the ring, but also the people watching around the ring. But at this moment, the Sword Shadow clone that had performed such a powerful move actually collapsed and turned into a puff of smoke, dissipating in the air. At this time, a puff of black flame suddenly appeared behind Song Jian, and a crescent sickle raised high appeared above Song Jian's head. Chapter 1157 Despair. Song Jian was stunned when he saw the Sword Shadow clone perform the moon-shattering light slash and collapse due to the backlash of the skill. He had never used this skill since he mastered it. After all, the sequelae of this skill were too great. But today, when he saw the Sword Shadow clone perform it, Song Jian realized that the power of this skill was even greater than he expected. And most importantly, this skill and the Sword Shadow clone are a perfect match. When the clone is used to perform this attack, the main body does not have to bear the sequelae of this skill at all. If only the clone is used, the power of this skill cannot be fully released. But compared with the sequelae, it is also a good compromise, Song Jian said in his heart. Just as Song Jian's mind flashed with countless combinations of the moon-shattering light slash skill, he suddenly felt a sharp gust of wind coming from behind his head. A sneer appeared on Song Jian's lips. He had encountered such sneak attacks countless times in the Abyss Hell. Song Jian swung his sword fiercely and swept it back, and the Xian Yu Liuwang sword was used. The crescent sickle was less than a foot away from Song Jian's head. The Big Demon's body suddenly stiffened and lost control of his body. The whole body slowly floated up. Swish, swish, swish. Several sword lights bloomed on the Big Demon, leaving several transparent holes on its body. A series of critical hits floated up from the top of the Big Demon's head. You can't be killed. The Big Demon was chopped off by Song Jian's sword and hit the iron cage at the edge of the ring. A smile appeared on his ferocious face. Of course I can't kill you with this move, but you won't live long. Song Jian interrupted the Big Demon and said directly. The Big Demon snorted coldly, and the sickle in his hand hit the ground hard. Suddenly a black flame rose into the air, and the Big Demon disappeared on the ring again. At this time, the other Abyss Demons began to rush towards Song Jian. The breath emitted by dozens of elite-level bosses was like a dark cloud, pressing towards Song Jian. After taking a look at the sword energy value that was recovering quickly, Song Jian showed a brilliant smile to these Abyss Demons. You know, this is not a regular fighting competition. Killing these bosses can gain merits, experience and spoils. Usually, If you want to gather so many bosses, you can only encounter them during siege battles. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. The sword energy that Song Jian had just recovered in his body, like the surging Yangtze River, flowed along his meridians and rushed towards the sky-breaking sword in his hand. In an instant, the sky-breaking sword burst into dazzling golden sword energy, and almost the entire fighting arena was filled with shining golden light. In an instant, 500 densely packed spirit swords floated around Song Jian's body, making the big demon who was hiding in the other dimension and preparing to attack Song Jian dare not move at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The overwhelming spirit swords flew towards the abyss demon, almost covering the entire arena. Don't panic. It's the same trick again. Forming a formation to resist. Just the number is a little more than before. It's no big deal. An abyss demon roared. The remaining abyss demons quickly gathered together, looking ready for battle. They resisted the 10,000 swords art released by the clone before, and they survived without too much damage. They thought that this time should be the same as the last time, and they should be able to easily block this wave of spiritual sword attacks. As a result, when they really chopped with the spiritual sword, they suddenly found that the power of the spiritual sword this time was several times greater than the previous one. With only 5 or 6 swords, some elite bosses were knocked to the ground and dying. At this moment, the abyss demons that were originally united suddenly exposed their true nature. They grabbed their seriously injured companions and blocked them in front of themselves, using their companions' bodies to bear the damage of the 10,000 swords. Song Jian had a sneer on his face. Using the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation to kill these abyss demons gave him a feeling of using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. At this moment, there was another strange spatial fluctuation behind him, and a chilling murderous intent came from behind him. Song Jian snorted coldly. The Xianyu Liuguang sword was still cooling down. Song Jian directly used the Soul Walk skill and rushed towards the large group of abyss demons in front. Ha ha ha. So stupid. You actually want to compete with the big demon in speed. The big demon sneered, retracted the sickle that had been swung out halfway, paused suddenly, and the figure turned into a puff of black flames and disappeared. At this moment, more than a dozen elite abyss demons had turned into corpses, and all the spirit swords turned into dark red lotus leaves, swirling like a tornado, and strong suction emanated from the center of the tornado, sucking all the abyss demons towards the center. At this time, the dark red lotus leaves formed a huge burning lotus, and all the abyss demons were trapped in this lotus. Song Jian also rushed to the edge of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation and stopped, turning his head to look behind him. At this moment, a burst of black flames rose above Song Jian's head, and the big demon raised the sickle in his hand and chopped it down fiercely at Song Jian's head and neck. However, at this moment, a strong suction force bloomed from the sword formation, directly pulling the big demon into the sword formation. Looking at the big demon with a panic expression on his face, Song Jian raised his right hand and made a death gesture to him. Boom boom boom. Bursts of explosion-like roars came from the Red Lotus sword formation, accompanied by the shrill screams of the abyss demon. In the monitoring room, Manager Mal's face was almost touching the monitoring screen, with an expression of disbelief. No. Impossible. Impossible. He can't be so powerful. He is just an ordinary god-favored. Manager Mal muttered to himself. His face was terribly pale, and there was a hint of despair in his eyes. The colleagues around him looked at each other and quietly took 2 steps back. Farther away from Manager Mal, Fox was ecstatic in his heart, but his face did not show it at all. This time, Mal was completely defeated. Not only did he consume all the abyss demons in the Flame Manor, but he also took the initiative to break the rules he set. This has violated the regulations of the EC Mirage City. Being driven away is the most merciful punishment for them. You know, in order to build a manor that belongs entirely to the Abyss Hell race in the EC Mirage City, the Abyss Demon King paid a huge price to be allowed to build this manor here. But now it is all ruined in Mal's hands. If Song Jian could be killed, all this would certainly be worth it. But now it seems that all the Abyss demons in the Flame Manor were killed. Chapter 1158 Bloodline. At this moment, Fox suddenly said, if we just kill all the Abyss demons, the Master will be very dissatisfied. But at least this Flame Manor can be saved. However, if the managers of the EC Mirage City know that we violated the rules, I am afraid that all of us will die very ugly. Fox looked around at his colleagues around him, and a faint smile appeared on his face. reminding, "Don't forget what price the master paid to build such a manor, and such an arena here. Over the years, this manor has harvested so many excellent souls for the master. Once this manor is destroyed, our fate." Hee hee. Everyone's face suddenly changed. And some people even looked at Manager Mao with hatred. If Song Jian on the ring didn't die, then Manager Mao would not be able to obtain the status of the Abyss Lord. And because of him, everyone present might die. How could this not make them resentful? "Fox, don't forget that you are also one of us. If the master's anger really comes, then you can't escape either." Mao looked at Fox fiercely and shouted loudly, "Of course, you are right." Fox shrugged his shoulders and said with a relaxed look, "But I have a way to avoid this kind of thing from happening." "What? You have a solution?" Everyone gathered around Fox, looking expectant. "Fox, you have always been the smartest among us. We have always admired you. Tell us, what should we do?" "Yes, Fox, we are on the same boat now. We must work together. Fox, if we can really get through this difficult time, I will definitely follow your lead in the future. You say east, I will never go west." The people around were noisy, but Fox seemed not to hear it. His eyes were just staring at the Manager Mao. The muscles on Manager Mao's face were almost twisted. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" Fox smiled faintly and said, "Nothing. After this is over, if you are not dead, then I ask you to transfer half of the Abyss demon blood in your body to me." Manager Mao was immediately furious and said, "This is impossible. You know, the most precious thing for these mixed blood Abyss demons is the Abyss demon blood in their bodies. The most important reason why Manager Mao can become the manager of this manor is that the Abyss demon blood in his body is richer than that of others. If he gives away the Abyss demon blood in his body, then the strength of Manager Mao will become the worst among all people. At that time, let alone the Abyss Lord, even the current manager position will not be able to continue to sit. It is better to kill you altogether than to give you half of the blood," Mao said viciously. "Of course, you can refuse," Fox laughed and said. "Don't forget, this matter was planned by you from beginning to end. You insisted on your own way and did not listen to our advice at all, which caused such serious consequences. Therefore, you, the manager, need to bear the responsibility alone." As he said that, Fox glanced at a colleague next to him. The colleague suddenly had an idea. His eyes lit up, and he pointed at Mao and shouted, "Yes. This matter was indeed planned and led by you alone. Mao, we have advised you, but you insisted on your own way and did not listen to our advice at all. The failure of this matter is entirely your responsibility." When the others heard it, they all understood it immediately and accused one after another, "Yes, Fox is right. This matter should indeed be borne by you alone." Mao, who was praised by others before, suddenly turned pale. Everyone's kicking when he was down made Mao even more frightened. At this time, Fox glanced at the monitoring screen and said loudly, "Mao, make a decision quickly. The winner is about to be decided. Once the winner is decided, there will be no time to make any remedial measures." Mao trembled all over and turned his head to look at the monitoring screen. At this time, the screen showed that most of the Abyss demons had fallen in the sword formation, and the rest were struggling to hold on. The seriously injured command-level boss had also died. There were 2 command-level bosses left. They actually grabbed the bodies of 2 Lord-level Abyss demons and resisted the flying spirit swords in the sword formation. "The situation is over." With a look of despair in his eyes, Mao looked up at Fox. "Fox, have you been waiting for this day for a long time? Have you been wanting to usurp my power?" Mao asked with a vicious look in his eyes. Fox just smiled at him and didn't say anything. Mao gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. "Okay, Fox, I agree to your request. Can you tell me your solution?" Fox sneered and said, "Hand over half of your blood first." Mao's body stiffened, and he looked around, seeing everyone's indifferent expressions. Mao took a deep breath and stretched out his right index finger. The black breath began to gather towards his fingertips. After a while, wisps of black breath with a bloody smell emanated from his fingertips and began to condense 7 inches above his fingertips. After a while, a black gas mass half the size of a palm condensed, like a water ball, floating up and down in the air. Mao's breath suddenly wilted, and he threw the black gas mass with a bloody smell to Fox, saying, "Take it." Fox smiled and took the blood. He did not use it immediately, but put it in his arms. Absorbing blood and tempering blood cannot be done in a short time. It must be done in a safe and sealed environment. After collecting the blood, Fox walked to the monitoring screen and stared at the battle on the ring motionlessly. On the ring, the only ones who could hold on were a command-level Abyss Demon and the big demon who had been fighting with Song Jian before. All the other Abyss Demons turned into corpses. The two Abyss Demons were not in good condition. Their health had already fallen below half, and they had no power to fight back. If it weren't for their strong desire to survive, they would have turned into corpses at this time. At this time, a sharp sword more than 10 meters long appeared above the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, slashing at the remaining two command-level Abyss Demons. After two miserable howls, the two command-level bosses were all killed on the ring. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, not only Song Jian, but Fox also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and his heart finally fell back into his stomach. At this time, Mal had no chance of turning the tables, and the rest was Fox's performance. Chapter 1159 Arbitration. The Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword directly killed the two command-level bosses. Although they were seriously injured, their serious injuries were also caused by the previous sword formation. After swinging the sword of the 10,000 sword skill, Song Jian did not make any more moves. He just stood in the distance and waited quietly, which made the onlookers feel an inexplicable chill on their backs. It's really too terrifying. What kind of sword skill is this? A disciple of Jinshan sect wiped the sweat from his palm and asked in a low voice with a look of fear. Is this the legendary mystery? The secret of swordsmanship? A disciple next to him said uncertainly. Humph. It's just a mutated fusion sword technique. Not a secret. But its power is almost the same as the weakest sword secret. A young disciple in a green robe said proudly. Behind him, he also carried a long sword, but his eyes were always on the sky-breaking sword in Song Jian's right hand. With a burning look, Brother Wang Zan, if this God-favored person becomes a disciple of your Qinglian sword sect, what level of disciple can he become with his level? Intersect? Or elite? A handsome man with 3 strands of beard laughed softly. Wang Zan showed a hesitant look on his face, shook his head and said, this person is just lucky and has obtained a fusion sword technique skill, but his foundation is too poor. Even the foundation of the most ordinary intersect disciple of Qinglian sword sect is 10 times or 100 times better than his. I saw that he was the same. After releasing the skill, he actually let the skill evolve on its own without any control. For this sword skill, the waste in the evolution process is too great. If he can fully control this skill, the power can be increased by at least 10 times. So, this person is just lucky. Hey, if I can have this sword skill. Wang Zan showed a regretful look on his face. What? More than 10 times? It's so terrifying now. How far will it reach if it is increased 10 times? Someone next to him whispered. Keep your voice down. The Qinglian sword sect is a first-class sect. You can't afford to offend it. That kid is in trouble. After killing all the Abyss Demons, Song Jian walked forward with a cold face and picked up all the spoils dropped by the Abyss Demons. Fortunately, Song Jian obtained a lot of spoils. These items were at least silver quality, and there were even 2 epic quality items emitting purple-red light. But unfortunately, these items were all used by the Abyss Hell race. Song Jian could only decompose them into materials, which made him feel a little regretful. At this time, the iron cage above the ring slowly rose, and a figure wearing glasses and emitting a faint black abyss aura appeared in the center of the ring. He said to Song Jian with a smile on his face, Congratulations, young God's favored one. You are the first challenger to successfully win 10 consecutive victories since the establishment of the Flame Manor. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole arena was filled with cheers and fireworks, and colorful ribbons fell from the sky above the arena, and the atmosphere of the arena suddenly became warm. Everyone was stunned, and they all looked at the figure in the center of the arena with so shameless eyes. Hello, my name is Fox, and I am temporarily the manager of the Flame Manor. The illusory figure gradually solidified. Fox stretched out his right hand and slowly walked towards Song Jian. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you with one sword? Song Jian asked Fox with a mocking smile on his face. You are a smart man. Fox laughed. If you kill me now, it will not do you any good except to vent your anger. Moreover, the person who wants to kill you is not me. On the contrary, if that person does not kill you, He will probably live a life worse than death in the future. In a sense, we are actually standing together. Fox's voice was very low, and only he and Song Jian could hear it. In fact, having a friend from the Abyss Hell race is not a bad thing for you. What do you think? Song Jian sneered. I don't think that the word friend exists among the races of the Abyss Hell. Conspiracy and betrayal are commonplace in the Abyss Hell. How can I trust you? Also, don't tell me that the many Abyss demons besieging me just now were just your 10th test. If you say so, you are treating me as a fool. And we have nothing to say. Fox's face froze. In fact, if he wanted to settle this matter, Song Jian himself was the key. As long as he did not apply for arbitration to the managers of the East Sea Mirage City, Fox was very confident that he could settle this matter. It was nothing more than giving up some interests. But if Song Jian keeps holding on, the managers of the East Sea Mirage City will not care about the face of an Abyss Demon King. It is not difficult to flatten this matter with just a flick of the finger. I don't know how to calm your anger. I can hand over the mastermind of this matter. Fox's face showed a ruthless look. If Song Jian insisted on killing the mastermind of this matter, it would be a good opportunity to kill Mal directly. I believe that no one will think that he did something wrong. Even if the Abyss Demon King knew about it, he could not say anything to him. Instead, he would praise him for saving the Flame Manor. Song Jian turned his head and looked at the prize stand, and said, Can you give me my reward now? Fox nodded quickly and said, Of course. You can choose 2 items, one of which is your reward, and the other one is an apology for this matter. Song Jian laughed dumbly and said, You want to get rid of me with an epic item? Those Abyss demons just gave me 2 epic equipment. As he said that, Song Jian pointed to the epic flying sword rank 3rd and said, I want the flying sword as my 10-game winning streak reward. Fox's heart sank, and with a wave of his right hand, the flying sword placed on the prize stand floated over and fell into Song Jian's hands. Song Jian took a look at the attributes of the flying sword. As expected, it was the same as he thought. This flying sword was a secondary equipment. It could not only fly with the sword, but also be used as a weapon. This flying sword needs a ceremony similar to the opening ceremony before it can be used. After a quick look at the attributes of the flying sword, Song Jian put it into the parcel column, stared at Fox coldly and said, If you want me to shut up about this matter, put the pieces of the sword immortal suit in front of me. I will give you 3 days. After 3 days, I will apply for arbitration. Chapter 1160 Responsible. Fox's face changed drastically when he heard that Song Jian actually asked for a sword immortal suit as compensation. You know, such a piece of equipment is not something that a small manager like him can decide. Even if he decides, he doesn't have so many resources to exchange for this equipment. That is a suit for the top 10 professions. A 120 level legendary equipment. Even if you sell this manor, you can't exchange it for that equipment, Fox said bitterly. Song Jian interrupted Fox coldly and said, This is something you need to consider. 3 days. Remember? You only have 3 days. After saying that, Song Jian jumped off the arena and walked out of the manor, not giving Fox any chance to speak. Fox stared at Song Jian's back, held his eyes, and a gloomy light bloomed from his eyes. Originally, he thought that only 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment would be enough to settle the matter. But he didn't expect that this God-favored person would have such a big appetite. A 120 level legendary quality equipment. And it was also the legendary 10 unique professional suit. Such an existence is comparable to a semi-artifact. And even their master, the Abyss Demon, would probably covet it. Not to mention that he is not the steward of the Flame Manor yet. Even if he really becomes the steward, he does not have the qualifications and ability to obtain such a piece of equipment. Watching Song Jian leave the arena, Fox's face was terribly gloomy. After announcing the temporary closure of the arena, he returned to the conference hall of the Manor Castle. At this time, all the people in charge of the Flame Castle were sitting at the conference table waiting for him. Manager Mal had a complicated expression. On the one hand, he didn't want to see Fox show off and get things done. On the other hand, he was afraid of being punished and hoped that the matter would be settled. Although he was sitting on a chair, it felt like there were nails under his buttocks, making him feel uncomfortable. Seeing Fox walk in with a gloomy face, Mal couldn't help but stand up and asked, Fox, you have obtained half of my blood. Don't tell us that you can't settle this matter. When the others heard what Mal said, they couldn't help but whisper and looked at Fox. At this time, Fox's expression didn't look like he had settled the matter. Fox didn't say a word, walked to the position of the manager, put his hands on the conference table, leaned forward, and looked down at everyone. After a while, everyone stopped talking and looked at Fox with some fear. Although Fox's strength didn't increase at this time, his aura became more and more domineering. Seeing that everyone was silent, Fox stared at Mal for a long time, which made Mal feel a little scared. Just as he was about to ask, Fox let out a long sigh. Hey, Mal, I originally thought that this matter could be reduced to a small matter, but that human god-favored person was too greedy. He actually asked for the sword fairy suit from the Pissmark auction house as compensation. Otherwise, he would have to arbitrate with his expression. His request is beyond my ability. I have no choice but to report this to the master and let him solve it. Fox shook his head and said, I can return half of your blood essence to you. Let's leave it at that. The 120 level legendary sword immortal set is not an ordinary item. If it were a 70-80 level legendary equipment, Fox could afford it alone. But the sword immortal set? What? You want that sword immortal set? It's wishful thinking. It's a treasure worth 10 million purple crystals. Even if you sell the entire Flame Manor, you can't afford it. Someone exclaimed. Yes. 10 million purple crystals can buy a third-rate sect. His request is a bit too much. It's simply a lion's mouth. Everyone, you are being ridiculed here. You should think of a way to solve it quickly. Do you really want to fight him to the death? You know, once the master knows about this, none of us here can escape. But who can afford an item worth 10 million purple crystals? However, how about everyone pooling together? After so many years in the ESC Mirage City, I don't believe that everyone doesn't have any family background. This matter is not our responsibility at all. Why should we pay? Yes, whoever caused the trouble should solve it. If you have the ability, go and kill that human god-favored one. Otherwise, he will have to pay all the 10 million purple crystals. Fox did not stop the discussion this time. He just sat on the chair and watched everyone's performance quietly. In the end, almost everyone pointed their spearheads at Mal again. At this time, Fox winked at a man sitting on the left side of the meeting. The man immediately stood up and pointed at Mal and shouted, Mal, you have been a manager for so many years. You must have made a lot of money. You can definitely take out 10 million purple crystals. Right? If you can't solve the problems you caused, you can't let your brothers die with you. As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up and pointed at Mar and said, Mar, every time you harvest excellent souls, you always keep some and then secretly sell them to others. Don't think we don't know. If you don't pay this time, we will expose this matter to the master. When the time comes, it will be easy to skin you alive. Mar, you are the only one who is responsible for this matter. In fact, the sword fairy suit has been in the auction house for decades. Although it is listed at 10 million purple crystals, I estimate that it can be bought with 8 million or so. Such a small amount of money is nothing to you. Mar was trembling with anger. In order to settle this matter, he had already paid half of his abyssal demon bloodline. His strength plummeted at this time. In addition, he had no future after the failure of this matter. Naturally, everyone started to add insult to injury. Mar, if you don't want your soul to be extracted by the master and roasted in the abyss flames for tens of millions of years, you'd better buy back the equipment from the auction house. Fox said calmly, if you just failed to harvest an excellent soul, you will be punished by whipping at most. But if because of you, the only stronghold of the abyssal hell camp in the ESC Mirage City is also lost, then I'm afraid you won't have a place to stand in the entire abyssal hell. Although Fox's words were vicious, they were not without reason. Mal's face became paler, and cold sweat slid down his cheeks like raindrops. After a while, Mal sat down on his seat, nodded in despair and said, I will find a way to buy that equipment back. Chapter 1161 Angel Soul. Song Jian stayed in a hotel in Donghai Mirage City for 2 days, and someone sent him the pieces of the Sword Immortal suit. Sword Immortal's Destruction Belt Legend. Equipment requirements. Strength 280. Constitution 300. Spirit 320. Level 120. Item description. This is the legendary belt of the only professional Sword Immortal. It embodies the indomitable spirit of the Sword Immortal profession. You must be inherited by the Sword Immortal and recognized by it to be eligible to wear it. Item attributes. Physical defense plus 350. Resistance plus 290. Dodge increased by 20%. Toughness plus 35. Strength plus 60. Agility plus 180. Spirit plus 150. When attacked, there is a certain chance to reduce 30% of the damage you receive. Set component 1/8. Once equipped, the item will be automatically soulbound, cannot be dropped, and cannot be traded. Item special effects, solid active. Defense increased by 100% after activation. Resistance increased by 80%. There is a certain chance of rebounding the damage received. And a protective shield with a defense of 100,000 is generated by itself. Before the protective shield is broken, the self will not be harmed. This effect lasts for 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is 120 minutes. Another sword immortal set is in hand. Song Jian looked at the belt emitting brilliant purple and gold color, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Looking at the man standing respectfully beside him, Song Jian put the equipment into the parcel column and nodded, "Very good. I will not pursue this matter." After hearing this, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief. This way of settling things privately was generally tacitly approved by the EC Mirage City. The officials would not investigate if the people did not report it. After all, the EC Mirage City was just a unique place with a strong commercial atmosphere. Generally speaking, it was not willing to make a big fuss, as long as the rules of the EC Mirage City were followed. The managers here were almost transparent. "Thank you, sir. I will go back and report." After saying that, the man could not wait to walk towards Lion Manor. Back at Lion Manor, everyone was anxiously waiting for him. In the meantime, the man took out a photo bead from his arms and lightly tapped it. In the air, a picture of Song Jian receiving the equipment and promising not to pursue the matter appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Manager Mal's face was full of sorrow, and he seemed to have aged 10 years, with some graying on his temples. On the one hand, this was because Mal had forced out half of the Abyss Demon blood in his body, which led to a significant drop in strength. On the other hand, it was also due to raising funds to buy this sword fairy equipment. Fortunately, Mal acted quickly, and the matter in the Flame Manor was not spread too widely. He only spent more than 7 million purple crystals to buy this equipment. If it was later, when this matter spread in the EC Mirage City, I am afraid that the auction house would ask for a high price, and the transaction price would be at least more than 10 million purple crystals. "Mal, I didn't expect you to get so much. You took out more than 7 million purple crystals without blinking. I admire you," Fox said with a smile on his face. "You know, even the entire Flame Manor may not be able to take out so many purple crystals, unless the Abyss Demon behind them is informed of this matter. Otherwise, this matter is really difficult to handle." When Fox thought that Mal, as a steward, could be worth millions of purple crystals in just a dozen years, his heart suddenly became hot. "Fox, don't say anything sarcastic. This matter has drained my family's wealth. But on the master's side, the consequences of this matter will be borne by you alone. If the master blames you again, don't blame me for the fight to the death. At that time, everyone will be embarrassed," Mal said fiercely. "Don't worry. Since you've given up your position to me, I will naturally bear all the consequences," Fox said calmly. Mal snorted coldly, stood up, and walked out of the meeting room. He couldn't leave the Flame Manor yet. Once the Abyss Demon King Datalagu investigated, no matter how far he escaped, he would be caught back. At this time, the Flame Manor had been completely informed by Fox. The Abyss Demon King would not care who was in charge of the Flame Manor, as long as he could provide him with excellent souls on time. Even if everyone in the Flame Manor died, it would not feel bad. Fox would definitely handle the follow-up matters well, and appease the Abyss Demon King Datalagu. This was a promise he made in front of everyone. If he couldn't do it well, he would not have the face to continue sitting in this position. Once Fox appeased the Abyss Demon King Datalagu, Mal would leave the Flame Manor immediately. Although he would be very sad in the future without the protection of the Flame Manor, Mal trembled all over when he thought about how he targeted Fox when he was the manager. He didn't dare to stay in the Flame Manor. Seeing Mal leave the meeting room, Fox showed a cold smile on his face. The rest of the people looked at him with sharp eyes. Fox knew that if he didn't reveal some information to them, these people would always feel uneasy. "I just took the position of manager now, and morale is still very important," Fox said in his heart. "Everyone, this matter is very serious, but fortunately it has been almost resolved. What remains is to appease our master. The great demon king Dadera, Fox said calmly. As long as Song Jian passes this level, the EC Mirage City will not pursue the violation of the Flame Manor, and the Flame Manor will be saved. However, the real owner of the Flame Manor, the Abyss Demon King Dadera, is not aware of this matter. He is still waiting for Mao to kill Song Jian, and then give him Song Jian's soul first. If he knew that this matter failed, Dadera would be furious, and then the people in the entire manor would not feel good. Although the main anger was borne by Mao, Mel had automatically abdicated and gave up half of the Abyss Demon bloodline. So the anger of the Abyss Demon King Dadera would have to be borne by Fox. Fox took out a palm-sized crystal ball from his arms. In the crystal ball, a figure emitting golden light was looming. This figure seemed to have fallen asleep, and there was a pair of white wings behind him. This is the soul of an angel. Someone recognized the figure in the crystal ball, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "What? The soul of an angel? My God, how is this possible? You know, angels and demons have been mortal enemies for tens of millions of years. Even if an angel is defeated, his soul will explode, and it is impossible for the demon to capture his soul. A complete angel soul can be sold at a very high price in the Abyss Hell. At least if the fallen angels knew that Fox had this angel soul, they would definitely get it at all costs. This angel soul emitting a light golden light is definitely the best among angel souls. The Abyss Demon King will definitely be very satisfied to use such an angel soul to replace an excellent soul of an ordinary human." Seeing this angel soul, everyone immediately understood what Fox was going to do, and their eyes looking at him suddenly became gentle and respectful. Chapter 1162 Amethyst Coin. Song Jian has been staying in the hotel these days. Things have gone smoothly. Song Jian does not want to cause any more trouble. He just wants to wait until the time is up and leave the EC Mirage City quietly. Although the process of this trip to the EC Mirage City was a bit tortuous, the result was gratifying. Not only did he get a legendary flying sword, but he also got a sword fairy suit. Although the time for the equipment suit is far away, at least he has the equipment and has something to look forward to. On the last day of the opening of the EC Mirage City, the auction house in the center of the Mirage City opened grandly. Almost everyone who entered the Mirage City flocked to the auction house. Song Jian was curious and took out all the equipment he had with him, including some equipment with the attribute of Abyss Hell that he had obtained in the Flame Manor, and took them all to the auction house. After a test, more than half of the equipment that Song Jian handed over was returned. Only a few pieces of dark gold quality and epic equipment were received, and the remaining gold and silver equipment were all returned. These are all gold and silver equipment of level 50 or 60. They should be worth at least millions of Doomsday coins. Right? Song Jian thought with some surprise. However, in this way, you can imagine how precious the items in the auction house will be. Because there were auction items, Song Jian did not need to pay the entrance fee and could directly enter the auction house. He originally wanted to bid for some equipment and skills that he liked. But when the first auction item was auctioned, Song Jian was completely dumbfounded. After the auction, Song Jian just sat in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. It turned out that all the auction items did not accept Doomsday coins, but only accepted the bids of purple crystals. How could Song Jian, who did not have a single purple crystal, feel? He could only sit aside as a spectator and open his eyes. At the end of the day, 2 of the auction items that Song Jian submitted failed to be sold, and the rest were all bought. After deducting the handling fee, Song Jian actually gained more than 200 purple crystals. In the hotel, Song Jian took a purple crystal that was half the size of his palm and looked at it repeatedly. This purple crystal coin was like a piece of purple jade. From the inside out, the purple color changed from deep to light, and the surface was shining. Song Jian could feel that this purple crystal coin was full of unknown energy. Song Jian carefully used a trace of sword energy to probe into the purple crystal coin. Unexpectedly, after this trace of sword energy entered the purple crystal coin, it was like piercing a small hole on the surface of a balloon that was inflated. Suddenly, a large amount of energy rushed into Song Jian's body. The energy in a small purple crystal coin, like the Yangtze River, flowed along the meridians on Song Jian's arm to his whole body, which shocked Song Jian. He could only use the invisible sword energy in his body to resist this energy. As a result, the energy from the purple crystal coin did not resist the sword energy the moment it came into contact with it. but merged with the sword energy and flowed to all parts of the body along with the sword energy. What's going on? Song Jian was shocked, and waves of tearing pain came from his meridians. Song Jian immediately retracted the sword energy into his dantian, and as a result, the energy that gushed out of the purple crystal coin also entered his dantian along the meridians. Song Jian was focused and tried his best to control this energy. Fortunately, although there was a lot of energy in a purple crystal coin, it was also a tree without roots and water without a source. After persisting for a few minutes, the impact of the energy became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared completely. Sword Chi. The sword Chi value increased by 67 points. Song Jian was surprised to find that his sword Chi value limit had actually increased. Although 67 points was not very impressive for a sword Chi value of more than 1,000 points. It was the sword Chi value limit increased by 1 purple crystal coin. Now Song Jian had more than 200 purple crystal coins in his hand. No, that's not right. Not only the sword Chi value, but also the experience value increased by 1/3. Oh my god! How is this possible? Song Jian suddenly found that the combat experience that had been increased to 8% had now reached 49%. This small purple crystal coin actually saved him nearly a month of monster killing time. At this time, the purple crystal coin in Song Jian's hand had lost its previous bright dark purple appearance and turned into a transparent 5-color crystal. The flat crystal was covered with fine cracks. With a light pinch, the whole purple crystal coin turned into powder. No wonder it's like this. No wonder it's like this. Song Jian looked at the transparent powder in his hands, and a flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. No wonder this purple crystal coin is so precious. It turns out that it can assist in cultivation. The energy in the purple crystal coin can be converted into energy of any attribute, such as mana, mental power, energy, fighting spirit, magic, sword energy, etc. It's like Song Jian directly increased the sword energy value by 67 points. Others who get purple crystal coins can also use it to increase their energy limit. Most importantly, it can also increase a large amount of combat experience and improve the player's level. If it is an ordinary player who has just entered the game, this small purple crystal coin can allow him to directly upgrade from level 1 to about level 30, saving a lot of time. Song Jian clapped his hands, took out all the more than 200 purple crystal coins in the parcel column, and began to absorb the energy inside one by one. After a night, transparent white powder was everywhere around Song Jian, and his level also jumped from level 61 to level 70. The sword energy value directly increased by more than 1,000 points, and the total amount reached 3,100 points. Seeing that the sky outside the window had turned white, Song Jian patted the transparent powder on his palm, stood up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is a pleasant surprise. I should have brought more things to exchange for purple crystal coins. Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian, who is level 70, is already the undisputed #1 player in the game world. Now in the game world, the average level of players is around level 48. Those who can reach level 55 are almost all elite players in the game world. Players in the Abyss Hell will have a certain level increase bonus after changing their jobs and entering the Abyss Hell. Therefore, their levels are generally 4 or 5 levels higher than other players. In other words, the highest level that Abyss Hell players can reach is level 60. But compared with Song Jian, these are simply not worth mentioning. There is a difference of 10 levels. 99% of the players in this game, if they do not have special reconnaissance skills, are all skeletons when looking at Song Jian's level. The level increase allowed Song Jian to gain a large number of skill points. He has accumulated 15 skill points now. But so far, no skill has reached the upgrade requirements, so he can only continue to accumulate these skill points. In addition, the 3,100 point increase in sword energy greatly increased the power of the 10,000 swords technique. You know, the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation consumes all of Song Jian's sword energy. The more sword energy consumed, the more spiritual swords cannot be increased. But the power of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation will be doubled. At the same time, the power of the Moon Essence Wheel, which also consumes all the sword energy, has also been increased. The Moon Essence Wheel formed by consuming 1,700 sword energy points, and the Moon Essence Wheel formed by consuming 3,100 sword energy points are incomparable in terms of quality and attack power. Simply put, these 200 purple crystal coins greatly improve Song Jian's strength. At this moment, a huge roar suddenly sounded above the East Sea Mirage City, and a vortex with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared above the Mirage City. Song Jian stood outside the window, looking at the huge vortex in the sky, and thought to himself, it seems that it is time to leave. It only takes a quarter of an hour to enter the East Sea Mirage City. And the same is true for leaving. If you don't want to leave, then the next time will be a year later. Thinking of this, Song Jian jumped out of the window directly, spread his steel wings in the air, and flew towards the vortex in the air. Chapter 1163 Abyss Octopus. Song Jian rushed into the vortex. His eyes blurred, and when he regained his vision, he was already above the East China Sea. A few kilometers ahead was a beach, and monsters emitting black auras kept crawling onto the beach from the ocean. It seems that there is still a long distance from the previous entrance. Song Jian looked around and did not find the deserted island before, and there were not many people around him. It seems that the place where he appeared after leaving the East China Sea Mirage City should be random, which can also prevent people who enter the Mirage City from being targeted by other people with bad intentions. Seeing that they had left the East Sea Mirage City, the other people left quickly without saying a word. Song Jian summoned the flying sword with a thought. After a while, the flying sword, which was only 3 inches in size, immediately changed into a 7-foot-long sword and appeared steadily at Song Jian's feet. At the same time, the flying sword burst out a burst of brilliant sword energy, wrapping Song Jian up completely. In this way, when flying with the sword energy covering Song Jian can constantly change its shape according to the airflow, minimize resistance and increase the flying speed. Song Jian, who is protected by the sword energy, will not feel any discomfort. At the same time, this sword energy can also protect Song Jian during the flight and resist sudden attacks. With a thought, the flying sword flew quickly, and it took less than 2 seconds to increase from a static state to the maximum speed. Most importantly, the consumption during the flight was almost 10 times less than when using the sky-breaking sword. By maintaining the highest speed, Song Jian could fly in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights without running out of sword energy. Sure enough, it's worth comparing goods. This flying sword is so much better than using the sky-breaking sword. Song Jian couldn't help but say happily. Of course, this is only for flying with a sword. If you compare the attack power, the sky-breaking sword can instantly pull down the flying sword by several streets. In a few seconds, Song Jian came from the sky over the East China Sea to the sky over the beach, looking at the densely packed Xingyuan creatures under his feet. Song Jian couldn't help but summon the sky-breaking sword and cast a move of 10,000 swords towards the beach. The densely packed spirit swords tilted down from the sky like missiles. For a moment, a huge roar sounded on the beach, and explosions occurred one after another, blowing out large pits on the beach. Hundreds of spirit swords covered an area of hundreds of meters in radius. When the roar ended, only the corpses of abyss monsters were left on the beach. In the transparent flames, the corpses of these abyss monsters burned quickly. In a short while, they all turned into ashes. With the blowing of the sea breeze, they disappeared without a trace, leaving a large number of objects shining with silver and golden light on the beach. However, there were too many monsters around, and Song Jian had no chance to fly down to pick up the fallen items. In just a few seconds, the large area that had been cleared was covered by the abyss monsters again. What surprised Song Jian was that these abyss monsters seemed to be very interested in the equipment that had fallen out. They ran towards the equipment scattered on the beach one by one, and attached their mouthparts to the equipment. After a while, the body fluids that oozed from the mouthparts corroded all the items and swallowed them into their mouths. The abyss monsters that swallowed the fallen items became more aura, and it seemed that their strength had been further enhanced, which opened Song Jian's eyes. It can actually be like this. Song Jian couldn't help but think, those players who have transformed into the Abyss Hell race, I wonder if they also have this ability, and can improve their strength by swallowing equipment. If they also have this ability, it's a bit too amazing. You know, when Song Jian entered the Abyss Hell before, the Abyss monsters there didn't have this ability. System. Do you think the players in the game world are not dying fast enough? Song Jian sighed. The original level of the Abyss players was 4 or 5 levels higher than other players in the game world. In addition to so many Abyss monsters, it can be said that in the Abyss invasion plot, the Abyss Hell players have a very big advantage. Now the Abyss monsters have the ability to increase their strength by devouring equipment. In this way, It won't be long before the strength of the monsters in the Abyss Hell camp will increase greatly. By then, the number of Abyss bosses will increase, and the balance of victory will slowly tilt towards the Abyss Hell. After Song Jian released the 10,000 Swords art several times as event, except for some increased combat experience, there was almost no change. There were still so many Abyss monsters on the beach, and some Abyss monsters were upgraded directly from ordinary quality to elite boss level because they devoured too much equipment, which confirmed Song Jian's previous prediction. Unable to help but sigh, Song Jian controlled the flying sword and flew towards the nearest Dahai city. All this was no longer something he could change alone. Not long after Song Jian left, a huge vortex with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer suddenly appeared on the originally calm surface of the East China Sea. A huge creature with a height of more than 100 meters slowly emerged from the vortex. This is a monster that looks like a king octopus. Its huge body is like a skyscraper. Countless thick tentacles protrude from the bottom of the sea, each of which is hundreds of feet long. After this huge abyss octopus came out of the vortex, the vortex slowly disappeared. The octopus dived into the seabed, as if looking for something. Not long after, this huge abyss octopus surfaced again. Its tentacles all sank into the sea surface, as if dragging something, and slowly swam towards the beach. If Song Jian was present, he would have been able to see that this huge abyss octopus was actually a level 100 king level boss. Such a terrifying existence. I am afraid no one can deal with it at present. In this area of the East China Sea, it is a veritable overlord, able to rule an area of thousands of kilometers. Soon, the abyss octopus dragged the thing to the beach. It was a black pyramid about 10 meters high, with a metallic luster on the surface. On one side of the pyramid, a door was opened, and a rotating nebula-like transmission light gate appeared on the surface. The images of abyss demons continued to emerge in this rotating nebula-like light gate. Each one looked very ferocious, roaring and struggling, as if trying to get out of it. But there was a mysterious force that seemed to seal the nebula portal, and the abyss demons inside had no way to break through this barrier. After casually discarding the black pyramid on the beach, the abyss octopus once again swam into the deep sea, and soon sank into the seabed. Not long after, this huge abyss octopus swam up from the seabed, dragging another black pyramid. This time, the black pyramid was taller than the previous one, and the nebula portal of the other door was wide open. Abyss monsters kept coming out of the teleportation light gate and merged into the group of monsters on the beach, one after another. This abyss octopus actually fished out dozens of black pyramids from the bottom of the sea. These were abyss copies, bridgeheads for the invasion of Abyss Hell, and channels connecting the game world to Abyss Hell. Looking at the black pyramids around, the abyss octopus began to recite the abyss language in the air. The voice full of charm sounded on the beach. As the abyss language sounded, the surrounding black pyramids also began to slowly change. Chapter 1164 Sect. Under the control of this huge abyss octopus, all the black pyramids began to melt slowly and turned into something like black molten iron. These black molten irons merged with each other, and soon, they all merged together. The boiling black molten iron covered an area of hundreds of meters in radius. They looked like they were on the beach, but in fact, there was a gap as thin as a hair between them and the beach, as if they were held in the void by an invisible force. After a while, a huge spike emerged from the black molten iron. This black spike grew longer and longer, and soon grew to more than 30 meters. This spike looked like a long mast. Soon, two more spikes came out, one in front and one behind, extending to a position a few meters lower than the first spike, and stopped. Then, a huge black three-masted ship emerged from the black iron water. As the three-masted ship, which was about 30 meters long, emerged, the black iron water slowly disappeared, as if it had all merged into the three-masted ship. A thick tentacle rolled up the three-masted ship and easily threw it into the sea. After a violent shock, the three-masted ship floated steadily on the sea. In a nebula light door at the hatch, human figures kept coming out of the light door. After a while, more than 30 people came out of the light door. Huh? I finally smell the air in the game world again. I really miss it. A bald warrior put his battle axe on the deck, raised his head and took a deep breath, and said with an intoxicated face, "Damn it. After more than a month, they finally let us out. Ha ha ha. Now is the real invasion of the abyss. Newbies in the game world, start trembling and crying. I really look forward to the scene of splitting these tender lambs in half." Another Abyss player walked to the side of the ship, looked at the beach in the distance, and laughed loudly. Abyss players appeared on the deck one after another. When the number of people on the deck reached 100, the teleportation light gate flickered a few times and slowly closed. These Abyss players are all top-ranked players in the Abyss Hell, and their levels are not lower than level 60. The moment these people appeared, even the sky above the East China Sea condensed into a black cloud, which transformed into a devil's head and then slowly dissipated. The moment the Abyss octopus appeared in the three-masted ship, it slowly swam towards the depths of the East China Sea. After a while, it could no longer be found, as if its appearance was to create this strange three-masted ship, leave 10 people to watch the ship, and the rest go to the nearby cities together. Ha! Let's see who has the ability to attack the wall of the nearest city first. An Abyss player with a pair of demon bat wings laughed, spread his bat wings, and flew towards the beach. Go! 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 Start the siege! Abyss players holding various weapons jumped into the sea and swam towards the beach. These players actually planned to capture a city with just a few dozen of them. In the eyes of others, this was simply a fantasy. After a while, the 10 weakest people were left on the boat, and the others all came to the beach and walked towards the nearest Donghai city. This three-masted ship is also a bridgehead connecting the Abyss Hell. It must be guarded. Every 12 hours, the Abyss channel of the three-masted ship will be opened again to continue to transmit more Abyss players. Once this three-masted ship is destroyed, this Abyss channel will be destroyed. However, this place has been occupied by Abyss monsters. In addition to these 10 Abyss players, there are millions of Abyss monsters around. Anyone who wants to get close to this ship will be besieged by these Abyss monsters. In addition, this three-masted ship can sail freely on the sea, which is equivalent to a mobile Abyss channel. Therefore, it is very difficult to destroy it. In the game world, similar scenes continue to appear. Abyss players begin to officially enter the game world, and the real Abyss invasion begins. At the same time as the Abyss players enter the game world, the hidden sects hidden in the mountains and rivers seem to have received information at the same time. The alarm bells and assembly calls continue to sound in these sections. Disciples wearing sect costumes begin to leave their sects and walk towards the major cities in the game world. In the city, NPCs wearing various weird costumes appear in the central square of the city. These people are staring at the NPCs with the word sect disciples on their heads and begin to recruit disciples from people. Not only players, but also NPCs living in the city have lined up to join the ranks of testing qualifications. Song Jian returned to the City of Hope quickly through the teleportation array of Donghai City. After walking out of the teleportation array of the City of Hope, Song Jian saw many NPCs in tight clothes appearing in the central square of the city. Black Tiger Sect, Eagle Claw Sect, Xianian Sect, Shaolin Sect. Song Jian looked at the dozens of large flags erected in the central square of the city, and suddenly felt a headache. The most important thing is that countless players and NPCs swarmed towards these sects. And under each large flag, there was a long queue. Hey, City Lord, are you going to join these sects too? A member of the City of Hope Alliance saw Song Jian appear in the square, and his eyes suddenly lit up. And he approached Song Jian. Song Jian glanced at him. This man was called Zhou Qing. He was a member of Wang Qi's team. Now he is a senior manager in the Hope City Alliance. He has several teams of 100 people under him, responsible for hunting bosses. Zhou Qing, why are you here too? When did these people appear? Song Jian laughed. These people are very strange. It seems that they suddenly appeared in the center of the city, about an hour ago. However, it is not easy to join these sections. You need qualified qualifications. Zhou Qing scratched his head and said, some sects only require qualified attributes, such as strength and agility, while some sects require strange attributes, such as comprehension and willpower. Song Jian nodded, stood aside, and looked carefully. He found that these so-called sects were also divided into different grades. The lower the grade of the sect, the lower the recruitment conditions, and the higher the grade of the sect, the higher the recruitment conditions. However, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people in the City of Hope. Each sect has recruited many disciples. It is also very simple for these sects to recruit disciples. As long as the conditions are met, a token will be issued directly. It seems convenient and fast. After looking for a long time, Song Jian suddenly saw that in a corner of the central square, there was no one at the sect recruitment site called Xiaoyao Sect. He couldn't help but be curious, pointed in that direction, and asked Zhou Qin, "What's the matter with the Xiaoyao sect? Why is there no one?" Zhou Qin took a look and shook his head, saying, "This Xiaoyao sect is incredible. It is the only first-class sect recruiting site in the entire square. But no matter who goes up, the recruiter will just glance at it and say that they are unqualified. Until now, no one knows what the conditions for recruiting are. In the end, there were too many people, so the recruiter drew a line on the ground and said that only those who can cross this line are qualified. As a result, until now, no one has been able to cross that line." Song Jian smiled slightly and immediately became interested in this Xiaoyao sect. He walked towards the Xiaoyao sect's recruitment point. Chapter 1165 Snow Mountain. In a remote corner of the central square of the City of Hope, a black flag with 3 large characters Xiaoyao sect written on it is in a flamboyant style. Under the flag is a rocking chair. A middle-aged man is sitting on the rocking chair with a fan in one hand and a wine gourd in the other. He closes his eyes slightly and mutters to himself, reciting something in a low voice. He takes a sip of wine from time to time, looking relaxed and contented. In front of him, 3 meters away, a horizontal line full of sharp energy is deeply engraved on the floor of the square, blocking everyone from approaching. This is a test he set up. If you can't cross this horizontal line, you will not be qualified to enter Xiaoyao sect at all. In this way, he saves a lot of time and energy to test one by one. Song Jian took 2 steps forward and suddenly felt a strong force rushing towards him. His body shook twice involuntarily. If he were an ordinary player, he would not be injured, but at least he would be pushed to the ground. Song Jian smiled slightly and continued to walk forward. The closer he got to the engraved line, the stronger the force rushed towards him, just like walking against the wind in a storm. However, Song Jian's 2 combat power assessments were both above S level, so this force was not enough. As long as the strength and agility attributes can reach about 130 points, this force will not cause any obstacles. Song Jian walked forward steadily, thinking to himself, if you want to join Xiaoyao sect, there must be more stringent requirements. Song Jian stood in front of the engraved line. The force rushing towards him had reached its maximum. His clothes were rustling in the strong wind. After standing for a few seconds, Song Jian glanced at the man and smiled. Just when everyone thought he was going to cross the engraved line, Song Jian turned around and left. Before he took 2 steps, a loud voice came to Song Jian's ears. "Young friend, do you look down on my Xiaoyao sect?" Song Jian turned around and bowed to the middle-aged man, who had never changed his posture and was lying on the rocking chair. Without saying a word, he continued to walk towards the city lord's mansion. When he returned to the city lord's mansion, Duan Jian was already waiting for him with an expectant look on his face. "Now that I'm back, how do you feel? The EC Mirage City is quite prosperous, right?" Duan Jian said with a smile. "Fortunately, I fought a few battles with the Abyss Demons of the Flame Manor." Song Jian shook his head and said, "How could the Abyss Demons appear in that place?" Duan Jian was stunned and said anxiously, "How could you fight against the Flame Manor? You should know that there is an Abyss Demon King behind it. A 3rd-level combat power warrior. With your current strength, you can never be his opponent. The Abyss Hell invaded the main world, and it was not only the players of the main world who suffered, but also the many NPCs living in the main world." Duan Jian naturally knew that once the 2 camps met, a fight to the death would occur. The Fiery Manor is a stronghold of the Abyss Hell in the EC Mirage City. It is equivalent to a connecting passage of the Abyss Hell. Once Song Jian really goes to war with this place, there will be endless Abyss Demons appearing in the EC Mirage City from the passage. The most important thing is that the Abyss Demon King behind the Fiery Manor can also appear in the EC Mirage City from that passage. It's just a few challenge matches. Not as exaggerated as you say. Song Jian waved his hand and said, "And my flying sword is also obtained from there." Speaking, Song Jian took out the legendary flying sword. The diamond-shaped flying sword flashing with purple and gold light was only 3 inches in size and floated quietly in front of Song Jian, which made Duan Jian couldn't help but show envy in his eyes. Legendary quality. TSK. My flying sword is only epic now. And your flying sword is 1 level higher than mine. I don't know what to say. Duan Jian was speechless. Just lucky. Song Jian's mind moved, and the 3-inch long flying sword flew into his waist. Although the flying sword is legendary, it has no sword spirit and cannot be integrated into Song Jian's body like the sky-breaking sword. Okay, let's not talk about that. Did you buy the wine I wanted? Duan Jian asked as he stretched out his hand. Song Jian showed a hesitant look on his face, took out the jade bottle of wine, and said, "She didn't ask for money." Duan Jian had an inexplicable look on his face. He took the jade bottle and looked at Song Jian as if he wanted to explain something. But in the end, he just shook his head and sighed deeply. "Since you already have a flying sword, I will take you to the Yujian sect in 2 days." Duan Jian put the jade bottle in his arms and looked at Song Jian and said, "You are lucky. The invasion of the Abyss Hell has intensified. The various sects in the main world have also opened up the restrictions on recruiting disciples. The Yujian sect is no exception. If it was before, you could only become a chores disciple of the Yujian sect. But now, you have the opportunity to be accepted as a formal disciple. With your current strength, I believe this should not be a very difficult thing." Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly. Although he had been in the EC Mirage City for the past few days, he also found out a lot about various sects, and even made friends with many disciples of the Hanhai sect and the Dangjin sect, and learned a lot of information about the sects. The Yujian sect is a legendary super sect. There have been no disciples in the main world for thousands of years. Many people think that the Yujian sect has disappeared. You know, it was the Yujian sect that obtained the most inheritance from the ancient sword sect. There are supreme scriptures that lead to the Great Way. In the past 2 days, after Song Jian arranged the affairs of the City of Hope, he followed Duan Jian to leave the City of Hope and flew all the way to the southwest. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the two arrived at a snowy mountain. "Here, we are almost at the Himalayas, right?" Song Jian asked, looking at a snowy mountain range. Duan Jian pointed to his left hand and said, "Fly in this direction for another half a day, and you will see the Himalayas. If you have time, you can go over and take a look. If you are lucky, you can pick snow dragon fruit. But be careful of the snow mountain savages. They are all monsters of more than 100 levels." Song Jian's heart trembled. It seems that this area is very dangerous. Probably not inferior to the Scorching Canyon. There may be many king-level boss hidden. Is the Yujian sect here? Song Jian couldn't help asking. There are 3 teleportation locations in the main world, and this is one of them, Duan Jian said. Soon, Song Jian followed Duan Jian to a hidden cave. From the cave, there were faint roars of wild beasts. Song Jian glanced at Duan Jian, but saw that Duan Jian seemed not to hear it, and continued to walk into the cave. The two walked for more than half an hour before they came to the end of the cave. This cave was much deeper than Song Jian had imagined. At the end of the cave was a huge underground cave. Above his head were countless huge icicles that were several meters, or even more than 10 meters long, as if a sharp blade was hanging high above his head. There was actually a large group of white-haired monsters living in the cave. They looked about 70% like humans, and their faces were ferocious, just like big white bears. Song Jian couldn't help but summon the sky-breaking sword. He felt a strong threat from these monsters, and released the Eye of Insight without hesitation, looking at one of the huge white-haired monsters that was over 3 meters tall. Chapter 1166 Startup. What kind of monsters are these? Song Jian looked at the monsters in front of him in surprise. They were actually a group of Lord-level bosses with a level of over 100. And there were more than 300 of them. Among these monsters, there were 3 level 120 command-level bosses distributed around the cave. Such a large number of bosses gathered in such a cave. This completely overturned Song Jian's common sense in the game. You know, it is difficult for command-level bosses to appear in an area at the same time, unless the area is ruled by a higher-grade king-level boss. Otherwise, if 2 command-level bosses meet, there will definitely be a fight to determine the winner. It is impossible for 3 command-level bosses to appear in the same cave peacefully without the presence of a king-level boss, like now. This is the guardian of the Yujian sect's teleportation location, the Sword Servant Beast. They have the blood of the Snow Mountain wild people. After some transformation, their wildness has been eliminated. Duan Jian glanced at Song Jian, signaling him not to be so nervous, and explained, the Sword Servant Beast is controlled by the disciples in the sect who are good at taming beasts. After becoming a disciple of the Yujian sect, you can communicate with them more if you are interested in this aspect. After speaking, Duan Jian took out a token from his arms, and a wisp of sword energy flowed into the token. and the entire token suddenly emitted a soft light golden light. The golden light enveloped Duan Jian and Song Jian, and the two slowly walked towards the guardian monsters in front of them. The sword servants, who noticed the movement, stood up alertly. Song Jian found that none of these sword servants with the blood of the Snow Mountain wild people were less than 2 meters tall. They were burly and looked very scary. After noticing the light of light gold, the eyes of these monsters softened in an instant. Some monsters even lay back on the ground, and others made way. Soon, a huge teleportation magic circle appeared in front of the two. The two walked to the teleportation array. Duan Jian embedded several energy stones into the key nodes of the teleportation array, then looked at the time and said to Song Jian, "It will take another half an hour for the teleportation array to open. Let's take a break for a while." Song Jian nodded, and the two of them sat cross-legged on the teleportation array. The sword servant beasts around them seemed to be in awe of the token in Duan Jian's hand, and did not dare to approach at all. Even the roars were much quieter. In the teleportation array, Duan Jian was originally sitting cross-legged in the array, with his eyes closed to rest. Suddenly, there was a movement in the cave passage. Duan Jian opened his eyes suddenly, and looked towards the passage ahead. After a while, two more figures appeared at the end of the passage. Gu Yuo. Duan Jian stood up suddenly, looking forward with a sharp gaze. Soon, a middle-aged man with long hair and a girl who was a head shorter than him and looked about 17 or 18 years old came over. In the hands of this middle-aged man, there was a token exactly the same as the one in Duan Jian's hand, emitting a faint golden light. Duan Jian? Gu Yuo looked at Duan Jian with some surprise, raised his eyebrows, and then seemed to think of something happy, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and smiled. "What? Are your injuries healed? Don't worry about it. I have my own way to solve my injuries," Duan Jian said with an ugly face. "Is this your carefully selected disciple? Doesn't it look good?" Gu Yuo took the girl's hand and slowly walked over, also standing on the teleportation array. After taking a look at the energy stones at the key nodes of the teleportation array, Gu Yuo laughed. "I didn't expect you to have prepared all the energy stones for the teleportation array. It's just right. You don't mind taking advantage of you." After saying that, Gu Luo turned his head and stared at Song Jian and said with a smile, "Little guy, it's not so easy to join the Yujian sect. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Your strength is too poor, not even as good as those ordinary outer disciples. You will die if you go." Song Jian smiled slightly, looked at the girl next to Gu Luo, and said with a smile, "The person you chose is not as high as me." The girl next to Gu Luo is also a player. She is looking at Song Jian up and down with curiosity. Her level is only 59. When she heard Song Jian say that her level is low, the girl's face turned cold and rolled her eyes at Song Jian. Gu Luo's face darkened, and he snorted coldly, "Humph. What do you know? Xianling has the strongest Guyu sword body in the world, and her potential is unlimited. But her level is indeed not as high as mine." Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, "Xianling has mastered hundreds of sword techniques. With her current strength, she can easily kill a lord-level boss of the same or even slightly higher level than her." Gu Luo shouted with his eyes wide open. "Her level is not as high as mine," Song Jian said expressionlessly. "Damn it. Do you see the long sword behind Xianling? This is the legendary sword of Sigurd. Don't look at it now. It is an ordinary weapon, but it is a growing weapon. The quality in the future can reach the semi-artifact." Gu Luo roared, "Have you heard of semi-artifacts? Kid." Song Jian glanced at the long sword behind the girl, turned around and said to Gu Luo, "Her level is not as high as mine." Gu Luo. After a while, Gu Luo turned around and shouted to Duan Jian, "Damn it! This kid you value is just good at talking." Duan Jian laughed and said, "Gu Luo, aren't you known for your eloquence? How come you can't even beat a teenager? Don't brag about your tongue in front of me in the future." Duan Jian looked like he had avenged his great hatred, with a comfortable expression on his face. Gu Luo snorted coldly, without even looking at the two of them, waved his hand, and walked towards another location of the teleportation array with the girl beside him. Song Jian heard Duan Jian's voice as thin as a mosquito. "Song Jian, don't be careless. If Gu Luo didn't lie to us, Guyu's sword body is a powerful sword body second only to the Holy Spirit sword body, with unlimited potential. Maybe she will really become the strongest obstacle for you to enter the Yujian sect." Song Jian showed a look of surprise in his eyes, and couldn't help looking at the girl named Xian Ling, who knew that Xian Ling was also looking at him at this time. When their eyes met, Xian Ling's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away with a low hum. No matter how you look at it, she doesn't look that strong. Song Jian couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. At this moment, the teleportation array on the ground suddenly burst into dazzling light, covering all 4 people. Started. Duan Jian grabbed Song Jian's shoulders. Before Song Jian could react, he felt as if his whole body had turned into nothingness, floating and unable to control his body. Only his consciousness remained. It was unknown how long it had been. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he appeared in front of a huge teleportation square. At this time, he felt a soreness in his muscles, and he couldn't use any strength. It was as if he had done heavy physical work for 7 days and 7 nights. At this moment, he just wanted to lie on the ground and have a good rest. Teacher, are we there yet? Song Jian asked, holding back the pain. We are here. This is the main sect of the Yujian sect. Ancient Sword Star. Duan Jian's voice rang in Song Jian's ears. Song Jian relaxed and fainted, his consciousness falling into darkness. Chapter 1167 Contact. Early morning. An ancient town. Song Jian regained consciousness in a noisy environment. When he woke up completely, he found himself lying in a wooden house. The screens, tables and chairs, and paintings on the walls were all full of ancient style, as if he had suddenly traveled to ancient times. Creak. The door opened, and Duan Jian came in with a plate of food. Seeing Song Jian sitting up from the bed, he smiled slightly, put the food on the table, and said to Song Jian, "You have good physical fitness. You recovered so quickly through the great teleportation array. Teacher, where are we?" Song Jian got up from the bed. Although he was still a little weak, he was much better than when he was just teleported here. However, his hands and feet were still a little sore, and he couldn't muster up any energy. After opening the personal attribute interface and checking it out, Song Jian found that there was a weak status in his status bar, and all attributes were reduced by 30% for 12 hours. This is the demiplane where the Yujian sect is located. The Ancient Sword Star. Duan Jian sat on the chair, motioned Song Jian to come over for dinner, and continued, "This is a small town on the Ancient Sword Star, less than 30 miles away from the Yujian sect." He didn't feel it when he was lying in bed before, but when he walked to the table and smelled the aroma of food, Song Jian suddenly felt his stomach burning, as if he hadn't eaten for a few days, and couldn't wait to start eating. Watching Song Jian wolfing down the food, Duan Jian smiled slightly and continued, "There are still a few days before the sect's sacrificial ceremony, and some disciples will be recruited at that time. I have already signed you up. Perform well in the exam and strive to become an inner disciple directly." Song Jian nodded, ate most of the food on the plate, picked up the kettle next to him, and gulped it down. He was almost done, and finally felt a little refreshed. "Teacher, what is the content of the exam for recruiting disciples? I can practice in advance to avoid losing face for you," Song Jian asked with a smile. "TSK, you are not my disciple. If you don't do well in the exam, you will only lose face for yourself," Duan Jian said indifferently. "If you perform well, you may be valued by the elders in the sect, and then you will be promoted. I am just an ordinary disciple of the Yujian sect. I teach you some sword skills just to complete the task. We don't have a master-disciple relationship. In fact, all the skill instructors in the game only guide players to complete professional tasks and obtain the first novice profession. Even if you learn skills from these professional instructors, you either need to spend Doomsday coins or complete tasks. Therefore, many players' skills are not systematic. They learn a trick from the east and a trick from the west. This is also one of the reasons why most players are not strong and can't even beat elite boss of the same level. Teacher, then tell me who is the most powerful in the Yujian sect, so that it will be easier for me to become a disciple," Song Jian said with a smile. "Haha. It will be great if someone accepts you. Do you still want to be picky?" Duan Jian said with a smile. "If you were that little girl Xian Ling, you would be almost the same if you had the ancient moon sword body. You will see that there will definitely be many elders and guardians fighting for that little girl. Don't be so envious that your eyes will fall out." After saying that, Duan Jian stood up, patted his butt and said, "You stay in this town for the next 2 days and get familiar with the environment. I will take you to the Yujian sect one day before the sacrificial ceremony. Whether you will soar to the sky or roll back to the main world in disgrace depends on your own ability. After saying that, Duan Jian pushed the door and walked out, leaving Song Jian alone in the room. The next day, Song Jian waited until his condition returned to its peak and then left the room. He was now at a hotel in a small town. Duan Jian had arranged 3 days of accommodation for him. During these 3 days, he could walk around the town at will. In order to recover, Song Jian stayed in the hotel for a whole day and was already bored. After his condition recovered, he couldn't wait to leave the hotel and came to the street. The clothes of the pedestrians on the street were very similar to those of the people in the Tang and Song dynasties in the TV series. Even the styles of the shops and signs on both sides of the street were the same. However, there were also several buildings with flashing neon lights and full of modern style. However, compared with other shops, these obviously different shops had fewer people coming in and out. It seemed that people here were somewhat repulsive to this style. Spiritual pills, flying swords, pets. These are almost exactly the same as the shops in the legendary immortal sects. Song Jian just took a short walk and was surprised to find that this town was selling almost all the items that were used by the legendary immortals. The flying sword that he had fought hard to get in the EC Mirage City was actually put on the counter for sale here. How embarrassing it was for him. However, most of the items sold in these shops were of average quality, with only white and green items at most. Song Jian didn't see any high-quality items. Brother, you have been walking around for so long and haven't bought anything. Are the things here not to your liking? A woman in her 30s with eyebrows painted in a style swayed towards Song Jian. And behind her, there were 2 black and 1 white, 3 fluffy long tails. Fox Lady? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Fox Lady is the name of the Fox clan after they have awakened their wisdom and transformed into human form. It does not refer to a specific person. When he was in Xianyu Cave, Song Jian had seen what a real Fox Lady looked like. The woman in front of him was 80% similar to the Fox Lady. If Song Jian had not seen her before, he would probably have really thought she was the Fox Lady. This should be some kind of transformation method, Song Jian thought to himself, and couldn't help but want to use the eye of insight to check what the woman's true form was. But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Boy, I didn't expect you to actually sneak in here. Not bad. Not bad. Follow her. Don't show any strangeness. Let others notice. Otherwise, your 3 friends will. Song Jian's face changed. Unexpectedly, the woman he met in that strange village before actually found him again. And it was in the territory of the Yujian sect in this half-plane. Brother, I have a lot of good things there. Do you want to take a look? As she said, the fox girl in front of her hooked her finger at Song Jian, turned around, and walked towards a remote alley. Song Jian had a blank expression on his face, snorted in his heart, and followed her. Chapter 1168 Assessment. Soon, Song Jian followed the fox girl to a shop. The shop looked very small, with only 2 floors, and a wooden structure. It seemed to be quite old, with mottled walls. When walking on the steps, there was a creaking sound under his feet, as if the wooden boards under his feet could not bear the weight and would break in the next moment. The light in the shop was slightly dim, and the ground was full of dust. It looked like it had not been cleaned for a long time. Even if someone found such a shop and walked in to take a look, they would immediately turn around and leave. After entering the shop, Song Jian looked around. The surrounding shelves were filled with transparent glass bottles and jars, which were soaked with special potions and various biological organs and tissues. Song Jian even saw a still beating heart and a human head that could open and close its eyes automatically. This is simply an autopsy exhibition hall. Song Jian looked a little strange. There are many people in the game who study strange things. They like to dissect the limbs of various beasts, and then connect them with other creatures to create all kinds of strange monsters. Song Jian had seen it before, but he didn't expect that there was such a thing in the territory of the Yujian sect. Gujiangsing. Young man, wait a moment. The master wants to talk to you directly. As soon as the fox lady returned to the shop, she took off her disguise and turned into a monster that looked like a ball of black mist. Demon Shadow. Song Jian stared at the monster in front of him, thinking to himself, in the strange village full of fog before, Song Jian didn't know how many monsters like this he had killed. These monsters themselves are not strong, but their abilities are very strange. They can possess other monsters and draw power from other monsters. Even the demon shadows can merge with each other and evolve into more strange and powerful monsters. After a while, the demon shadow monster in front of him suddenly began to burn, like a ball of black flame. After a while, the entire demon shadow monster was burned clean, leaving only a fist-sized, shiny black bead floating in the air. Soul Shadow Bead? Song Jian narrowed his eyes. The black bead in front of him was exactly the same as the Soul Shadow Bead that fell after killing the demon shadow. At this moment, a charming laugh rang out in the whole room, and the Soul Shadow Bead burst into black light. The figure of the girl in the strange village appeared in the void. The girl had long black hair and looked only 18 or 19 years old. She was wearing close-fitting armor, and the giant dragon head on her left shoulder looked particularly hideous. You did a good job. In less than half a month, you actually came to the ancient sword star. The girl's face was full of smiles, just like when Song Jian first met her. You can actually appear here? Song Jian said in surprise. The girl showed a disdainful expression on her face, and snorted coldly, "Humph. It's just a broken half-plane. In the face of time, it has no secrets at all." In the picture, the girl seemed to be still in that strange town. Behind her was a suppressed abyss fortress full of thick blood vessels and tumors. "What do you want me to steal from the Yujian sect?" Song Jian asked. "It's very simple." The girl smiled and said, "Become a formal disciple of the Yujian sect, and then go to suppress the ancient desolate abyss. From the ancient desolate abyss, find the ancient desolate clan's demon suppressing tower for me, and I will release your 3 companions. Not only will I unlock the restrictions for them, but maybe they can also get some benefits." Formal disciple? Ancient abyss? Demon suppression tower? Song Jian immediately said angrily, "Do you think I can complete this task in just 2 months? There is not enough time." Hee. The time flow rate of Ancient Sword Star and the main plane is different. 1 year on Ancient Sword Star is estimated to be only 1 month on the main plane, although more than 2 years is a bit tight. As long as you work hard, it is entirely possible to complete this task. The girl laughed and trembled all over, with an appearance of "I am optimistic about you." After a long time, Song Jian walked out of the store with a gloomy face, holding the black Soul Shadow Bead in his hand. After taking another look at the Soul Shadow Orb of Shaozhonggong, Song Jian sighed inwardly, stuffed the Soul Shadow Orb back into the parcel column, and walked towards the hotel. This time, he was approached by this strange woman again, which immediately made him lose interest in wandering around the town. Song Jian returned to the hotel and waited patiently for the day of the Yujian sect's sacrificial ceremony. 2 days later, Duan Jian appeared and took Song Jian and the others to fly on the sword towards the real sect of the Yujian sect. Soon, the two came to a huge mountain that towered into the clouds. This mountain was like a pillar that rose from the ground and pierced the sky. Such a high mountain could be clearly seen even from hundreds of miles away. But after Song Jian and Duan Jian flew a distance from the town, they suddenly saw that there was obviously an inexplicable ban around this mountain, which prevented ordinary people from approaching. The two soon arrived at the foot of the huge mountain. A huge stone staircase 10 meters wide led from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, sinking into the clouds. "You're not so old-fashioned that you want me to climb to the top step by step from here on foot?" Song Jian looked at the endless stone steps, turned his head, and looked at Duan Jian, and couldn't help complaining. Ahem. In fact, this is just the first step, which tests the physical fitness and willpower of the apprentice. Only those who reach the top of the mountain by their own strength are qualified to enter the Yujian sect. Duan Jian's face flashed an embarrassed look, and he said embarrassedly, "I also climbed to the top of the mountain step by step from here. There is no time limit here. Even if you use a year or even 10 years of effort, it is considered a success to reach the top of the mountain. But you can only rely on your physical strength, and you can't use skills and other additional tools." Huh? Okay. Song Jian sighed and nodded. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Since he wants to become a disciple of the Yujian sect, he must naturally follow the Yujian sect's assessment method. Although this assessment method seems a bit too low in Song Jian's opinion, it tests physical fitness and willpower. Song Jian can think of more than a dozen quick and easy methods at that time, each of which is many times better than waiting for the mountain ladder. Such a big mountain gate. But they don't even know how to keep up with the times. Really? Song Jian muttered softly, and stepped onto the first stone step. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Song Jian walked up step by step, When he stepped over the 10th step, his body suddenly felt a little heavy. Hey, why does my body suddenly become heavier? Song Jian frowned slightly. He felt as if he had an extra 10 kilograms of weight on his body. This weight was nothing to him now. But if the weight continued to increase as he went up the stone steps, at this rate of weight gain, Song Jian felt that it might not be an easy task to reach the top of the mountain. Chapter 1169 Climbing the Stairs. Song Jian paused for a moment and continued to walk up. Sure enough, when he climbed 10 steps again, the weight on his body increased by another 10 kilograms. Although this method is a bit low, it is really simple and effective. At least it can eliminate more than 90% of the people. Right? Song Jian thought to himself. In front of him, he could vaguely see a lot of people climbing up the mountain step by step. Behind him, there were still a lot of people walking towards the stone steps. Song Jian took a deep breath. There were tens of thousands of steps on the stone steps. The weight on his body would become heavier and heavier. The longer the time dragged on, the lower the possibility of success would be. Thinking of this, Song Jian could not help but quicken his pace and walk towards the stone steps. Duan Jian stood at the foot of the mountain, watching Song Jian climbing up step by step, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He recalled how embarrassed he was when he reached the top of the mountain. At that time, he couldn't even stand up, and he climbed up the last step on all fours. That time, only 3 people reached the top of the mountain. Duan Jian whispered to himself. He was quite proud of being able to stand out among thousands of people. Hee. Looking at your wretched smile. Is it reminiscent of the embarrassed look when I climbed to the top of the mountain? TSK. At that time, you were like a dog, climbing up the last step on all fours, sweating all over, as if you had just been fished out of the pool. Thinking about it now, it's funny. I should have brought a camera at that time to take a picture of your appearance. Ha ha ha. A disgusting laugh came from behind Duan Jian. Turning his head, he saw that it was indeed Gu Luo who brought Xian Ling to the foot of the mountain. Gu Luo, you were not much better than me at that time. What qualifications do you have to laugh at me here? Duan Jian retorted with a sullen face. Hee. No matter how embarrassed I was, I didn't use my hands. I climbed to the top of the mountain with just my legs. Gu Luo said with a proud look on his face. Humph. Yes, you didn't use your hands, but your 2 knees were worn through. If it weren't for Elder Chongqing, your legs would have been useless long ago. Duan Jian sneered. When the 3 of us climbed to the top, you are the only one who received treatment. Otherwise, the grass on your grave would be 3 feet high now. TSK. That's because you envy me for getting the special look from Elder Chongqing. Gu Luo said indifferently. How about it? Are you interested in a competition to see whether the disciple you value can finally reach the top, or the disciple I value can reach the top? Duan Jian glanced at Xian Ling, snorted coldly, and didn't say anything. Xian Ling has the ancient moon sword body, and has unlimited potential. Even if she can't pass this level and climb the ladder to heaven, there will be elders willing to accept her as a disciple. At that time, as long as there are elders who value her, they can just ask for mercy, and the pressure on her can be removed, and she can easily reach the top of the mountain. Why? Is it great to find a disciple with the ancient moon sword body? Duan Jian said a little sourly. Oh, you are jealous. Right? Guyu's sword body is of course amazing. Gu Luo said proudly, but don't say I am bullying you. Guyu's sword body will not be of much help in the first stage of the ladder. If Xian Ling fails to reach the top of the mountain by her own ability, even if she loses, what do you think? Duan Jian frowned and looked at Gu Luo with a puzzled look. Are you so confident? Of course. Gu Luo stepped forward and said, I, Gu Luo, am not only good at tongue, but also have never made a mistake with my eyes. If you are afraid, just ignore what I said. Anyway, except that your swordsmanship is slightly better than mine. Your other skills are also ordinary. Duan Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Luo for a long time, and finally said, okay, I'll compete with you. If you win, I will stay away from you wherever you appear. When I see you in the future, I will respectfully call you senior brother. If you lose, I will give you the qualification to enter the Sword Spirit Pool in 3 days. Sword Spirit Pool? Gu Luo's face changed. You know, the Sword Spirit Pool is not an ordinary place. It is one of the 3 blessed places in the Yujian sect. Ordinary people who enter the Sword Spirit Pool have a certain chance to comprehend the sword body. The longer they enter the sword spirit pool, the greater the chance of comprehending. Even if someone like Xian Ling who already has a sword body enters the sword spirit pool, there is a certain chance that his own sword body can be upgraded. The qualification to enter the sword spirit pool is very precious. Gu Luo also completed a very difficult task of the sect, and was awarded the qualification to enter the sword spirit pool for 3 days. Seeing Gu Luo hesitate, Duan Jian sneered, "Why? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, just pretend that I said nothing. Anyway, except for your swordsmanship, you are inferior to me in many other places. Let's bet." Gu Luo was full of anger and shouted, "It's just more than 3 days. At most I bet you 1 day. 1 day is 1 day." Duan Jian snorted coldly, turned around and stopped looking at him, but looked at the stone steps. Seeing Duan Jian's calm face, Gu Luo couldn't help but mutter in his heart. After a while, he turned his head and said to Xian Ling who had been standing beside him, "I think you have seen the bet between him and me. If you can help me win this game, I can give you the qualification to enter the sword spirit pool for 3 days. By then, your Guyu sword body will definitely be able to go further." "Really?" Xian Ling's eyes lit up, and she bowed to Gu Luo with joy on her face and said, "Thank you, mentor. I will definitely reach the top of the mountain with my own ability." "Okay. Go ahead. Don't let me down." Gu Luo nodded with satisfaction. In the Yujian sect, Gu Luo and Duan Jian were just ordinary disciples, and they were not qualified to accept disciples. It was just a mandatory requirement of the game system, which made the Yujian sect send a large number of ordinary disciples out of the mountain as professional mentors. In fact, there is no direct master-disciple relationship between the mentor and the player. The mentor only helps the player complete the first job change. The skills taught are all miscellaneous skills, not systematic, and the core skills of the sword sect will not be passed on to the player. However, these ordinary disciples are also responsible for recruiting outstanding disciples for the sword sect. Among the many players who have changed jobs, the best one is selected to participate in the entrance examination of the sword sect. Once passed, not only will the sword sect gain fresh blood, but these ordinary disciples will also have the merit of recommendation. If they recruit particularly outstanding disciples, there will be additional rewards. It was a foregone conclusion that Gu Luo would find Xian Ling, who possessed the Guyu sword body, and receive an extra reward. This was also the reason why Duan Jian had been indignant, thinking that Gu Luo was just lucky. Watching Xian Ling quickly climb up the steps, Gu Luo couldn't help but smile with excitement. After looking at Duan Jian, he smiled and walked towards the stone steps nonchalantly. Duan Jian took a look, snorted coldly, and actually followed him. The two of them walked slowly towards the top of the mountain, one in front and one behind. Chapter 1170 right in front of us. Both Gu Luo and Duan Jian are official disciples of the Yujian sect, so the pressure on this ladder will not affect them at all. On the other hand, those who want to join the Yujian sect and become disciples of the Yujian sect are nervous, like ants, constantly climbing up. Gu Luo, how many of you can finally reach the top of the mountain? Duan Jian looked at these examinees on the ladder and couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Humph. At least 99% of them will be eliminated. Gu Luo looked at these people with disdain and said in a low voice. Most of the examinees in front of him were natives in the game, or NPCs as the players called them, and only a small number of players, or NPCs called them favored by heaven. In Gu Luo's opinion, the potential of the favored by heaven is too great. An ordinary favored by heaven is much better than the genius natives in the game, and is definitely worth cultivating. This is why the disciple he selected is also a favored by heaven. Of course, what made Gu Luo most satisfied was that Xian Ling, a favored by heaven, actually possessed the Guyu sword body. Even Gu Luo himself felt that he was lucky. This time, the sect would definitely give him a very big reward. When he thought of this, Gu Luo's heart was burning, and he looked at Duan Jian beside him, and his eyes became casual. The moment Xian Ling stepped onto the stone steps, her speed suddenly increased. In a few seconds, she rushed up 20 to 30 steps. But soon, she also noticed that there was gravity attached to her every 10 steps. However, this gravity was nothing to her. She just snorted coldly, and her speed was not slow but fast. She climbed towards the top of the mountain like a gust of wind. In a short while, she had surpassed Song Jian and ran to the front. Seeing this scene, Gu Luo became even happier. He laughed and teased Duan Jian. Did you see that Xian Ling has surpassed Song Jian? The faster you climb this ladder, the better. The slower you climb, the greater the consumption. Doesn't that little guy know such a simple truth? Duan Jian glanced at Song Jian's slow pace, frowned slightly, shook his head and said, he naturally has his own ideas. Besides, the test of climbing the ladder is not about whoever is faster wins. As long as you can reach the top of the mountain. It doesn't matter if it takes a year? Humph. Another year. Whoever can stay on the ladder for a year. Gu Luo, will count out to him 3 times. Gu Luo couldn't help but snort coldly. You know, this ladder will not only increase gravity every 10 steps, but as time goes by, the gravity on the examinee will also increase. But the time is longer. About 3 days, the gravity doubles. That is to say, in fact, the time given by the Yujian sect to each examinee is only 3 days. 3 days followed by 3 days. And 3 days followed by 3 days. Not to mention a year. Even with the strength of formal disciples, like Gu Luo and Duan Jian, it is impossible for them to stay on this ladder for half a month. Not to mention those examinees whose strength is far inferior to theirs. Time passed quickly. And half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. Many examinees only climbed more than 3,000 steps. And white light appeared on their bodies and disappeared. These are all situations where the body cannot bear the pressure and has already endangered its own life. The stone steps will automatically trigger the protection measures and teleport them to the bottom of the mountain. Otherwise, they will be crushed to death by gravity. Teleporting to the bottom of the mountain means that the test has failed. 3,000 stone steps are a hurdle. And the next 5,000 is a hurdle. And then every 1,000 is a hurdle. Until 10,000 steps. The higher you go, the fewer the number of examinees. When Song Jian climbed the 6,000th step, he looked up and found that there was no examinee on it. At this time, the pressure on Song Jian's body has reached 600 kilograms. You know, being able to lift a 600 kilogram weight and carrying a 600 kilogram weight on your back are 2 different concepts. Lifting a 600 kilogram weight, you have to reach level 30 or above. And your strength attribute is more than 50 points. You can do this. But to climb such a high mountain with a 600 kilogram load on your back requires not only strength, but also physical fitness and agility. Otherwise, it is impossible to persist here. Soon, Song Jian saw Xian Ling, who was panting and climbing the stone steps. At this time, she was no longer as high-spirited as before. Each time she jumped, she would take 2 or 3 steps. Now Xian Ling felt that climbing 1 step up was harder than climbing to the sky. Her whole body was sore, and even her bones made a slight sound of being overwhelmed. It was like being tortured. In fact, although Xian Ling possesses the ancient moon sword body, it only means that she has great potential. She is only in her 50s. And in terms of physical fitness, she is definitely not as good as Song Jian. Song Jian obtained SS level evaluation once and S level evaluation once in 2 combat power assessments. The increased attribute points are far beyond the reach of ordinary players. In addition, as the Lord of the City of Hope, Song Jian usually obtains treasures that enhance his own attributes, which Xian Ling cannot compare with. In addition, Song Jian's epic profession makes him far behind Xian Ling. If it weren't for the fact that climbing the ladder cannot be interfered by external forces, Song Jian would be able to beat Xian Ling by a wide margin with his luxurious equipment. Although the attribute bonus of his equipment was temporarily blocked, Song Jian's own talents and skills could still take effect. I don't know what happened, but every time Song Jian climbed a step, his talent skill thick skin would emit a faint golden light, shining for a while, and it seemed to be improving something. However, Song Jian's talent skill thick skin has reached the max level 10 and cannot be further improved. I don't know whether this change is good or bad for Song Jian. 6,000. 6,005. 7,000. 7,005. 8,000. When Song Jian climbed the 8,000th step, he was almost in the sky, with a breeze blowing and his sleeves fluttering, as if he was an immortal floating in the sky. At this time, at some point, inexplicable runes appeared on both sides of the stone steps, flashing with light. Song Jian did not feel the thin air or the breathlessness at all when he reached such a high place. If it were not for the increasing pressure on his body, Song Jian would even have a sense of comfort from high-altitude travel. Looking up, there were already undulating palace buildings above, looming in the clouds. Like an immortal palace? Almost there. Try harder. We'll be at the top soon. Song Jian took a deep breath and continued to climb. His legs were trembling slightly. His whole body was under great pressure, and sweat dripped onto the stone steps. However, such pressure was not too much for him, and he could still hold on. However, just as he was about to take another step up the stairs, he suddenly received a system notification, and his face changed drastically. Chapter 1171 Qualification. At this time, Song Jian had already seen the buildings on the top of the mountain. The huge palace stood in front of him like a fairy palace. There were at most 2,000 or 3,000 stone steps before Song Jian could reach the top of the mountain. With his strength, he could climb up in one go. However, just when he was full of confidence and took the next step, he suddenly received a system prompt. System, your body is invaded by an unknown force, and you lose 1 point of blood value per second. When the blood value is reduced to only 2 points, the remaining blood will be locked and the assessment task will fail. Looking at the -1 word floating above his head, Song Jian was surprised. What? There is such an operation? This first level assessment is so strict. It's hard to imagine how Duan Jian and others passed the assessment. You know, Song Jian's current physical fitness can be compared with those who are above level 100 and have ordinary third-level combat power. If even Song Jian can't pass this assessment, he believes that no one can pass this assessment, unless they are big guys who have already stepped into the legendary level. But those big guys who are at the peak of the third-level combat power and have touched the legendary realm are all people who have seen their way forward. How could they run to the Yujian sect and become an ordinary disciple of the Yujian sect? Even if it is the ancient sword sect, it is impossible for all disciples to have the entry qualifications of the third-level combat power peak. How can the Yujian sect dare to set such a difficult assessment? Song Jian couldn't help but complain in his heart. Originally, he wanted to hide his strength. But now, Song Jian couldn't care less about hiding his strength. He immediately quickened his pace and ran towards the top of the mountain. Without the attribute bonus of the equipment, Song Jian's health value has dropped to more than 6,000 points, although it is still much higher than that of ordinary players. At this rate of blood loss, he can only have more than 100 minutes at most, less than 2 hours. However, there are still more than 2,000 stone steps ahead. In the end, the pressure on him will exceed 10 tons. In the case of continuous blood loss, bearing 10 tons of pressure, even Song Jian has no confidence in completing the assessment. Seeing that Song Jian's speed had increased a lot, several elders in front of the main hall of the Yujian sect on the mountain top smiled. An old man with long silver-white hair that was simply tied up laughed and said, "This little monkey wants to hide his strength. Humph! I will use a little trick to expose his true colors." However, with his qualifications, he is fully capable of practicing the Qinglian sword cannon. He is a good seedling. We Qinglian peak want him. Humph! You old man don't practice. What do you mean you want him? An old man next to him sneered. He is the disciple found by that little guy Duan Jian. Duan Jian is from my Wuliang peak, so he is naturally also a disciple of my Wuliang peak. With his qualifications, it is just right for him to practice the Wuliang sword cannon. Ahem. Don't you realize that there is a force in his body that is being nurtured? This force is like a seed that is breaking through the soil. It is very tough and suitable for practicing the spring and autumn sword classic. I am willing to give him the qualification of the 3-day sword spirit pool. Maybe I can comprehend the spring and autumn sword body. You guys, don't delay the future of this disciple. Another elder said loudly. Ha ha ha. Master Guan, you are the most treacherous among all the elders. Do you think that the qualification of the 3-day sword spirit pool can abduct this disciple named Song Jian? Wishful thinking. Another middle-aged man in silver armor laughed and said, "This god-favored person has blood and energy like mercury, and his murderous intent is like a wolf smoke rushing straight into the bullfight. He is the most suitable successor to my Zhangjian peak. As the master of Zhangjian peak, I am willing to accept him as my personal disciple and pass on all my knowledge to him. By then, our Yujian sect may not be able to have a war fairy, recreating the scene of the ancient sword sect's war fairy beheading the god. He is just a young man with slightly stronger strength. How can you all argue so fiercely? Wouldn't it be a joke if the younger generation saw it?" An old man holding a dustpan and a crescent moon between his eyebrows persuaded. Yu, don't be a good guy here. If there wasn't a disciple with a Yu sword body among these disciples, would you be so calm and say sarcastic? You would have rolled up your sleeves to snatch him away long ago. An old man next to him couldn't help but said loudly with a look of contempt on his face. Humph. Yu, don't take advantage of me. Be careful that I will snatch the disciple with the Yu sword body from you. You should know that our Shattered Star Peaks Moon-Covering Sword Classic is not worse than your Yu Peaks Yu Sword Classic. An old man next to him said, staring at Yu with a covetous look. You are totally unreasonable. I have good intentions. Yu's face flushed immediately. He waved his sleeves at everyone, and took 2 steps forward with an expression that he would not stand up to you. Several elders and peak masters quarreled for a long time until the leader of the Yujin sect, Duan Xingliu, said, okay, that disciple is about to reach the top. Seeing you making such a fuss, how can you put your reputation on the Yujin sect? When he comes up, you will all rely on your abilities. Don't force him. Just let him choose. Since the leader has spoken, the others naturally have nothing to say. They all stopped quarreling and waited for Song Jian to reach the top. At this time, Song Jian's sword energy was flowing rapidly in his body, consuming a lot of energy. Even the talent skill thick skin in the skill column was like a heart beating, and the golden light kept swallowing and spitting, as if it would change in the next moment. However, Song Jian didn't care about all this. He was sweating profusely. His ears were buzzing, and his consciousness seemed to be collapsing. His mind was blank, and he had no idea except climbing up. Song Jian was panting. His whole body was bent at 90 degrees, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. Every time he climbed a step, he had to exhaust all his strength. At this time, Song Jian's qi and blood value was less than 2,000 points, and the falling speed was still 1 point per second. As the qi and blood value continued to fall, Song Jian's physical strength seemed to be constantly declining. His legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he could only lift them up by willpower. A faint fairy music sounded in Song Jian's ears. A small amount of sword energy suddenly burst out from his dantian, which had been completely consumed, and rushed towards his legs. This was almost squeezing the body's limit potential and providing him with the power to climb up. At this moment, a bright golden light bloomed from his body. The original golden light only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds, and then slowly transformed into purple red, and then purple gold. The dazzling purple gold light almost wrapped Song Jian up. The thick-skinned skill and the talent skill began to slowly become blurred. The skill that had already reached the max level once again changed and turned into a legendary talent skill. At this time, Song Jian only had 300 stone steps left to reach the top of the mountain. This change made everyone standing at the end of the stone steps brighten their eyes. Good aptitude. Good aptitude. There are only a few disciples who can break through on the ladder. Sect Master Duan Xingliu couldn't help but exclaimed. If a disciple with such aptitude is snatched away by other main peaks, it would be a waste of talent, Duan Xingliu said in his heart, and at the same time, he secretly made up his mind. Chapter 1172, Is He Still Human? Although Gu Luo and Duan Jian were walking slowly behind, their attention was always on Xian Ling and Song Jian. Soon, Gu Luo's face became worse and worse, but Duan Jian's mouth always had a faint smile. It seems that I am going to win. You are a stingy guy. You are only willing to give out 1 day's qualification for the Sword Spirit Pool. But 1 day is not bad. Maybe it can help Song Jian stimulate a higher level of sword body. Duan Jian chuckled at the side. Humph. The outcome is still uncertain until the end, Gu Luo said in a low voice with an ugly face. He had seen that Xian Ling had stopped at the 6,894 step for more than a minute, and it was difficult for her to continue climbing. The most important thing was that for some reason, the difficulty of climbing the ladder this time suddenly increased. After reaching a certain height, blood would continue to be lost. Although the blood value lost was not much, a little per second, it would add up to a lot. In addition, she could not use external objects, which was simply forcing the examinee to death. I don't know which elder came up with the idea to activate the blood damaging array. This is the content of the trial assessment for formal disciples. How could it be included in the trial of these entry-level examinees? Gu Luo lowered his voice and said with dissatisfaction. If it weren't for this blood-damaging array, Xian Ling might not be able to reach the top of the mountain by her own strength. After all, she has a much higher quality than other ordinary people with the Gu Yu sword body. Of course, she can't compare with Song Jian. A BT. After another 2 minutes of stalemate, Gu Luo saw that Xian Ling really couldn't continue to climb. So he sighed, took out a hand-folded paper crane from his arms, whispered a few words in the paper crane's ear, and then threw the paper crane gently into the air. The paper crane seemed to come alive, flapped its wings twice in the air, and flew towards the top of the mountain. After a while, Xian Ling, who was originally in a stalemate on the stone steps, suddenly relaxed and sat down on the steps, breathing heavily. Okay, you win this game. I want to see what kind of sword body that kid can comprehend in one day. Gu Luo didn't even look at Duan Jian, flicked his sleeves, and walked quickly towards Xian Ling. Thank you. Duan Jian was behind, bowed to Gu Luo's back, and smiled. For Duan Jian, being able to win a game against Gu Luo was more exciting than winning the qualification for the Sword Spirit Pool for a day. It was just like drinking a glass of iced juice in the hot summer, which was refreshing from the inside out. Xian Ling looked at Gu Luo coming from behind. A trace of sadness appeared on her pretty face, tears in her eyes, and she said to Gu Luo with some grievance, "Teacher, woo-woo. Okay, don't cry. It's just a slight loss. There is still a long time to go. You are the Guyu sword body, second only to the Holy Spirit sword body. Your future achievements are limitless, not just a mere." Gu Luo touched Xian Ling's head and comforted her. Before she finished speaking, she heard a crisp dragon roar from above the stone steps. Gu Luo looked up suddenly, and on the stone steps that were close to the top of the mountain, a huge green dragon suddenly jumped out and circled towards the sky. After circling in the air for a while, the green dragon plunged towards the stone steps again, circling around Song Jian. At this time, Song Jian stood up suddenly, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. His qi and health, which had originally dropped to more than 1,000 points, suddenly recovered completely, and the upper limit of qi and health jumped forward a lot. In normal battles, Song Jian used the withered blue dragon sword body to use the power of withering. But this time, he really needed to use the attribute bonus of the blue dragon sword body. After using the blue dragon sword body, all qi and health and spirit points are restored. All adverse effects on the body are eliminated, and 6,000 false life points are obtained. When receiving damage, the false life points are deducted first. The false life points exist for 30 seconds, and the false life disappears after 30 seconds. Song Jian's original blood value exceeded 10,000, and now with 6,000 false life points. Although it was only 30 seconds, it was enough for Song Jian to no longer worry about the harm of the blood-damaging array to him. "Teacher, what is this strange phenomenon?" Xian Ling asked curiously. Without the suppression of gravity and the obstruction of the blood-damaging array, Xian Ling felt relaxed. If it weren't for testing her own strength, Xian Ling could actually ascend to the top and become a formal disciple of the Yujian sect. She is the legendary boss. Gulyua's face showed a look of shock. It seemed that he didn't hear Xian Ling's question. He just muttered to himself as if he was in a trance. How is it possible? The Four Holy Spirit sword body. Actually, there really is the Four Holy Spirit sword body. The Four Holy Spirit sword body is the top sword body, which is protected by the four sacred beasts of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. This sword body has always been recorded in the sword canon passed down by the Sword Control sect. Every year, the disciples sent by the Sword Control sect are scattered all over the continent to find the people who are said to have the Four Holy Spirit sword body. However, after hundreds of years, the Sword Control sect has found many people with slightly inferior sword bodies, but none of the Four Holy Spirit sword body has been found. This makes many disciples of the Sword Control sect doubt whether the Four Holy Spirit sword body really exists. But today, in front of all the peak masters and elders, the person with the Azure Dragon sword body appeared. Everyone present was stunned to see the mighty and domineering Azure Dragon surrounding Song Jian's body. And a thought emerged in their minds at the same time. I am not dreaming. Duan Jian looked ahead with a look of surprise, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Damn it. This kid hit it too deeply. The Azure Dragon sword body. It's really the Azure Dragon sword body. How is this possible? Song Jian is strong. Duan Jian knows that. In his opinion, he may not be Song Jian's opponent now, But he didn't know that the other party has the Azure Dragon Sword body. Wu Liangfeng. He must become a disciple of Wu Liangfeng. He must become a disciple of Wu Liangfeng. Duan Jian seemed to think of something, stepped hard, and rushed to the top of the mountain like lightning. Before, Duan Jian didn't mean that Song Jian must join Wu Liangfeng where he was. As long as Song Jian passed the assessment and became a formal disciple of Yujian's sect, he would feel satisfied. The task was completed, and he got the reward. As for which peak Song Jian became a disciple, it was all up to fate. He didn't care. But now, knowing that Song Jian possessed the 4 Holy Spirit sword body, Duan Jian immediately threw away the indifferent thoughts. Such a talent must join Wu Yang Peak. You know, this is the disciple that Duan Jian found with great difficulty. I spent so much effort to introduce you to the Yujian sect. If you don't join Wu Yang Peak, are you still a human being? Duan Jian said in his heart. Chapter 1173 Youth. Song Jian, who had activated the withered and flourishing Azure Dragon Sword body, easily reached the main hall on the top of the mountain. In Song Jian's opinion, the withered and flourishing Azure Dragon Sword body was just a skill. Even though it was powerful, it was nothing special. At least, in Song Jian's mind, the Azure Dragon Sword body was much lower in status than the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art. But when Song Jian stood in front of the main hall on the top of the mountain, looking at many peak masters and elders looking at him with the same perverted eyes as they looked at peerless beauties, Song Jian suddenly realized that this withered and flourishing Azure Dragon Sword body was much more important than he had imagined. After 30 seconds, the Azure Dragon Phantom slowly disappeared, and the upper limit of the Qi and blood value returned to normal. Although Song Jian looked a little embarrassed, his posture and demeanor were much better than those examinees who had reached the top of the mountain over the years. After all, Song Jian at this time, because he had used the Azure Dragon Sword body, his current state was at least above the usual level 6, which was incomparable to those examinees who had almost exhausted all their physical strength. Ha! Good. You are indeed worthy of being my disciple of Wu Yang Peak. Just based on this demeanor, you are superior to others. An old man with long hair and white beard, with a loving smile on his face, looked at Song Jian as if he was looking at his own grandson and said, Duan Jian's useless disciple finally did a good thing for Wu Yang Peak this time. Song Jian? Looking at Song Jian's puzzled expression, Duan Wuchuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. At this time, he realized that Song Jian had not even completed the assessment of a formal disciple, but only passed the assessment of the ladder to heaven. So he had no idea about the organizational structure of the Yujian sect. In fact, the Yujian sect has many inheritances, and each inheritance. Duan Wuchuan was about to explain the organizational structure of the Yujian sect to Song Jian in detail, and emphasized that Duan Jian belonged to their Wu Yang Peak lineage, and naturally classified Song Jian as Wu Yang Peak. After all, Duan Jian was Song Jian's mentor in the main plane, and Wu Yang Peak had a natural advantage. However, just as he was about to explain in detail, another elder suddenly interrupted and said, Song Jian, you passed the first level of the assessment successfully, and your performance was good. But if you want to become a disciple of the Yujian sect, you still need to pass 2 levels. Now you should rest well and recover your strength. When all the examinees of the first level are all here, the second level of the assessment will begin. Duan Wuchuan glanced at the elder, and was somewhat speechless. This elder was the punishment elder of the Yujian sect, and was also the examiner in charge of this assessment. In fact, such assessments for new disciples are held every once in a while, and each time there will be an elder or peak master in charge. Such things are a big deal in the eyes of new disciples. But in the eyes of these peak masters and elders, it is a small matter that wastes time. If it weren't for hearing that there was a person with the ancient moon sword body among the new disciples this time, I'm afraid most of the people present would not have come. The punishment elder belongs to the Qinglian Peak lineage, because he is in charge of the assessment of new disciples this time. He can control the entire mountain protection formation, and the blood loss formation of the ladder to heaven is naturally under his control. It's just that he only opened a small part of the blood loss formation, and the effect is only open to the weakest. After Song Jian bowed to everyone, he consciously walked to a corner nearby, took out a few recovery potions from the parcel column, swallowed them, and began to recover slowly. You cannot use external objects in the test of climbing the ladder. Now that you have passed the first test, you naturally have to restore your condition to the best to deal with the remaining 2. Not long after, Duan Jian and Gu Lu accompanied Xi and Ling to the top of the mountain. Without the gravity array and blood loss array, with Xi and Ling's strength, it is no problem to reach the top. However, after reaching the top, Xi and Ling glanced at Song Jian, who was recovering on the side, and a slightly frustrated expression appeared on her face. The reason why so many peak masters and elders came to watch the ceremony after the sacrificial ceremony today was that most of them came for Xi and Ling. On the one hand, they wanted to see what a disciple with the ancient moon sword body looked like. On the other hand, they also wanted to bring this disciple with the ancient moon sword body to their own lineage. However, after seeing Song Jian's azure dragon sword body, these people immediately looked down on Xi and Ling. It was just the ancient moon sword body. Compared with the four holy spirit sword body, it was nothing. Everyone's hot eyes fell on Song Jian. This was the legendary four holy spirit sword body. Once he joined any lineage of the Yujin sect, the future achievements of this lineage would be absolutely limitless. Even becoming the master of the sect was not an impossible thing. After Xi and Ling reached the top of the mountain, everyone continued to wait. After more than an hour, no one appeared on the stone steps. Song Jian felt a little strange. He didn't know what they were still waiting for. But these big shots seemed to be sure that someone would reach the top of the mountain. Just like waiting quietly for more than an hour, a boy covered in blood finally appeared in everyone's eyes. The boy had long been overwhelmed and had already fallen down, his body tightly pressed against the stone steps, his limbs on the ground, like a beast, using his hands and feet to slowly climb up one step at a time. Because of the influence of gravity and the blood-damaging formation, the boy's knees and elbows had been worn out. As he climbed up, he left a faint blood mark behind him. His lips were also ulcerated, as if he had bitten them himself. It can be seen that his body has long been on the verge of collapse. He was exhausted. He was able to climb here only by relying on his unyielding perseverance. Song Jian turned his head and looked at the mountaintop hall. All the peak masters and elders were standing in front of the stone steps, with cold eyes, like immortals looking down at the young man on the stone steps. And the young man who kept climbing the stone steps was like an ant in the dust of the secular world, wanting to change his fate with his own strength. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The young man almost used all his strength to grit his teeth and climb up. Looking at this young man, Duan Jian and Gu Lu looked at each other. Now this young man is just like them more than 10 years ago. At that time, they were also like this young man, in a mess when they climbed the ladder to heaven. So they are waiting for this boy. Song Jian's condition has fully recovered. He looked at the big men on the top of the mountain. All of them were looking at this boy, although their expressions were still indifferent. No one showed impatience. They stood quietly for nearly 3 hours, waiting for this boy who might reach the top. There are still 300 steps, Duan Jian suddenly whispered. Gu Lu frowned slightly. His face became ugly, as if he remembered sad memories. Song Jian naturally knew what they were thinking. After all, he had just climbed all the stone steps by his own strength. The last 300 steps are a checkpoint. The gravity array here has changed slightly. Instead of changing every 100 steps, it changes every 100 steps. However, the total gravity has not changed. In other words, these short 300 stone steps will change 3 times. When stepping into the last 300 steps, the gravity will no longer increase by 10 kilograms, but directly increase by 1,000 kilograms. After going up 100 steps, it will increase by another 1,000 kilograms. After going up another 100 steps, it will continue to increase by 1,000 kilograms. The last 100 steps will not increase the gravity. Given the physical condition of this young man, it is probably difficult for him to accept the sudden increase of 1,000 kilograms of gravity. This is why Duan Jian and Gu Luo's faces changed slightly. Chapter 1174 Flying Sword. Sure enough, when the boy climbed the last 300 steps, his body suddenly sank, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, dyeing the white stone steps red. Duan Jian sighed softly. The boy was not mentally prepared at all. Or rather, he was ready to increase the gravity by 10 kilograms. But he was suddenly pressed down by 1,000 kilograms. This caused his mental and physical imbalance, and his internal organs were also severely damaged. With his physical fitness, it is difficult for him to climb the last 300 steps. Gu Luo had complained about this design more than once, but in the eyes of the elders of the Yujian sect. As a disciple of the Yujian sect, he must always be vigilant to deal with the danger that may come at any time. The first 9,000 stone steps are not the real test, but the last 300 stone steps are. After a mouthful of blood spurted out, the boy's expression became depressed, and there was disbelief in his eyes. He even felt that the test of the Yujian sect was a deception. His lungs seemed to be burning, and the threat of death was getting closer and closer. The boy even felt that his body seemed to be getting farther and farther away from him, and he became panicked. A slight sigh sounded in his ears, and the boy suddenly found that he was wrapped in a warm white light, and the injuries on his body were recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surprise on his face had not yet faded, and the boy suddenly realized something, and his body froze. When he looked up at the top of the mountain again, his whole body suddenly turned into a white light and appeared at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the sky-high ladder, the boy couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. He knew that he had failed. He was so close to success. He was only 300 stone steps away from becoming a disciple of the sword-controlling sect. This was a distance that was almost within reach. But in the end, this distance became a natural chasm. The difference between immortals and mortals. What a pity! The punishment Elder Wei Dong sighed. In fact, most of the disciples in the sword-controlling sect were like the boy before. They didn't have any impressive qualifications. They passed the assessment with their perseverance. These disciples who passed the assessment are now the backbone of the sword-controlling sect. And Wei Dong is one of them. Well, in this disciple recruitment assessment, only 2 people passed the first level. Song Jian and Xian Ling. Penalty Elder Wei Dong turned his head and looked at the 2. Xian Ling seemed a little embarrassed. If she didn't have the ancient moon sword body, she would probably be worse than the previous boy and would have been eliminated long ago. She felt like she had taken a backdoor. In fact, Xian Ling didn't know how much the disciples in the Yujian sect envied her. In the Yujian sect, the heights that can be reached by those with and without the sword body qualifications are different. This is why the qualification of the sword spirit pool is so precious in the Yujian sect. You 2 come forward and listen to me about the content of the second level of the assessment. Wei Dong nodded slightly at the 2 people and said. Song Jian and Xian Ling came up and stood in front of the hall. Behind them was the empty ladder. For the second level, you need to go to Jianxi Lake 500 kilometers away, or collect a perfect red sword grass, or hunt a lord-level boss of the same level and obtain its core. The core quality must be excellent or above, or dig a level 9 moon spirit stone, or extract a bottle of lake water essence from Jianxi Lake, or capture a perfect saber-toothed beast cub. After completion, just return here directly. The mission time is 3 days. Penalty Elder Wei Dong looked at the 2 and said calmly. Song Jian suddenly realized why his mentor Duan Jian had to obtain a flying sword before coming to the Yujian sect to participate in the entrance examination. You know, even if you use the flame light wings, it will take nearly 2 days and 2 nights to go back and forth for such a long distance of 500 kilometers. Although the assessment task is not difficult, the requirements are indeed extremely high. If you are lucky, you may encounter it directly after arriving at the Sword Pond Lake. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to collect a perfect red sword grass even if you collect 100 red sword grasses. If you have a flying sword, you will save a lot of time on the round trip, and spend all your time on finding the task target, and the possibility of passing will be greatly increased. At this moment, a faint mosquito-like voice suddenly came to Song Jian's ears. Even if you fail the second level assessment, you can still become a formal disciple. But the treatment and benefits will be halved. So you'd better hurry up and don't dawdle and waste time. Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that in front of so many peak masters and elders, Duan Jian would dare to send him a secret message. Did he really think that these elders and peak masters were just decorations? Nodding slightly to Duan Jian with some helplessness, Song Jian had already seen that several peak masters and elders looked at Duan Jian with unfriendly expressions. Ahem. Xian Ling. The second level assessment is also very important. You must treat it with caution. Go and come back quickly, Gu Luo said to Xian Ling with a serious face. Xian Ling looked a little confused, but still said to Gu Luo respectfully, got it. Mentor! Song Jian couldn't help rolling his eyes at Duan Jian, and thought to himself, what a difference. This is the difference. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Take the map, and set off quickly. Penalty Elder Wei Dong threw two seemingly inconspicuous parchment scrolls to the two. Song Jian took it and looked at it. The parchment scroll looked ordinary. But in fact it was like an electronic map. It not only marked his current location, but also the location of Jianxi Lake. And even a faint shadow appeared, showing how to get there safely and quickly. At this time, Song Jian couldn't help but hear a voice in his ear. Autonavi navigation for you. Song Jian couldn't help shouting in his heart. This is simply a modified version of the GPS navigation map. Fly with a sword. With a light shout, Xian Ling stepped on a flying sword and quickly flew towards the Jianxi Lake. Under her feet, she stepped on a flying sword emitting a faint silver light. Gu Luo looked at Duan Jian with a little pride and whispered, "This is the flying sword I bought with 50 purple crystal coins. Although the attack power is average, the flying speed is not inferior to the ordinary golden quality flying sword. It can be regarded as picking up a bargain." At this moment, Duan Jian was somewhat regretting the previous transmission. Compared with Gu Luo's generous exhortation, he seemed too petty. But after hearing Gu Luo's slightly boastful words, Duan Jian suddenly showed an inexplicable look on his face. He coughed twice and said to Song Jian, "Song Jian, go and come back quickly. Don't waste time." Song Jian glanced at Duan Jian, nodded slightly, and directly summoned the flying sword, flying towards the Jianxi Lake, and instantly turned into a small dot in the air and disappeared. The speed was almost 3 times faster than Xian Ling. Chapter 1175 Jianxi Lake. Everyone looked at Song Jian's flying sword. The purple gold light flashed in everyone's eyes. Several peak masters and elders showed surprise and envy in their eyes. But more people just smiled and retracted their gazes. Gu Luo's eyes were wide open, and he even rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief. I seem to be dazzled just now. The quality of Song Jian's flying sword seems a little strange. Ahem. Yes. Song Jian is not good at this. He is too ostentatious. It's just a legendary flying sword. What's so great about it? It's really not Loki at all. Duan Jian raised his head and glanced at Gu Luo with his peripheral vision. Seeing Gu Luo's big mouth, shocked face, and drooling expression, he felt relieved. Legendary? How can it be legendary quality? A legendary quality flying sword. My god. How is this possible? Gu Luo looked at Duan Jian in disbelief, looking him up and down. After a long time, a look of enlightenment flashed in Gu Luo's eyes, as if he had thought of something, and said to Duan Jian with a smile, "I can't believe it. Duan Jian, you are really rich. And you actually bought a legendary quality flying sword for Song Jian?" Duan Jian's old face turned red. This flying sword was not bought by him. How could he, an ordinary disciple of the Yujian sect, have such financial resources? Such a flying sword is worth at least 500 purple crystal coins. Hey, actually I didn't do anything. It was mainly Song Jian's own efforts. I just provided some insignificant help. Duan Jian shook his head with an unfathomable expression. Without the token of the East Sea Mirage City that I gave him, how could he have obtained this flying sword? I certainly have contributed to this. But the details are not to be told to outsiders. Duan Jian thought to himself. Gu Luo looked at Duan Jian with disdain and said, "TSK. Why are you pretending to be so high-handed? You don't even have a gold-grade flying sword. And you still have the nerve to say that you got his flying sword? Shameless." Gu Luo and Duan Jian are brothers from the same school, and they are also from the same class. Naturally, they are very familiar with each other, and both sides are also competing. They want to compete in everything, so they are very clear about each other's methods. Gu Luo naturally knows that with Duan Jian's ability, let alone getting a legendary flying sword for Song Jian, even he himself can't get a legendary flying sword. Humph. I don't want to bother with you. It looks like I'm the winner again. Duan Jian glanced at Gu Luo with a smug smile. Gu Luo was not convinced, but he was really suppressed by Duan Jian this time. No, he was suppressed by Song Jian. With the strength Song Jian showed now, Gu Luo was a little scared. If he had a stronger attack skill now, his strength would probably not be weaker than the elite disciples of the sect. Right? Gu Luo said softly. It's okay. His most powerful skill now is the 10,000 swords art, and it has also mutated. The level is quite high, Duan Jian said calmly. Ahem. 10,000 swords art? It has also mutated? The level is still very high. Are you kidding me? Gu Luo stared at Duan Jian with an unbelievable expression and said, "Little Duanzi, tell me the truth. Can you beat him now? His foundation is too poor. He has never studied systematically. You know, he is a God-favored person. And he had no chance to get in touch with these things before." Duanjian shook his head and said, "If I fight him now, it should be a 50-50 fight. But if it is the elders, I am afraid Song Jian can't hurt them at all. He. No matter how powerful he is at most an elite disciple. How dare you compare him with the elders? You are bragging too much." Gu Luo sneered and curled his lips, not believing what Duanjian said. "You will know when the time comes." Duanjian did not argue with him, but just stood there quietly. Normally, most of the people who watched the ceremony would leave at this time, each returning to their own peaks. But today, all the peak masters and elders did not move, and stayed in front of the sacrificial hall. Some even used the art of pigeon transmission to inform the peak masters and elders of their own lineage about Song Jian's situation. Not only did the number of people in front of the hall increase, but it increased. Everyone was talking about Song Jian in a low voice. As for Xian Ling, who possessed the ancient moon sword body, she was almost ignored by most people. This made Gu Luo feel a little bitter. You know, the reason why so many people gathered in front of the hall before was because of Xian Ling. Now it feels like Xian Ling is just a liquor of Song Jian's head, which makes people feel a little suffocated. At this time, Song Jian easily surpassed Xian Ling. It can be seen that Xian Ling's sword-controlling skill level is obviously much higher than Song Jian's. Not only is she flying more steadily, but the windproof light curtain around her is also much denser than Song Jian's. However, Xian Ling's flying sword is only of silver quality, while Song Jian's is of legendary quality. The two attributes are one on the ground and the other in the sky, and there is no way to compare them. Even if Xian Ling's sword-controlling skill level is much higher than Song Jian's, it can't make up for the gap between silver and legendary. Looking at the flying sword flashing with purple gold light under Song Jian's feet, Xian Ling suddenly felt a little stuffy in her chest. She kept looking forward, as if stabbing Song Jian's back with two knives, until Song Jian's figure disappeared without a trace. Damn rich people. Xian Ling cursed in a low voice, desperately pouring sword energy into the flying sword under her feet. And the speed increased a bit, flying towards the Jianqi Lake specified on the map. In less than half a day, Song Jian arrived at Jianqi Lake. The speed of flying with the sword was extremely fast, which was not comparable to the steel wings and the flame wings. This speed is almost comparable to the high-speed rail. It would be great if it could reach the speed of an airplane someday. Song Jian slowly descended and said with a look of surprise. He rarely used the sword to travel before. This trip not only greatly improved his level of controlling the flying sword, but also increased his experience value of sword flying by 34%. He will soon be able to upgrade to another level. Song Jian flew to the edge of Jianqi Lake, and a fresh breath of water hit him. Jianqi Lake is extremely wide. Standing by the lake is like standing by the sea, with no end in sight. Jianqi Lake is surrounded by green grass, and occasionally you can see a few fruit trees, full of rich fruits. A little further away, there is a jungle and mountains, but it is very far away, and only some dark shadows can be vaguely seen. Song Jian opened the map. On the side of the map, the content of this mission assessment was written. There were more than a dozen items densely written on it. Song Jian only needed to choose one of these dozen items to complete. Although it is not very difficult, it feels very time-consuming, and the requirements are too harsh. Song Jian sighed, put away the map, and walked towards a clump of red sword grass by the Jianqi Lake. Chapter 1176 Decision. Herb Gathering Technique. Song Jian gently stroked a foot-long red sword grass, and a ball of white light bloomed from his fingertips, quickly enveloping the entire red sword grass. A slow progress bar appeared above the red sword grass, and the sword energy in Song Jian's body slowly flowed toward his fingertips, maintaining the continuation of the gathering technique. 30 seconds later, Song Jian's sword energy value consumed more than 1,000 points, and the progress bar of the red sword grass only moved 2/3 of the way. And then with a puff, the whole grass exploded. System, you failed to collect the red sword grass, and you got nothing. The proficiency of the herb gathering technique increased by 4 points. The level of the red sword grass is quite high. With Song Jian's only level 7 herb collecting technique, it is very difficult to collect a red sword grass with a perfect appearance. let alone a red sword grass, with an ordinary, or even inferior appearance. You should know that any life auxiliary skill below level 10 is actually only at the apprentice level. Only when it exceeds level 10 can it reach the elementary level. Song Jian's herb collecting technique is actually only at the apprentice level 7. Huh? The second level assessment is not as simple as it seems. Collecting red sword grass requires herb collecting technique. Collecting or requires mining technique. And even extracting the essence of the water in the sword pool lake requires the foundation of enchantment skills. Extraction technique. Song Jian showed a look of embarrassment on his face. And thought to himself, only hunting the Lord level boss is relatively simple for me. But the most difficult part of hunting the boss is not killing it, but finding the trace of the boss. This is simply a matter of luck. It is better to honestly collect red sword grass here. At least even if you fail, you can improve your proficiency in herb collecting techniques. In fact, after Song Jian entered the game, he also spent a lot of time and energy on life-supporting skills. After all, he was too weak when he first entered the game, and he was always unable to make ends meet. If he did not learn some life-supporting skills, even survival in the game would become a problem. However, as Song Jian's strength gradually improved, especially after he took control of a city, these life-supporting skills became useless to him. You can just spend money to buy whatever you need. Doomsday coins will not be a problem for Song Jian. But unexpectedly, this life-supporting skill, which was like a chicken rib, became Song Jian's weakness in the assessment of the Yujian sect. Oh! I don't believe that a small, perfect-looking red sword grass can stump me. Song Jian snorted, took out a small shovel from the parcel column, and walked towards the next red sword grass. The grass around Jianxi Lake is almost everywhere with red sword grass. You can find a few after taking 2 steps. Song Jian holds the silver-quality purple bamboo shovel and continues to collect red sword grass. The purple bamboo shovel can not only increase the speed of collecting herbs by 40%, but also the success rate of collecting herbs by +8. Most importantly, the purple bamboo shovel can increase Song Jian's herb collecting skill level by +2. You may not see much effect at the apprentice level, but the higher Song Jian's herb collecting skill is, the more precious this level +2 attribute is. After picking up the purple bamboo shovel, Song Jian's herb collecting skills have reached level 9. Although he is still at the apprentice level, he continues to collect, and his success rate has greatly increased. At the same time, he has gained a lot more proficiency in herb collecting skills than before. After a whole day, Song Jian's parcel column was filled with broken red sword grass. Broken red sword grass. Ordinary red sword grass. Red sword grass of average quality. These red sword grasses with touching prefixes are actually the products of failed collection. The medicinal effect is almost reduced by more than 90%, and can only be regarded as gray sundries. If sold to the system store, I am afraid it is only worth 1 or 2 Doomsday coins at most. However, Song Jian's herb collecting skill level has improved by leaps and bounds. In just 1 day, he has been promoted from the 7th level of apprentice to the 3rd level of advanced, and has jumped dozens of levels. Huh? It's already an advanced herb collecting skill. Why is the highest quality of the red sword grass collected ordinary? Song Jian looked at the pile of red sword grass, with messy prefixes in the parcel column inside. He originally wanted to throw them all away and empty the parcel column. But then he thought about it, and threw all the failed products into the broken kingdom of God. At least it can be used as wood ash fertilizer. It can't be wasted. Song Jian comforted himself. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly stood up and looked up into the distance. Soon, a small black dot appeared in the sky, flying closer and closer to Jianxi Lake. After a closer look, Song Jian smiled. Xi and Ling actually flew for a whole day to Jianxi Lake. Looking at her tired face, she probably flew all the way here without any rest. This little girl is too strong. Song Jian laughed. Xi and Ling has the ancient moon sword body. These so-called entry trials are just a formality for her. In fact, there is already a lineage of the Yujian sect willing to accept her as a disciple. And the core cultivation method of this lineage is also particularly suitable for the ancient moon sword body. However, the little girl seemed to be a little unconvinced by Song Jian. She wanted to compete with Song Jian in her heart. Even if she couldn't beat Song Jian, she couldn't lose too much. She was always trying to compete in her heart. Xi and Ling kept flying, and kept flying until she saw Song Jian next to Jianxi Lake. She felt relieved and fell directly from the air, and plunged into Jianxi Lake. After a long time, Xi and Ling finally climbed out of Jianqi Lake and lay by the lake, gasping for breath. Song Jian had been collecting red sword grass for a day and was very irritated when he saw Xi and Ling fall from the air and fall into the lake. He hurried to the lake to rescue her, but he didn't expect that Xi and Ling actually walked out of the lake by herself. Looking at Xi and Ling lying by the lake, Song Jian couldn't help but say, "Hurry up and change your clothes. It's easy to catch a cold if you wear wet clothes. What do you care?" Humph! Xi and Ling struggled to stand up. She seemed a little weak. She shook twice and stood firm. A wisp of water vapor emanated from her body. After a while, a lot of water vapor came out. Xi and Ling actually used sword energy to dry the wet clothes directly. Song Jian gave Xi and Ling a thumbs up, then turned around and left. Since the other party didn't appreciate it, he didn't need to be an eyesore here. It would be better to continue to brush up the proficiency of herbal medicine. Xi and Ling was a little hesitant at first. She only needed to choose one of the dozen assessment items. But she saw Song Jian holding a purple bamboo shovel and constantly collecting red sword grass. After watching for a while, a smile appeared on her face. "Hey, such a good herb collecting shovel is really wasted." Xi and Ling shook her head and said loudly, walked to Song Jian's side, pointed her right hand at a red sword grass, and suddenly a white light bloomed, covering the red sword grass. A moment later, a complete red sword grass drilled out of the soil by itself and flew into Xi and Ling's hand in one piece. "Hey, it's just excellent quality. It's useless." Xi and Ling glanced at Song Jian and said loudly, pretending to throw the red sword grass in her hand away. But just as she was about to throw it away, she suddenly said softly, took the red sword grass back, carefully observed the properties, and then put it into the parcel column expressionlessly. After taking a look at Song Jian, who was still holding the purple bamboo shovel and constantly collecting red sword grass, Xi and Ling suddenly felt refreshed for some reason and immediately made a decision. "I've decided to collect a perfect red sword grass as the assessment target." Chapter 1177 Big Guy. Xi and Ling's herb collecting skills are obviously much better than Song Jian's. Even if she collects with bare hands, the quality of the red sword grass she collects is much higher than that of Song Jian using a purple bamboo shovel. Watching Song Jian's clumsy movements with the purple bamboo shovel, Xi and Ling showed a confident smile on her face. She felt that she would definitely collect the perfect quality red sword grass earlier than Song Jian. However, more than an hour later, Xi and Ling's face became ugly. Around her, many high-quality red sword grasses had been discarded. This was because her parcel bar was full, and it was filled with higher-quality red sword grasses. But she has not collected a single perfect quality red sword grass yet. This is impossible. Xi and Ling stopped collecting, frowning. With her current level of herbalism, she should have been able to collect perfect quality red sword grass long ago. But until now, most of the red sword grass she collected was only of excellent or good quality. There must be something I overlooked. Xi and Ling started collecting again, when another excellent quality red sword grass appeared in Xi and Ling's hand. Xi and Ling observed it carefully. Red sword grass is a 9th level herb that can be used to make sword energy pills that quickly restore sword energy. It is a must-have and commonly used elixir in the Yujian sect, so it is planted on a large scale. Although the level of the red sword grass is very high, it is impossible for a master-level herbalist to collect it. Xi and Ling looked over and over for a long time, but still couldn't find the reason. She could only sigh and throw the herbs aside. When she accidentally turned her head to look at Song Jian, she suddenly found that the quality of the red sword grass collected by Song Jian at this time was also excellent. Expert level? Has it reached the expert level of herbal medicine collection so quickly? Xi and Ling widened her eyes. A little unbelievable. You know, it took her a lot of time and energy to improve her herbal medicine collection from the apprentice level to the master level. And if she hadn't been lucky and accidentally entered a secret herbal garden, her herbal medicine collection skills would not have reached the master level now. But Song Jian only spent half a day to improve his herb picking skills to the expert level, which shocked Xi and Ling. Could it be that this red sword grass has a hidden attribute that improves the proficiency of herb picking skills? Xi and Ling frowned and stared at the red sword grass on the ground, wondering, that's not right. I'm also collecting it, but I don't feel any difference from collecting other level 9 herbs. After thinking for a long time, Xi and Ling suddenly had a flash of inspiration in her mind and asked Song Jian, "What level of herb picking skills did you start with?" Song Jian looked up at Xian Ling with some surprise and said, Level 7. Advanced Herbalist Level 7? Xian Ling asked. Apprentice Level 7. Song Jian continued to collect another red sword grass and answered without looking up. This is impossible. Xian Ling screamed. But soon, she seemed to understand something. You know, it is impossible to collect level 9 herbs with apprentice level herbalism. If you forcefully collect them, you will only destroy the level 9 herbs, and you will not gain any proficiency. Xian Ling saw Song Jian's clumsy collection movements before, but there was no damaged red sword grass around, and mistakenly thought that Song Jian's herbalism level had reached the level of an intermediate or advanced herbalist. Unexpectedly, Song Jian's real level was actually only apprentice level. This red sword grass does have a hidden attribute. That is, no matter what level of herbal medicine collection technique is used, proficiency will be gained. Xian Ling felt a little depressed, and thought to herself, this should be the place where the disciples of the Yujian sect practice life-assisting skills. Even if they have not learned any life-assisting skills, they can improve their favorite life-assisting skills to a very high level within a few days. Another thing is that it increases the difficulty of collecting perfect quality. This is a herb with a very low lower limit, but a very high upper limit. Xian Ling gritted her teeth. I would have gone mining if I had known earlier. Xian Ling looked at the rolling mountains in the distance, and she was a little tearful. Her mining skill level was very low. Only the 3rd level of apprentice. If she had chosen to collect or before, maybe her mining skill would have reached the level of a senior miner or an expert miner now. Just when Xian Ling was hesitating whether to change the assessment target, Song Jian had already collected more than a dozen red sword grasses. At this time, Xian Ling suddenly realized that Song Jian did not need to restore the sword energy value, and he kept collecting. You know, although the recovery speed of the sword energy value is fast, increasing the upper limit of the sword energy value does not increase the recovery speed of the sword energy value at the same time. With a sword energy value upper limit of only 100, it only takes 4 or 5 seconds to fully recover. But if the sword energy value increases to 1000 points, it will take nearly a minute. The level of red sword grass is quite high. Collecting one plant, Xian Ling's master level, at least 500 points of sword energy value. That is, after collecting 2 red sword grasses, Xian Ling has to stop and slightly recover the sword energy value before continuing to collect. But just now Song Jian did not rest, and collected more than a dozen red sword grasses in a row, which made Xian Ling suddenly have an idea in her mind that she herself could not believe. His sword energy value limit is several times higher than mine? How is this possible? Xian Ling stared at Song Jian, watching him collect more than 20 red sword grasses before sitting down to recover, and a look of shock appeared on her face. His sword energy value limit is at least 8,000 points. Xian Ling was so surprised that she was speechless. Song Jian did not wait until the sword energy value was fully restored, but continued to collect red sword grass when it was restored to 80%. As his herb collecting skill level increased, the proficiency of herb collecting skills gained each time was also increasing. Now, collecting a good quality red sword grass can increase the proficiency by more than 20 points. And collecting a good quality red sword grass can increase the proficiency by nearly 40 points. In addition, with the auxiliary effect of the purple bamboo shovel, Song Jian's proficiency in collecting a red sword grass is not much different from that of the master level Xian Ling. Time passed by bit, and soon, the sky gradually darkened. Song Jian had collected all the red sword grass within a radius of hundreds of meters. He needed to continue collecting in another place. You are not going to take a rest? Xian Ling looked at Song Jian and asked in surprise. This is a game. There is no need to rest at night. Song Jian looked at Xian Ling with some surprise. As long as the physical strength is not exhausted, there is no need to sleep in the game. Only when the speed of mental recovery slows down significantly, you need to sleep. Xian Ling suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Since she entered this game, she has not changed some of her habits in the real world. Every night, she has to go back to her safe house to rest. Seeing Song Jian walking towards another patch of red sword grass, Xian Ling gritted her teeth and followed him. She felt that it would not be long before Song Jian's herbal medicine skills would surpass hers. If she continued to slack off, she would probably never have a chance to beat him. Just as Song Jian was about to continue collecting red sword grass, he suddenly heard a low roar of a beast in the distance. Song Jian's face lit up. Finally, I don't have to continue collecting red sword grass. This time I met a big guy. Chapter 1178 smells really good. Song Jian put away the purple bamboo shovel and ran towards the direction where the roar came from. Hunting down a Lord-level boss and obtaining a perfect quality core is also one of the assessment goals. However, there are only some ordinary monsters of level 50 or 60 near Jianxi Lake, not to mention a Lord-level boss. Even an elite-level boss has not been seen. In addition to experience, finding a boss also requires a certain amount of luck. Hearing the low roar just now, Song Jian knew that his luck had come. After hunting down so many monsters, Song Jian could already distinguish the level of the monster from the roar. The monster that roared before was at least a Lord-level boss. And it might even be a dominant level. Seeing Song Jian give up collecting red sword grass and run away, Xian Ling was also shocked. She didn't know what Song Jian wanted to do, but she didn't stop there, but followed Song Jian without hesitation. I don't know when. Xian Ling may not realize it herself. Song Jian's every move began to affect her. In Xian Ling's subconscious, she has acknowledged Song Jian's strength and paid special attention to his every move. Song Jian rushed in the direction of the roar. And soon, a huge monster appeared in front of him. This monster looked like an enlarged version of a cheetah, with fangs more than a foot long sticking out of its mouth. Feeling a bit like the saber-toothed tiger in ancient times. The surface of the monster's body is not smooth fur, but large pieces of bone armor, like armor, wrapping the monster's entire body. It seems that this monster is not only powerful in attack, but also in defense, which is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At this time, the monster is constantly biting a wild boar more than 2 meters long. The two fangs in its mouth easily tear open the thick fur of the wild boar and gnaw on the fat muscles of the wild boar. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, released the Eye of Insight, and the attributes of the monster in front of him suddenly appeared in his eyes. Bone Armor Saber-Toothed Tiger. Elite Boss. Level 75. Health Value. 320000/320000. It's just a level 75 elite boss. Song Jian showed a disappointed look on his face. You know, the assessment task requires hunting a Lord-level boss, and the quality of the inner elixir obtained must be excellent or above. Even if you kill a Lord-level boss, the probability of dropping an inner elixir is not high. And even if it drops, most of them will only drop ordinary quality inner elixir. The probability of a Lord-level boss dropping an excellent quality inner elixir is even lower, and the probability of a command-level boss dropping an inner elixir is higher. After waiting for a while, he found that the Eye of Insight did not trigger the hatred of this boss. Song Jian shook his head and slowly retreated. Now time is not very abundant for him. It is better to go back to collect red sword grass instead of wasting time here to hunt this elite boss. His collecting technique has reached the expert level 7, and it will be upgraded to level 8 in at most 1 hour. He is confident that he can upgrade his collecting technique to master level in 1 night. Seeing Song Jian retreat, Xian Ling was a little surprised. She walked up to him and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Why don't you kill it? It's a level 75 elite boss. Are you afraid that you can't defeat it?" Song Jian looked at Xian Ling in surprise. With Xian Ling's level, there was no way to check the specific attributes of this boss. In her eyes, the level of the boss was all skeleton level, not to mention the elite attributes. It seems that Xian Ling should also have a reconnaissance skill similar to the Eye of Insight. A level 75 elite boss will definitely drop good things. Otherwise, let's kill it together. You can't do it alone, but the two of us can definitely do it. Xian Ling licked her lips and looked at the monster in front of her with a body length of more than 4 meters excitedly. You should know that the chance of encountering a boss in the wild is very low. When you first enter the game, players will avoid bosses. But now that players have improved their levels, skills and equipment, they have begun to search for bosses all over the map. If one person can't deal with it, form a team. If a team can't kill it, call for more people. Sometimes, the harvest of an elite boss can be equivalent to a 5-person team's hard work of digging for a week, or collecting wood for a week. People's ambition is proportional to their strength. When their strength is weak, smart people will extinguish the fire of ambition in their hearts. But when the player's strength begins to increase rapidly, the fire of ambition begins to burn more and more in their hearts. Although Xian Ling possessed the ancient moon sword body, she was only slightly stronger than ordinary players in the game, and could not even reach the level of elite players. seeing an elite boss. Although the level was a bit high, she was confident that if she joined forces with Song Jian, she would definitely be able to kill it. Song Jian shook his head slightly and turned away without hesitation. Xianling was a little anxious. With her strength, it was really difficult to deal with this level 75 elite boss. She quickly walked up to Song Jian and said, "The spoils are distributed according to the contribution. As usual, no one will suffer. This is a level 75 elite boss. Maybe it can drop 1 or 2 level 70 gold equipment, and we will send it. Don't forget what your purpose is here." Song Jian pushed Xianling's hand away and whispered, "On the road to success, there will be all kinds of temptations. If a person can't keep moving towards the goal and is affected by all kinds of temptations, then he may never reach the goal." Xianling was shocked. She seemed to understand something. Looking at Song Jian's back, a trace of admiration flashed in her eyes. "You are right. The assessment goal is what we need to pay attention to most. Nothing else matters." Xianling nodded and said, "My master level collecting technique is already level 5. It will reach the master level in 1 day and 1 night at most. I believe that the master level collecting technique can definitely collect the perfect quality red sword grass. If the master level is not good, I will also find a way to improve the collecting technique to the grandmaster level in the remaining time. I will definitely." Song Jian listened to Xianling's confident words behind him, and a smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that this little girl had good comprehension, and she had understood what he meant. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard Xianling behind him say, "Hey, why is there a treasure chest with a purple-red glow behind that bone-armored saber-toothed tiger? Is that the legendary wild epic treasure chest?" Hearing the words epic treasure chest, Song Jian was shocked and immediately turned around and ran to Xianling's side. Staring ahead with wide eyes, "Where is it? Where is it? There is actually a wild treasure chest here. What good luck. You know, this is a monster area above level 70. If an epic treasure chest appears, it will definitely reveal an epic item above level 70, which is priceless. Even Song Jian would be tempted." At this time, Song Jian forgot all the assessment tasks and assessment goals, and the law of true fragrance was suddenly triggered. Chapter 1179 Locked Treasure Box. After killing a level 75 elite boss, it can only drop 1 dark gold quality level 70 or above equipment, and the probability is very small. But an epic treasure box in a level 70 monster area will definitely be able to open an epic item above level 70. The two are incomparable. In Xianling's slightly contemptuous eyes, Song Jian rushed towards this level 75 elite boss. 10,000 swords. Without any hesitation, Song Jian raised his right hand, and the sky-breaking sword appeared in his palm. He slashed forward, and hundreds of spirit swords emerged and flew towards this level 75 elite boss. There were bursts of sharp air-breaking sounds in the air, which made Xianling's face change, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. A weapon that can be summoned at will. A spiritual weapon? Xianling stared at the sky-breaking sword in Song Jian's hand, thinking to herself, "No, it's not a spiritual weapon. It's just a legendary weapon." Soon, Xianling couldn't help but laugh at herself. "I'm really confused. A legendary weapon is described as just. However, if it is really compared with a spiritual weapon, a legendary weapon can really be described as just. A weapon that can be stored in the body is considered a top-grade weapons, even among legendary weapons." Xianling couldn't help but sigh. The player in front of her actually had 2 legendary equipment. This was unimaginable before. As for the hundreds of spiritual swords burning with dark red flames, Xianling didn't care much about them. After all, although there were few similar skills, there were none. At least the 7th level forbidden spell of the magician profession, Doomsday Meteor, could completely match the scene in front of her, and its power was even greater than that of the 10,000 swords art without triggering the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. Boom! 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 Countless spiritual swords flew towards the level 75 elite boss Bone Armor Saber-Toothed Tiger, like sharks smelling blood. The spiritual swords kept slashing at the bone armor of the saber-toothed tiger, and a dazzling light burst out. In the instant after the slash, the spiritual sword exploded directly, causing secondary damage. The strong impact made this level 75 elite boss unable to fight back. A series of shrill screams rang out, and its body was like a sandbag, being bombarded by countless spiritual swords and retreating again and again. In the end, it couldn't even stand up. The whole body was wrapped in continuous explosions, and small pieces of bone kept flying out. These sword-shaped energies are all real. There are no illusions. Xian Ling couldn't help but open her mouth, with a shocked expression on her face. You know, even if it is the 7th level magic forbidden spell Doomsday Meteor, it is impossible for every meteor to be real. At least 2/3 of the first level Doomsday Meteor are illusory. As the level increases, the number of illusory meteors will gradually decrease. But the scene in front of him, the damage that keeps floating on the bone armor saber-toothed tiger's head, and its constantly falling blood value, all show that these hundreds of sword energies are actually real and can cause damage. After performing the 10,000 swords art, Song Jian didn't even look at the boss, and walked directly towards the epic treasure chest not far from the boss. Xian Ling was about to speak, but when she saw the saber-toothed tiger that had no power to fight back, she couldn't help but shudder in her heart, and she didn't dare to approach Song Jian. This skill is too fierce. It can kill the level 75 elite boss instantly. Xian Ling glanced at the dense spiritual sword surrounding the saber-toothed tiger, and suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. Not long after, the screams of the saber-toothed tiger became lower and lower, and soon it turned into a corpse lying softly on the grass. The bone armor on its body had long disappeared, and countless palm-sized white bone fragments were scattered around the corpse. 5 or 6 items flashing blue-green were scattered around the corpse. Next to these equipment, there was also a silver-quality equipment, lying quietly next to the corpse. Xian Ling looked at them with envy. These were all items above level 70. Even if they were blue-green in quality, they were still valuable. Moreover, there was also a piece of silver-quality equipment. It looked like a bone armor, but she didn't know what its attributes were. However, Song Jian didn't even look at these equipment and went straight to the epic treasure chest. Hey, it's a locked treasure chest. Song Jian frowned. It stands to reason that most treasure chests guarded by boss are unlocked, and the guarding boss is the lock of the treasure chest. I guess this boss is not guarding boss, but came here to hunt. Song Jian thought to himself. Is it locked? I have a lock-picking skill, and it's at a high level, so I can open an epic treasure chest. Xian Ling was delighted as she watched Song Jian standing in front of the treasure chest, staring at the lock. If he asks me to unlock it, I can ask him to share the spoils. It's not too much to ask him for a silver piece of equipment. Xian Ling thought to herself. The boss was killed instantly by the other party. Even if Xian Ling found the treasure chest first, Song Jian would not share the treasures with Xian Ling. At most, he would give her some leftovers that were not worth much, and he didn't care about them. This was something Xian Ling couldn't accept. Song Jian looked back at Xian Ling and shook his head, saying, "No need." After that, Song Jian took out a black key from the parcel column and inserted it into the keyhole. Soon, the key turned into a pool of black liquid and poured into the keyhole, then kept changing and condensed into the shape of a key again. This was the forgotten key that Song Jian had obtained before, but he had always used it as a master key, and his real purpose was still unknown. Seeing that Song Jian could actually open the locked treasure chest by himself, Xian Ling's face was immediately full of frustration. She sighed, turned around and prepared to walk towards Jianxi Lake, intending to continue collecting red sword grass and improve herbal medicine skills. By the way, you were the first to discover this treasure chest, so you can get a share of it. But forget about the epic items inside. All the items dropped by the boss are given to you as compensation, Song Jian said without looking back while opening the treasure chest. What? Xian Ling asked in surprise. Really? Song Jian waved his left hand at her, and most of his mind was on opening the treasure chest. Although he had the forgotten key, the speed of opening it was still much slower than ordinary lock-picking. The progress bar moved a little bit, which made people anxious. Xian Ling didn't mind Song Jian's attitude at all. She ran towards the bone armor saber-toothed tiger with a happy face. First, she collected all the blue and green quality items. 3 or 4 of these items were materials, and there were only 2 equipment. A blue level 70 dagger and a level 65 green ring, both of which had good attributes. Then, Xian Ling set her sights on the only silver quality equipment, which looked like an upper breastplate. When Xian Ling picked up the breastplate that looked like bone armor and checked its properties, a look of shock appeared on her face, and she couldn't help but screamed, This is actually an inner armor. Chapter 1180 Harvest. Inner armor is a type of exogrowth equipment. Silver quality inner armor is more expensive than ordinary gold equipment because it does not occupy the equipment slot. It is equivalent to wearing an inner armor and then wearing a breastplate to get double protection. Song Jian has an exogrowth equipment on his body, which is his eye between the eyebrows. This exogrowth equipment is very helpful to him. It can not only stimulate offensive beams, but also has the ability to break illusions. Inner armor. Exogrowth equipment? Song Jian was stunned and couldn't help turning his head to look over. At this time, Xian Ling was holding a breastplate that looked like it was made entirely of white bones, standing next to the boss corpse. A little at a loss, she looked at Song Jian, her eyes flickering, and she suddenly regretted it. She had yelled out in surprise before. If Song Jian regretted it, with her current strength, she would definitely not be his opponent. There are many things in the game where people kill people to steal treasures. And this boss was originally killed by Song Jian. Yes, or else I'd better return this inner armor to him, Xian Ling thought to herself. But this was the first time she saw the foreign equipment, and she was really reluctant to give it up. Song Jian looked at this white bone inner armor and felt a little distressed. But he had already said it, and it would be embarrassing to break his promise now. I just said that all the items dropped by the boss are yours. Since I have said it, I will not regret it. You can keep it, Song Jian said lightly, but remember to treat me when I go back. Xian Ling's face suddenly showed a look of joy, and she nodded repeatedly, saying, Don't worry. I will definitely treat you to a big meal when I go back, and you can choose the place. Seeing Song Jian turn his head again and continue to open the lock, Xian Ling finally felt relieved and couldn't wait to check the properties of this bone armor. After reading it, Xian Ling's face showed a pleasant smile, and she quickly cut a small hole on her finger and dripped a drop of blood on the bone armor. The blood dripped on the bone armor and was quickly absorbed cleanly, leaving no trace on the surface. Then, a silver light bloomed from the armor. The inner armor turned into a white light, wrapping Xian Ling's upper body. After a while, the light was all retracted into Xian Ling's body and disappeared. Xian Ling could feel that the white bone inner armor seemed to have been integrated into her body and attached to the bones of her upper body. There was a very cool feeling in the bones, and the properties of the white bone inner armor were all displayed in the personal attribute interface. I put it on? Xian Ling was a little surprised. Whether it was the equipment bar or the appearance, there was no trace of the white bone inner armor. White bone shield, Xian Ling shouted softly, and suddenly 5 or 6 white bones appeared around Xian Ling's body, surrounding her body and constantly rotating. This is an active skill of the bone inner armor. It instantly releases 6 bones, improving Xian Ling's physical defense ability for 30 seconds. Xian Ling smiled foolishly and wanted to reach out and touch the bones that kept spinning. But these bones seemed to be illusory and could not be touched at all. At this moment, a light click sound came from Song Jian, and the cover of the epic treasure chest slowly opened, and a ray of purple-red light rushed straight into the sky. Opened? What good things are there? Xian Ling turned her head and looked, and her face immediately showed a very interested expression. Song Jian couldn't wait to reach in and took out 3 items from the treasure chest: a fist-sized gem, a skill scroll, and a palm-sized skeleton. The gem and the skill scroll were both glowing with golden light, and the human skeleton that looked like a toy was glowing with a rich purple-red light. Song Jian put the gem and the skill scroll aside and picked up the skeleton. The skeleton's limbs were completely unaffected, and as Song Jian grabbed it, it kept colliding with other bones, making a clang-clang sound of metal collision. Bone Sword Spirit Root Epic. Rare item. Item level 70. Attributes: after use, you can obtain the Bone Chaotic Blade Sword Body. Bone Chaotic Blade Sword Body. Level 4 Sword Body. After possessing the Bone Chaotic Blade Sword Body, all attributes are increased by 10 points. Own physical defense is increased by 30%. Toughness plus 3. Chi and blood value upper limit is increased by 1,000 points. Chi and blood value recovery speed is increased by 15%. Sword energy value upper limit plus 500. Sword power is increased by 10%. Usage requirements: swordsman profession. Usage method: consume 30% of the body's blood to infect the Bone Sword Spirit Root and make it merge with itself for 1 hour. Once the fusion is interrupted, not only will the Bone Sword Spirit Root be damaged, but the lost chi and blood value will disappear permanently. Item description: after the perfect fusion of the bone sword spirit root, there is a certain chance to grow into a level 5 sword body. The Jade Bone 10,000 Blade Sword Body. His sword body? Let ordinary people have a sword body. Song Jian took a breath of cold air, feeling that this white bone chaotic blade sword body seemed to be better than his withered and flourishing blue dragon sword body. At least this white bone chaotic blade sword body was similar to a passive skill, while his blue dragon sword body was an active release state skill. What sword body? Xian Ling asked curiously. Here. This is it. Using it can allow an ordinary person to obtain a 4th level sword body, the white bone chaotic blade sword body. And there is a certain chance of evolving into a 5th level sword body, the Jade Bone 10,000 Blade Sword Body. Song Jian handed the white bone skull in his hand to Xian Ling and said, Level 4 sword body. Xian Ling was stunned, and quickly waved her hands and said, This thing is too precious. My Guyu sword body. I heard from my instructor that it is a level 5 sword body. This white bone chaotic blade sword body can be advanced to a level 5 sword body. It must be extremely precious. You should keep it quickly. Song Jian nodded, curled his lips, and put the white bone skeleton into the parcel column. Although it was precious, he had tried it. The system prompts that it conflicts with the withered green dragon sword body. Once used, it may destroy the white bone sword spirit root, but it may also merge with the withered green dragon sword body and cause it to mutate. Of course, the probability of destruction will be greater, and the possibility of mutation may be smaller. Even if it mutates, it may mutate in a bad direction, making the withered green dragon sword body weaker. Let's take it back and ask Duan Jian for advice first. Song Jian thought to himself. After putting the bone sword spirit root into the parcel column, Song Jian's eyes turned to the other 2 gold quality items, a gem and a skill scroll. The skill scroll is a gold skill, the wind chasing sword technique, with a total of 9 styles, and it is quite powerful. Song Jian only took a glance and lost interest. He put it into the parcel column, and his eyes fell on another gold quality gem. Talent bead. Can it improve talent skills by 1 to 3 levels? Song Jian showed a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that there was such a treasure. Chapter 1181 Immortal Body. Song Jian now has 2 talent skills. One is Thick Skin, and the other is Holy Sword. These 2 talent skills, one for defense and the other for attack, are both very powerful. When climbing the ladder at the first level of the assessment, due to the influence of the gravity array and the blood loss array, the Thick Skin skill, which had reached the full level of level 10, mutated. Now the Thick Skin skill has disappeared, replaced by a dark golden nebula. In the first column of the talent skills, all the attributes of the Thick Skin skill have disappeared, as if something is brewing. Now it has been so long, and there is still no change. This is not the first time Song Jian has encountered this situation. Many skills will have this situation when they mutate or advance, but it takes so long and lasts for so long. This is the first time Song Jian has encountered such a situation. Maybe it's because the energy required for the mutation of the talent skill is too great, which has delayed the mutation. Song Jian thought to himself, looking at the talent bead in his hand, and directly chose to use it. Soon, 2 options appeared in front of Song Jian. One was to upgrade the talent skill Holy Sword, and the other was to upgrade the unknown talent skill. The power of the talent skill Holy Sword is extremely powerful, especially once the indestructible effect is triggered. Items below epic quality can be cut into 2 pieces with 1 sword, which is equivalent to an instant death effect for creatures. Now the talent skill of Holy Sword is only level 1, and the triggering probability is very small. If it can be upgraded by a few levels, the triggering probability will definitely increase a lot. After hesitating for a long time, Song Jian decided to use the talent bead on the unknown talent skill generated by the brazen skill mutation. After choosing to use it, the talent bead suddenly turned into a white light and poured into Song Jian's eyebrows. Suddenly, Song Jian's whole body began to heat up, as if he was in a big steamer. Countless hot air emanated from Song Jian's pores. The whole person was like a steamed shrimp, and his skin was red. Song Jian couldn't help but groan in pain, knelt on the ground, and fell into a semi-comatose state. Xian Ling was shocked when she saw it, and hurriedly took 2 steps back, looking at Song Jian with a vigilant face. Fortunately, not long after, the changes in Song Jian's body slowly disappeared, and a cool feeling surged from his mind and instantly spread to his limbs. Song Jian quickly woke up from the semi-comatose state and checked his body with a face full of fear. The transformation of the talent bead seemed to be a change at the genetic level. Song Jian was not prepared for this change, and he had no resistance at all. All the changes happened in an instant. Before he could sense the danger, his consciousness had already fallen into a coma. In the talent skill column, the thick skin skill has disappeared, replaced by a new talent skill, Immortal Body. Immortal Body talent skill. Level 1. Passive. Skill effect, all attributes plus 10. Physical defense increased by 50%. Spell resistance increased by 80%. Immune to adverse effects below the epic level. The body is like steel. Each time the damage is taken, it is forced to reduce 100 points. And the damage below 100 points is immune. The recovery speed is increased by 50%. The fatal effects on weaknesses such as the brain and heart are removed. And the resistance to the instant death effect is greatly improved. When being injured, there is a certain probability of triggering the fast recovery effect. And the recovery speed of all injuries is increased by 300% within 10 seconds. This talent skill has a limited domain level. Skill description, Immortal. The master of all things. This talent skill can only be improved with gold skill points. After seeing the talent skills after the cheeky mutation, Song Jian couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This is simply making him develop in the direction of undead cockroach. Looking at the immortal body skills emitting purple gold light, Song Jian's eyes almost popped out. Defense, resistance, immunity, recovery, fatal weakness removal, and rapid recovery effect are greatly increased. In this way, as long as the enemy's strength does not exceed Song Jian by too much, they may be worn out by Song Jian. What's more, Song Jian's 10,000 swords Ju has amazing lethality. Now Song Jian even has the confidence to go to the Scorching Canyon and challenge the King of Fire. It's just a golden quality gem. You don't have to be so happy, right? Xi and Ling looked at Song Jian, who was constantly grinning in confusion, and couldn't help but speak. Slurped. Song Jian wiped his saliva, squinted his eyes, and glanced at Xi and Ling, and couldn't help but sneered in his heart. What do you know, little girl? I'm standing here and letting you hit me. But you can't hit me. You know? Song Jian curled his lips, didn't say much, turned around and walked towards the edge of the sword pool. Continued to collect red sword grass, and practice herb collecting. This time the harvest was huge. Just a white bone chaotic blade sword body can definitely be exchanged for a lot of good things in the Yujian sect. After all, it is a 4th level sword body, which is a good thing that can make people ascend to heaven in one step. Even if an ordinary person has it, he can immediately be accepted as a formal disciple by the Yujian sect without taking the test. Another golden quality skill, the wind chasing sword technique, is also very good at first glance. There are a total of 9 sword moves, including single attack, group attack, and sword moves to improve the status. It is very comprehensive. If it is sold in the Yujian sect, the price can be increased by at least 3 levels. In addition, the thick skin skill was upgraded to the immortal body, which greatly improves Song Jian's strength. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but look at the Holy Sword talent skill. You know, the Holy Sword talent skill is much stronger than thick-skinned. The most obvious point is that in normal combat, the proficiency of this talent skill will not be improved at all. Only when the indestructible effect is triggered, the proficiency will be improved by 1 or 2 points. From the acquisition of this talent to now, the proficiency has only been practiced to about 87%. It is not known how long it will take to upgrade to level 2. However, it is unknown how much time and energy it will take to upgrade such a powerful skill to the full level. Not to mention that it must be very difficult to mutate and continue to improve it. One night passed like this, and Song Jian's herbal medicine skills were upgraded to the 7th master level. Just as the two were working hard, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. After a while, Duan Jian and Gu Luo appeared in front of them at the same time. Hey, mentor, why are you here? Song Jian asked in surprise. Because of the assessment of the two, the Jianxi Lake area has been temporarily closed, and all disciples are not allowed to come here. This is to prevent the assessment disciples from cheating. But now the assessment time has not arrived, and it stands to reason that these 2 mentors should not come here. The assessment is over. You 2 have passed. Now follow us to the sect. Duan Jian said seriously. Song Jian and Xi and Ling looked puzzled. And Xian Ling turned her eyes to Gu Luo. Gu Luo nodded at her and said, "There is an invasion by foreign enemies. It is no longer safe here. Go to the sect hall first, and after the enemy is repelled, we will hold a ceremony for you two to become apprentices." Chapter 1182 Mission. Foreign enemies invaded? Song Jian was stunned. Isn't this the half-plane of the Yujian sect? How could there be foreign enemies invading here? But now is obviously not the time to ask questions. Several people flew together on their swords and flew towards the peak of the Yujian sect. When they returned to the Yujian sect, they found that the hall was full of people. Looking around, there were thousands of people. In addition to the peak masters and elders they had seen before, the remaining disciples wore different clothes to distinguish between ordinary disciples, elite disciples, and direct disciples. Ordinary disciples wore gray clothes and were the most numerous. Almost half of the people in the hall were ordinary disciples. Elite disciples wore blue clothes, and there were only about 300 to 500 people. Direct disciples wore purple clothes and were the least numerous, with less than 100 people. In the air above the hall, there was a translucent planetary shadow similar to a 3D simulation. This planet was only half the size of an ordinary planet, and the other half seemed to have been gnawed by something, with a wound full of rolling lava and foggy darkness. Is this the ancient sword star? Song Jian stared at the huge planetary shadow floating above his head in amazement. At this time, the planet was slowly rotating, and Song Jian could even see the sect peak of the Yujian sect and more than a dozen huge peaks stretching for thousands of miles around. Each peak, starting from the middle of the mountain, had layers of buildings. This should be the peaks of more than a dozen branches of the Yujian sect besides the main peak. At this moment, everyone's perspective seemed as if there were several satellites tracking and photographing the entire ancient sword star. And what they were looking at was the status of the planet sent back from the satellite. At this moment, on the phantom planet above their heads, from the missing half, 3 black lines as thick as fingers spread rapidly towards other places, and blazing black flames were ignited wherever they went. Song Jian knew that these 3 black lines did not look big at this moment, but in fact, on the planet, these 3 black lines were several thousand meters wide. The wild beasts in the ancient abyss have started to riot again, and this time they are much earlier than before. Duan Xingliu, the head of the Yujian sect, had a serious face, and his voice echoed throughout the hall. Qinglian Peak, Guyu Peak, Wuliang Peak, stationed in Dailang Gorge. Do not let the left-wing wild beast army cross Dailang Beach. Zhangjian Peak, Yanyu Peak, Xingyu Peak, Xinhai Peak, stationed in Baihu Mountain Range. Take advantage of the wild beasts not yet firmly established, and defeat the wild beast army in the middle from the front. Suixiao Peak. Duan Xingliu arranged the wild beast army to block the ancient wild abyss in an orderly manner. All the peak masters and elders of each peak stood solemnly. After hearing the mission, they commanded their disciples to go to the stationing location. Song Jian found that the number of disciples in each branch mountain peak ranged from hundreds to thousands. The fewer the number of disciples in the branch mountain peak, the stronger the strength, and the more the number of disciples, the lower the average strength. After all the tasks were arranged, there were only a few dozen people left in the hall, including many elders of the main peak, such as punishment elders, transmission elders, and more than a dozen disciples wearing purple clothes. Song Jian knew that these people were probably disciples of the main peak lineage. Duan Jian and Gu Luo followed the people of their own mountain branch and left. Before leaving, the two did not even look at Song Jian and Xian Ling. When everyone left, only the main peak lineage was left. Song Jian and Xian Ling looked at each other, and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Soon, the two saw the sect leader Duan Xingliu hooked his hand at them, motioning them to come forward. Song Jian and Xian Ling walked up hesitantly, looking at Duan Xingliu with a puzzled look. Now, strictly speaking, you two are not formal disciples of the Yujian sect. Duan Xingliu stared at the two and said, "Now, there are 2 choices in front of you. The first choice is to continue to complete your assessment tasks. If you complete them, you will obtain the status of ordinary disciples and enter Wuliang Peak." Duan Xingliu looked at Song Jian. Or enter Guyu Peak. Duan Xingliu looked at Xian Ling. After a pause, Duan Xingliu continued, "Another choice is to give up the previous entrance test. As long as you two complete a task, you can directly become the direct disciples of the Yujian sect. I, or the peak master of any branch mountain, will accept you as my direct disciples and teach you the supreme skills of the Yujian sect. The Chaos Sword Classic. As soon as Duan Xingliu finished speaking, the two of them received a task prompt from the system at the same time. Song Jian directly opened the task bar and took a look, and found that the second choice Duan Xingliu gave them was actually a legendary task. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian asked, "Can I know the content of the second choice?" Duan Xingliu smiled and nodded, "Of course." As he spoke, Duan Xingliu waved his hand, and the shadow of the planet model above the hall instantly shrank countless times and flew in front of Song Jian. With the control of the sect leader Duan Xingliu, the shadow of the half-planet, which was only the size of a football, slowly turned. Duan Xingliu pointed to a missing part filled with black fog and said, "I need you to enter the ancient wilderness abyss to check whether the demon seal is damaged. If it is damaged, I need you to restore the demon seal to its complete state. Only in this way can we completely end this wild beast crisis." As he spoke, Duan Xingliu waved his right hand, and the black fog that permeated the other half of the missing part of the planet was dispelled, revealing a landform like the abyss of hell. This is a black desert, with hundreds of meters high rock pillars everywhere, rising from the ground one by one and piercing the sky. There is no other color on the ground except the black desert and red magma. The whole planet looks like a bitten apple. At the same time, the area around the gap seems to be covered with a thick layer of mold, which forms a sharp contrast with the intact part of the other half. Why the two of us? There should be many people here who are stronger than us. Right? Song Jian hesitated. You know, even if the people present are just disciples of the main peak, most of them have reached the level of third-level combat power. Only a few young-looking disciples are still at the peak of second-level combat power, but they can break through to third-level combat power at any time. On the surface, almost everyone is much stronger than Song Jian and Xian Ling, because in the entire sect, only you two are favored by the gods, and can enter this land that has been invaded by the ancient wilderness abyss. Duan Xingliu said, "This polluted land has a very strong seal. Once we NPCs enter, our strength will be weakened by more than 80%. Song Jian was a little surprised to hear Duan Xingliu call himself an NPC, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "And you, the god-favored ones, will not be affected if you enter here," Duan Xingliu continued, and at the same time took out a scroll emitting purple-gold light from his arms, and said to Song Jian, "When the time comes, you only need to find the place where the demon-suppressing seal is damaged, and then tear this scroll there. After the demon-suppressing seal is completely repaired, replace 10 energy beads. It's very simple, isn't it?" Looking at Duan Xingliu's smiling expression and the legendary scroll in his hand, Song Jian couldn't help but look at Xian Ling. The girl with the ancient moon sword body in front of him looked at the scroll in Duan Xingliu's hand with excitement, and seemed to be eager to accept this task. Chapter 1183 Sword Spirit Pool. "Do you want to take it?" Song Jian turned his head and asked. Xian Ling was stunned, nodded repeatedly, and said anxiously, "Of course. This is a legendary task. Look at the task reward. It is a legendary skill. It is a skill, not a skill. In the game world, it can be said that 99% of people have not learned the skills. The skills are different from sword skills. If the player is compared to a big tree, the skills are the trunk, and the sword skills, magic, and skills are all branches and leaves. Now most players learn skills according to their professions. They look powerful, but in fact they are trees without roots and water without sources. When they meet people who practice skills, it is like a sand castle encountering sea water, which will collapse at the impact. Even if it is just a white quality technique, it can be exchanged for an epic item in the game world. After all, the technique can improve all the attributes of the player. Even if a player with a white quality technique has not passed the first level combat power assessment, his strength can compete with that of players who have passed the first level combat power assessment. Song Jian had seen a white quality technique in the auction house before. At the first level, it only increased 2 points of strength, 3 points of agility, 2 points of physique, and 1 point of spirit. Even if it was trained to the full level, it was estimated that it would increase at most 30 or 40 attribute points. Such a technique was sold for tens of millions of Doomsday coins in the auction house, which made Song Jian amazed. In fact, the skills also have their own attributes. If you choose a skill that is not comparable to your profession, you will not only fail to gain any benefits, but will also be useless. Before, It was very difficult to enter the sect and learn the skills. Only those who were extremely lucky could have such an adventure. But now, because of the invasion of the Abyss, all the sects have begun to go down the mountain to recruit disciples. It can be said that the skills have been completely open to players, and the chance of obtaining them has increased a lot. But even so, the legendary quality skills are probably something that players can only hope for but cannot reach for a long time in the future. It is no wonder that Xianling's eyes lit up, and she completely lost her mind when she saw the words legendary skills. Song Jian frowned slightly. If he said that he didn't covet the legendary skills, he would be deceiving himself and others. Moreover, he had another mission, which was to enter the ancient desolate abyss and find the demon suppression tower. According to the original plan, Song Jian had to become a formal disciple of the sword control sect for at least 1 or 2 years before he could take turns to guard the edge of the ancient desolate abyss. At that time, he would look for an opportunity to enter the ancient desolate abyss and find the demon suppression tower. Now that this legendary mission has come, he has an excuse to enter the ancient desolate abyss openly, and he doesn't need to go up for a year or 2. But Song Jian could only vaguely sense the danger of the ancient desolate abyss before. After looking at the demonstration planet model of the ancient sword star, he realized that the ancient desolate abyss was actually 1,000 times more dangerous than he imagined. You know, with the strength of the sword controlling sect, it is still unable to completely drive the forces of the ancient desolate abyss out of the ancient sword star, and even maintains a defensive posture in front of the ancient desolate abyss. You can imagine how dangerous it is there. In addition, although the rewards for legendary tasks are generous, the difficulty of the tasks will obviously match the rewards of the tasks, which also shows how dangerous this task is. If Song Jian had studied in the sword controlling sect for a year or 2, and his strength had greatly increased, he would still have the confidence to go to the ancient desolate abyss. However, now that he has only mastered the highly lethal skill of the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 swords, Song Jian is not particularly confident about the trip to the ancient desolate abyss. Xianling looked at Song Jian expectantly. Although she wanted to accept this mission, she knew that entering the ancient wilderness abyss with her strength would be a death sentence. If Song Jian did not go, she would not dare to accept this mission alone. Master, although I really want to serve the sect, I have just entered the sect and my strength is low. I am willing but unable to do anything. For the sake of the sect, I will not hesitate even if I die. I am afraid that because of my low strength, the mission will fail and ruin the sect's business. Song Jian bowed to Duan Xingliu and said. Duan Xingliu stared at Song Jian's face for a long time, as if he was trying to tell whether what Song Jian said was true. After a long time, Duan Xingliu nodded slightly and said, "What you said is not unreasonable." After thinking for a while, Duan Xingliu said, "If you are really willing to work for the sect, then before going to the ancient abyss, you can enter the sword spirit pool for 3 days to consolidate your sword body. After that, the elders will teach you some basic sword skills. In this way, you can also protect yourself." "Thank you, Sect Master. In this case, I will accept this task." Song Jian nodded with a smile on his face. In fact, after careful consideration, Song Jian had already decided to accept this task, but he didn't expect to get some benefits before completing the task. "This is a pleasant surprise. Then I will accept it too," Xianling said hurriedly. "Okay." Duan Xingliu showed a satisfied smile on his face, nodded and said, without further delay, "You go to the sword spirit pool first. 3 days later, the elder who teaches you the way of swordsmanship will teach you. How much you can comprehend depends on your own ability." Soon, under the guidance of a disciple in purple, the two followed a remote mountain road and came to a valley that looked quite desolate. There are only a few hundred square meters here, and there are stone pillars more than 10 meters long standing around. The surface of the stone pillars is carved with various patterns, including flowers, birds, insects, animals, various plants and animals, a group of people hunting primitive monsters, and scenes of human sacrifices. It looks full of primitive and desolate feeling. Most of these stone pillars were damaged, and there were many cracks on each surface. Some pillars were even broken into 2 pieces. The broken stone pillars just lay quietly in the soil, and most of them were covered by the soil. This place looks very dilapidated, and it doesn't look like an important place in the Yujian sect at all. Song Jian looked around. In the center of these stone pillars, there was a pool as big as a swimming pool. The pool was filled with a thick white mist, making it difficult to see the situation in the pool. This is the Sword Spirit Pool. You just need to go in. A purple-clothed disciple smiled and said, although it is called the Sword Spirit Pool, there is actually no water in the pool. It is very clean. It's a pity that you haven't learned any skills. Otherwise you just need to meditate in the pool to practice quiet skills. The Sword Spirit Pool is not unfamiliar to the disciples of the Sword Control sect. As long as they gain merit, they can be rewarded to stay in the Sword Spirit Pool for a few days. Most of the disciples have entered the Sword Spirit Pool more than once. A small number of people have obtained the Sword Body because of the existence of the Sword Spirit Pool. But more people just regard the Sword Spirit Pool as a place to improve the efficiency of cultivation. After all, there are not many European emperors who can obtain the Sword Body in the Sword Control sect. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. May I know your name? Song Jian asked with a bow. I am Duan Hui, the disciple of the sect master. Duan Hui returned the greeting and said with a smile, so it's senior brother Duan. Hello, senior brother Duan. Song Jian smiled. Duan Hui nodded. Go in quickly. It's safe here. I'll pick you up to the transmission hall in 3 days. Seeing Song Jian and Xian Ling slowly enter the Sword Spirit Pool, their figures were submerged in white mist, and Duan Hui turned and left. Chapter 1184 Elders of Transmission. Song Jian stepped into the Sword Spirit Pool, and his external perception was compressed to the limit. He could only perceive the area less than 1 meter around him. This situation had happened more than once before, and Song Jian would not panic. It was just because of the thick white fog around him and the distance from Xian Ling. At this time, Song Jian could no longer perceive Xian Ling's existence. It was as if he was the only one in the vast white world. The Sword Spirit Pool was indeed an empty pool, with hard stone slabs under his feet. The surrounding fog flowed, and it kept invading Song Jian's body, making him feel cool all over. Looking at the thick white fog around him, Song Jian did not feel that his strength had improved. Whether it was skill proficiency or level experience, he did not move. How should I do this? Song Jian frowned slightly. After a while, he became a little impatient. From Master Duan Jian, he also learned that the qualification to enter the Sword Spirit Pool was very precious. He had to make great contributions to the sect before he could be rewarded to enter the Sword Spirit Pool. If he did not gain anything in the Sword Spirit Pool, it would be like returning empty-handed from a treasure mountain, and he would regret it in the future. Is it to practice skills here? Song Jian guessed in his heart. With a thought, a dragon roar sounded from the Sword Spirit Pool, and the shadow of the blue dragon rose into the air. In an instant, the wind and clouds moved, and the white mist in the Sword Spirit Pool was stirred by the shadow of the blue dragon and flowed rapidly. The azure dragon's phantom boiled up to the air, then fell back and entangled around Song Jian's body. It opened its mouth and continued to swallow the surrounding white mist. The surrounding mist suddenly turned into a white thread and rushed towards the azure dragon's phantom's mouth. 30 seconds later, the azure dragon's phantom slowly dissipated, and the surrounding mist returned to its previous lifeless appearance. The azure dragon's phantom swallowed up an unknown amount of mist, but the mist in the Sword Spirit Pool never decreased. Song Jian, what are you doing? Xian Ling's voice came from not far away. Song Jian glanced at the skill bar and couldn't help laughing in his heart. In just 30 seconds, the proficiency of the withered azure dragon sword body actually increased from 8% to 76%, which was like a cheat. Hearing Xian Ling's question, Song Jian shouted, I am practicing skills. Practicing skills here can gain a lot of skill proficiency. Ha ha ha. Huh? Really? Let me try it too. Xian Ling said happily. Like Song Jian, she had no idea how to use the environment here after entering the Sword Spirit Pool. When she was feeling frustrated, she didn't expect Song Jian to have found a way to use it. Xian Ling's ancient moon sword body is a passive skill. She could only choose another sword technique and began to practice it one move at a time. After practicing a complete set of sword techniques, she found that her proficiency had improved a lot, and the passive skill ancient moon sword body had also improved a bit, and she was immediately overjoyed. My proficiency has really improved a lot. Thank you for reminding me, Xian Ling shouted. Song Jian smiled slightly and took a look at the cooling time of the azure dragon sword body. He didn't expect that in the Sword Spirit Pool, the azure dragon sword body, which originally took 30 minutes to cool down, can now be released in about 10 minutes. Try other skills. Song Jian thought to himself. With a thought, two identical Song Jians appeared in the sword spirit pool. Now Song Jian's active skills are only the 10,000 swords technique, the moon-shattering light slash, the mysterious moon-flowing light sword, the moon essence wheel, and the eye of insight. Because they are not sword techniques, they cannot quickly improve their proficiency in the sword spirit pool. The 10,000 swords technique can only consume skill books and skill scrolls, or let the sword chi stone tower devour monsters to improve proficiency. When using the moon-shattering light slash and the mysterious moon-flowing light sword, there must be a locked target, and it cannot be improved in the sword spirit pool. Therefore, Song Jian can only practice the two skills of Azure Dragon Sword Body and Sword Shadow Clone. At this time, Song Jian felt that his active skills seemed to be too few. It doesn't matter if I have fewer skills, as long as I have the 10,000 swords technique. No monster can be my opponent, Song Jian said to himself. The 10,000 swords technique is powerful, and it can continue to evolve after triggering the sword formation. Even the domination level boss is not Song Jian's opponent. As long as the level of the 10,000 swords technique can be improved with Song Jian's level, there is no situation where he can't beat the monster. 3 days passed in a flash, and when Duan Hui took the two out, Song Jian and Xian Ling both had expressions of joy on their faces. It seems that the two junior brothers and sisters have gained a lot in the sword spirit pool, Duan Hui said with a smile. Fortunately, it's just the level of some skills that have been improved. Song Jian glanced at Xian Ling and smiled. Haha. I really envy you people who have sword bodies. You have endless potential. Once you learn the skills of our sect in the future, you will definitely soar to the sky. Duan Hui's face showed a look of loss, and his eyes were full of envy. Brother, you are already a direct disciple, but you haven't obtained the sword body yet? Song Jian asked curiously. Don't you say that as long as you enter the sword spirit pool, there is a certain chance of obtaining the sword body? Duan Hui shook his head and said, It's just a certain chance. I have entered the sword spirit pool 3 times, but I still haven't comprehended the sword body. It seems that I don't have the qualifications for the sword body at all. Song Jian's heart moved. He had the sword spirit root of the white bone chaotic blade sword body in his parcel. Even if an ordinary person had it, he could immediately have a 4th level sword body. And if he worked hard to practice, he could advance to a 5th level jade bone 10,000 blade sword body in the future. If he gave it to Duan Hui, he would definitely be grateful to him. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian shook his head in his heart. The white bone chaotic blade sword spirit root was too precious. Song Jian was reluctant to give it away so easily. After leaving the sword spirit pool, the 3 of them walked towards the transmission hall, where the transmission elder was waiting for Song Jian and Xian Ling. Elder Gu. Duan Hui saluted to the transmission elder. The transmission elder Gu Tuqian snorted coldly, waved his hand, and signaled Duan Hui to retreat. His bright eyes looked at Song Jian. Boy, I heard that you have mastered a sword technique. Come on, show it to me, and see if that little bastard Duan Jian is deceiving me. Gu Tuqian stared at Song Jian and shouted. Being stared at by Gu Tuqian, Song Jian suddenly felt that all the hairs on his body stood up. The terrifying threat of death enveloped him, and the boundless killing intent surged towards him like a tide. At this moment, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of Song Jian's body. If you don't look closely, it is difficult to find this faint light. Even if you see it, you will think it is caused by eye reflection. Song Jian's whole body shuddered, and he immediately broke free from the murderous intent that enveloped him. His eyes, which had originally glowed red, also became clear in an instant. Just a gaze can trigger the innate skill of the immortal body. The strength of this elder, who teaches skills, is unfathomable. Song Jian resisted the urge to use the Eye of Insight on the elder, who teaches skills, and bowed his hands and said, Disciple Song Jian, meet the elder who teaches skills. Okay, stop talking nonsense, and show me your mutated 10,000 swords technique. Gu Tuqian took a spear from the weapon rack next to the transmission hall, and with a flick of his hand, he turned the 2-meter-long spear into an iron rod less than 5 feet long. Holding it in his palm, Gu Tuqian held the iron rod, pointed at Song Jian, and said loudly, Hurry up and show it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword energy rushed up from Gu Tuqian's body, and the long swords on the surrounding weapon racks all shook continuously, making a buzzing sound of swords. Chapter 1185 Defeat. Elder Gu Tuqian was like a sharp sword, emitting a strong sword intent. The surging sword intent was almost condensed into substance, spreading out in all directions like waves. Song Jian involuntarily took 2 steps back. The sharp sword intent made him instinctively resist. He stretched out his right hand, and the sky-breaking sword instantly appeared in his palm and was held by him. Elder Gu. I'm sorry, Song Jian shouted, and the long sword in his hand quickly swung. Countless sword lights bloomed, and as he danced, all the sword energy in his body rushed towards the sky-breaking sword. In an instant, hundreds of spiritual swords emerged around his body and flew towards Elder Gu. Elder Gu's eyes lit up, like a drunkard seeing a rare wine, and he laughed loudly. Come on! After saying that, Elder Gu did not retreat but advanced, stepped on the ground, and flew towards hundreds of spiritual swords like a rock. Clang, clang, clang. Elder Gu waved the iron rod, and a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Each shadow collided with a spiritual sword, as if hundreds of swords were stabbed out in an instant. Countless spiritual swords were hit and flew backwards, and Elder Gu was covered by a sword shadow. Song Jian smiled. The sky-breaking sword has its own sword spirit. As long as the released spiritual sword is not completely destroyed, it will launch an unlimited automatic attack, even if the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation is not triggered. The endless attack is like facing the siege of hundreds of people at the same time, which is not something an ordinary person can resist. Ding 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 ding. The whole hall was filled with the sound of collisions like a storm. Song Jian couldn't help showing a surprised look on his face, and whispered, he can hold on for so long without using any skills. The strength of the elder who passed on the skills is really unfathomable. Song Jian had never seen anyone who could resist the 10,000 swords technique for so long. But soon, all the spirit swords turned into pieces of burning lotus leaves, sweeping towards the ancient elder like a tornado, wrapping him tightly, forming a huge fire red lotus sword formation. Good. So powerful. Xian Ling stared at the slowly rotating red lotus formation in the center of the hall in amazement. The terrifying aura spread out in waves around, making people dare not approach. Elder Gu, if you can't hold on, just shout and I will withdraw the sword formation. Song Jian shouted loudly. At this time, the sword formation had not yet completely closed, and Elder Gu could still hear Song Jian shouting. After the sword formation was fully formed, Song Jian could only rely on sensing Elder Gu's life breath to determine whether he was still alive. Ha ha ha. Little guy. You know nothing about swordsmanship. Elder Gu's full-blooded shout came from the sword formation, and seemed to be full of disdain and contempt for this sword formation. A mocking smile also appeared on Song Jian's face. Although Elder Gu was very powerful, Song Jian didn't think he could withstand the power of the 10,000 swords technique. Ding 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 ding. Another series of collisions sounded in the sword formation. In vain, Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, a brilliant silver sword light suddenly shot out through the layers of burning lotus leaves, just like a beam of light shot out from the fire red lotus. Song Jian was shocked. He had never seen such a scene before. Shwa! Another silver beam of light came out from the red lotus. Song Jian suddenly felt that the entire fire red lotus sword formation began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Why? How could this happen? Song Jian was shocked. In a blink of an eye, countless silver sword energy came out from the red lotus sword formation, directly disintegrating the entire sword formation and turning it into nothingness. A figure slowly walked out from the silver sword light. After a long time, the sword light dissipated. Elder Gu held a red iron rod in his right hand, with his left hand behind his back, with a calm expression on his face. Surprisingly, he actually defeated the sword formation. Song Jian was shocked beyond words. You know, even a commanding level boss can't break free after the sword formation has been formed. But the elder in front of him easily defeated the entire sword formation. Weak foundation. No. There is simply no foundation. Elder Gu looked at Song Jian and shook his head slowly. All your skills are like a sky attic, which looks gorgeous and dazzling, but in fact can be easily shattered at any time. Song Jian's mind was blank at this moment. He didn't hear what Elder Gu said at all. His ears were buzzing, and he seemed to be in a daze. Was the 10,000 swords art easily broken? Bang! Song Jian suddenly felt a strong force coming. He flew backwards and hit a stone pillar in the hall. Gu Tuqian retracted his fist and snorted at Song Jian. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. and Song Jian felt a pain all over his body. Looking up, Gu Tuqian looked at him with contempt and sat cross-legged on the floor of the hall. The sword is the leader of all weapons, and the way of the sword is the way of the leader. Gu Tuqian's voice was loud and clear, like a huge bell, and his voice echoed throughout the hall. Song Jian struggled to stand up, staggered to Gu Tuqian, and sat cross-legged in front of Gu Tuqian like Xian Ling, took a deep breath, and listened to Gu Tuqian's explanation word by word. The 10,000 swords art was violently broken, just like a puff of cold water, which made Song Jian feel cold. The swelling heart that had come out of the sword spirit pool also disappeared, and the whole person calmed down. You know, in the sword spirit pool, Song Jian accumulated 15 skill points and used them all up. The withered blue dragon sword body was upgraded to the 12th level max, and all the effects were greatly increased. At the same time, he also gained a skill of growth power. Compared with the withering power, the growth power is a completely buff effect that can be used on himself and his companions. Song Jian used all the remaining 5 skills on the sword shadow clone. Now Song Jian only needs to consume 30% of the sword energy to create a clone that is exactly the same as himself, with 110% higher attributes and a skill cap of level 8. In terms of strength, this sword shadow clone already has more than 80% of Song Jian's strength. The huge improvement in strength has caused Song Jian's self-confidence to swell greatly, and he even has the urge to challenge the king-level boss alone. Elder Gu may have seen Song Jian's inflated state, and he only used an iron rod to teach Song Jian how to be a man, so that he could sit in front of him calmly and listen to him explain the basics of swordsmanship honestly. One day later, 2 figures flew out from the main peak of the Yujian sect and flew towards the ancient wilderness abyss. Song Jian and Xian Ling officially embarked on the journey to complete the legendary mission. Chapter 1186 God's Favor Set. The ancient wasteland is located at the end of the Broken Sword Mountains. It is a desolate Gobi desert. There is no one living within hundreds of miles, and there are stones of all sizes everywhere. At this time, the ancient wasteland has been eroded by the ancient wasteland abyss for the most part, and a dividing line that stretches for hundreds of kilometers can be clearly seen. On the other side of the dividing line is a world that seems to be stained by ink. Everything on the ground is pitch black. Thick clouds are rolling in the sky, and it is dark. The air is filled with black mist, as if it is life, constantly condensing into tentacles more than 10 meters long that sweep around, and then quickly disintegrate. Song Jian stood in front of this dividing line, feeling the familiar breath of the abyss coming from the ancient wilderness abyss area in front. This is it. Follow the instructions. Cross this wasteland, and go forward a few hundred miles to reach an ancient town. The central square in the ancient town is where the demon seal is. Song Jian glanced at the guide map in his hand and said in a low voice, "The erosion speed of this ancient wilderness abyss is too fast. It has eroded nearly a foot forward in more than 10 minutes. At this speed, it may be difficult for the Yujian sect alone to resist the erosion of the abyss power." Right? Xian Ling hesitated. All this is caused by the destruction of the demon seal. Once the demon seal is completely repaired, the power of the abyss can be completely blocked. At that time, only the wild beasts will be left. I believe that the disciples of the Yujian sect should have no problem dealing with the wild beasts. Song Jian sighed and said, "There are a lot of wild beasts, numbering in the hundreds of thousands or millions, and the total number of disciples in the Yujian sect is probably only 30,000 to 50,000 at most. It would be very difficult to resist the attacks of so many wild beasts, even with the help of the terrain. Do you think the destruction of the demon seal was caused by the abyss invasion?" Xian Ling suddenly said. "Otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence." "Right?" Song Jian smiled and said. "In any case, let's finish our mission first." Xian Ling nodded, and the two continued to move forward, directly crossing the dividing line and entering the ancient wilderness abyss area. Song Jian felt as if he had passed through a transparent membrane. After entering the ancient abyss, he suddenly felt an irritable mood and an urge to destroy everything. But soon, this irritable mood was dispelled by a chill in his mind. Song Jian turned his head and looked at Xian Ling. Sure enough, Xian Ling's eyes began to turn red. Her face became a little hideous, and she was filled with murderous intent. Just as Song Jian frowned and wanted to stop Xian Ling from going deeper, a purple-red light suddenly bloomed from Xian Ling's neck. Xian Ling's eyes suddenly became clear, and she let out a long breath. "An epic necklace. It has a lot of history. Song Jian said with a smile. Hee hee. I'm just lucky. Xian Ling pulled the necklace out of her clothes, showed it and said, the necklace of the favor of the goddess of wisdom, which can be immune to all bad conditions below the legendary level. Song Jian raised his eyebrows and couldn't help saying, the necklace of favor? This is equipment that only the goddess's believers can get. The City of Hope already has 7 or 8 temples of gods. Players can come to the temple to pray every day. As long as they pray in the temple for more than an hour, they can get faith points. At the same time, they can also get corresponding faith points by completing the tasks issued by the temple. Players can use faith points to exchange for many good things in the temple. Among them, there is a set of God's favor set, which is the top equipment that can be exchanged for faith value in the temple. The attributes of the God's favor set of each main God temple are different. Players can choose the corresponding main God temple to exchange according to their profession. Of course, the faith value of each temple is not universal. After selecting a main God temple, it is generally rarely changed easily. Each piece of equipment in the God's favor set requires a lot of faith value, and the favor necklace is one of them. Xian Ling was able to obtain one. I am afraid that she spent a lot of time and energy praying and completing tasks in the temple of the goddess of wisdom. Hey, I am now a fanatic believer of the goddess of wisdom. I have exchanged 3 pieces of the God's favor set alone, Xian Ling said with some pride. Song Jian smiled and shook his head. As the faith value increases, players will get a series of titles. From shallow believers, to formal believers, to fanatics, and then to favored ones, and so on. These titles have corresponding attribute bonuses. But correspondingly, as the faith continues to deepen, you must complete some mandatory tasks issued by the temple. Otherwise, the faith value will drop, and the previously exchanged God's favor suit will not be usable. The higher the faith value, the greater the strength of this restraint. Many players have a feeling of being trapped in their own cocoons. If they don't want their previous efforts to come to naught, they will completely become slaves of the temple. However, the temple did not hide any of this, and all actions were voluntary. Xian Ling obviously knew all of this, and Song Jian could not dissuade them. The two continued to walk forward, and the surrounding black fog swept towards them. When it approached the two, it suddenly rolled back at a faster speed. Some of the black fog even dissipated directly, and could not touch the two at all. After entering the ancient desolate abyss, Song Jian looked at his status bar, and there was an adverse effect of all attributes reduced by 5%. Obviously, this is the reason why the disciples of the Yujian sect cannot enter the ancient desolate abyss area as mentioned by the sect master Duan Qingliu. Because as a player, he knew that the attributes were reduced by 5%. If it were other disciples of the Yujian sect, it would be directly reduced by more than 80%, and they would become completely useless. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a palpitation. According to his experience, there should be a powerful monster ahead. Be careful. There should be a monster ahead, Song Jian whispered. The ancient abyss area has a weakening effect on external enemies, but for the abyss beasts, it will strengthen their attributes to a certain extent, making them more powerful than monsters of the same level and quality. After a while, a huge figure over 3 meters tall appeared in front of the two. This is a naked humanoid creature, with fine black scales all over his naked upper body, and gray trousers on his lower body. The material of the trousers has been rotten, and it keeps dropping some small debris as it walks, which floats away with the wind. In the hand of this humanoid monster, there was a long iron chain wrapped around the whole arm in several layers. The iron chain dragged on the ground, making a series of dull sounds, making the surrounding atmosphere a little scary. Skeleton level. Probably a boss. Bypass it or kill it, Xian Ling asked in a low voice. Song Jian's eyes flashed, and the Eye of Insight was used, immediately revealing the attributes of the monster in front of him. A level 75 Lord-level boss, with a health value of only 600,000. Song Jian looked eager to try, and laughed in a low voice. Since I came here, I will fight with the monsters here sooner or later. I will go up and test its quality first, and you will hold the line behind. After speaking, Song Jian jumped up and pounced on the monster, slashing forward with the sky-breaking sword in his hand. And a spiritual sword floated in front of Song Jian. As Song Jian waved the sky-breaking sword, the spiritual sword burning with dark red flames also danced and slashed at the monster. Chapter 1187 Restraint. After accepting the teachings of Elder Gu Tutian, Song Jian finally discovered his own shortcomings. After releasing the 10,000 swords technique, he relied entirely on the sword spirit to control it. Before, Song Jian was proud of himself and felt that he didn't need to control it himself, which saved a lot of energy. But now he found that the power of the 10,000 swords technique, which he lost his control of, was not fully exerted. After accepting the teachings of Elder Gu Tutian, he began to practice the 10,000 swords technique according to his instructions. At the beginning, he had to control the number of spirit swords. If he wanted to come up with a few spirit swords, he had to condense the spirit swords according to his own wishes. At the beginning, he started by condensing only one spirit sword. Song Jian was doing two things at once, controlling the spirit sword and the sky-breaking sword in his hand, and rushed towards the humanoid beast in front of him. The Eye of Insight made the humanoid beast also discover Song Jian at the same time. Black flame suddenly burned on the surface of its body. It turned its head and looked at Song Jian. With a low roar, the humanoid beast raised its right hand, and a huge white skull floated in its palm. The skull seemed to have no weight, floating in the air, with black flames burning on the surface. And a creepy scarlet light appeared in its two eye sockets. The humanoid beast threw its right hand, and the white skeleton flew towards Song Jian. In the air, the skull opened its mouth wide and kept gnawing. The dense and sharp teeth collided with each other, making a click-click sound. Ding, ding. The spirit sword and the sky-breaking sword chopped at the skull at the same time, and a series of sparks appeared. The skull was much harder than expected. No matter how hard the spirit sword and the sky-breaking sword chopped at it, it was not damaged at all. Huh? Song Jian's face showed a look of surprise. The spirit sword was okay, but the sky-breaking sword was a legendary long sword, and the innate skill holy sword was in use all the time. Ordinary skills could not withstand the attack of the sky-breaking sword. Roar! Seeing that Song Jian was in a stalemate with the white skeleton, the humanoid beast seemed a little dissatisfied. With a low roar, he pointed his right hand at the white skeleton, and a circle of black energy particles, shining with dazzling light, shot towards the skeleton. Crack! Crack! Black energy particles enveloped the surface of the skeleton, and the black flames on the surface of the skeleton suddenly expanded. The entire skeleton became several times thicker. The surface of the skeleton, which was originally as white as jade, had fine cracks, and the color became withered and yellow. In an instant, Song Jian's heart was alarmed, and a chill rushed to the back of his head. With a thought, his figure shook violently, and two identical Song Jians appeared in front of everyone. One of Song Jian pounced on the humanoid beast, while the other continued to tremble with the skeleton, and the clanging sound of collision was endless. Boom! A huge roar came from behind Song Jian, and a strong force hit his back, forcing him to rush forward 5 or 6 steps before he finally managed to stabilize his body. Turning his head, he saw the sword shadow clone behind him lying on the ground in a mess, covered in blood, struggling to stand up. 2 or 3 steps away from him, a large pit with a diameter of more than 5 meters appeared in front of everyone. The pit was exactly where the white skeleton was before. This huge white skeleton actually exploded, seriously injuring the sword shadow clone. If the sword shadow clone had not been upgraded by Song Jian by several levels, if it was still the sword shadow clone of the previous level, this blow would have been enough to blow the clone into pieces. Xian Ling, who was far away, was eager to attack, but this attack was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her enthusiasm. Looking at the big pit, Xian Ling showed a look of fear on her face. This power. The damage is at least more than 5,000 points. Right? Xian Ling thought to herself. If she was hit head-on, she would be seriously injured even if she didn't die. Hee. Fresh flesh and blood. The humanoid beast showed a trace of greed in its eyes, and the saliva in its mouth actually flowed down the corners of its mouth, and its eyes were full of greed. Song Jian frowned slightly. The strength of the beast in front of him was beyond his imagination. He originally wanted to use it as an opportunity to practice, but now it seems that he must kill it as soon as possible. There were already sounds of wrestling around, as if countless monsters were surrounding this side. Quick fight. Quick decision, Song Jian said in his heart, and the sword energy in his body quickly rushed towards the sky-breaking sword. His right hand trembled slightly, and a number of spiritual swords quickly appeared beside him. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. Countless spiritual swords flew towards the human-shaped, wild beast in an overwhelming manner. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp sound of breaking through the air even broke a large area of the surrounding black fog. The face of the human-shaped wild beast suddenly twisted, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Puff, puff, puff. The spiritual swords kept stabbing the human-shaped wild beast. The strong momentum made it retreat again and again. At the moment when the spiritual sword stabbed it, countless black chains appeared densely on the surface of the human-shaped wild beast's body. These chains looked almost exactly the same as those wrapped around its arms. These iron chains kept wandering on the surface of its body, and soon condensed into a set of black chain mail. The spirit swords and chainmail collided with each other, sending out violent shock waves. After each spirit sword slashed the chainmail, it exploded, one spirit sword after another, as if it would never stop. It only took more than 10 spirit swords to blast the black chainmail on the surface of the human-like wild beast's body, turning it into pieces of tiny black fragments that fell down. The purifying flame, as if it had consciousness, spread along the spirit sword to the body of the human-shaped wild beast, just like a flame touching gasoline. And the dark red flame boomed and burned violently. No, no, this is impossible. The humanoid beast waved his arms wildly, and the iron chains on his arms were waving in the air like two long pythons. But all this was of no avail. Hundreds of subsequent spirit swords chopped fiercely on the body of the humanoid beast. Every slash of the sword would leave a deep scar on the beast's body that could be seen to the bone. After a while, the humanoid beast knelt directly on the ground. The black flames on its body were completely extinguished, and replaced by dark red karma fire. At this time, the humanoid beast was like a huge torch, burning fiercely. I overestimated it. It died before it even had time to trigger the fire-red lotus sword formation. Song Jian showed a trace of doubt in his eyes. According to the previous battle, the strength of this humanoid beast should not be so weak. At this moment, there were bursts of low roars from all around. Song Jian's face changed. He stepped forward quickly, picked up all the spoils dropped by the beast, and pulled Xi and Ling to run away. After a while, the figures of 5 or 6 humanoid beasts slowly walked out of the thick fog. They walked straight towards their companions who had just been killed. When they were 3 or 4 meters away from the dead beast, these beasts stopped and looked at the still burning dark red flames with a trace of fear on their faces. Chapter 1188 Farmland. After hunting down more than a dozen lone humanoid wild beasts along the way, Song Jian finally understood why the wild beasts here were very strong at the beginning of the battle, and were even stronger than the Lord-level boss of the same level, but became weak after a while of fighting. The reason was that the karma fire of the 10,000 swords technique had too much restraint on them. In the previous Abyss Hell, Song Jian discovered that the karma fire had a very strong damage bonus on the monsters in the Abyss Hell. Unexpectedly, in the ancient wild abyss of this ancient sword star, the degree of restraint on the monsters here was even greater than that in the Abyss Hell. This is also a good thing for me. At least it will make the task easier, Song Jian said in his heart. At this time, around Song Jian's body, a translucent spirit sword was flying up and down quickly, looking somewhat similar to the moon spirit wheel, except that the moon spirit wheel did not need Song Jian's control, while this flying sword was under Song Jian's control all the time. This is also a way to practice the control of the 10,000 swords technique. But this spirit sword can only exist for about 10 seconds without an attack target, which just perfectly connects with the cooling time of the 10,000 swords technique. Therefore, along the way, Xi and Ling saw translucent sword-shaped energy constantly emerging from Song Jian's side. Sometimes 1, sometimes 2, and sometimes even more than 10, which made her and Song Jian able to keep a distance of about 5 meters. The visibility in the black fog was very low, just like the environment at dusk or evening. Only a dozen meters away could be seen, and the perception and exploration were extremely restrained here. Once they were beyond the field of vision, the two would easily get lost and separated. There was no sunrise or sunset in the ancient wilderness abyss, just like the environment of the city of Doomsday when Song Jian first entered the game. The top of the head was always covered by thick dark clouds, and there was no obvious change between night and day for 24 hours a day. I don't know how long it took. The black fog around seemed to dissipate a little, and from a distance, a large piece of farmland appeared in front of the two. The two looked at each other and ran towards the farmland. Soon, a large piece of farmland appeared in front of them. This farmland did not grow crops, but a kind of black flower that looked like tulips. This place should not be too far from the town where the demons are sealed. But what are these things? Why do they look like they are planted artificially? Song Jian looked over with some surprise, and couldn't help but use the eye of insight to check. Abyss snake grass? A level 9 herb. Is the main material for making the demon-suppressing potion? Song Jian showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. The demon-suppressing potion has only one effect, which is to resist the abyss power of the ancient wilderness abyss. With the demon-suppressing potion, other disciples of the sword control sect can enter the ancient wilderness abyss area and will no longer be troubled by the 80% reduction in attributes. This thing is a pleasant surprise, and we must collect it all. Song Jian glanced at Xian Ling, his face full of joy. The demon-suppressing potion must grow in an area with abundant abyss power. So such herbs cannot be found around the sword control sect, and can only be found in the ancient wilderness abyss area. This was also what Duan Qingliu specifically told them when they entered the ancient wilderness abyss. If they could come across it, they should try to collect it. If they didn't come across it, they didn't need to look for it deliberately. These herbs can be exchanged for the contribution points of the Yujin sect, or they can be directly exchanged for purple crystals. They are hard currency in the Yujin sect. Song Jian and Xian Ling's herb collecting skills are already at the master level. There is naturally no problem in collecting these level 9 herbs. For a while, the two of them didn't care about anything else and rushed directly into the farmland and began to quickly collect these abyss snake vines. When there is a harvest, time passes quickly. Soon the two collected a small piece of snake vines. Song Jian's parcel column has stored hundreds of such herbs. But collecting these herbs is also extremely mentally exhausting, when the mental value is consumed to only 1/3. Song Jian has to sit cross-legged on the ground and start to recover his mental strength. Xian Ling, however, was collecting herbs while drinking a potion to restore her spirit, with a look of joy on her face. Hey, Song Jian, my herb collecting skills are almost up to the master level, Xian Ling said with a smile, when collecting red sword grass at Jianxi Lake. Xian Ling's herb collecting skills had already been upgraded to the master level. The level of the snake vine grass here was also level 9. But the proficiency of collecting was not as high as that of the red sword grass. Even so, the number of snake vine grass here was several times that of the red sword grass next to Jianxi Lake. The two of them didn't even need to move around. They could collect more than a dozen snake vine grasses standing in place, which was several times more efficient than collecting red sword grass. Song Jian took a look at his herb collecting skills, which were only at the master level 7, and shook his head and said, I'm only level 7, but I have a purple bamboo shovel, and I can directly break through to the master level if I upgrade 2 more levels. Song Jian's herb collecting skills were much different from Xian Ling's at the beginning, but because of the purple bamboo shovel's bonus when collecting, the gap between Song Jian and Xian Ling's herb collecting skills is now very small, only about 2 levels apart, which can be just filled by the purple bamboo shovel's attributes. Inhumane, Xian Ling muttered softly, and continued to collect snake vines. At this moment, a burst of scolding suddenly came from the distance. Looking up, several people, who looked like farmers, were running towards this side with shovels in their hands. There are still humans here? Xian Ling said in surprise. Song Jian looked up, but these people were too far away from them at this time, and they could not check their attributes. After thinking for a while, Song Jian shook his head and said, Impossible. This is already in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness abyss. Ordinary people can't stay for a long time, unless they are players like us. Maybe they are really players. Players in the abyss hell have changed their jobs and races. It is not impossible that there are players here, Xian Ling guessed. But looking at their attire, they seem to be farmers who grow snake vines here. Song Jian frowned slightly. When these farmers came closer, Song Jian realized that they looked no different from ordinary humans, without any trace of alienation on their bodies. This made him wonder if these people were players. Who are you? What is the snake vine here? Xian Ling saw these people running over and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. However, at this moment, the person running in front suddenly opened his mouth and ejected 3 tentacles full of barbs from his mouth, stabbing at Xian Ling. Xian Ling was shocked and dodged instinctively. 2 tentacles brushed against Xian Ling's hair and shot past. One of the tentacles stabbed Xian Ling's shoulder. The moment this hideous tentacle touched Xian Ling's shoulder, circles of blue energy light curtains bloomed on the armor at the shoulder, resisting the attack. But Xianling was still smashed away by the force of this attack. Song Jian frowned. These guys looked like ordinary people. But in fact, they were no different from those humanoid beasts in the thick fog. Eye of insight. Song Jian looked at the farmer closest to him. Sure enough, these farmers were all level 80 elite boss attributes. All wild beasts. What was strange was that one of the characteristics of these wild beasts was not attack, but planting, which made Song Jian a little interested in them. Chapter 1189 Sword Skills. It's just an elite boss. Brother Song. Let me deal with 2 of them. Xianling stared at the farmers carrying shovels, checked their attributes, and shouted excitedly. Song Jian looked at Xianling and smiled. These are level 80 elites. You are more than 20 levels behind them. The damage is greatly weakened. Can you beat them? Xianling rolled her eyes at Song Jian and said unconvincedly, Humph. What's the big deal? It's just more than 20 levels behind. The higher the level, the more experience compensation. I usually kill monsters above my level when leveling up. Okay. If you are not afraid, I will let you play with 2. Song Jian nodded and said, but we can't fight here. If we destroy these snake vines, we will lose a lot. Yes. This is a good thing that can be exchanged for purple crystals, Xianling said with bright eyes. Now there are very few players who can get access to purple crystals. Only the top players know the existence of purple crystals. And purple crystals are extremely difficult to obtain. Ordinary treasures that can be sold for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of Doomsday coins can only be exchanged for a dozen or dozens of purple crystals. You must know that purple crystals are treasures that can quickly increase levels. For players, there is nothing more precious than it. Song Jian and Xianling turned around and ran away, chasing 7 or 8 farmer-like monsters behind them. After leading these monsters away from the farmland, Song Jian turned around. His mind moved, and the sword energy on the sky-breaking sword bloomed, and 7 spiritual swords slowly emerged around him. There were 8 monsters on the opposite side. Song Jian left 1 for Xianling, and he took care of the rest. Song Jian was very strong, and he controlled 7 spirit swords to attack at the same time, without feeling any effort. Each spirit sword flew towards a monster, and in the air, it was like a fish swimming, constantly slashing at these monsters. Song Jian held the sky-breaking sword, and when the sword energy was fully restored, he directly summoned the moon spirit wheel to prevent accidents. On the other side, Xianling had already swung her sword towards a monster that was released. The surface of the long sword in her hand was only 3 inches of sword light. With a set of dragon swordsmanship, she was able to advance and retreat freely against this monster that was more than 20 levels higher than her. Even if the monster spewed out 3 tentacles several meters long, it could not hurt her at all. Song Jian suppressed 7 monsters with only 7 spirit swords. In his spare time, he even had the energy to observe Xianling's battle. After watching for a while, Song Jian nodded slightly in his heart. This little girl must have a treasure that ignores level suppression. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deal such high damage. These monsters kept spewing out tentacles full of barbs, trying to entangle the spirit swords. But every time they approached the spirit swords just shook lightly and directly cut these tentacles into several sections, causing great damage to the monsters. But the tentacles in their mouths seemed endless. As long as they didn't die, they could continue to grow rapidly. For a while, the battle was deadlocked. I wonder if I can use the Xianyu Liuguang sword now. Looking at the flying spirit swords, which beat several monsters back step by step, Song Jian couldn't help but have another thought in his mind. You know, before the sky-breaking swords were not fused together, they were a set of 5 golden swords. At that time, Song Jian controlled 5 long swords, and used 5 different skills at the same time to attack 5 monsters. Although it has been replaced with spirit swords now, Song Jian guessed that he should be able to use them. With a thought, a spirit sword that avoided the monster's tentacles suddenly shook in midair, and stabbed at the back of the monster at a very fast speed. This spirit sword actually left a very faint shadow in the air, passing through the monster's body, bringing out a puff of purple-red blood. Swish, swish, swish. The long sword kept piercing the monster's body at a very fast speed. In a split second, more than a dozen transparent holes were left on the monster's body. Its body was like a shower, spurting out a lot of blood. At this time, the monster's body had floated up, more than 3 feet above the ground. After piercing 9 times in a row, the monster's body fell to the ground. and the spirit sword spun in the air and swept past the monster's neck. The monster, who had a full third of his health value, was actually beheaded. After falling to the ground, he could no longer stand up and turned into a corpse. Is this a weak point attack plus defense weakness? Song Jian's eyes lit up. You know, the monster is in a floating state, completely defenseless, with zero defense, and chopping the neck is a weak point attack. Although there is no critical hit, this is enough to kill the monster with only 1/3 of its health left. Looking at the skill bar, the Xianyu Liuguang sword skill is in a cooling state, but the 5-second cooling time is fleeting, and it will be available again soon. This time, Song Jian directly controlled the remaining swords at the same time and used the Xianyu Liuguang sword skill at the same time. With a thought, several swords made the same action, shook slightly in the air, and stabbed at their respective targets. Ding! Ding! Shwa shwa shwa. Two monsters waved their arms to block the spirit swords, and the remaining spirit swords all pierced into the monsters. It's still a little bit insufficient. Looking at the two spirit swords that were blocked, Song Jian thought to himself that once the first attack of Xianyu Liuguang's sword was blocked, the subsequent attacks would be interrupted and could not produce the floating effect, which was equivalent to the failure of skill release. If it was before, Song Jian would not care about one or two monsters dodging this attack. But now, Song Jian can clearly feel that he still has a lot to improve in controlling multiple spirit swords. Elder Gu Tutian taught them for a day, although he did not teach them any skills. The swordsmanship he described was like pushing a door open for them, allowing them to see the scene inside the door. As for how much you can see, it depends on your understanding. Now that you have a direction, you just need to keep going in that direction. Puff puff puff. Several monsters in the air were chopped by the spirit swords. With a bang, their bodies collided with the hard ground, making a loud noise. Before they could struggle to stand up, several spirit swords slashed through their necks, and the heads of several monsters rolled down. The spirit sword that killed the monsters, like a swimming fish in the air, drew a graceful arc and flew towards the other two monsters with low health. A few seconds later, the remaining two monsters were also completely dead. 10 seconds had passed, and several spirit swords slowly disappeared in midair. Turning her head, Xian Ling was still shaking with an elite monster. The monster's health had dropped to about 1/3. It looked like Xian Ling would be able to kill the monster in about half a minute. Song Jian smiled slightly and ignored her. He just picked up all the items dropped by the monsters he killed, then clasped his hands in front of his chest and watched Xian Ling fight leisurely. Chapter 1190 Puppet Bead. Being able to fight an elite boss over 20 levels is already very impressive among players, but it is a bit depressing compared to Song Jian. Xian Ling looked at Song Jian with his hands folded, watching her fight the monster. With a smile on his face, she felt very depressed, but also aroused a sense of pride. Her moves suddenly became fierce. Sometimes she even fought the monster head-on, preferring to get hurt herself to chop the monster a few times. More than 20 seconds later, with Xian Ling's gorgeous big move, the monster slowly fell to the ground, and a cloud of black smoke continued to emerge from its body. After killing the monster, Xian Ling did not pick up the spoils immediately, but sat down directly, took out a piece of food to replenish the blood value, and stuffed it into her mouth. These foods that can restore the blood value must be used after leaving the battle, and they must be eaten for a period of time before they take effect. Once a battle occurs, the effect will be interrupted. Although there are many disadvantages, the advantages are also very obvious. One is that it is cheap, and the other is that it can restore a large amount of blood value. Therefore, many people are used to carrying a few sets of food with them. Good luck. A gold quality item actually dropped? Song Jian walked over in surprise, looking at the spoils next to the monster's body and said, "You know, he killed 7 monsters, but only dropped 2 silver, 2 blue and 3 green quality items, and the rest were a pile of white quality materials and sundries. Xian Ling killed only 1 monster, and a golden item dropped, the value of which far exceeded the 7 monsters Song Jian hunted." Song Jian was a little jealous of her good luck. You killed 7 monsters, so there must be more good things. Xian Ling stood up and said unhappily after recovering her health. Only 2 silver suits. Song Jian touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Haha. Is that so?" Xian Ling's face showed a hint of joy, and she smiled. "How about I sell this golden item to you? I haven't checked the attributes yet. Will you sell it for 5 purple crystals? Purple crystal. Uh-huh. You and I just entered the Eugene sect. How can we have purple crystals? There are quite a few Doomsday coins. How about it? Do you want it? Song Jian said. Doomsday coins are equivalent to game coins in the game, while purple crystals are equivalent to items such as ingots in the game. Their values are incomparable. Some items that can be purchased with purple crystals may not be purchased with Doomsday coins. Okay. I'll give you 5 million Doomsday coins. Do you want to gamble? This is a golden item dropped by an elite boss at level 80. Xian Ling glanced at the round beads emitting golden light on the corpse and chuckled. Bead-like items? If they are epic or legendary, may be top-quality treasures. But if they are gold or below, there is a high probability that they are just some materials or other invaluable items. Song Jian smiled slightly and directly transferred 5 million Doomsday coins to Xian Ling. Doomsday coins were nothing to him now. He even rarely used them to buy equipment because the equipment that could be bought with Doomsday coins was no longer useful to Song Jian. I'll bet with you. I believe in your luck, Song Jian said with a smile. Okay. Generous. Xian Ling gave Song Jian a thumbs up, lowered her head to pick up all the other items, and then picked up the bead and threw it at Song Jian. As soon as she threw it out, Xian Ling's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly changed, and she asked in surprise, "Puppet bead?" Song Jian took the bead and took a look at it. He was also stunned. And then a look of joy appeared on his face. I didn't expect it to be a puppet bead. Uh-huh. I'm lucky, said. Song Jian dripped a drop of blood on the bead. Soon, the bead trembled and flew into the air from Song Jian's hand. Crack, crack. After a mechanical sound, the fist-sized bead was split into countless fingernail-sized fragments. These fragments were pieced together to form a humanoid robot. A burst of light floated, and the robot that had just appeared had a touch of oil on its body surface, and a layer of delicate skin slowly emerged. After a while, a humanoid creature that looked exactly like the monster that Song Jian and his team had hunted before appeared in front of the two. This humanoid creature was wearing the same clothes as the previous monster, except for the color of the eyes. Everything else was almost the same. Great Master, your servant Komodo salutes you. The man in front of him knelt on one knee towards Song Jian, touched the ground with his left hand, and put his right hand on his left shoulder, saying very respectfully, Humanoid puppet beast. You made a fortune. Xian Ling's eyes were full of envy. You know, this puppet beast in front of her was sold from her hands. When Xian Ling thought of this, her heart was bleeding. Song Jian didn't say anything, and directly opened the attribute interface of the puppet beast to check it out. The attack damage of this puppet beast was not outstanding. It only had an attack skill of Iron Hook Tentacle, which should be a tentacle full of barbs ejected from its mouth to attack. Such an attack has a certain effect against ordinary players, but it seems a bit powerless against elite players. Master Level Ancient Wilderness Planting Technique and Master Level Collection Technique? Seeing the two skills in the life skill column, Song Jian's eyes suddenly lit up. Can these snake vine grass be planted outside the Ancient Wilderness Abyss area? Song Jian asked loudly after letting the puppet beast Komodo stand up. Of course. Master. Komodo lowered his head and said respectfully, planting snake vine grass requires the core of wild beasts. 1 acre of land requires 100 cores of wild beasts. As long as the cores of wild beasts are buried underground, a simple Ancient Wilderness Abyss environment can be formed. Then use the Ancient Wilderness Planting Technique to make the snake vine grass grow. All wild beasts may drop cores, and the probability of dropping is not small. Usually, they are only used to refine some poison pills. The price is very cheap in the Eugene sect. However, if Song Jian completes the mission and returns to the Sword Control sect, the price of this wild beast core will probably soar immediately. Is it possible? Song Jian's eyes lit up. It seems that the role of this puppet beast is more powerful than he imagined. Its value is at least about 100 purple crystals. Thinking of this, Song Jian's eyes fell on the village that was vaguely visible in the distance. There was the seal of the demon. But there must be a lot of monsters, like Komodo. If he could get a few more puppet beads like this, Song Jian would not have to do anything. He only needed to concentrate on planting snake vines in the Sword Control sect, and he would probably get a lot of money. Why don't we complete the task first? These snake vines grow here and won't run away. How about collecting them after completing the task and obtaining more puppet beads? Song Jian said with a smile. After reading the properties of Komodo shared by Song Jian, and hearing that snake vines can be planted in the Yujian sect, Xian Ling, like Song Jian, lost interest in the snake vines in the farmland. Okay, let's go! Xian Ling nodded, and rushed towards the distant village impatiently. Chapter 1191 Collection. Song Jian and Xian Ling approached the village and found that there were more monsters than they expected. Whether in the houses or on the streets, there were humanoid beasts everywhere. These beasts looked no different from ordinary humans. They held various weapons in their hands. Sickles, hoes, shovels, and some even held a stick. Looking around, there were almost no beasts with empty hands. What do you think that is? Xian Ling pointed at the faint golden light at the end of the street and asked in a low voice. Song Jian squinted his eyes and stared for a while. The distance was too far to see anything. But judging from the location, it should be the central square of the village. He hesitated for a moment and said, "It is probably the light emitted by the demon seal. Look at those beasts. None of them dare to approach there." In fact, all the wild beasts in this village were the guards stationed at the demon seal. However, after the demon seal was broken, the ancient abyss leaked out, causing these guards to mutate, and all turned into wild beasts. Now, they have become obstacles to repairing the demon seal. We're rich. There are so many wild beasts here. If they drop more puppet beads, how about we add 2 to 1 and make it 5? Xian Ling said with a smile. Song Jian snorted coldly, looked at Xian Ling with a sidelong look, shook his head and said, "Whoever kills it, it belongs to him." Xian Ling's face changed, rolled her eyes and said, "You are so stingy. I killed your puppet bead and sold it to you at a low price. You don't even appreciate it. You are such an ungrateful person." Song Jian glanced at her without saying anything. Xian Ling had offered him a chance to gamble on the puppet bead that had fallen before, but he had to accept Xian Ling's favor after winning the bet. How could this be justified? A famous saying came to his mind, "Only women and villains." There are hundreds of them here. You can lead them. Just leave one for me, Xian Ling said in a frustrated tone. With her strength, she could only hunt one wild beast at most. If there were more, they would probably run away. If it weren't for Song Jian, she wouldn't dare to provoke the wild beasts in this village. Song Jian stared at the wild beast closest to him and used the eye of insight. Soon, the attributes of the wild beast appeared above its head, and at the same time, the beast's forced hatred was triggered. With a low roar, the wild beast's eyes turned red, and it turned around and looked at Song Jian. When it saw Song Jian, it was as if it saw the murderer of its father. It ran over waving the sickle in its hand. While running, it stretched out its barbed tentacles in its mouth and waved them in the air, looking both ferocious and a little disgusting. The wild beast led 7 or 8 wild beasts around it to run towards Song Jian. Song Jian retreated while silently performing the 10,000 swords technique. After leaving 1 sword for Xian Ling, he left 1 spirit sword for each of the remaining wild beasts, and fought with these wild beasts. Song Jian's current 10,000 swords technique can cast 500 spirit swords at the same time, but it must be controlled by the sword spirit. With his mental power, it is impossible to control so many spirit swords at the same time. According to Song Jian's current mental power limit, the limit of controlling spirit swords is 16. If he controls 16 spirit swords at the same time and performs the same sword technique, he can do it easily. If he controls more, it will not be okay. If he wants to control spirit swords to perform different sword techniques, the number of controlled swords will be reduced to 6. Otherwise, the mental pressure will be too great. Not only will there be loopholes in the control, but it will also cause a certain degree of backlash to him. Therefore, as long as he is not facing dozens or hundreds of monsters, it is not a problem for Song Jian. As long as he fights, he can have the effect of training the skills of the 10,000 swords technique. Besides, even if he is really surrounded by hundreds of monsters, Song Jian only needs to use the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 swords technique to kill all these monsters and improve his understanding of the 10,000 swords technique. It does not mean that he cannot use the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 swords technique. The roars and sounds of fighting of wild beasts continue to sound outside the village. Song Jian and Xian Ling seem to have entered the time when they first entered the game and leveled up every day. Attract monsters, kill monsters, recover, and then attract monsters again. There were hundreds of wild beasts in the village. all of which were level 80 elite bosses. But unfortunately, they had no intelligence, and were no different from wild beasts. They were slowly led out by Song Jian, and killed bit by bit. Song Jian had already obtained 4 puppet beads, and Xi and Ling had only obtained 1. The explosion rate of this thing was too low, and it was simply impossible to obtain a large number of them. However, the 2 of them did kill a lot of wild beast inner pills. Each wild beast would drop at least 1 inner pill, and some would even drop 2 or 3. This kind of thing was not valuable in the Yujian sect, and many disciples, who went out for training, would not even pick it up. Soon, a day passed, and Song Jian also showed a trace of fatigue on his face. Take a break. Take a break. Xi and Ling was already panting with exhaustion. Although she had several 50 grid packages, she had been fighting for so long, and there was little food left to replenish her blood and spirit. As for the instant recovery potion, Xi and Ling was reluctant to use it here, as it was for life-saving. Song Jian's package bar was several times larger than Xi and Ling's, but the high-intensity battle made Song Jian feel very tired. This kind of fatigue could not be reflected in the blood and spirit values, but a kind of fatigue from the soul. Take a break. We have killed less than 1/3 of the monsters in the village. Let's take a rest for one night, and continue killing tomorrow, Song Jian said. It's just right. You can practice the art of collecting herbs when you have time. I won't practice. I'm so tired. I want to sleep. I'll leave the night watch to you. After Xi and Ling finished speaking, she took out a tent from the parcel column, opened it, and went in. Song Jian shook his head, and took out 5 puppet beads from the parcel column. These were his spoils of war today. After releasing the 5 puppet beasts, he asked them to collect snake vine grass in the farmland. Then Song Jian released the Stone Man Guru, and asked him to be in charge of the night watch. He also went into the tent and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Song Jian was awakened by Xi and Ling's scream. When he walked out of the tent, he saw Xi and Ling standing by the farmland with disheveled hair, her hands clenched tightly, her chest heaving violently, and she looked very angry. Seeing Song Jian coming, Xi and Ling stared at him with anger and shouted, Why didn't you remind me that I could let the puppet beasts collect snake vine grass? After fighting the wild beasts for a day, Xi and Ling also obtained 2 puppet beads, but she was too tired from fighting yesterday. She only wanted to sleep, and forgot that the puppet beasts could also collect snake vine grass. When she got up the next day, she saw that the 5 puppet beasts had actually collected a lot of snake vine grass, and she was almost crazy. Didn't you let them collect it? Song Jian rubbed his eyes, and said indifferently, I thought you didn't care about this little money. Why are you angry? Look, you have only collected such a small piece. Isn't there a large piece there? There are only 2 farms around the village planted with snake vine grass. The remaining 2 farms are planted with wheat and other crops. These crops are only some 2nd and 3rd level items. Collecting them will not only not sell for much money, but also will not improve the proficiency of herbal medicine. In one night, the 5 puppet beasts have collected almost all the snake vine grass in the 2 farms. At most, there are less than 100 plants left. This is why Xi and Ling went crazy early in the morning. Chapter 1192 Reinforcements. No. You have to give me some. We are companions, comrades in arms, and have fought together. You can't do this. Xi and Ling, who was originally furious, immediately changed her expression. She looked aggrieved, pulled Song Jian's clothes, and said pitifully, with tears in her eyes, Don't look at the fact that there are so many snake vines here. Like weeds, they are worthless. But as long as they leave here, the snake vines can be sold at a high price. The Yujian sect alone can buy all the snake vines they collected at a high price. The price of a snake vine is about 1 to 1.5 purple crystals. There are at least more than 2,000 snake vines in the 2 farmlands in front of us, excluding the 200 or 300 collected by Xi and Ling before. There are less than 100 left in the farmland, and more than 1,600 snake vines are left, but they are all in Song Jian's hands. This is a fortune of more than 2,000 purple crystals. Even the formal disciples of the sword-controlling sect would be envious when they knew about it. Okay, I'll give you at most 500 plants, but you have to exchange them with wild beast cores. 1 snake vine grass can be exchanged for 10 wild beast cores. If you don't have it now, you can owe it first and return it to the sword-controlling sect. Song Jian looked at Xi and Ling with a "you are bullying me" expression, rubbed his nose and said, No, at least half. At most, I can give you more cores. Xian Ling shook her head and said coquettishly. 300 plants. Song Jian said expressionlessly. Xian Ling's face froze. And just as she was about to speak, Song Jian immediately said, too. Okay. 500 is 500. You're so cruel. Xian Ling said angrily, looking like she wanted to rush up and bite Song Jian a few times. Song Jian smiled slightly and gave Xian Ling 500 snake vines. Xian Ling traded all the wild beast cores she had obtained to Song Jian. These snake vines were ownerless. It didn't cost Song Jian anything to collect them. Moreover, since Xian Ling and he entered here together to complete the task, the two of them were teammates. Naturally, they had to share the harvest together. In fact, what Xian Ling didn't know was that Song Jian had already started to plant snake vines in his own broken kingdom, with the wild beast core and the ancient wild planting technique of the puppet beast. Planting snake vines was a piece of cake. It won't be long before Song Jian can have as many snake vines as he wants. By then, Song Jian can accumulate a lot of purple crystals just by relying on snake vines. And purple crystals can be absorbed to improve his level. It is estimated that it won't be long before Song Jian's level will be explosively improved. Keep going. Try to kill a few more wild beasts today. Xian Ling took a deep breath and said. Song Jian nodded. And the two began to repeat the work of the previous day. It was boring and tedious. But the strength of the two people was slowly improved in battle after battle. The spoils of the wild beasts were even more valuable. For others, this mission was difficult and almost impossible to complete. But for Song Jian and Xian Ling, it became a rewarding upgrade journey. If other disciples of the sword-controlling sect received this task, they would definitely try to enter the town first to repair the demon seal. However, both Song Jian and Xian Ling looked at the problem from the perspective of a player. This task did not require a time limit for completion, and hunting wild beasts would bring huge rewards. Of course, they would first hunt all the wild beasts, and then take their time to repair the demon seal. While Song Jian and Xian Ling were fighting for the puppet beads, the other three teams sent by the sword-controlling sect also encountered the wild beast army. Hundreds of thousands of wild beasts roared and came towards the sword-controlling sect disciples, who had only more than 1,000 people. However, these sword-controlling sect disciples stepped on flying swords and performed various sword skills to carry out long-range attacks and suppression. Relying on the terrain, these Yuqian sect disciples actually blocked the wild beast army that was tens or even hundreds of times larger, preventing them from advancing an inch. The battle was very fierce, and it lasted for 30 or 40 hours. The Yuqian sect disciples were finally exhausted and slowly retreated. But they did not retreat far before the reinforcements from the follow-up team arrived quickly. And the battle continued. Purple Sky Upper Pure Thunder Tribulation Sword Formation. A Yuqian sect elder with white hair and beard stepped on a flying sword and floated in the air like a god. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand flew into the air in an instant, instantly forming a huge tribulation cloud covering an area of more than 100 acres. Purple lightning flashed in the calamity cloud. Thunder roared. Countless sword chi shuttled through the calamity cloud, condensed into purple thunder, and fell towards the wild beasts in the canyon. With roars, thousands of wild beasts were wrapped by countless purple thunders. The sword chi flashed in the thunder and shuttled through the wild beasts, cutting each wild beast in two. Within a few seconds, the wild beasts in the canyon were suddenly cleared out and turned into corpses, which fell layer by layer all over the canyon. The elder's face was slightly red, and he took a few deep breaths. With a wave of his right hand, the long sword flew into his sleeve. Looking at the wild beast corpses filling the canyon, he snorted coldly and flew back. Old Xiao, the power of your sword formation has increased a bit. A teasing voice sounded from behind. Xiao Yun frowned slightly, turned around, stared at Gu Tuqian with an unpredictable look and said, "You are guarding the sect. Why did you come here? Aren't you afraid that the sect master will punish you to stay under the wall of the demon suppression peak for 100 years? It's enough to have the sect master here," Gu Tuqian said carelessly. "Besides, the supreme elders in the back mountain are all bored. If a demon cub really attacks the sect, the supreme elders will be so happy." "Shut up. Do you think you can talk about the supreme elders casually?" Xiao Yun's face changed, and he scolded in a low voice. Okay. I came here to relax and kill some wild beasts. If you are tired, just step back. Don't hurt yourself." Gu Tuqian waved his hand. At this time, Countless wild beasts appeared in the canyon again. They stepped on the corpses of their previous companions, and quickly rushed towards the disciples of the Yujian sect. After dozens of seconds, the canyon was filled with wild beasts again. The thousands of wild beasts hunted before were like throwing a small stone into a pond. After a ripple, nothing could be seen. Hey, the ancient wild abyss is connected to another half-plane. There are endless wild beasts. If the demon seal cannot be repaired as soon as possible, these wild beasts will never be killed. Xiao Yun sighed and said, if the demon suppression tower was not left in the ancient wild abyss area, how could our Yujian sect be suppressed by these damn wild beasts for hundreds of years, and could not completely drive them out of the ancient sword star? Demon suppression tower? Oh, that's been a long time ago. Gu Tuqian's body froze, and he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Back then, we could freely enter and exit the ancient wilderness abyss area. But now, the suppression there is getting stronger and stronger. I estimate that it won't be long before even the demon suppression seal can stop the invasion of the ancient wilderness abyss. What? Xiao Yun trembled all over, and whispered with a look of horror on his face, how is it possible? The demon suppression seal is the same as the demon suppression tower, inherited from the ancient sword sect. How could it fail? Gu Tuqian's face froze, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Don't listen to my nonsense. The demon suppression seal has existed longer than you and me, and it won't fail even if we die. The sect master has sent 2 little guys to repair the seal. It won't be long before these wild beasts will be cut off from support. Then we will kill all these demon cubs together. You should take a rest first. Don't become a weakling, and can only stare blankly at the side. Chapter 1193 Repair. Song Jian and Xian Ling didn't know that they had become the key to victory in this war. The 2 of them were still slowly luring out the monsters in the village and killing them. Just like all the players when they leveled up and killed monsters. These wild beasts give a lot of experience. I'm almost leveled up, Xian Ling said happily. Killing monsters with Song Jian. Xian Ling could go all out without having to guard against accidents. Although she only fought 1 wild beast, her speed and efficiency were improved after she became proficient. Song Jian took a look at his proficiency. He still had 1/3 to upgrade. He had hunted 7 or 8 times more wild beasts than Xian Ling. But on the one hand, his level was much higher than Xian Ling's. On the other hand, because his level was not much different from that of the wild beasts, he didn't get as much experience as Xian Ling for killing monsters above his level. Therefore, the combat experience he gained was at most about twice that of Xian Ling. For Song Jian, who was already level 61, his improvement speed was not much higher than Xian Ling's. It took the 2 of them 3 full days to kill all the wild beasts in the entire village. In addition to hundreds of level 80 elite boss level wild beasts, there were 3 lord level and 1 command level boss in the central square of the village. This time, Song Jian did not hunt like before, but directly used the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation to kill the 4 bosses instantly, leaving Xian Ling, who was watching the battle, dumbfounded and shocked. However, perhaps because they were killed too quickly, the 4 bosses did not drop any good things. Only 2 gold quality puppet beads, and the rest were some worthless materials. After the battle, Xian Ling obtained 3 puppet beads, and the number of puppet beads in Song Jian's package has reached 12. He put all these puppet beasts into the Broken Kingdom of God, which has sufficient wild beast cores. The area of snake vine grass cultivation in the Kingdom of God has exceeded 300 acres, all of which are taken care of by these 12 puppet beasts. The time flow rate in the Kingdom of God can now reach 2 to 1 with the game world. Later, as Song Jian's strength increases, this flow rate can be improved. According to this time flow rate, it won't take long for Song Jian to harvest a large number of snake vine grass, and then exchange it for purple crystals, and the level will definitely increase rapidly. Is this the demon seal? Xian Ling looked at the huge square with an area of more than 100 acres, with a complex magic diagram engraved on the stone slab, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. According to Gu Tuqian's introduction, this demon seal map has existed for thousands of years. But in the eyes of the 2, this demon seal map array is brand new, as if it was just engraved in the southwest corner of the entire demon seal array. For some unknown reason, 1/10 of it has been missing. Thick black fog is constantly emerging from the missing part of the seal and blending into the surrounding air. It seems that the entire village is shrouded in thick fog, which should be leaked from here. Song Jian can feel that the ancient wilderness abyss here is much purer than the abyss hell he has encountered before. It is less violent and murderous, but more profound and pure. If players with abyss blood can come here, just absorbing the abyss aura of these ancient wilderness abysses can greatly increase their strength. Unfortunately, these ancient abyss auras are a great tonic for abyss creatures. But for creatures of other races, they are like poison. Once contaminated, they will be seriously injured at best, or even die at worst, and lose their sanity and self, becoming a wild beast. Song Jian came to the broken seal, took out a dark golden scroll from the parcel column, and tore it open directly. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shone in front of Song Jian's eyes, making the two of them couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands. After the golden scroll was torn, it turned directly into a huge golden lion, with a body size of more than 100 meters, floating in the air, shaking its head and tail. The entire demon-suppressing seal formation also burst into golden light. The golden lion roared and rushed directly towards the ancient abyss aura that was emanating from the damaged part. It opened its mouth wide and shot out a golden beam of light, which dispersed the abyss aura that emerged. After a while, the ancient abyss aura condensed into a giant snake about 100 feet long, with a single horn on its forehead and fangs flashing with metallic cold light. And it pounced on the golden lion. For a moment, a big battle took place over the town. The black snake and the golden lion trembled together, and the roars and roars they made could be clearly heard even dozens of miles away. For a moment, the black unicorn python and the golden lion were fighting hard. Song Jian and Xian Ling raised their heads, as if they were watching a 3D movie with animation special effects, and they had an immersive sense of reality. Logically speaking, the aftermath of the battle between the two giant beasts could easily destroy the entire town. But standing on the demon-suppressing seal diagram, the two did not even feel the strong wind coming, and the fierce battle seemed to be just an animation special effect. However, as time went by, the demon seal array was connected with the golden lion's aura in the air. Golden aura continued to emanate from the seal array and merge into the golden lion's body. However, the black one-horned python could not obtain the ancient wilderness abyss aura from the missing parts of the array, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. After another quarter of an hour, the golden lion, whose body size had exceeded 300 meters, bit the black one-horned python's head to pieces. The entire python immediately disintegrated into countless fine sand particles, collapsed, and was blown away by the wind, and disappeared without a trace. The victorious golden lion shook its mane, glanced at Song Jian and Xian Ling, nodded, and rushed towards the missing corner of the demon-suppressing sealing array. Directly merging with the entire demon-suppressing sealing array, dark golden lines quickly appeared on the originally missing array diagram, connecting with each other, and in a short while, the missing corner was completed. The entire demon-suppressing sealing array diagram burst into dazzling light, completely dispelling the aura of the ancient abyss around the villages and towns. And within the area within a radius of several hundred meters, no trace of black fog could be seen. Song Jian looked surprised, looking at the demon seal that was being repaired. A series of system prompts flowed like a waterfall in the information column, making him feel like he was in a dream. System, you observe the repair process of the God-level seal array and the demon seal. The skill sword array gained 10 points of proficiency, gained 15 points of proficiency, and gained 15 points of proficiency. The skill sword array level was upgraded. In Song Jian's life auxiliary skill column, the proficiency of sword array was rapidly increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, it was upgraded by several levels. System, you carefully observe the repair process of the God-level seal array and the demon seal. The skill sword array mutated into a new skill sword array atlas. Sword formation atlas legend. Level 1. Skill description. Collect all the formations in the world and use them. Skill effect. Increase the power of formation skills by 50%. Increase the duration of formation skills by 50%. Increase the effect of formation skills by 50. And increase the evolution and mutation probability of formation skills by 3%. The upper limit of the number of formation atlases included is 5. Already included formations: Demon Seal Remnant, Golden Lion Seal. Chapter 1194 Teleportation Array. Looking at a series of system prompts, Song Jian's face was full of shock. It was as if a golden mountain fell from the sky and hit Song Jian's head. God-level array. This is a God-level array. Although he had imagined the grade of the demon-suppressing seal array to be very high, Song Jian did not dare to think of it as a god-level array. The demon-suppressing seal was constantly repaired, and a few golden threads were constantly entangled. The complex and confusing patterns continued to evolve in Song Jian's eyes, making him fall into an illusion. System, you observed the god-level seal array, the repair process of the demon-suppressing seal, and had some experience with the battle diagram demon-suppressing seal remnant. The understanding of the battle diagram Golden Lion seal was deepened, and the Golden Lion seal was advanced to the Golden Saint Lion demon binding seal. A series of system prompts could not wake up Song Jian, who had fallen into the illusion. At this time, Song Jian looked like a stone man, standing still, with a light in his eyes, but without a trace of spirit. After an unknown period of time, the light of the entire demon-suppressing seal slowly disappeared and restored its previous appearance, except that the missing parts had been completely filled, turning into a complete picture array. Song Jian was shocked and broke free from the illusion. A look of horror appeared on his face, and he exhaled a long breath. Huh. So scary. I almost fell into the endless river of picture arrays and couldn't get out. Song Jian was afraid for a while. The god-level array diagram was not so easy to comprehend. If Song Jian's sword array's skill level had not reached a high level, he might really fall into the illusion of the endless river of picture arrays because of observing for too long. However, when Song Jian saw that his array skill was upgraded to the Array Atlas, and that it also recorded 2 arrays, the Demon Seal Remnant and the Golden Saint Lion Demon Binding Seal, his eyes were filled with excitement again. The Demon Seal is a god-level seal. Although he has only comprehended a part of it, its power is also quite good. In addition, the Golden Saint Lion Demon Binding Seal is a legendary array diagram. Once it is used, its power is probably not much worse than the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Array. However, it takes a lot of materials to arrange these 2 array diagrams. Now the most important thing for Song Jian is to integrate these 2 array diagrams with the 10,000 swords technique. Use the Spirit Sword as the array material, and use the swordsmanship to release these 2 array diagrams. By then, Song Jian's strength will definitely be greatly improved. Xianling also fell into the illusion when the demon seal was repaired, but she had no foundation in formations. Even if she fell into the illusion, it was just a cursory glance, just like watching a movie, and naturally there was no danger. When the demon seal was repaired, Xianling naturally got out of the illusion. Although it seems that Xianling did not gain any insights similar to formations, she still had a lot of insights in the endless formation map. If she comes into contact with skills such as formations in the future, such insights will become Xianling's foundation and quickly merge with new skills. But it cannot be shown now. The demon seal was repaired, and the 2 people's tasks were also completed accordingly. They just needed to return to the sword control sect to receive the task reward. Huh. It's finally done. This time it's all thanks to you, Song Jian. Otherwise, I can't even get close to this town by myself. Xianling stuck out her tongue and said, with her strength, she can still find a way to lure out and kill the elite beasts in the town one by one. And it will only take about a month at most. However, Xianling is completely helpless against the Lord level and command level boss near the demon seal in the center of the town. With her strength, I'm afraid she can't even break the defense of the command level boss. Before Gu Tutian gave the restoration scroll to Song Jian, Xianling was a little dissatisfied. But now she finally understood why Elder Gu Tutian gave the scroll to Song Jian instead of her. Even without my participation, Song Jian can complete this task alone, Xianling said in her heart, full of gratitude to Song Jian. At the beginning, she still wanted to compete with Song Jian. But now, such a small thought has been completely cut off. After all, the gap between them is too big, and it seems that it will get bigger and bigger in the future. Forget it. Anyway, after this mission, I will get the legendary skill, Chaos Sword Classic, which is the supreme skill that even Gu Luo Mentor has not obtained. At that time, as long as I can understand this legendary skill, my strength will naturally improve, Xianling said in her heart. After the demon seal was repaired, Song Jian also replaced the energy beads that maintained the demon seal one by one. These energy beads with abundant energy can keep the demon seal intact for at least 100 years. Soon, after all the energy beads were replaced, Song Jian clapped his hands and stood up, smiling. Okay, The mission is completed. Let's go back to the Yujian sect. The demon seal was completely repaired. And Song Jian could also feel that the surrounding ancient wilderness abyss aura seemed to be slowly fading. Although this place is already the hinterland of the ancient wilderness abyss area. In fact, before the demon seal was destroyed, this place did not belong to the ancient wilderness abyss area at all. And ordinary humans could survive here normally. The wild beasts in this village before were actually the humans who lived here before because the demon seal was damaged and eroded by the ancient wilderness abyss aura. Otherwise, with the wild beasts' instincts of ignorant beasts, how could they build houses and build such a village? Just as the two were about to leave here and return to the Yujian sect, Xian Ling suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous place in the northeast corner of the demon seal and said curiously, "Hey, what is that thing? It looks a bit like a teleportation array." Song Jian turned his head and looked. Sure enough, in the northeast corner of the demon seal, between the two stone houses, there was a small altar. This altar was made entirely of stones and had an area of about 5 or 6 square meters, which could accommodate 3 or 5 people standing on it at the same time. Such teleportation arrays are not uncommon. In addition to the large teleportation arrays in various cities, there are many similar teleportation arrays in the wild. As long as you stand on it, you can record the location of the teleportation array. And you can use such a teleportation array to move quickly in the future. However, such teleportation arrays in the wild are very hidden and generally difficult to be discovered. Even if a player is lucky enough to discover it, they will conceal it and will not publicize it. The two walked to the teleportation array and carefully checked it. Such a teleportation array can connect to nearby towns, and it may also be teleported to an unknown dangerous area. Song Jian stood in the teleportation array and felt it, and found that this teleportation array was actually a one-way teleportation array, and the location of the teleportation was an unknown existence. Can this teleportation array be used? Xian Ling asked curiously. If they could teleport directly to the Yujian sect, they could at least save several days of travel time. Song Jian shook his head slightly and said, "This teleportation array is one-way transmission. There is only one place to teleport. Once you are teleported there, it is difficult to come back." Xian Ling's face changed. She sighed, shook her head and said, "Okay. It seems that there is no shortcut. Let's hurry back. This teleportation array is too dangerous." Chapter 1195 Hidden Mission. There are many dangerous areas in the game world. Players will only take risks to try the teleportation array when the destination is unknown at the beginning of the game. As time goes by, fewer and fewer players dare to take risks, unless they have skills like Song Jian, who can save their lives and revive. Song Jian stood in front of the teleportation array, hesitated for a long time, and shook his head. He has completed the legendary mission now. As long as he returns to the Yujian sect to obtain the legendary skills and Chaos Sword art, his strength will be greatly improved. In addition, he can plant snake vines and obtain a large amount of purple crystals. At that time, it will be very simple to pass the 3rd level combat power assessment easily. Just when Song Jian and Xian Ling were about to give up, the entire teleportation array suddenly burst into a dazzling light, as if someone had triggered it from the opposite side and was about to teleport over. Song Jian could not help but take 2 steps back vigilantly. This was a one-way teleportation array. How could someone teleport over from the opposite side? "Be careful," Song Jian whispered to Xian Ling, and the two of them looked alert. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a sense of danger looming over him, and his face changed drastically. Just when he was about to enter the kingdom of God, he found that the surrounding space seemed to be sealed off, and even the air around him became sticky, and it was impossible to move a finger. Song Jian and Xian Ling were like 2 insects in amber, unable to move. After a while, a suction force suddenly came from the teleportation array, sucking the two into the teleportation array. A white light flashed, and the two disappeared, and the teleportation array returned to its previous almost abandoned appearance. Song Jian and Xian Ling only felt a dizzy, and then plop fell into a lake. "Ah! Help! I can't swim!" Xian Ling fluttered in the water. Looking panicked, Song Jian's mind moved, and the whole person flew into the air, stepping on the flying sword, and picked up Xian Ling. "You can't swim. Can't you fly with a sword?" Xian Ling was stunned. Her face flushed. As soon as she fell into the water, she panicked. She had no idea that this was a game world. Even if she sank to the bottom of the water, with her current strength, she could hold her breath for an hour or two. I forgot, Xian Ling said embarrassedly. When Song Jian and Xian Ling flew into the air, they found that this was a half-plane that was about to collapse. It was almost the smallest half-plane they had ever encountered, with an area of only about 2,000 square kilometers, like a larger island. Looking up, the edge of the entire half-plane was constantly collapsing. From time to time, large pieces of debris could be seen falling from the sky and hitting the ground, making a huge roar. The detached part was pitch black, just like the deep space of the universe. However, surprisingly, the entire demiplane seemed to be protected by a mysterious force. Even though the edge was constantly collapsing, no disasters occurred in the entire demiplane, and the surrounding environment was quiet and peaceful. We must find a way to leave here quickly. Otherwise, we may fall with this demiplane. Song Jian's face turned ugly. According to this collapse speed, the entire demiplane will completely collapse in 2 or 3 months at most. Xian Ling stared at the dark hole in the distance in amazement and whispered, "Jump to the back. The faster the collapse speed. We only have 1 month at most." Song Jian glanced at Xian Ling and said, "Fortunately, the area here is not large. 1 month is enough for us to explore here carefully several times." "Hey, Song Jian, look across the lake. What a huge statue of a demon." Xian Ling suddenly pointed across the lake and shouted. Song Jian looked up and saw a mountain hundreds of meters high across the lake. The mountain had been flattened on the side facing the lake. A stone statue of a demon that was almost level with the entire mountain stood there with its fangs bared. This stone statue of a demon had 3 faces and 8 arms, a green face and fangs, and a single horn on each head. It was wearing a suit of armor, and the places not covered by the armor were all palm-sized scales. 3 heads and 8 arms. Is this the statue of that god? Song Jian frowned. Anyway, it doesn't look like a good god. It looks like a monster or a wild beast. Xian Ling said with a curled lip. Go to the other side and take a look. There seems to be an altar there. Song Jian pointed to the other side of the lake and said. The two soon came to the foot of the demon statue on the other side of the lake. There was an altar of about 100 square meters. The altar looked abandoned for a long time, and was overgrown with weeds. Traces of sacrifice could be vaguely seen on the altar. Next to the altar, there was a stone tablet more than 1 person tall. The stone tablet was badly damaged, and the words engraved on it were a little blurred. Abyssal language. Song Jian thought to himself, and tried to identify it himself. This is a place of worship for the ancient abyss god named Istanbul Bayakti. Song Jian wiped the dust off the stone tablet, while translating the abyss words on the stone tablet. These words are so strange. I read them for a while, but I felt a little dizzy, and someone was talking in my ears. Xian Ling said with a confused look in her eyes, and shook her head vigorously. Don't read these words. It will affect your mind. Song Jian quickly pulled Xian Ling, and asked her to hide aside. He said seriously, if you don't have the skills to resist charm, don't touch the abyss language. Otherwise, your consciousness will be damaged at best, and you will fall into the abyss race at worst. In fact, the reason why many players become part of the abyss race is that they are exposed to the abyss information and thus degenerate into the abyss race. Song Jian also had the talent skill of thick skin before, which allowed him to resist the erosion of the abyss language and successfully learn the abyss language. Song Jian spent a long time to distinguish and finally read the words on the whole stone tablet. This stone tablet was too damaged, and a lot of information had been lost. Song Jian was a little confused about what the words on it were talking about. Just when Song Jian was about to give up and go to other places to explore to see if there was a way to leave here, he suddenly received a system prompt. System, you touched the stone tablet of the ancient abyss god, triggering the hidden task, Forgotten Temple. Song Jian was stunned and quickly opened the task bar to check it himself. This Forgotten Temple task actually asked him to explore the entire demon statue and find the path to the Forgotten Temple. As for the task reward, it was not explained in advance. It seems to be a task with mandatory cumulative rewards. Song Jian's face showed a hint of joy. Tasks like this are at least epic tasks with generous rewards. Especially this kind of mandatory cumulative reward task. The final reward may be beyond imagination. Chapter 1196 Secret Passage. Have you received the hidden mission? Song Jian turned his head to look at Xian Ling. At this time, Xian Ling was looking up at the entire stone statue of the demon god. When she heard Song Jian's question, she frowned and shook her head. Song Jian pointed to the stone tablet and said, "Try it. Look at this stone tablet for a while. Maybe you can receive a hidden mission. Most tasks can be shared. But there are also many special tasks that must have a trigger point. For example, the task that Song Jian received must be triggered after fully understanding the content of the stone tablet." Xian Ling's face showed a hesitant look. She just stared at it for a while, and felt uncomfortable. If it lasted for a long time, I am afraid that her mind would be damaged. But I don't know the words on it. Xian Ling showed an embarrassment on her face. "Look, I'll give you a response. Maybe I can get this task." Song Jian smiled. He could feel that this was a hidden task to find the Forgotten Temple. "Well, then." Xian Ling hesitated, squinting at the stone tablet. And Song Jian began to translate the contents of the stone tablet word by word. Although most of the words on the stone tablet were damaged, there were still some words that could be recognized. Song Jian had just translated 2 sentences when Xian Ling's face suddenly changed. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person was like being struck by lightning, staggering and falling to the ground. Song Jian was shocked and stopped translating immediately. He went forward to help Xian Ling up. Looking at Xian Ling again, her health value actually dropped by 1/3. And the status bar inexplicably had an adverse effect of Abyss Charm, with a loss of 3 points of health value per second, 5 points of spirit value per second, and a 50% decrease in resistance for 60 minutes. If it were an ordinary player encountering such adverse effects, I'm afraid they would just have to wait for death. After all, if the spirit value drops to 0, it means coma. But if the health value drops to 0, it will really die. Song Jian used the biochemical power of the Azure Dragon Sword body on Xian Ling, directly eliminating this adverse effect, and then watched Xian Ling's health value rise rapidly. After Xian Ling's qi and health reached the maximum, she slowly woke up from her coma. She looked at her information bar, and her face changed drastically. If it weren't for Song Jian, she might have died in a coma this time. Looking at the stone tablet, Xian Ling showed a trace of fear on her face. "How is it? Did you accept the task?" Song Jian couldn't help asking. Xian Ling looked at the task bar and shook her head in disappointment. Song Jian had no choice but to slowly help Xian Ling up and said to her, "How about you rest here first and wait for me to complete this task?" Then, Song Jian told Xian Ling the content of the task, seeing that this task was actually a hidden task with mandatory cumulative rewards. Xian Ling also showed a trace of envy in her eyes. Such a task is rare, although dangerous, but if completed, it can make a player gain earth-shaking changes. "I'd better go with you." Xian Ling looked around and felt a little timid. After all, she had just arrived in a new place, and there were still constantly collapsing space fragments around her, which made Xian Ling feel a little scared. "Okay, then let's search this stone statue together to see if there is any secret passage or something like that." Song Jian nodded and said. Xian Ling already knew the content of the hidden mission, and naturally knew that the key to the first ring of finding the Forgotten Temple was on this stone statue. She nodded, met the flight directly, and flew towards the top of the stone statue. Song Jian took a look, smiled slightly, and began to search from the foot of the stone statue. After searching back and forth 2 or 3 times, the two did not find any secret passages around the stone statue, and flew back to the front of the altar in disappointment. "Song Jian, what should we do? There is no secret passage or anything like that?" Xian Ling frowned and said, "Take a rest, and look for it tomorrow." Song Jian shook his head and said, although it was only a small half-plane, there were still distinct day and night, but there was no sun during the day, and no moon or stars at night, only the difference between light and dark. At night, Song Jian lay quietly in the tent, but the image of this huge golem kept appearing in his mind. Since the mission says to find the path to the previous temple from the stone statue, then the key must be on this stone statue, Song Jian thought to himself. After thinking for half a night, Song Jian suddenly thought of the 3 heads and 8 arms of the god and demon stone statue. The body of the god and demon stone statue was hidden, leaving only the 3 heads and 8 arms. Isn't this a formation with the 3 elements of heaven, earth and man as the core, supplemented by the Bagua map? Moreover, the core area of this formation is the 3rd eye in the center of the head representing Tianshu. Thinking of this, Song Jian immediately sat up excitedly. If his guess was correct, The entrance to the secret passage should be at the third stone eye on the left side of the head of the demon god stone statue. Early the next morning, just after dawn, Song Jian could not wait to get out of the tent and fly towards the third eye on the left side of the head of the demon god stone statue. Xian Ling heard the movement vaguely, rubbed her eyes, and got out of the tent, watching Song Jian flying to the head of the demon god statue to carefully check something. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Xian Ling flew to Song Jian and asked. If I'm not mistaken, the secret passage should be here. Song Jian pointed to a vertical eye between the eyebrows of the demon statue's head and said, this vertical eye is more than 2 meters long, and there is no difference from the third eyes on the other two heads. Song Jian looked up and down for a long time, but did not notice anything unusual. It doesn't look strange? Xian Ling couldn't help but pat it twice, saying with a puzzled look. Song Jian suddenly raised his eyebrows, drew out the sky-breaking sword, and stabbed it fiercely at the stone eye. The sky-breaking sword easily pierced the third eye of the stone statue, and the sword energy surged. With a boom, the entire stone statue's eye actually exploded directly, revealing a deep passage behind it. Secret passage. There is actually a passage behind this? Xian Ling looked surprised, looked at the secret passage, and then stared at Song Jian in surprise and asked, how did you find out that there is a passage behind? Ha ha ha. Thanks to you knocking on it twice. Song Jian laughed. Otherwise, I would not have heard that there is nothing behind. It turned out that Song Jian's guess was right. The whole stone statue and the mountain behind it were integrated. Only here there was only a thin layer of stone shell, not to mention using the sky-breaking sword. Even ordinary people can easily smash it with a hammer. I'll walk in front. You follow behind me. Don't run around. Be careful of danger, Song Jian said worriedly, and went straight to the entrance of the passage. Chapter 1197 Passage Maze. Song Jian was in front, and Xian Ling was behind. They entered the deep passage without hesitation. This passage was full of thick rocks. There was only a glimmer of light when they first entered the passage. The further they went, the less light came in. Song Jian opened his eye between his eyebrows, and the surrounding environment was clearly visible. At this moment, a beam of light shone from behind. Looking back, Xian Ling was wearing a miner's helmet on her head, with a searchlight emitting dazzling light. Not bad. Song Jian stared at the miner's helmet on Xian Ling's head and smiled. Xian Ling had even painted a Pikachu pattern on this miner's helmet, and the entire helmet was painted pink. Xian Ling shrugged and said, this is a quest reward when I was level 10. The attributes are terrible, but it can work continuously for 10 hours. The two walked forward for 5 or 6 meters and encountered the first fork in the road. Song Jian's heart sank, and he immediately had a bad feeling. After looking for a while, Song Jian chose the fork on the left and made a mark on the wall at the intersection. Not long after, they encountered the second fork in the road. Song Jian sighed and said, it looks like we are in trouble. This is a maze passage. After making the mark, the two continued to walk forward. There were more and more forks in the road. 3-way intersections, 4-way intersections. The further they went, the more choices they had to make. Soon, the two were lost in the complicated maze of passages. Why are there so many forks here? Xian Ling was a little dumbfounded and depressed. They had walked nearly 10 kilometers and almost crossed the entire mountain. But there was still endless darkness and countless forks in the road. Hidden missions are not so easy to complete. You have to explore one road at a time. Right? Song Jian sighed and turned his head to ask, or do you have a better way? If I had that kind of nanorobot, a fist-sized piece can be decomposed into 100,000 small robots. Xian Ling frowned and said, I have seen this kind of technology before. I once encountered a nanorobot of a Lord-level boss. It relied on decomposing countless nanorobots to control an army of monsters. The game content in this game world made Song Jian a little confused. Sometimes, Song Jian felt that he was living in ancient times. Sometimes, Song Jian felt that he was living in the 20th century. And sometimes, Song Jian felt that he was living in the ancient fairy era. Song Jian had also encountered an intelligent robot like Xian Ling mentioned in the Scorching Canyon. That robot should be the brain clone. In order to escape from the trial tower, it has created countless clones for thousands of years, and tried to escape from the Scorching Canyon again and again. In the end, with the help of Song Jian, it really left the Scorching Canyon, thinking of the first city they entered at that time. where the technological environment was invaded and controlled by the brain robot almost in an instant. Song Jian felt a chill. After thinking for a while, Song Jian directly summoned the stone man Gulu. The huge Gulu seemed very aggrieved in the narrow passage, almost half squatting. If he moved a little, he would leave a pit on the surrounding wall. Seeing Gulu's aggrieved expression, Song Jian touched its head and asked, "Gulu, can you decompose infinitely small stone men and let them explore this maze in the air?" Song Jian remembered that when he first encountered the stone man Gulu, no matter how many times he killed it, its broken fragments could be turned into small robots and recondensed. The stone man Gulu nodded, and a crackling sound came from his body. After a while, small stone men the size of a palm jumped out of it and ran quickly towards the passage. After a while, hundreds of small stone men were decomposed from Gulu, and Gulu's size became about the same as Song Jian. "Is this so powerful?" Xianling showed a surprised look on her face, staring at the stone man Gulu and looking him up and down. This is a Lord-level stone elemental war pet?" Xianling shouted, her eyes full of envy and excitement. "At the beginning, he was just an ordinary earth element, and I cultivated him step by step." Song Jian patted Gulu's shoulder and smiled, seeing Xianling touching the stone man Gulu excitedly and talking to herself with envy. Song Jian thought to himself, "You are so excited about a Lord-level stone elemental war pet. If you knew that I also have a Lord-level black dragon war pet, I don't know how jealous you would be." Gulu decomposed more and more stone men, and its size became smaller and smaller. When Gulu shrank to half the height of Song Jian, it could no longer decompose stone men. At this moment, Gulu suddenly inserted his hand into the wall of the passage next to him. After a while, the rock wall of the passage seemed to turn into a thick liquid, flowing along Gulu's arm and constantly toward his body. After a while, Gulu's body became huge again. Then, Gulu started the second round of decomposition. This time, more small stone men jumped off it. At first, Song Jian was still counting how many small stone men there were. But soon, he gave up counting. There were too many. In just half an hour, more than 3,000 small stone men had entered the passage, and the speed seemed to be accelerating. Song Jian and Xianling now had no choice but to wait patiently for more than 5 hours. At this time, the number of small stone men decomposed by Gulu had exceeded 10,000. At this moment, Gulu suddenly stopped decomposing the small stone men, stood up suddenly, pointed at a passage, and then strode towards a fork in the road, while signaling Song Jian and Xianling to follow behind him. As Gulu walked, small stone men kept rushing towards Gulu and then merged into his body. Gulu's body also expanded while walking. When Gulu's height had reached the top of the passage, he finally stopped the small stone men from continuing to merge with him, and let them follow behind him. After a while, a large group of palm-sized small stone men gathered behind Gulu. "I didn't expect that your battle pet would have this ability. It's exactly the same as the intelligent robot boss I saw," Xianling whispered. Song Jian smiled and said, "After completing this mission, sell the snake vine grass when you go back. You can also go to the treasure house of the Yujian sect to choose 2 similar battle pets." Although he had just entered the Yujian sect, Song Jian also knew some of the buildings in the Yujian sect. The treasure house of the Yujian sect is a place to collect and sell various treasures. The snake vine grass collected by the 2 can be sold here, and the treasures inside are at least dark gold level. And there are even epic and legendary treasures. However, in addition to purple crystals, the price also requires set contribution points. After completing the mission this time, the 2 not only received the Chaos Sword art as a reward, but also received a considerable amount of contribution points. Following the stone element golem as they continued to walk deeper into the passage, Song Jian could clearly feel that they were going all the way down. After more than 2 hours, the 2 finally arrived in front of a huge bronze door under the guidance of Golem. Behind this door should be the so-called Forgotten Temple. Chapter 1198 Starlight Corridor. The bronze gates were simple and solemn, with strange reliefs all over them. It was hard to tell what the patterns were, but after looking at them, one could always feel a strong evil aura coming towards him. In Song Jian's eyes, the reliefs on the 2 bronze gates were actually oozing out a strong black aura. These auras condensed into 2 huge skulls in the air, burning with black flames and rushing towards the 2 people. "Be careful. These 2 gates are a bit evil," Song Jian whispered. "Although there is no danger now, the longer the contact time, the more serious harm it will cause to the intruders." just like some kind of curse, which makes it easy for people to not notice the clues. Song Jian thought that it would be very difficult to open the 2 bronze doors, as there were some vicious mechanisms hidden inside. However, as soon as he approached, the 2 bronze doors opened by themselves. Behind the bronze doors were endless stars and vortex-like nebulae. Between these stars and nebulae, there were black lightnings. Song Jian's face changed drastically. These black lightnings were not real lightnings, but space cracks leading to unknown areas. It was like a gap in the world. Once you enter, you will probably get lost and be lost in the darkness for hundreds or thousands of years. All this in front of you gives people a sense of vastness and greatness, but more of a danger that cannot be controlled. Should we go in? Xian Ling's eyes were full of fear. Everything in front of her was beyond her imagination. Every cell in her body was sending her a dangerous signal. Just like a frog encountering its natural enemy, a poisonous snake, and dared not move. Xian Ling was the same. Her whole body was stiff, and she always had a feeling that as she moved a little now, she would suffer a devastating blow. You wait for me outside. I'll go in and explore. Song Jian gritted his teeth and walked towards the bronze gate. To complete the hidden task, you must enter the Forgotten Temple. Although the bronze gate gave Song Jian a very dangerous feeling, this feeling was not fatal. Song Jian had the enemy of the God of Death and the broken kingdom of God, and he could hide in it at any time. If he was unwilling to take even this little risk, he might as well delete the hidden task. Then you have to be careful, Xian Ling said with some worry. This collapsed plane was full of weirdness, which made Xian Ling a little scared. If Song Jian never came back and left her alone here, she might feel desperate after a long time. Song Jian nodded, turned on all the defensive skills on his equipment, and stepped into the bronze gate. Xian Ling saw that Song Jian took only one step, and the whole person seemed to be sucked into the nebula behind the bronze gate. In the blink of an eye, Song Jian's figure could no longer be seen. Her face changed drastically, and she subconsciously reached out to grab Song Jian, but grabbed nothing. After standing there for a while, Xian Ling sighed, took 2 steps back, squatted down, hugged her knees with both hands, and silently waited for Song Jian to come back. At this time, Song Jian was walking in a space corridor full of starlight. Various colors of light were blooming around his body, all of which were released by the defense skills of his equipment. But these lights did not seem to be triggered at all. It seems that this starlight corridor is much safer than he imagined. What a strange setting. This starlight corridor alone must be created by at least a king-level creature, or even a demigod-level creature. Song Jian couldn't help but exclaimed. In this starlight corridor, there are countless space gaps, and time and space turbulences continue to emerge from these gaps, just like the tide, constantly hitting the channel membrane of the starlight corridor, but can only cause ripples, and cannot break through to hurt Song Jian at all. The person who designed and created this starlight corridor definitely understood space and time beyond Song Jian's imagination. Song Jian was full of admiration for such an existence as long as he thought about it. In front of such an existence, Song Jian felt that he was as small as an ant. Now I seem to be very close to the previous collapsed space. But in fact, I may have already left that half-plane. Song Jian looked back at a vague space fragment, and couldn't help but worry in his heart. Xian Ling was still waiting for him on this half-plane. If he couldn't return to that half-plane, he was afraid that Xian Ling would fall with that half-plane in a month. Song Jian couldn't help but sigh. He didn't even have the ability to turn around. There was no problem walking forward like this. But as long as Song Jian made the slightest move to turn around, there would be a huge resistance to prevent him from doing so. He couldn't even turn around. The unknown area I'm heading to now might be more dangerous than the half-plane that is about to collapse. If I can successfully complete the hidden mission, I might be able to return to Xian Ling again. Song Jian thought to himself and couldn't help but speed up his pace. Song Jian's speed was getting faster and faster. At first, he just walked slowly. Then he walked fast. Then he ran in small steps. And then Song Jian began to run forward with all his strength, striding dozens of meters in 1 second. In the end, Song Jian even summoned the flame wings. If this starlight corridor was not too narrow, Song Jian would even summon the flying sword and fly with the sword. After running for an unknown amount of time, Song Jian suddenly felt that he had stepped on empty air and was falling downwards. Even the flame wings seemed to have lost their ability to fly, like a useless decoration. After falling for nearly 3 minutes, Song Jian felt as if his body was lifted up by someone again, and he landed lightly on the ground. After a strong sense of weightlessness, Song Jian found that he had come to a strange space, which was like being in the clouds, filled with thick or light white mist. In front of Song Jian was a pool of water glittering with stars. The area of the pool was not large, only about 15 or 16 square meters. There were several white jade pillars erected around the pool, on which were carved countless little angels with white wings playing in the clouds. Song Jian looked down. He was lying in a sea of flowers. He looked up and saw a beautiful bush of flowers all around him. The air was filled with a strong fragrance of flowers. A gust of wind blew, and countless petals floated up, dancing in the air, and then slowly fell down, like a rain of flowers. Everything around him made Song Jian feel as if he had come to heaven. At this moment, a deep and majestic voice sounded in Song Jian's ears. What kind of creature is this? How can it be so dirty and full of stench? It is a blasphemy to appear here. Chapter 1199 Burning Soul. Song Jian was startled and looked up. A handsome man wearing full black armor, and with two long sharp horns on his head, was standing on the other side of the pool, looking at him expressionlessly. The man was wearing a helmet, but the visor was not down. It can be seen that the man's eyes were like stars, shining with dazzling light, making it impossible to look at him. His long purple hair was draped over his shoulder armor. If it weren't for the sound he made before, and the Adam's apple on his neck, Song Jian almost mistook this for a girl. You? Who are you? Song Jian asked in a hoarse voice, struggling to stand up from the sea of flowers. The man took 2 steps forward, stared at Song Jian and said, I am the demon general under the command of the demon god Istanbul Bayakti. Kuzai. How did you, a tiny bug, enter the demon god temple? Tell me. I can give you a peaceful death. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and used the eye of insight. Seeing the other party's attributes, Song Jian couldn't help but sneer. The man who claimed to be the demon general in front of him was only a level 99 domination level boss. If he went all out, he might be able to kill him. A trace of anger appeared on the face of the demon general Kuzai. Obviously, the sequelae of the eye of insight were triggered, angering the domination level boss in front of him. However, it was obvious that the demon general in front of him was more rational than the bosses Song Jian had encountered before. He actually controlled his emotions. Although he was also enraged, he did not attack Song Jian immediately. Mortal, don't think that you can despise everything just because you have a little power. In fact, you know nothing about power, Kuzai said, raising his right hand. Countless black auras condensed in his palm, and a tiger flashing with black lightning appeared in front of him. Lightning Tiger Fist, Kuzai roared, and his right fist flew back at Song Jian. The tiger with black lightning flashing on its body surface rushed towards Song Jian with a strong wind. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Energy transformation? Song Jian raised his eyebrows. This move was almost identical to his sword transformation skill. To others, it was extremely powerful. But to Song Jian, it was just that. With a thought, the sky-breaking sword appeared in his palm, and the sword energy in his body quickly flowed towards the sky-breaking sword in his hand. After a while, 500 spirit swords floated around Song Jian's body. Sword energy palm seal, Song Jian shouted in a low voice, and swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand fiercely. 500 spirit swords instantly boiled up, intertwined and entangled with each other, forming an airtight sword net, which directly crushed the black lightning tiger that pounced on him into pieces. The sword energy was diffused, resisting the lightning tiger fist. The spirit sword still did not dissipate, but condensed into a huge palm print, covering Kuzai. At this time, Song Jian had already comprehended the 10,000 swords art to a very deep level, and no longer needed to trigger the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation, and then let it evolve step by step. Song Jian had already mastered the first change, the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation, and the second change, the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword. Even for the third change, the sword energy palm print, he had some experience. This time, his mind was full of energy. He originally wanted to use the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword, but subconsciously used the third change, the sword energy palm print, and it was released successfully, which made Song Jian's mouth appear with a hint of surprise. How is it possible? Kuzai showed a look of horror on his face. The sword energy palm print was extremely fast, and he didn't have time to react at all. It pressed directly towards him. With a loud boom, Kuzai was pressed to the ground. At this time, a huge palm print appeared on the ground. The sword energy in the palm print was crisscrossed, crushing all the surrounding plants into pieces, and falling from the air. Kuzai struggled to stand up from the palm print on the ground, with an unbelievable look on his face. At this time, the black armor on his body had obvious damage, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. "How could I be defeated by you?" Kuzai seemed to be greatly shocked, muttering to himself, with a look of daze on his face. At this time, Song Jian saw that far behind Kuzai, there was a huge palace located between several low peaks. Because the distance was too far, he could only see the general shape of the entire palace. But the specific appearance was not clear. That should be the location required by the mission. The Forgotten Temple, Song Jian thought to himself, and took a look at Kuzai, who was still immersed in his illusion, and immediately lost interest in him. It's just a level 99 domination boss. Even if he is killed, at most one piece of dark gold quality equipment will be dropped. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to reach the temple quickly to complete the mission. Song Jian thought to himself. A command level boss has a certain chance of dropping epic equipment, but the probability is very small. And the level of the dropped items of a level 99 command level boss is at least level 95. So Song Jian can't use it for a while. Seeing that Kuzai had lost his desire to fight, Song Jian glanced at him indifferently, walked around the star pool, and prepared to walk towards the palace in the distance. Further ahead, there was a huge ancient tree, with green branches and leaves waving verdant light. Song Jian had seen many ancient trees before, and even his city lord's mansion had a lord-level bloody ghost poison tree. But no matter what kind of ancient tree he had encountered before, none of them was as huge as the one in front of him. Its branches and leaves had even risen into the sky. The tree roots on the ground, like giant pythons, occupied an area of hundreds of meters in radius. Each of the twisted roots was thicker than Song Jian. In front of this ancient tree, Song Jian was like a tiny ant standing in front of a giant dragon. From this ancient tree, Song Jian felt an almost endless surge of vitality. Although there was no sense of danger, Song Jian was still very conscious and prepared to bypass the ancient tree and was unwilling to approach it. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from behind. "Human, you can't get close to the demon god temple. If you take another step forward, I will let you die here." Song Jian turned around suddenly, and Kuzai seemed to break free from his fantasy. He rushed towards him fiercely, and the whole body seemed to be burning with black flames. The flames formed a black tiger, which wrapped Kuzai up. Burning soul? Song Jian was surprised. At this time, Kuzai's state was similar to the explosion and violence of other bosses. He actually used his soul as fuel to completely release his potential, even if he defeated Song Jian in the end. I am afraid that Kuzai would not live long in his current state. The fierce Kuzai, at this time, has surpassed the strength of the command level boss, and has half a foot in the realm of the king level boss. Song Jian did not dare to be arrogant. With a thought, a crisp dragon roar sounded in the air, and a green dragon soared into the sky. The wind and clouds rolled, and the sky and the earth changed color. The power of withering and flourishing spread, and even the ancient trees in the distance made a slight whirling sound, as if they were a little afraid of Song Jian. Chapter 1200 Terrifying Qi and Health Recovery Speed. The full-level Qi long sword body alone has increased its own attributes by 100 points. With Song Jian's current strength, if it were not for the level limit, he could even wear the scattered pieces of the sword immortal set. The virtual life increased to 30,000 points, which is equivalent to quadrupling for Song Jian, whose Qi and health value is only over 10,000 points. Facing Kuzai, who is burning his soul, at least his survivability has increased a lot. Those who dare to burn their souls are crazy, Song Jian said in his heart. For Kuzai now, it is not too much to make any precautions. Song Jian will not be surprised by anything that the gradually crazy Kuzai does now, even if he rushes up and explodes himself and perishes with Song Jian. Song Jian thinks it is just his basic operation. With the azure dragon in his body, Song Jian raised his hand, and a gray energy rushed towards Kuzai. Kuzai, whose soul was burning, would gradually lose his mind. In the end, even if he killed Song Jian, he would become a beast that only knew how to kill, and then die in pain. Facing this gray energy, if it was the previous Kuzai, he would definitely try to dodge it. But at this time, Kuzai rushed into it without caring. Suddenly, his movement speed dropped by more than half, becoming as slow as a snail. 10,000 swords. Song Jian's mind moved, and countless spirit swords emerged, flying towards Kuzai, surrounding Kuzai and wrapping him up like a tornado. Even at this time, Song Jian did not dare to approach Kuzai, fearing that he would do something unimaginable. The spirit sword kept cutting Kuzai's body. Blood gushed in, and the damage value kept floating above Kuzai's head. However, no matter how much damage the spirit sword caused him, Kuzai still firmly approached Song Jian step by step. The black armor on his body had been completely shattered, and there were dense sword wounds on the surface of his body. Looking around, there was no intact skin on his body, just like being tortured. However, what surprised Song Jian was that although Kuzai's blood value was constantly decreasing, the more it decreased, the faster his own recovery speed was. When his blood value was left with only 1/3 of his blood value, his own recovery speed was actually at a jaw-dropping level. The dense sword wounds all over his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood value on his head began to rise instead of falling, and the recovery speed directly exceeded the speed of receiving damage. Immortal body? Song Jian couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. After burning the soul, all the attributes of the monster will be greatly improved. But there are also some focuses. 1 or 2 abilities will be amazingly improved. For example, Kuzai's blood value recovery speed has obviously been terribly improved. If this goes on, there is no way to defeat him, Song Jian thought to himself, and he pinched the sword formula in his hand. And the flying swords in the sky immediately began to change, as if they were controlled by arms. Each spirit sword turned into a lotus leaf burning with flames, and began to condense, forming a terrifying red lotus sword array. Song Jian's forehead was full of sweat. This time, the sword array was evolved with him as the leader, not the sword spirit in the sky-breaking sword. Doing so would not only not increase the power of the sword array, but would slightly reduce it. After all, the 10,000 swords art led by him would definitely not be as perfect and smooth as the one led by the sword spirit. However, this allowed Song Jian to become familiar with every detail of the 10,000 swords art skill more quickly. When he could perform various evolutions of the 10,000 swords art at will based on his own will, he would be able to use the spirit sword as material to set up the Golden Saint Lion Demon Binding Seal, or even the Demon Suppression Seal. In the sword formation, in addition to countless sword chi, there is also endless red lotus fire, which constantly burns Kuzai. The fire red lotus suppresses Kuzai's blood recovery speed, and at the same time causes tons of damage, making Kuzai in the sword formation worse than death, and constantly wails in pain. However, what Song Jian could not imagine is that Kuzai, whose soul was burning, seemed to have a tenacious adaptive physique. While the fire red lotus burned him, his own flame resistance was rapidly improving. Kuzai, who had originally become a ball of conversation, had the charred surface of his body cracked layer by layer. A white-skinned Kuzai without a single scar on his body broke free from the charcoal and began to bombard the red lotus sword formation. Song Jian snorted coldly, and his mind moved. The red lotus sword formation immediately changed and began to evolve towards the next stage. A red lotus sword filled with majestic murderous aura appeared above the sword formation. At the moment it condensed into substance. The long sword fell like a meteor and chopped towards Kuzai in the sword formation. Crack. It was like cutting into a piece of hard metal. Sparks flew everywhere, and the cutting sound was like a sharp long thorn, making people want to cover their ears. The red lotus sword formation slowly disintegrated, and Kuzai, whose body was split open, appeared in front of Song Jian. At this time, Kuzai, except for his 2 legs, had completely split his body from the waist up into 2 halves. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, and the sharp sword energy even blocked all blood vessels, and not a trace of blood gushed out. Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face, and could not help but take 2 steps back. He did not feel a trace of decay from the body of Kuzai, which had been split into 2 halves. The vigorous vitality was even stronger than before. Damn it. This can't kill you. Song Jian showed a look of horror in his eyes. Anyone who saw such a tenacious body would feel terrified. Song Jian watched the 2 halves of the body slowly approaching, and countless tiny granulations continued to grow from the incision. These granulations were like tentacles, entangled with each other, and constantly consumed the sword energy at the wound. In the end, It only took more than 10 seconds for a complete Kuzai to appear in front of Song Jian. At this time, Kuzai's eyes no longer had a clear look. His originally handsome face was twisted like a zombie, and his mouth was dripping with saliva. Large lumps of muscles bulged on the surface of his body. Even walking upright became a little difficult. He had completely become a terrifying beast. With a cold snort, looking at Kuzai's less than a quarter of his blood value at this time, Song Jian raised his right hand to the sky and then clenched it fiercely. With a loud bang, a huge palm with a radius of more than 10 meters appeared above Kuzai's head. This palm was full of sharp sword energy. As Song Jian clenched it, it pressed down fiercely towards Kuzai.